And we're just chilling, but he did. He spoke for a minute, which I think is the first time I've heard Reckonor speak in probably over 2 years, maybe longer.
Well, he said something the other day when I was talking about politics, but I didn't hear what he said. He just kind of talked for like a half a second and then went on mute again.
Yeah, this time he said like one sentence, about one or two sentences. He said he was busy, but he's able to listen.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's nothing going on. Is there a topic or something?
Oh no, we were just kind of chilling right now.
Oh. Maybe he wants me to entertain the horses or something. You know, I keep going out to the store and forgetting.
Yes, no, this is the topic. This is the best room, and it can't be empty. The horses don't want to listen to this other bullshit. So you can fill it up. You can just stay here. So talk to you later.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, right?
It reminds me of when Whitsitt always says, "In a world."
Yeah.
Sure. But the world is what you make of it. It's what you make of it. So make it better. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Gio, you got a Bittrex account by any chance?
Yep, I have one. It's an old one, but I actually I logged into it again like a couple weeks ago, and it's still active because I hadn't used it in a while. Because Bittrex like kind of lost a lot of volume, and yeah, they had issues like years ago. They used to be like one of the best exchanges, but so yeah, I've still got.
They were good up until New York started cracking down on crypto exchanges, and now I can't even access them anymore. But do they have a coin called OK Cash on there? Like, I got a few coins. I don't know if you're interested, but I mean, I'll throw you a few bucks if you'd be willing to do like some exchanges for me. Like, I'll shoot you the coins, and then you keep a little bit, and then send me back the rest or something. If you wanted to, it's no big deal.
Meaning, because you can't get on there.
Yeah, I can't even sell them at this point.
Is it called OK Cash? Yeah, it looks like they have it on there. Looks like it's the biggest loss today. Oh, it's down 17%. It's actually on their list for the biggest percent loss for today.
Hey,
I got
$1 here, $1 there.
Well, I got 33,000 of them. How much is that? It's in my CoinGecko. It says it's worth $900. Is that like accurate or?
It says it's worth 2 cents right now.
How much did you how much did you pay for them?
Oh, I don't even know. I made a ton of money off of them back in. I've had them for about 6-7 years now. I've had that account. I actually almost fucking I went nuts once because I logged in. It's one of those desktop wallets that stakes, but it'll even stake it if you don't log the wallet in, but it'll catch up. So I had logged my wallet in, and I was getting like $100 worth of OK Cash a day from the stake, and I was like, holy shit. But once it catches up, I only get like a buck or two a day. But I didn't log it in for like 4 years at one point, so it was like hammering me with stakes to make up for the past. But I don't know. I've made thousands off of that coin.
So is my mic still really bad? It's horrible.
No, it's better. It's better.
Okay, maybe it just needed to warm up or something. I don't know. These are the ones that you said that were really too low while I was driving. But I think what was happening was that like the buds were sticking into my beard, so I stick them forward now, so they're not sticking to it.
Yeah, the angle of them is really important. Like I know that if I have mine angled more back towards like my neck, that I won't be as loud as if I angle them towards like my, the front of my face.
Yeah, it seems to make a big difference, I guess, because like nobody could
Yeah.
understand anything I was saying before. Well, I think I'm going to take back the Apple, the earbuds, man. They don't really stay in my ear very well at all.
Really?
Yeah, they kind of. Well, the left one kind of falls out. I guess my ear's shaped a little different on the left side.
Yeah, Jeremy, I've got this Bittrex account, but I just logged in and it wants a bunch of additional info. It's even asking me for my social security number. So I don't know. I guess
Fuck that.
I don't use them and I don't really want to give it. Yeah. But I mean, I could, if I,
Nah, it's all good. Don't even worry about it.
looks like if I say no to the social security, it's asking for the passport number and all that shit. So I don't know. Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're going to ask for your vaccination card.
Yeah.
For real, right?
Dude, you think I'm kidding? Wait, just wait. Just wait, bro.
Well, that's what I think is coming. I think they're going to flip. The government is going to use all the blockchain crypto stuff for the new dollar, and they're going to link it to the jab for sure. I think that's what I think is coming.
Okay, so imagine this. Just 2 minutes. So imagine that because of America's freedom, we're the last country to convert over to the new system, which collapses our system and raises everyone else up or something. You know what I mean? Like, what if all the other countries boycott us if we don't start using it, economically speaking?
Yeah, possibly.
I mean,
That's usually when we go to
stay competitive. They may consider just being like, hey, we can't, for national security reasons alone,
If they do that, it's on purpose because I fully believe that all the governments are in cahoots working together. So if they were to do that, it'd be what they wanted to happen.
Yep, absolutely.
And they do that crash. They crash it all the time. They've crashed the stock market multiple times. That's how they get filthy rich. They'll crash the shit and then buy a whole bunch of it. And fucking it bounces back and now they're sitting on, 10 times as much money as they had 5 minutes ago.
Well, like,
Exactly.
okay, think about this. So then everybody converts over, right? The United States is the last one to convert. And if we're the last one to convert, by then maybe our value has dropped so much economically that China buys us out.
Oh, I can't even imagine. I think China could ruin us economically right now if they really wanted to. They probably own tons of dollars at this point. We've been buying shit off them for decades now.
Yeah, I think there's some fuckery going on where this whole ID thing and crypto and the way that they monitor your funds, it's all going to be linked together. Like, how they ask for your ID? Well, I think there's going to be a new ID that you can't get, perhaps, unless you have the right medical records at some point. So in order to participate, you have to, get with the in crowd.
Yeah, that would be the most hardcore thing they would do is basically, roll out like a new digital currency, say the cash is not a thing anymore. And however much money, let's say you've got, I don't know, $50,000 in savings, just some random number, in your Bank of America, they'll say, okay, well, we can transfer your 50,000 over into this new currency and you got to get this new app and this new whatever. And then you've got to have your medical records in order to get it. And if not, I'm just saying that's the more hardcore thing. And if you don't do it, then perhaps you could still use other cryptocurrencies that are decentralized, like just because they can't control those, but they might roll that out. And if they do, then yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, but they might consider something like that, like money laundering or something along those lines, because you're not using the official system.
Yeah, make that illegal, or yeah, exactly. Yeah, they could. Well, they're also trying to control the systems of how you can even get that, because you still have to convert your fiat dollars into that. So yeah, they also can try to control that side of it. I mean, I think as a technology, blockchain is amazing and crypto, but it doesn't mean that it can't be used for evil, and unfortunately, it can be. So yeah.
Well, the problems aren't necessarily the. Here's the real problem. It's that when you have a world trade system, you're kind of pushed into using a system that the world is using. And if we're the last country that accepts it, then it's possible we're the last country that's going to get the benefit of it. Like, it's like buying a coin after it's already been devalued. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Like, it's the difference of getting on board with a Bitcoin at the beginning compared to today. It'd be the great flippening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in their plans. I mean, I can only say that through my intuition. Really, I don't have any physical proof that they're going to do something like this. But yeah, it seems like they're building towards this, rolling something out like in this way. It's like the whole idea of the dollar dying and the end of the dollar, but something's coming after that. It's not like it just dies, and so there's got to be some other system. That would be like the ultimate reset, financial reset.
One way to do it, yeah. That would be. Because you know how defiant America is compared to everyone else. Like if we were the last one to get on board, I don't think that we could economically overpower at that point. Because by then our dollar would have been devalued by the fact that everyone else is doing business with each other. We wouldn't be so necessary at that point. Pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, it seems like that would all be connected to this. What's happened the last 2 years, the financial changes, the whole jab situation. So seems like it's all building towards something. Unfortunately, I don't think we're anywhere near the end of any of it.
I wonder what the coin is going to be, Fed coin, and if it's going to require the medical asset portion of it. Probably.
Well, I can just see how much they're putting into developing a lot of these blockchain stuff, like the Ethereum network, and I mean, did they put as much energy into that as they do, Microsoft and Apple? So it's like there's clearly a huge interest they have in it.
Well, I know that the system right now kind of is okay with crypto because they know that a lot of people will lose money. There's not as many like success stories as you would think there are. And even then there's people who lose their wallets or don't know how to manage it or lose money in fees, if that's a thing still. It's like a lot of risk. associated with you know, having a million different coins instead of a centralized system. Yeah, I see a lot of vulnerability there in the future. So, hey, Sin Cleanser is not banned, right? He can come back in?
Yeah.
And Arma's not banned, right?
I don't think Arma's ever had anything.
Arma's
Arma's fine.
No, I see a lot of people in other servers. They're just not coming here. So, just wondering.
No, Sin Cleanser was only banned for that quick second because he was doing that day, and I already DM'd him and had unbanned him and stuff. I think Arma was in here. I think yesterday. I think or the day
Oh,
before.
was he? Yeah, where's Don at? Is he just he's probably just making music, to be honest. Don's a good dude.
Don's been here like every day. He usually comes in at night though. Well, at least night for my time. But you hear anything from Stacy Riggs like that? Is that she's all right or?
Oh no, I don't. No, I asked you to do that. I don't talk to her.
I mean, I don't
That's
either.
like
Like
a rule.
Okay, well, I hear that. I guess I don't have like. I mean, I could DM her and say something, but I'm just
Well,
saying.
she's off Discord. She deleted her server. She's done or whatever. So good for her, I guess. You know, for the longest time, I was trying to tell her to. I mean, she didn't have to get a job. She just needed to work, do something. Like she was always talking about baking and making stuff and selling it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll help you." I bought her like $300 in baking cookware and shit, and all kinds of ingredients, and we got her recipes and everything, and then she just didn't do anything. But apparently she's like working now, so yeah, good for her. I hope she keeps a job. Let's hope. Yeah, I'm just kind of done like being the entity that's always checking in and making sure and helping and stuff, because it's just a black hole. Like nothing helps her. So I'm not gonna waste all of my energy anymore while she's hurting me at the same time.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, I just got here.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Family matters. No worries.
Good luck.
On a public Discord server.
I don't need any luck. No luck necessary.
What's up, Egypt? How you doing?
What up, what up? Not too bad.
Do you live in Egypt? Is that where? Yeah, that's where you're at, right?
Yep. Cairo, Egypt.
Wow.
Born and raised.
Wow, nice. I've never been there.
Yeah, did some Kuwait and Saudi for a while. My teenage years and growing up and all. But yeah, I am Egyptian, living in Egypt currently.
Are you a flat earther?
Yep.
Okay.
Riggs, we met earlier on the other server, and maybe a few times earlier.
Oh yeah, I know who you are. I just didn't know if you were a flat earther or if that was a meme. Because I think some of your arguments, from what I heard, were not like flat Earth supporting or whatever. Maybe I didn't hear you right.
Maybe, but you'll find me disagreeing with everyone. I'm just that
Great.
type of person,
You
right?
need more of those.
Well, I appreciated your thoughts when we were talking about all that flat, the word flat, and whether it means an orientation or a surface characteristic. And
Oh, with Bev, yeah.
yeah, you and I were over there, and they just kept harking, and you like. I was trying to say what I was trying to say, and I felt like you got what I was saying, and you were wording it very well, like in your own way. It's not that you were going off what I was; you were just coming from the same place I was, and like
Yeah, I felt that harmony. Yeah. I remember. I'm not gonna forget that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yo, mic check. What's going on, everyone?
What's up, Matrix? Mike
Did you
sounds
get
good.
a bat signal too?
Chilling, Gio. What you guys talking about?
Planar science.
Planar, which means flat Earth science.
That be the one.
Very interesting. And what you guys was talking about that?
Well, I was talking about how we could construct a laser that was so strong it could pierce through the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be dangerous then? Like,
Yeah. So the fuck what? I think what we should do is just make a laser that's so strong, just point it at China, and hopefully no one in China dies.
So whoever's in the middle of this fucking laser is just gonna get a giant hole in their body for no reason.
Fuck yeah.
Oh man, that doesn't sound cool at all. It sounds like some Superman type technology type shit.
I could actually get behind this. This sounds
the only
definitive right
country
here.
that could pull this off is America, because they could just say oops.
Jeremy.
Well, they claim to have a picture. They claim to have a picture of the sun through the Earth. Have you guys ever heard of that with the neutrinos?
Oh yeah, but okay, so neutrinos, as far as I understand, is a rare like glimmer of light, or like what picks up as a photon. So to me it's like a shimmering.
Isn't neutrinos the things that move the Croc's radiometer detector thing? The neutrinos are the things that are hitting the little fan inside the Croc's radiometer? Or am I off
the
on
Crux
that?
radiometer is the one where you have the black and the white thing with a wind
No.
turbine.
I get that. But what I'm saying is, what makes it spin? Isn't it the neutrinos themselves hitting it?
No, it's something to do with the pressure differentials, because it only works in like a partial vacuum or something for like a very specific.
No, you're confusing. The Croc's radiometer is the thing that measures the when you put it in the sun, it starts spinning. But that thing is encased inside of a glass.
That has a
That's
vacuum
what
in
I'm
it. One
saying.
side's black, one side's white. I know exactly what this is.
Yeah. Well, I'm under the impression that maybe okay, so the Crooks radiometer, you paint one fin black, the other side you don't even have to paint, I don't think. But wouldn't it work theoretically without the paint on there at all? Because here's
Sure.
okay, so the mainstream answer is that the light is creating heat pressure. So it's heating it up on one side and it's pushing it, which is total bullshit. That's clearly not what's happening. So if that's the case, we could probably just not paint it and see if it still works and say, look, now what, bitches? Because the black is what's supposedly absorbing the heat because it, absorbs more light. So I don't know. Just a thought.
Matrix Media J, I think that your microphone had a little bit of feedback.
Is it any good now?
I think so. Yeah. Oh my god, I auto-corrected a UR. Sorry.
All right, let me
I feel
do
like
mic check. Mic check, mic check.
it sounds better now. Just earlier it was like a little static. That's all.
So what they say neutrinos are, isn't it like the force coming from the sun or whatever, like whatever the heat that you feel in your body, isn't that what they call neutrinos? Was actually
don't know.
hitting?
Yo, Frog Hive Mind, what's that little thing? Are you smoking weed?
Are you snorting drugs, sir? If not, calm down. Everything will be all right, and we'll be there soon.
No, I'm saying we love weed. That looked like a cool little vape thing you had or something. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's cool, dude. I got this little thing today for $5. This thing looks cool as shit, man.
Oh shit, you got the pipe going on? That looks like crack, bro. That ain't weed, right?
No, that's weed. That's white boy shit.
Yeah, the problem, Ekanor, is that there's no evidence of neutrinos actually existing. That's the problem. I could even show you the paperwork for it. Just because they don't know what they're picking up, they're assuming it.
Yeah, for all they know, that picture of the sun underneath the earth could just be something else under the
No, they're
earth
not
and
getting
not
a
the
picture
sun.
of the sun. Absolutely not. Where did
Well,
you
I
hear
know
that?
they claim it's the sun, but I mean that could be something
Whatever.
just. Yeah, that could be something else.
It's an aberration. So like if you're looking at a lake at a certain angle with the sun above you, you can see kind of like a glimmer on the water. But that's just it's like a reflection almost, but it's like a shimmering. Sometimes they can pick up these like little shimmers in their apparatus and they're like, "Oh, look, neutrinos." And then they throw out all the data that doesn't agree with them. And then what do you know? It's coherent. Yeah, let me find the paperwork for this. So I posted this before. They don't even work in concept.
So what are they trying to push with the neutrinos? Like, what's the?
I don't know. I don't know, man. It's all bullshit. I'm sure they've got some like long-term plan for it to eventually prove something. Something like that.
Yo, so everyone, that's me, man. I turned on my camera, got inspired by Frog.
Nice.
You're
That's not
good.
rough.
That was a really weird question, Frog. I'm really sorry. It's just you look exactly like him, like to a fucking T. And
Like
as
who?
so I messaged him in the chat. So I went to a Guar concert recently. It's like a metal band type thing. And two different bands played before Guar. I think it was I Hate God that played right before
Not
Napalm.
surprised.
Yeah. And Frog looks exactly like this like person in the crowd that screamed, "You fucking suck!" because I Hate God was like, Napalm Death is next. They're probably better than us. And then Napalm Death, the lead singer, like freaked out on him. And like it was a big, big like deal. So I was like wondering if it was you, because I was like, hey, were you recently at that show? Because it would have been kind of funny. I mean, I don't know. Never mind. It's stupid.
Yeah, it's really cool. No, it's funny you said that because I actually live in Virginia, so Guar is very well known here, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, I have really close friends that I grew up with, and you know, my buddy, he said either they're amazing. You know, this was before the dude died or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Um,
he had seen the original band or whatever it was. You know, but yeah, I mean, it was cool.
yeah, for those who don't know just roughly what like Guar is like, they spray fake blood and stuff into the crowd. Let me send a picture real quick. I'm going to delete it right after because it's awkward. This is me and somebody who went with me to the Guar show. I stayed on like the highest balcony. Um, they all got soaked with fucking fake blood and shit. I of course stayed clear of that, but yeah, like we went back to the like this fancy hotel, all of everybody, my friends and I, and everybody just kept giving us weird looks because here we are walking in there like covered in fake blood and fake piss and shit, and then there's a it's just
Awesome.
great,
And they
but
didn't pay you.
no.
Oh. Sounds
um
like a good job for them.
yeah, no, it was really brutal. Like I don't know, I can't say too much here because I don't want to get like in trouble, but the Guar concerts are very, very, very vulgar, like really bad, like vulgar wise. So yeah, I was just wondering. Sorry to change the topic, but I just wanted to ask.
Like, don't they role play like from some alien species or some shit like sent here and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like at one point had a Joe Biden. Let me send a picture. I have a lot of pictures and videos. They had like a fake Joe Biden that they beheaded on stage and blood went everywhere. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
some really weird shit that they do. Yeah.
yeah. And then like they cut off these women's breasts and like it flung it in the like it was really fucking weird, but it was so enthralling. I don't know. Some stuff I literally can't even send to the server because I'll probably get banned. But here's of Joe Biden getting beheaded.
Oh my
Ever.
god.
But yeah, I don't think I'll go to another one anytime soon. It was very at one point this like drunk Indian man went up behind me and then was like, "Yeah, man," and just kept walking. There's some really fucking weird people at those shows, but
What if you don't mind me asking, what state were they playing in?
New York.
Oh, New York. Okay, okay. Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's I was just wondering because I didn't know if you knew like the inside metal scene in Virginia. There's another really like everybody knows them here, but nobody really knows them outside of Virginia. But they're called Battle Master, and they're fucking awesome. They do this like this fantasy Dungeons and Dragons goblin role play shit, dude. It's fucking insane. Like they're awesome. I've seen them live. So if you never heard of Battle Master, check them out. They're from Richmond, Virginia.
Battle Master. Here, let me make a note of it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just one word, Battle Master. But yeah, they're
Okay.
awesome, dude.
Awesome. Thanks. But yeah. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject. I feel bad, but like at the same time, I just had to ask. Okay.
Okay, so now you have to ask a question about flat Earth.
Okay. Explain to me the seasons, flat Earth wise.
Okay, you explain why you have seasons on a globe.
Okay. So the globe is tilted on its axis, and we rotate. Well, it rotates, and we also have like a revolution around the sun. And depending on what side of the globe is tilted towards the sun and where on that revolution we are, we're going to get different seasons. And the southern hemisphere, since we're on an axis, gets different seasons, like the opposite than the northern hemisphere. That's
All right, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's like a globe perspective. Okay.
I am surprised.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, most people don't know fuck all. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. I studied physics, and that's when I started asking questions, but physics really didn't make sense to me. So here we are.
So Estrella, are you a glober or a flat earther?
Okay. At this time, I will consider myself a glober only because,
You're a skeptic.
yeah, exactly. I'm a skeptic.
So are you slowly realizing that the globe Earth doesn't actually have any proof? It's more like suggestions, like authoritative bullshit. There is really no proof, like no tangible proof that they have.
What I have come to conclude is that there is a ton of lies, whether or not it's a globe or a flat earth. There's so much fucking bullshit. Like, I thoroughly believe that the moon landing was fake. Like, I definitely believe that that was fake, or at least not cracked up as it's supposed to be. So that's an example of like something that I believe to be, you know, not completely valid. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was fucking flat, because for God's sake, why not? Like, there's a ton of reasons why so many other things are lies. So why?
100%. Before I was a flat earther, I already knew that the moon landing was fake. When I came upon the flat earth information, it started making sense on why they didn't go to the moon. Because they couldn't go to the moon. Because there was no moon to go to.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
just tasting fresh, bruh.
So in the flat Earth conception, one idea that is very popular is the fact that the sun does kind of like it's kind of like on a track, like a spiral motion that goes with the magnetic field of the Earth. So its height and distance fluctuate throughout the year with that motion. So like it rotates in and rotates out between those lines that you see in Geo's image.
Yeah, so like if the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn. So on this type of conception where it's like almost like a dartboard circular where the North Pole's in the middle, continents are coming out, then as the sun circling every day, essentially, like, let's say it starts in the northern summer in the inner ring, the Tropic of Cancer, then that would be the northern summer. And then like a record player, every day it's making a slightly wider circle. So it's going a little bit wider, a little bit further out. It gets to the equator. That would be the equinox, which is why it's equator equinox, why it's called that. That would be, and then as it keeps going, like a record player keeps spiraling outwards, it would get all the way to the outer rim, the Tropic of Capricorn. And that would be when it's winter for the north, because the sun is the furthest away. And then that would be the summer for the south. And then it basically, after it hits that outer rim, it starts coming back inwards, making slightly smaller, like a record player, but making slightly smaller circles, hits the equator again, goes over the equator at the equinox, and then makes its way back to the center, you know, the inner circle. And that whole cycle that I just went through would be 1 year, 365 days.
Okay. So the reason why, okay, I have a question. So I'm looking at the diagram, the first one, and the red line, if we were to take that red line and stretch it out straight and take the yellow line and stretch it out straight, the red line would be longer. Like, is that like symbolic?
Right. The latitudes would be longer down south, correct?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And then under that, the sun would actually have to, like, it's making the same rotational speed, but it would actually be moving faster, like a faster ground speed, kind of like the hands of a clock. Like if you have like the minute hand, like the outer tip of the hand is going faster across the face of the clock than the very
Right.
than the inner part, except the whole hand still makes one rotation, you know, every hour.
Right. Okay.
But the thing about the tilt of the Earth, like the 23.5 degrees tilt that they say, well, the thing is that the distance between the equator and the inner circle, the Tropic of Cancer, and then also between the equator and the outer circle, Tropic of Capricorn, is 23.4 degrees. So it looks to me like they've reverse engineered it. Like they had to make the Earth tilted to account for that. But in reality, and that's why it's connected to the seasons in their model. But if it's this way, then it would just be that is actually the distance, you know, the 23.4 degrees is just the distance between the tropics and the equator to where it kind of makes up for that essentially. And that's why they had to make it tilted.
Dude, that's exactly, I agree with you. I think that's the entire model. The globe model was a reverse engineered observations. That's what they did. That's how they come up with the calculations and the formula and the supposedly tilt. It all came from reverse engineering.
Yeah, because the other thing with that is that the way that they had to make the orbits elliptical, like they make the Earth's orbit around the sun like an elliptical. Well, in that pattern I just talked about, where the sun is sort of expanding, contracting in those spirals, once it gets all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's like it kind of pauses there at the winter solstice, you know. So and then it starts coming back in. But the fact that it pauses there, like it gets there, then pauses there, that is why they had to make it elliptical, because they had to account for that like time difference when the sun is kind of pausing in the sky there. What's up, Noah?
Yo, how are you?
Doing good, bro. How about yourself? Sounds like there's some wind. Are you out on the streets?
I'm on my hammock next to the water, so the breeze comes through. Sorry.
Damn, bro, you're pretty
beautiful,
comfortable.
That sounds beautiful, bro. Thanks for
Hell
the
yeah,
scenery.
that sounds
Appreciate
like white
that.
people problems right there, bro. You in a hammock next to a river, bro. You living good right now.
Oh yeah, and my job's online, so I do my job from here too. So this is my main area.
Listen, we gotta ban this guy. This guy's an asshole, bro. You're way too comfortable. Most of us are not that comfortable, bro. We gotta go.
Get a hammock and just go out to the nearest area.
So I live in New York City, so that would be what the nearest sewer line.
Oh, actually, yeah. I lived in a city about 2 months ago. 4 years up until 2 months ago. I fucking hate living in cities, man. It's shit.
I mean, that's my goals, bro. My goals is to move out to, you know, a country somewhere far, far away from civilization, my nigga, where I'm self-sufficient, got my own electricity, my own running water. I don't need to depend on anyone. That's my goals.
That's a good goal, man. I remember when I was living in Vancouver, man, I was afraid of getting stabbed by a crackhead every day.
Yeah, I mean that it seems to be like a flat earther journey, you know, the wanting to move to the woods somewhere and be self-sufficient. It just seems to be like it's the logical conclusion where you come to realize that you've been lied to about everything. Everybody's participating in the lie. So you just have to like step out of it.
Yo, Jay, you know where the first city was? Or what it was called, the first city?
Babylon?
Exactly. Cities are like fucking death, you know? Prostitution, gambling, all that shit got created in the first city. Bad. I don't think it's good, man. So much drugs, always on the street, all kinds of shit. It's like, if you're rich, it's nice, but like, you have to be really rich to have a good place in the city.
Listen, Babylon is an interpretation of what's going on now, and what's going to continue to go on to the future, right? This is a repeat of what's been going on. The Bible speaks about this situation, about the mark of the beast, about all this shit. They speak about it. This has been going on since the beginning of time. This is a cycle we're going through. And even after our death, long far, our children or our grandchildren, they're gonna go through some sort of cycle like this. This keeps to happen. It's written in the Bible, bro. It just keeps happening.
So yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on it not being a circle but a square, or maybe like circle in a square or something? Because I keep hearing about these four corners, and like only a square has four corners. But
Listen, I entertain the simulation. I entertain the simulation, and the simulation is a projection, so the shape doesn't really matter.
Well, a rectangle has four corners. The shape of the flat surface is not even really
Okay,
No,
okay.
wait.
that.
Are you
So
referring to?
would you consider the Pac-Man model, the Pac-Man game in the stream? Would you consider them to be four corners? And how would you account for him being able to pass from one side to another?
Yeah, I don't know about that. That Pac-Man model's got serious fucking issues, bro. And if it came down to of me being a flat earther and having to go with that Pac-Man model, I don't know if I could go with that.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. You guys can't judge anything because if it isn't a globe flying through space, Jeremy, who is to say, bro? What is the nature of our reality? So by you disqualifying something, it's just limiting yourself, right? Don't you think?
I mean, it could be, but
yo, how do you
that's what
get the
I'm
Bible
saying.
bot to work?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not even interested in what the sky is doing. If that Pac-Man model's a thing, then so be it. But if the ground's curving or not, that's the major
Yeah, that's my
the
major.
major issue. Still water's got to be either curving or flat. So
That's my major contention, is the flatness of the water, which we will test soon in 6 months, apparently.
what you think it's curving? What kind of test you got?
Dude, we've been talking about this for like the past 3 days. White words test.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Love white
How do I
birds
get the
test.
Bible bot? How do I get the Bible bot to work?
It's even more amazing that an Australian came up with this.
Wait, no, seriously, how do I get the Bible bot to work on this chat? Or do you guys not have it?
Never heard of it.
It's where you type in the verse and then it reads it out on Discord for you.
I don't know.
Okay, I got you, Reconor. Here you go, buddy. I found the link. Or I guess whoever wants it.
Like what?
It's just it's basically the breakdown about neutrinos and how even the concept doesn't work.
Yeah, what do they say? Like 1 million neutrinos go through your fingernail every
that's
second
right,
or
you don't read.
something. Yeah, I gave up reading yours.
Yeah, sorry.
They even
You got
have
this.
some sort of germanium like hexagram thing like deep underground in Germany somewhere, where apparently the neutrinos make it vibrate as they pass through and they can measure it. It's just like, come on, this is another Foucault's pendulum, man. Let's be
On
honest.
a hypothetical simulation, wouldn't the neutrinos be like the code just running through the program?
When you said
I feel
simulation
like
before, like
neutrinos is. Hold on, Gio. I feel like neutrinos could be the ether. That's all.
a way that they're trying to hijack the ether in a different way, like kind of as a backup plan with the neutrino theory.
I mean, the way they describe neutrinos is it's everywhere. Sometimes it interacts with matter, and you know what? That's how do you just describe the ether? It's everywhere. Sometimes it interacts with matter, right? I don't know. I'm not a big ether
Well, Matrix, when you said simulation, I'm not saying this is the case exactly, but there's like an idea where, let's say, like there is no Earth. All there is like our reality, like within our human body. Let's say that is like being rendered, and so as you travel on the Earth, it's just rendering, kind of like a video game where there is no actual world. It's just rendering your reality. So like if I were to travel from to another continent or whatever, it's like as I'm traveling, it's just rendering. So in the distance, like okay, that starts more ocean, and then gets to land. It's just kind of like a trippy idea where like instead of the idea of there actually being a physical Earth, it's actually just reality is being rendered, in your local region, and it just keeps rendering different things as you travel around. Although if that's the case, there still has to be some consistency because we know if you travel this direction, you're going to get somewhere.
That's
But
just
in
not
that reality, it makes all of us some sort of robots tending to like your kind of destiny kind of thing. And that's what that idea makes you feel. It makes you feel like you're the real person and everybody else is some sort of script. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happens. That's like the flaw in that idea.
Now, I'm not going to pretend like I understand the argument against neutrinos, because I think the argument for neutrinos is so stupid that it's just kind of like as soon as you start arguing against it, it's like a rabbit hole of the more you argue against it, the more legitimate it seems.
I think it's
Like you're giving it energy,
I think it's like arguing against the moon when they can't even establish a radius of the Earth. Like you're gonna need R to go to the moon, sir.
You're going to need R for that. Yeah.
It's like 20 levels of division lower, like it doesn't even make sense in their own science. That's the thing. So it can be dismissed just as much as it can be proposed. I mean, it's not functional. You can't use it for anything. Nobody can actually detect this shit except a couple, organizations. I mean, it essentially doesn't exist even with all of the evidence.
I mean, at this point, I'm starting to question those that truly still hold on to that globe model because we all know there's more than enough evidence to imply that that we have no idea what is going on. There's just enough evidence from one side, which we know is fabricated, that from the other side.
Well, it does seem like Matrix. It seems like some people look at all the information and still come to a globe conclusion, which is surprising. But is that what you're saying? Like you're questioning whether they're even being honest or whether they're really coming to that conclusion? It surprises me. I mean, for sure, that people could really look at everything and be like, "Yep, all checks out as a globe."
Dude, I have a theory, crazy, theory that I can't prove possibly. There's no need to suicide me, guys. I can't prove. I have a theory that there is no global entity. That all these people are like some sort of like agents or some that they report to some agency. That these people that have been here from the beginning are like like Point Intel Pro or some shit. Like
That's an interesting theory. So you're just saying that like in that idea that like everybody in these discussions, like there are no real globe earthers at all, that they're all just pushing a script, and that anyone who really
dude,
looks
you could see them when they change. Like in Nathan Opie's show, a lot of people just go being Globers and they just become flat earthers. Like it doesn't seem normal for people to remain globe earthers, bro. Like there just seems enough evidence for both sides, and equally legitimate and illogical, and however way you want to cut it. So it seems to be like, damn, like it has to be more than it has to be more than just spiritual, bro. Like there has to be some sort of profitable, reason that they hold on to these beliefs and not just admit that there's just enough valid information on both sides. So it makes it confusing on what is the nature of your reality. So I'm assuming there's no Globers here, right?
Thank God.
Nah, so we need to change the topic because at this point, we're it's a circle jerk.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm a Glober. So you lied.
So I'm saying, man, give me, give me. I mean, at least try to man or whatever. Give me reasons of why are you still a Glover? What is it that's still holding you on to that belief?
Because I have no reason to believe that it's flat. I mean, all the flat evidence seems to be kind of faulty.
I mean,
Well, the globe
best I can say,
evidence seems to be kind of faulty.
best I can say
Well, I
is,
think flat evidence is more faulty, though. So.
but best I could say is at least there's enough proof that the evidence that the globe is providing, which is the authoritative claim, right? They are the authority. They're claiming this. There seems to be more evidence that what they're saying isn't factual, at least as factual as they state.
What?
Well, like the moon landings, these kind of things are questionable.
Okay.
Do you think it's fair if I said like you were never really a globe earther? That you just kind of like found out when you got into this topic and you actually learned the arguments? You were just kind of like a believer before, and now you're kind of like more evidenced.
I mean, I wouldn't go. I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, like I obviously didn't look into a lot of it. But I always like obviously had a liking for it, obviously. So I like, learned about like the solar system on my own and whatnot. Like I always liked space, so I guess you guys can chalk it up to, oh, he's a space fanboy or whatever. But I've just always been like interested like in space and all that. So I looked into it myself. But I didn't look into like like certain scales, like, oh, the 3959 thing or whatever, or I didn't look into like, I don't know, specific things like the tilt of the Earth and whatnot. Like I know that now because of arguing with you guys, but I always knew like just like the fun stuff, like the order of the planets, or like maybe the distance of the sun. I knew about like AU, like that's the distance. It's an AU. I didn't know about the actual number per se, but I also knew like ratios of the planets. Like I knew that the moon was roughly like 3 to 4 times smaller than the Earth, that the sun's roughly around 100 times larger than the Earth, that like Neptune and Uranus or Uranus are around 4 to 5 times larger, and then Saturn and Jupiter are around 10 times larger. Like I knew about that stuff, like the fun stuff, But yeah, arguing with you guys, yeah, like just like I don't know, like just like scale, like the scale of things and the names of things, and that's it really. But I started like obviously getting into learning the
Here.
details when I got into deep into debate. So yeah,
I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think it's at all suspicious or peculiar that the globe evidence, like all the claims of the globe, are just outside of our observation?
No, I think it's the
You
globe is
you don't
just
find that interesting at all? That the size, dimensions, everything exists just outside our ability to perceive it.
I think it's suspicious that the evidence that we do have, you guys kind of ignore. Like for
Like
example,
what?
the 20-mile, like the high altitude balloon video. You guys chalk it up to, oh, maybe it's the air
Okay.
pressure and the
Would you
lens
agree
bending the
that
lens,
that's
but
not good
it never.
evidence?
I think it's decent evidence. You do
You think
see
it's
curve,
decent
and you
evidence?
guys just deny it. Yeah, and it's not fisheye
Okay.
lens. You guys will say that
Anything
oh, it's
else?
possible. There's just
How about
other
like the
stuff that
TV
just kinda, like,
shows that
intuit-
that fake their laser tests? How about that?
Oh, you mean like the YouTube video thing? That one YouTube? Wait, what are you talking
No,
about?
no, it
Actually,
was on the I think the
Yeah, the
History Channel,
CBS.
CBS
Yeah,
or
it had
CBS.
that. It had that vegetable in the fucking wheelchair. Whatever the scientist guy. He was like, and then they are going to shoot a laser, and I was just cracking up. I was like, this
they
is fucking
superimposed
ridiculous.
things into the footage. It wasn't even a real test. And then
Wait.
the other one was the Stephen Hawking's one. I mean, like all the ones that have been on TV have
Dude, the
not been
Stephen
real. Do you
Hawking's
find
one
that
was so
suspicious at all?
bad.
what was
It
the
was
test
so
for again? It was
bad.
just
Like I
like
was
long.
watching it.
It
It
was
was
just like
so bad. They only did two sides.
okay, that's cool.
They
Anyway,
saw a laser
so what
over a
was
lake.
Middle.
Even the one in Beyond the Behind the Curve in the Netflix documentary, that one's fake too. Because they showed something basically something was floating in the lake, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and it had lines on it with different colors, and you could verify, oh look, I can't see these lines, so it must be covered by the curve of the Earth. However, the trick to that footage was that you could literally
you can see the horizon or something.
you can see the horizon behind it, right? So like in all of these instances, all of these like mainstream evidences, they're all wildly faked or misunderstood.
Yeah.
So not evidence at all. So
like lies, basically.
Well,
yeah,
I'm reading
and it's always like wherever you find them lying, it's always like something where you have to investigate.
Okay, so I think it's less of faking it and more of just either misunderstood, like maybe they misunderstood their own thing, or I think there was some sort of like what is it, refraction going on, because there was still something in front of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that was a wave. I doubt it. We have to check that video again to
Wait,
see.
you think the vegetable genius made a mistake?
What? I don't
I was
even know
kind
if
of
that's the
like
same
leading
video.
into something here. Do you find it curious that these like professional interests with a lot of money behind them, they wouldn't go out of their way to actually like learn the arguments and present them as we are presenting them? Like it's almost as if they're going out of their way to misrepresent us and not really represent us at all. As if there is no argument, or not represent the argument accurately. I mean, do you find that curious?
I mean, even if they did make a mistake with their video, there are other amateur videos of things just disappearing, behind, the horizon where you don't see the horizon behind it. So, I mean, you can argue, yeah, they made a mistake and that kind of discredits them, but there's still amateur videos that do show, the effect. So I don't really need their evidence. I have other people's evidence, So whether they made a mistake or not, I don't really care. That's on them. I mean, I don't really watch those anyway.
So you would say the boat going over is a good proof?
I mean, I would say that you would have to have something happening, with the flat Earth, obviously, for that to happen, and obviously that effect, which would be refraction, happens on both models, but if we're talking just strictly bottom up obstruction, one would assume that flat Earth would at the very least need some atmosphere shit going on. While with the ball Earth, it doesn't in that particular situation where things are disappearing bottom up. Now, what the globe does need though is if the horizon is farther than it should be, then it needs obviously refraction to bring the horizon up. So, but specifically bottom up obstruction though, globe doesn't need anything for specifically that. All right, while the flat Earth does. All right, for that specific case, if we're gonna get super specific, But hold on, real
So
fast.
do you think
I
it's
cutting
unfair that the mainstream doesn't actually present our argument?
So what is your guys' argument?
Oh, so what the fuck are you doing here? You don't know what the arguments are?
No. Well, I mean, I've heard the arguments, but I want to know what your specific one is because I mean, you guys have a bajillion of them. So
okay, this is
how they going to address it? How they going to address a billion of them? You know what I'm saying in one video? Like that's ridiculous. But go on. What is the argument that?
No, but they don't present any of them actually.
Okay, but what is the
one? They don't present any of them. All they do is present straw men, but very simplified straw men, only for the sole purpose of misrepresentation and entertainment.
I would say the flat Earth did the exact same thing when they did their laser test. I mean, did they ever really account for there's refraction on the globe Earth as well? No, they just kind of said, well, we're doing some measurements or whatever.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
What is it like? Actually, I'm not quite sure. I could be talking my ass, but
yeah,
did FE Core ever account for globe Earth refraction, or did they just kind of say?
Are you?
I haven't actually looked.
Are you serious? Okay. If you're being serious, yes, of course they did. And not only that, but it's called the laser transit. So what they did was not a laser test. What they did was a physical measurement using like a $50,000 laser. So what they did was they measured throughout a whole week over a frozen lake, and they measured at I think 4 different distances to verify what and if any refraction was having an effect on the observation. So they mounted things along the way to verify it's actually either going straight or if it's bending up or down or whatever. And it showed like everything was accounted for. It showed that it just hit the target because it was very cold and very dry. It was a homogeneous medium that they were shooting the laser through. Now, if they kept the laser on, like if they kept it on like for a few minutes, then what would happen was it would actually cook the air and it would start to make the laser shoot up. But they learned that that's what happens, and they just did something. They just did it really quick, while the measuring was still good.
Okay. Well, the reason why I brought that up is because I mean I don't know what the conclusion was. If the conclusion was flat Earth or whatever, or just
the conclusion was that they disproved the what was it called, the geoid model, the what was it called, something 86 or 84, the WGS 84.
Oh, what's the what is the WG84? Whatever the fuck you just said. What is that?
It's the as far as I understand, I think it's the geoid model.
Geoid. Geoid.
Somebody correct me, please. I'm not good with names right now. My brain isn't working. So it's essentially the one that they use today. The most recent geodata.
So you're saying it? Hold on. So you're saying it's just the ball model, the geoid model? I mean, they're. Let me see, because the geoid, because I'm looking up geoid right now. That's more like it's showing you kind of like there's different like, it's not 100% round, but it's not like the potato that they show you either. That's just an exaggeration of the actual.
Yeah, well, that doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really wrong, but yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's a good one, but it's the one that they use.
All right. Well,
let me look at this up real quick. WGS 84.
Okay, while you're doing that, yeah, I guess I maybe I shouldn't have really brought up that. I was just kind of, because I'll be honest, I haven't quite looked into it, but I was just, in a way, I guess I was hoping that they came up with some kind of false conclusion or whatever. But here's the thing, though.
It's the World Geodetic System.
Okay.
So it's just what they claim that the Earth actually is physically. Its physical shape. That's what they claim that is.
All right. Well, anyway, to get back on track though, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe they did a good job on that test. So maybe I was talking out of my ass for that, but I still think though that maybe that one video they did make a mistake, and that's it's fine. Or there was refraction going on there. It's hard to tell where exactly. Maybe it was the background. Maybe it was the foreground. Foreground bringing the water up, or maybe the background bringing the horizon up from behind. That being said, I don't know. It could also just be that they made a fucking shitty mistake on that video. But like I said, I still think there are amateur videos where they do show things without the horizon in the background. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that things are disappearing. So I mean, if that was the conclusion that they were trying to get at, then yeah, obviously it's a very shallow conclusion, because there's always refraction that you can account. You can say is there, whatever. So whatever, fine. But yeah. All right. So I guess so. I mean, what are we kind of arguing here? Just like the validity of some of these like tests that mainstream kind of does, whatever. Is that what we're arguing about?
Right. This is my problem with the argument, is the whole refraction. I think anything that's optical is not a good. You can't use an optical test, and that's the problem. Is that every evidence sides.
Why can't you use an optical test?
We just went through it.
Yeah, I just joined. Sorry.
Oh damn. Well, in any case, I still think, yeah, like I said before, and I'll say it again. Like I still think there is some evidence where it's like, why you just, why are you saying that's not good, whatever. Like I said, the high altitude balloon videos, you have the 20-mile up shit. The horizon's curving. Some of you guys will say, oh, well, maybe because what I'll say in this what I'll say is the videos that I have sent, they aren't fisheye lens, right? And so the argument is that, well, maybe once they get up that high, they sort of become fisheye because the air pressure inside, like behind the lens, will increase because the air pressure outside decreases. So it's maybe it warps the lens. You know what I'm saying? Because it's higher up with less pressure, in the atmosphere. And so, but if that's the case, though, right, then we would still expect that effect. We would expect there to be some sort of fisheye effect where it doesn't just bend one way. The bending changes, how you angle the camera. You know what I'm saying? So, and we don't see that in those videos. We just see the Earth curving very slightly, but it's there though. And so, while you guys have given answers, I don't think it's good enough. I do think there's evidence there. You guys are just not liking it. That's what I have to say. Also, those are weird. Whoever's sending those, the what is that, like? It's Earth, like.
Would you be referring to the apparent horizon out there? Would you?
Huh?
Would you be referring to the apparent horizon with regards to what we see from high altitude that looks like curvature?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
It's apparent for a reason. Called that for a reason.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys.
What does apparent mean? When you say apparent, right? What does it not mean? Is probably the better question.
Okay, so there would be the geometric where it's at the same spot every time. Apparent is where it shifts back and forth, which is what we observe in reality.
Okay, when you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted?
Yeah, I guess so. When I
Okay,
mean geometric, I mean you could mathematically determine exactly where it's going to be, no matter what
right.
atmospheric conditions, right? We
Okay,
know what
but
we're
if you
seeing is
know,
apparent. We know what we're seeing is apparent because it shifts back and forth. Like, it, it's not geometric because geometry doesn't change.
well, if you know the conditions, you know where the horizon will be. You can still do geometry on a refracted horizon.
I'm not disagreeing, but I would just like to see that.
I did it in my last video.
You have a
I
YouTube?
think it's my last video. I do, yeah. I think
Is
it
it
was my
just
last
your,
video.
is it just your
Second.
name?
Yeah.
Is it just your name on Discord?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go see what
Yeah.
your YouTube is about.
I'm driving right now, but I'm pretty sure it was my last video. In the sextant video, and I've got a GeoGebra model that shows you how to do it. If you know what the conditions are, you can do geometry on the horizon.
That's not a picture of you, is
Just
it? That's some
just
Oh,
asked to
kind
see
of.
all his temperature data and pressure data for the whole view that he's
Jeez.
calculating.
Yeah, it's kind of a picture of me. You know the kid that does the thumbs up for the computer, the meme dude.
Think.
Oh, there's a meme like from 30 years ago where this kid's doing a thumbs up in front of a computer.
You have like 6
And
videos. I could watch your whole catalog this
yeah,
one sitting.
I know, I've unlisted a
Oh,
shitload
I
of them.
see it. Thumbs up kid from famous GIF. Okay.
Yeah. So it's my face, but it's on the thumbs up kid GIF.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. The fuck is the fuck? Yeah. Someone's beeping at someone. I don't think it's me.
Did you also have the thumbs up Jesus as your picture, or am I just imagining things?
Yeah, that's imagination. That was not me.
Okay. Well, you know, I think you had a guy with like longer hair, I think, in your image. Maybe that's why I'm confusing the thumbs up Jesus. I don't fucking know.
My
Whatever.
wife was in it at one point, a couple of years ago, maybe. She's got long hair.
I mean, I think I would know if it was your wife or if it was Jesus.
That was the both of us, obviously, but yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Who's sending what? What is this? What is this? It's got flat Earth tiled and shit. What is this nonsense?
Just looking at different models here.
Guys trying to get that Pac-Man model. I'm telling you, if you Pac-Man my ass.
That was Arwen's from like a couple of years ago, was it? Had like a Makeda that just fucking Pac-Man from one side to the other. That was gold.
Yeah, I don't. Don't like the. I mean, obviously, I'm not a flat earther, but if I was, I would not like that Pac-Man model, just because. I mean, I don't know. It's just very weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, just
you never actually observed the sun going into a portal.
Well, no, I don't think it would though. It would just be because I mean, like, if you were to try to imagine the Pac-Man world, if you were actually in the Pac-Man like level, like I said it before, it would be like a cylinder. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you
This
wouldn't
hurts
see
my
the cylinder.
brain.
Okay,
Jeez,
you wouldn't be in
me
it.
down,
You wouldn't see the cylinder, but you would essentially be what is a cylinder, though. It would be a higher dimension. I don't know. It's fucking weird. That's you know what I'm saying. So even as a globe earther, I think the Pac-Man model is just ridiculous for you guys. Go get something else. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, get something. Get something. Come on. Anything.
Fair. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Anyway.
I think Lightsword has a good non-visual test or non-optical test.
It would be great if it would work, but I think there's too many problems with it. I mean, to pull something tight over 10 miles, like, yeah, the amount of force required, just insane.
I imagine he'd have to hook it up to something that's mounted really deep or already made, like a building or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. I know George has done some calculations on the amount of force required, and it was just insane. Like to make something
What was
that like
insane?
that go taut. The amount of force required to make something like that go taut over such a long distance.
Well,
I don't think it needs to
taut
go
like
taut.
how?
I don't think it needs to go like straight. I think it just needs to change the numbers
Change
on
the weights.
scales.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number on the scales.
Hold on,
to move.
Ruf. How much weight do you think this is?
I don't know.
Okay, well, at maximum length, it's 750 pounds. It's
Okay,
just
that's a lot.
over 330 kilos. So it's not that much.
Well,
overall.
over 10 Ks or 10 miles?
That's over 10K.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
10K.
All right. I would love to see people attempt it.
Me too, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, with that, you still have to make sure you're doing it on a very leveled, like ground, or obviously, if you can do it over like I guess like ice or whatever, but because if you're not, there's a possibility that you're but then again, I guess the numbers that you get along the line will kind of tell you what you're dealing with, I guess. So
yeah, I mean
750
750 is
my
not
main
a
issue
lot.
is what if because my main issue is what if you actually are like in this hypothetical situation. Let's say we were on the flat Earth, right? And you guys were to do this over like a hill, and you don't notice it because it's that kind of flat hill, but it's still there. And you guys are to tighten it. You would get the conclusion that it's a ball, but it's actually a hill there. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. What if? Although I mean, it would be a little less likely on a ball, though.
Isn't he doing it at
what
the
if,
same?
for whatever reason, you got like
Isn't he using a
What?
level?
Arma, do you
like
use a lot
water
of
level?
toilet paper?
Why?
I just get this feeling like you use a lot of toilet paper.
A little.
Because
Why?
it just like keeps coming out. Like you
How
wipe,
did
it
you?
keeps coming out, and then you get this bubble fart, and it just keeps coming. You're like, oh. I mean, that's, or is that just the other hole?
Oh, well, I guess it's both. Damn.
Oh, okay.
I shit
That's
twice a
funny,
week,
though.
so
Anyway, no.
I'm negative on the toilet paper.
You shit twice a week. Are you keto?
Yeah. Am I keto? No.
No, he's
Keto.
probably carnivore.
Damn. No, but yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I just think I think the best would be over maybe ice, but even then, there may be some issues
Yeah.
there.
Ice would be good.
I would have to assume it's leveled. I mean, the water is naturally, and then when it freezes, it should. I mean, I'm not.
But it also comes back to people just rejecting optical experiments for shit reasons. Like the whole
Well, hold
reason
on.
you
Are we
want to
talking
do
about
a
the same
physical
thing?
one. Well, this
Okay.
is a physical experiment, right? Because flat earthers
Yeah.
reject optical experiments or optical observations.
Yeah. Trying to think that. Yeah. So if we were to tighten that, that would go.
It's a matter of being definitive, Rehif. You know this. Optical
Yeah, I agree.
anomalies are at play all day long.
And what have I said for
This
years?
just rules
What
that
have I
out,
said?
mate.
No, what have I said for years?
Oh, I don't fucking know. What have you said
Tell
for
me what.
years?
All right, get above the surface where the temperature gradient is stable, and you get refraction that's predictable.
But you still have to look down towards the horizon, the apparent horizon, which is through all of the atmosphere.
You don't have to look at the horizon at all.
Well, what observation are you talking about?
If you have 2 points of known elevation, you can predict an angle that you'd measure with a theodolite on both flat Earth and on a globe.
Oh, sure, and then you can calculate a whole heap of stuff, sure, but that's not definitive still.
How is that not definitive? What's wrong with these calculations and predictions?
Well, that's exactly what's wrong, the calculation.
What's wrong with it?
Well, where is it? Are you talking about your video where you make all these calculations, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, my video, yes.
With your theodolite or Ranty's thing?
Yes, the theodolite.
And what elevation was that at?
It was 900 meters looking across the things that are, oh, fuck, 900 meters across to 1100, and I think the other one was 1400, something like that. So looking above where your line of sight is, 100, 150 meters above the surface, where the temperature gradient is stable and refraction is predictable. That's the whole point.
Okay, so there's the problem there. Predictable. If you wanna put some probes out there and send a plane through and check all the conditions so that you know that they match your predictability calculator, then we can probably discuss how definitive what you're talking about is. But if you're going to assume those conditions are low refractive and you can use your assumed predictive calculator, then it's just an assumption.
Can I answer that now? So if I was to give you weather data from 200 weather balloon stations around the world, showing that once you get above, about 100 meters, then refraction is predictable, what would you say to that?
Well, that wouldn't be for the area that you're talking about.
Right, but 200 weather stations around the world.
Yeah, but it wouldn't show that your calculator that is for predictable refraction matches.
Yeah, but your position now is that
the data coming from those balloons is.
Right, but your position now is
confirm that. Can you confirm that?
Your position now is that these 200 weather stations are an anomaly.
No.
Yes,
you're just saying that the data coming from them equates to your predictable refractive calculator. Can you prove that?
Yes.
Oh, well then, okay.
Of course
okay, then please go ahead and prove that.
Yeah. Awesome.
Or,
okay, I will. That's my next video. Yeah, that's my next video.
Cliff, do you support the physical experiment?
I support people doing it, but I don't think it will show anything, and I think it will be a wash. I don't think it'll do anything.
Okay, do you want to make an actual prediction, and what will your prediction actually be? Because Rumpus made one yesterday and said that. Yeah, for the physical one.
Yeah, I don't have a prediction because I think there are too many factors involved to make a prediction. I think it will fail.
Assuming everything is able to be done, and we can pull some tension. What do you think will happen?
Of course, it'll come out globe. Of course.
I got it for you.
So you're under the impression if we could measure, there would be a downward force measured, given that it's a globe.
Yeah, theoretically, yes. But I think there are too many issues. Okay.
Is that based on your understanding of the test itself and the geometry involved with the globe versus flat?
Yes, but not my understanding of the huge amount of physics involved with tension and it's just going to be too many real world stuff to fuck it up.
Yeah, okay. Well, Rumpus basically said yesterday that no matter how hard we pull on that, even if we could pull infinitely, there'd be no downward force to ever measure.
Why
we had to go around in circles with that yesterday. Just yesterday.
He has no argument for that, though.
Yeah, why did he say that?
Well, he just said there's no downward force. As soon as, this was what he said exactly. As soon as the rope touches the ground, the net force is zero. And then no matter how many times we said, okay, so if it's laying flaccid on the ground straight,
that means his math is wrong.
And then we apply tension, where's the force going to go? And he said it will just all be lateral.
Yeah, no. He did his math wrong is why.
I think it'll be down a little bit. Because if the Earth's curved and there is a bit of a sideways, if you pull it taut, let's say you're on a flat Earth and you pull it taut, yes, there'll be only a sideways force. But if there's curvature involved, when you tighten it, it will become a chord, right?
Exactly. That was what I was trying to get. He was yelling at me like abusively that I was an idiot and I didn't understand net zero when it's on the ground.
Yeah,
so it was an interesting.
Either it'll pull up when you pull it taut, or it will hug down. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And you could measure that with the scale to some degree, like the resting weight. And then the weight of it being taut should be less than it should be if it's a globe.
Yeah, I think it should push down a little bit.
Really high up when it's concave.
Yeah, whether it's
Uh,
measurable or actually happens in reality, too many factors. So
well, hey, you know,
Yeah, well,
that's a great
that's just
question. If it's
logistics.
really high up, it could be concave. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I go to 3 meters, mate.
I
Take it to
mean,
3 meters, and if we can give it a good enough pull, we might be able to prove that.
yeah. Anyway, getting back to optics,
Anyway,
like I said, I'm writing some
yeah.
code that pulls a shitload of data from weather balloon stations around the world. Compares the gradient close to the surface compared to, above the surface, 100 meters or so, and showing that it's pretty consistent. The end.
Okay, and look, at the end of the day, Ree, if I hear what you're saying and what you're doing is
Hello.
good. You're trying to back everything you're doing, but it, like, even with, like, say shooting, you've got your scope or your, say, even a fucking laser on there, and you shoot. You might think you're in line, you might think you're on target, but until the bullet hits the spot that you're looking at, you don't know that you are. So with your thing, I'd like you to be able to then definitively verify, and I suppose in essence I'm saying, shit, get a ruler out to check that your calculations are correct. And I realise you can't do that, it's not practical, but you hear what I'm saying?
No, I mean, mathematically, the equations are correct. I'm not sure what you mean in reality.
Practically.
Well, yeah, so you see a target. You can assume that you're on target all you like. You can calculate it, you can do everything. But until you pull the trigger and the bullet hits that target, that's when it's confirmed. Right, so I'm just wondering the same thing. How are you confirming your calculations are indeed accurate without doing anything physical?
Again, not entirely sure what you mean, but what I'm doing is applying, known atmospheric conditions, applying them mathematically to come up with a prediction for what we should see, for what angle we should measure. And we measure that angle. If you want to come up with a different prediction to what I came up with for a flat Earth, I mean, go ahead. But I've just used a simple, straight trigonometry right angle triangle for a flat Earth, as you would expect.
Yeah, but I'm just getting set. But how are you confirming that? I understand what you're doing and how you're going about it.
Yeah.
Just how are you validating that, other than to say it matches what I expect to see or the prediction?
Yeah, that is the validation. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. The validation is that it matches reality. And again, I make predictions for flat Earth, and the flat Earth measurements are way off, which obviously contradicts flat Earth.
Well, then I suppose it comes back down to the calculation of the assumed refraction or the negligible refraction or whatever you called it.
Yep.
So gather your data, we'll see what it says, I suppose. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome. All right. Oh, I've got 6 minutes, people, before I pick up my daughter. And entertain me for another 6 minutes.
Yeah. No.
Still with your wife?
Yeah.
Congratulations. You're a normal person in an abnormal generation.
Hey, Jeremy, science doesn't prove things.
What's up? No, not you, bud. I'm talking to Discord.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I just said science doesn't prove things. That's all. Just a jab.
That's just silly, bro. That's silly.
Yeah.
Well, when you do science, you have an alternative hypothesis and a null hypothesis, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and at the end of it, one of those things is going to come true, right?
Yeah, you will have disproved.
If it's formulated correctly, one of those things will come true, right?
Yeah, because if it is formulated
so you've
correctly,
proved
one
one
of them is
them.
no,
So
one of them
one
is
of
a
them, right?
not. I'm halfway through. One of them is a not, right? If you do it correctly, the null is like a not. So you're actually disproving.
Yeah, and what happens when the other one comes true?
Yeah, well then you disprove the other one.
So you don't think you ever prove something when you do science? You're not proving
Correct.
either the null or the alternative
Yeah,
hypothesis.
you disprove one. You're saying one of these things has an effect, and then you either disprove it or you sort of confirm it. You don't prove it.
If I put heat to water and it causes the water to boil, have I now proven that heat causes water to boil?
No, put it in a logical syllogism, and I'll show you where it goes wrong.
Bro, you got me and you are stars of a numpty clip where it was clearly pointed out you don't understand logic.
I guarantee you I understand logic. Guarantee you.
It's been demonstrated you don't.
Okay, so then put it in a syllogism, and I'll show you where it fails.
I want to see this numpty clip.
Oh, it's probably, is it QE, I assume? No one has actually put forward a syllogism yet.
Me and you, Ruhif, going down in eternity. QE. Ruhif,
did you
me and you
provide
are
a
going
syllogism?
down. And you were going down in eternity. You look silly, all right? QE made me look good, obviously, but
I'm
you
sure
look
we have
silly in
very
it. He
different
pointed out.
opinions
Have
on
you
what
ever
happened
seen
that
the
day.
clip, Ruhif? Have you ever seen the clip?
Oh, I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah, and you realize how silly you were, right?
No one's put forward a syllogism to say that heat causes water to boil. Why can't you?
Huh? Wait,
Put
I thought we were
forward
talking
a
about an numpty
formal
clip.
logical syllogism. Yeah, we were. Put forward a formal logical syllogism that proves heat causes water to boil. Heat is the cause.
Heat is the cause.
Damn
If
it to me.
Isn't it like pressure, heat?
What's the point again? Like what spawned this question?
That science doesn't prove things.
Science doesn't prove things.
So you can apply heat to water 1 trillion times, and it will probably boil 1 trillion times, but you will not have established a formal proof.
A formal proof.
Well, we proved it in reality, so I don't know what you think the words mean,
Well,
but
look,
we've proved it in.
That's
I
kind
accept
of.
that heat causes water to boil.
Well, hold on, man. That's kind of like who gave you that authority? Like maybe someday some kid's gonna explain, like some 4-year-old's gonna tell you how it works and why it works. So, who are you to decide?
You can't formally prove with logic that heat is the cause of water boiling.
Oh,
you can prove it in reality. So I don't know why you think that. I don't know why you
How
think
would you
the
do
words.
it? Would you just? Sorry, you go. All right, well, so you're at mute.
So are you saying claiming the heat is the cause is the?
Of course it is. We all agree that it is, right? But whether you can put it into a formal logical proof.
Well, I would say heat is like it's just too general.
Yeah, but we're just talking simple shit, right?
Yeah,
when you have it formulate, when you have the
like saying that we suck because of your simple straw man.
When you have the hypothesis formulated correctly and you have the pressure as the control, the heat causes water to boil. We proved it time and time again. Even though Ruger thinks we didn't prove it.
Put it into a formal logical syllogism, and I bet you cannot. I bet you'll commit a fallacy.
Hey, do you have any money on that? Just curious.
QE did it in the video. QE did it in the video. He pointed it out. It's perfect logic.
I've seen it.
Perfect logic. Of course you didn't, because you're scared.
Well, send me a link and I'll watch it. And I'll come on, dude.
Bro, I'm not digging it up, dude. You should know. You're the worst Glober when it comes to logic.
Sure, champ.
Don't start calling me champ,
the
Chief.
clip.
The worst.
I'll rewatch the numpty clip
Chief.
and see if there's a syllogism in there.
Chief,
anyway,
the numpty clip. Chief, the numpty clip's out there, bro. You can go find it. You're a big boy.
All right, we'll do. Catch you guys later.
Catch you guys later.
You know he's pissed when he starts calling people. When he starts calling people Chief or whatever the fuck he did. Yeah, I mean, QE pointed out it's perfect logic when you put it.
And what was it?
Heat. I think it was over the heat causing water to boil thing. Because Rufus said we couldn't prove that with science, and I brought him through the heat causing water to boil thing, and QE was listening. He made a numpty clip on it and pointed out how it's perfect logic.
Okay, well I mean, I don't always agree with QE stuff. Let me
I don't either, but I mean, he's had it nailed dead nuts on this one.
Let me see.
I mean, Huey made Bob and Alice, so I mean, that already like
Well, like I said,
but
I don't agree with everything he said. He got this one dead nickel though.
All right. Do you know what the numpty like? I guess I gotta. Is it on a playlist? I don't look at these numpty clips.
Yeah, he's got a playlist. QE's got
And
a playlist
it's
on his
on
channel.
the playlist.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit down, probably from 3-4 months
Dude,
ago.
Brenda has. I don't even know if I should say his or hers, but own playlist. Them.
Yeah, Brenda's a gold mine.
Yeah, Brenda's a moneymaker. Just not for Brenda, apparently. Okay, so I have no idea. His organization is dog shit, so I have no idea. Signature series numpty clips?
No, it's just in the regular list. The regular list of them.
Numpty Baltard clips?
I'm going to find it because I feel like walking through this is going to be a daunting task.
I want to see it. If you can send, if you find
Here's
it,
something with Biodual. Hey, should I just type in heat? I'm going to type in heat.
No, try Ruhif.
Ruhif is part of it. Okay.
Yeah, Ruhif's in it, bro. Me and Ruhif.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I'm in don't search my name. I know my name ain't in it.
Okay,
I'm in them,
toe
though.
tag, Soundly again, and Ruhif again.
No. That ain't it. Ain't Soundly's not in it. How we doing, kiddo? You good? You good? You're hugging daddy so tight.
Oh, he wants to be a flat earther. He's like, Mommy said I can't be a flat earther.
Seriously, yeah. For real.
Let's see. Yeah, I have no
I
idea.
didn't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll find it in a minute. It was perfect. That was beautiful.
Is it a toe tagged?
No, it's in QE's channel, and he has a numpty list playlist. Numpty clip playlist. It's in there.
Okay, I'm gonna type in numpty and see if that helps.
Well, just go look at it. Go to QE's channel and then go to the playlist.
Bro, that's where I started. Then you said it was in the regular, and I checked the regular. Now you tell me it's in the playlist.
Yeah, the regular numpty clip playlist.
Okay, whatever that is.
Are you tired?
Numpty Baltard clips. Got it. Polyamorous booger lover.
Okay. Night.
I'm in that one. The polyamorous booger lover.
Time for night.
You know, Quantum Eraser is never gonna get anywhere if he keeps making like video names like this.
I mean, he made me look good in it. He made Scott Veach look bad. But
Oh, you looked real good in that one, Branch. Yeah, I saw that one. He made you look good.
I don't know about how good, but I wasn't
Who
like.
keeps leaving? Just like I just heard a bunch of bidoo. Yeah, man, I have no idea. Let me search Ruhif, see if that helps. Oh, I'm clicking on Discord. Whatever.
Why isn't QE in this place? Do he and Gio not get along?
QE got banned the first day.
Oh wow. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
How? What happened? I mean,
he just came into the VC and just started like demanding like roles and started getting all verbal and abusive and shit, and he's just like, okay, bye. So yeah, it didn't last long.
Like I'm not. I mean, this is not a place to like shit talk people, but I do think that he like, I don't know.
Oh
think
yeah, I
it's-
can't stand
when it
QE.
comes to like civil debates. I think like just like trying to like I don't know, like I can argue with you guys, but like I'm kind of cool with you guys. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like I don't know. I can't. No.
Well, just for clarity, he wasn't banned. He was given a warning, and then after he was given a warning, which is like a 30-minute timeout thing, I think he left the server after that.
There we go. I found it. I'll post in the live stream one text. This points it out quick.
Yeah,
this
either
points
he
it out.
has full authority or he just leaves. So
he came in and he said he wanted a top moderator role and stuff, and then he erupted. I think that guy Kool-Aid, like he made a numpty thing about Kool-Aid, so then Kool-Aid like started calling out his military acumen or whatever, and that really got. So then Kiwi just erupted, and then I gave him a warning, and then he left the server. And then at the time, I was a moderator on his server, and then he removed my moderator on his server, but I've since left that server. But yeah.
Yeah, that YouTube clip points out perfectly how it's logical, and just just watch it.
Oh, Roofy. Okay, that's why, because he doesn't know how to spell.
Well, he calls him Roofy. Yeah, he calls him Roofies, I think, instead of Ruhiv.
Whatever. All right, I'll be right back.
I mean, it's really like it's perfect logic. The heat causing water to boil thing. And he pointed out, I showed Ruhif this a long time ago, this numpty clip. I don't know why he didn't watch it. Like, I'm not good with logic at all. But I know that science works off of logic. Like, you can't you can't have a hypothesis and then do your experiment and at the end have it be illogical, because I think it's deductive or inductive. What's the better one? I forgot what the better one is. Either way, science is deals with the better logic. I can't remember if it's inductive or deductive.
I have my doubts about QE. I don't think he believes this shit.
I don't know. He's a hardcore, like he's a Bible literalist, so I don't see why not.
Yeah, I think he does. Why not, Branch? You think it's all an act or something?
Yeah, I think he enjoys the power and shit. Like, he enjoys making people follow his lead, but I don't think he actually believes Earth's flat.
You're telling me he's just a glober the whole time? He thinks the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum whirling through outer space? No way.
Yeah, after all this?
No way.
I think
that's one thing that's not the case. He may be other things, but he's not a secret glober, I don't think, at all.
I don't know. I have my doubts about him.
I mean, he tears the globe apart on so many levels.
Yeah, but he does it for fun. He's not, I don't know, it's weird. He really does argue against people as opposed to the actual argument. It's like he's in it just for fun.
I remember way back in the day on 24/7, at one point I was talking with Indio. It was like a small room, a couple of us, and I remember I said to Indio, I was like, what do you think like QE's like overall kind of goal is? Like, I was like, do you think he wants to like wake people up to flat Earth? I just remember Indio was like, nah, dude, I don't think he wants to wake people up. Like, that's not quite his thing. And he was just saying that, like, I think he was more saying that he just wants to be right. I think that was kind of, he was like, no, he just wants to like be correct and like shred people. It was just kind of funny the way he said it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of fun. This may not be right or whatever, but it is kind of fun making these guys look silly, especially for me, because I'm not, like, I barely graduated high school, and these guys are supposed to be some PhD, master's degree, fucking genius motherfuckers, right? So it is like, it's like good for morale when I like absolutely demolish one of these guys in some silly little argument we're having.
Yeah, I think QE sees it more as like a boxing ring, you know? It's like, how big can you like give the guy the uppercut and have everyone laughing at him or whatever? Like,
yeah,
that kind of vibe. Just how much can you crush them?
Yeah.
But perhaps his motivation is not necessarily to like enlighten people to the truth, although maybe it is. Maybe on some level he is trying, like, through the exposing of people. He's
always Yeah, he's always said these numpty clips was for that specific reason, so that new people coming into the arena could just spot the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because it took me a while, as I'm sure it took you guys a while, to spot the Glober, all their bullshit. We didn't just pop into this arena and we knew all their fucking tricks and tricks of the trade.
Yeah, it's one thing about QE. Like when I've talked to him directly, just him and I kind of thing. Like I've often said that to him. I've just been like I've given him props for like the capacity that he has to like sniff out bullshit. Like certain people have that capacity like really well, almost like the way a dog can sniff out cocaine or whatever. Like some people have that ability just to sniff, like to find out, to figure out, just liars and lies, and to like be able to reveal that in a really effective way. He definitely has that skill.
Yeah. When it's just him behind the computer doing a video, if it's him and another person face to face, it turns into a shit show pretty quick. But
wait, yeah, but he can tell within seconds, like somebody who's new that he hasn't talked to before, and he'll start asking him questions. Like it's like he can find out if someone's lying within seconds.
Yeah,
maybe he doesn't handle it in the most graceful way, or what he does it in his way, but like he can detect that. He's like a bomb detector. He can figure that shit out quick.
It would be fun if he actually had proper debates, though, where he wasn't a moderator.
Well, that's what I've always wanted to see with him. Like, it'd be cool if he just for a second put it all to the side, all the numpty, dipshit, window licker, like all the insult thing to the side, and actually just drop knowledge. Like, he could be so potent if he did that. Because usually when it ends in the dumpster fire, everyone's like, okay, it's it just sort of ends up in such craziness that people, I think, don't necessarily get to really like integrate the information as well.
Yeah, it won't happen.
No, it will never happen.
Did you watch that clip, Riggs?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I agree. This one's very sharp. It's very easy to digest. The Ruhif thinks that he's logically sound in the way that he presents the question, and he's just not.
Yeah.
So that's why I was confused. I was like, what the fuck are you?
Oh, where you going?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, okay, my bad.
Are you done wiping?
What's up, Ironbar?
But I mean, I watched it too. I mean, now I watched it too, the video, but I mean, I'm mixed because I don't think we could exactly prove things either. I do think we can only disprove things. Because I mean, this is a huge stretch, but what if every time you go to heat, water, with fire or whatever, heat, whatever, right? What if there's a fairy that just jumps in and bam, it just makes you think, obviously, like I said, this is a fucking stretch, but I could never really, prove the fairy's doing it,
All right, on a philosophical level, yeah, you could definitely.
I could always disprove that, certain things don't keep.
There might be.
Sorry, so if I cut you off, my bad. That's my bad.
No, there might be a delay. Can you hear me?
It's a little lag.
Tell him, Gio.
It's a little laggy. Well, I was going to say, like, I mean, yeah, philosophically, you could say, yeah, okay, water heats at this temperature, at these altitudes, and it's consistent, but maybe tomorrow it won't, or maybe it won't boil at all tomorrow, or maybe fairies are doing it. So I guess if you want to go into like a philosophical thing about proof, but the thing is, I was just thinking, like, let's say you think about like a Lamborghini or a Porsche, one of these really, really high-tuned cars. You're telling me that there's no proof involved in how they did all that? You know what I mean? To get the car to go from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, and the transmission and the way the tires grip the road and stuff. I mean, that's just one example in like engineering, but I'm just saying, like, there's no proof in that. Like, there absolutely is. Like, they're definitely dialing shit in to a degree that is so accurate that there has to be proof that is being used in terms of how the engine is, using the fuel and the carburetor and all of those things, the turbocharger, in order for that to work. So how could there not be, physical validation in those?
Well, I think Ruhuf was also saying that, we do, say those are proofs. I mean, we would all agree that, heat, fire, boils water. And, when it comes to building like a car or whatever, there are proofs, like, these things work, you know what I'm saying? But if we're taking that, strict, philosophical, point of view, whatever, then everything could just be like a lie, which like I said, I think it's stupid, and it's very, you're really stretching, for that. But yeah, I do think there are, quote unquote proofs, but I don't think, I don't know. Truth is weird,
So
from a philosophical point of view, anyway.
the irony of all this is we spent the last 3 years having Globers screaming at us that science has proven Earth's a globe and science has proven this and that. And now, most of the flat earthers have figured out how science works. So now you're reduced to saying science doesn't prove things, which is pretty fucking crazy considering the events that took place in the past few years.
Well, when you look at it that way, yeah. But like I said, I think it's a strictly philosophical thing because I would agree that we could, prove things. Just like things do, if you do something, there's a cause, there's an effect. You know what I'm saying? So I do think, using the proof, okay. So when it comes to like boiling water, fire does that or heat does that. That's a proof, right? That kind of proof can be used, I think, as well to prove the Earth, like that same level of proof, which I guess is pretty good actually, because that's technically, yeah. Unless we're assuming fairies, and in that case, that's everything's up in the air.
Even if we did assume fairies with the heat causing water to boil thing, if the fairies are in the fucking fire, whatever.
No, that's the thing. What if they're not in the fire? What if they're like for example, you're in a video game, like a simulation, right? And every time the fairies just want to fuck with you, so every time you go to boil water, they are doing it. You could argue that in a way you are controlling the fairies. Well, you're not controlling them, but you're affecting them in the sense that you're making them do it so they can fool you. But what if one day they don't fool you? You know what I'm saying? There's always that chance. I know it's fucking stupid, but like I said, it's just a what if. All right, it's a philosophical what if.
Yeah, that's a stretch, but
yeah. Where would I mean, fire is a thing. Like, I mean, fire, it's like it's an element. Like, we know what fire is. So, and it create heat. Yeah. So that can be isolated as an independent variable in terms of why water boils. So how is that not?
Yeah, I think.
See, that's how you get the proof.
How the fuck are you guys still on this topic?
Hold on. I know it's weird, right? But anyway, I do think, yeah, depending on which level of proof we're talking about, using the scientific method, like the proof that you get from that, yeah, I think we can prove things, yeah, with that level of proof. I think there's like levels of
hell
proof.
Yeah. That's what we do, is we use the scientific method with the independent variable, like Gio just stated. The problem is the science you guys are claiming is science. You don't have these independent variables that that the experimenter will manipulate systematically. So in that case, you can't prove anything.
Yeah, but not.
In that case, you can't prove anything when you don't have that independent variable, which is what you guys have. Most of your guys' shit is this thing where you have no valid independent variable, so you can't prove things with it.
Okay, but not everything's like an experiment. Like some things are measurements. I mean, that's not, and you could, can you prove a measurement? I mean, you just measure it, right? I mean,
yeah, measurements are fine.
Yeah, so I mean, like for example, so I mean, sometimes
if I put a ruler up to
Earth measurement, I don't know how, whatever, but yeah, the point is.
Well, Arma, yeah, you are lagging for some reason. Do you agree that that things can be true? That there's truth?
I think. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a little weird.
Oh, you're all robotic.
Yeah, now you're robotic.
It is weird, but I think there's.
No, you're roboting, bro.
Truth and
Armada, you're roboting.
There's.
You're still robotic.
Ask him about the truth and he gets shook.
Well, the reason I asked is because if you can hear me, Arma, yeah, you're a robot.
Hey, the motherfucker never shuts up though, so he'll never figure it out.
No, sometimes it takes a second for him to even hear us.
Dude, I swear to God, if he celebrates Christmas, I'm buying him some fucking.
He's still going
to cover all that shit that comes out.
Well, what I was going to say is that because the definition of proof is evidence sufficient to establish a thing as. All right, now we're getting delayed laughing. All right, so the definition of proof is evidence sufficient to establish a thing as true or to produce belief in its truth. So if you think things are true and can be true, then proof is simply the evidence that's sufficient to establish it as true in this definition of it.
Or the belief. Didn't I have belief there as well?
It says or to produce belief in its truth. I mean, this is from dictionary.com.
Well, I like to use water as produce belief.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that.
I like to use water as an example of, just something simple, like, because they say you can't prove anything. So can we prove that water exists? That's not really hard to do. Anyone that has a faucet, water's going to come out of it. Or you go to a pool or a lake or the ocean, there's water. So proving water exists is not hard, and it's a fact that water exists. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing.
There's never going to
think
be a
there's such
day.
thing as-
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's funny because as soon as I talk, I start roboting again. God damn it. Never mind.
It's a never-ending Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon. Fuck, what is going on?
You got to turn off
Hold on,
your
I got an
torrents,
idea.
bro. You got to close that Pornhub tab. You got too many open.
I mean, if you can isolate an independent variable, then you can isolate the cause of something. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line.
That's the crucial.
You have to know the variable first.
All right.
Yeah, that's the crucial part, is knowing that your independent variable actually exists, for one, and then you have to be able to systematically manipulate it to know that you are causing the effect. Like, when you can do that, you're sure, you're positive, and you've proven that this is causing the effect.
Yeah.
When you don't have that independent variable, you don't prove it doesn't do anything for you. You didn't prove it.
You want the null result.
Scientifically.
I fixed my my internet. Yeah, I think there's such thing as, for me anyway, I think there's such thing as relative truths. All right, which I know that sounds stupid, but I think there's such thing as relative truths. Like
That's a new one.
Like,
What's that mean?
So in the sense that, like, like 1 + 1 = 2. Obviously, that's true, right? But like, okay, so you ever been like half asleep or half awake, and like nothing quite makes sense? Like, you'll be like I don't know, you'll be doing something stupid, or maybe even drunk, for example. Because I mean,
Yes,
I don't know.
all my life.
Yeah, drunk or half asleep, right? Or half awake, right? And you're doing something, and it makes total sense, right, at the moment. But then once you finally like wake up, or once you sober up, you're like, "What the fuck was I doing?" Like, at the moment, that was your truth. That made sense. That was the world that
That's
you
called
were.
That's called a fact. A fact always, doesn't always change. It could be the truth, but a fact will tend to sometimes change.
Okay. Well, the point I'm trying to get at is, I think there's something as relative truths, in the sense that, like, just like what I'm experiencing now. I mean, I cannot deny that. Like, I think, therefore I am. The things that I'm interacting with. My experience at the end of the day will be true. You know what I'm saying? That can't be like false. You know what I'm saying? That's what it means to be conscious. That is the one truth I think that does exist.
Therefore, you need scientific methods. You have to follow all the steps to be exactly, you know what you're doing. So you don't have to believe. It's the step to know.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think that would be like that's. Yeah, you would get some kind of proof. I think it's like a, like, as a level.
Yeah, but your memories are not always correct, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
You can be brainwashed to completely forget a memory and remember it a totally different way.
And that's a good thing you brought that up, because I think your memories, that's where the relative truth comes in, because you're brainwashed and you have a totally different, let's say they give you a totally different past, like like a whole new life that didn't exist. All right, like, oh, you thought you were raised on Mars or some shit, whatever, right? That didn't, that never actually happened, but that experience, you thinking that you did, you know what I'm saying? That's your truth. You know what I'm saying? That is, right. That's why I think there's such thing as relative truths. I think because that does exist to you,
Well, with the exception of Johnny, most of us aren't walking around drunk all day. So I don't see how this is relevant.
Don't say he is fucking lying. No, it's too. No, I'm not.
Well, what if
I think Johnny gets a bad rap because of his accent, and people think he's drunk when he's not.
Yeah, but what if we
might have a speech impediment too?
Because there's a lot of people who talk about ascension, ascending. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if our level of consciousness is just low right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, relatively, but we ascend in some way, mentally, And we look back, and it's like looking back at, you know, when you're drunk or when you're half asleep. It's like, yeah, I was, you know, there was so much less, you know, me, you know, there was so much less thinking. I was just stupider, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Dude, that's exactly what the globe is. That's why we left.
yeah, well, I don't know about that. Anyway, point is though, you know, I just think, yeah, I think there's such thing as relative truths, you know. Yeah.
I get drunk as fuck, but not even once when I'm drunk as fuck do I believe that the Earth is flat.
That's a good one. Yeah. Good. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone gets that stupid when they're just No, I'm joking. Don't mute me.
No, you'd have to sober up for that, guys. Sober up.
You've been out of James too much.
No, but you know what I'm talking about though? Like, I mean, like,
You
I've
know,
never
little
gotten
dizzy spinning around 1,000 miles per hour.
What?
Oh, you know he is.
I'm just
you know,
saying.
you're probably all lightheaded from all that shit you keep spewing out.
God
You need to
damn
drink
it.
some water. You're dehydrated.
Yeah, right. No, but you guys know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, whether you're drunk or just half awake, the world that you exist at that moment, the world that you're in is almost like.
What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody knows.
What the fuck you saying, man?
Okay, what I'm
Yeah,
saying
but Armor, that's
is,
kind of a different
percentage.
No, I hear what you're saying, but that's like a different. You're talking about like being in an altered state and then having different perceptions of things. That's understandable. But if we're standing in a room and it's 10 feet by 10 feet that we can measure, no matter if you're wasted or whatever it might be, the room is still 10 feet by 10 feet. It can still be measured no matter how drunk you are. So, like that it doesn't change that philosophically just because you're wasted. The floor is still the floor.
But here's the thing, though.
It could be 3 meters by 3 meters, couldn't it?
But LSD could change that.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I still think like there's a possibility that, you know, we're ignorant, kind of like in our current state, we're ignorant, kind of like our dumber down version, our drunken version is. You know what I'm saying? Like we just couldn't possibly think. You know, we just can't think that, you know, smart. You know what I'm saying? Or we can't like until we, you know, like I don't know. I can't really explain. I know I sound like I'm high right now, but I'm not. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is
I'm lost.
The point I'm trying to get at is if you when you're in that drunken state or when you're half awake, right? You can't think at a higher level. You're dumb at that moment. At that moment, and how you perceive the world is just
responded with.
I know.
You've repeated yourself a few different times already. We already responded. You keep
yeah. I get what he's saying. Like, yeah, no matter how drunk or whatever, you know, the room's always going to be the same size. I get that. Fair enough. All right.
Are you drunk? Are you drunk now?
No, I'm not drunk right now. No. Okay, but I don't know. I'm just saying. I think there could be some things like I don't know. I mean, I guess in some ways, you know, that would be, you know, pretty good proof. Yeah, you know, that this is a certain size.
No, I
no
don't
matter
know.
What.
I don't know.
Like, I guess that's...
Apparently we all know, but we don't know. But then at the same time, we may know if you could just spit it out.
Yes, exactly.
I guess...
Yeah, we blame you.
Okay, I guess there are like some. I guess there are some truths though. Yeah.
Wow.
Because if a room is 10 by 10, then yeah, that's always gonna be 10 by 10, no matter how drunk you are or how ascended you are. You know what I'm saying?
Ding ding ding.
Right. So then the Earth still is what it is. If the room idea is just the room, but how about the Earth is a huge room? So would you say that your thought in the globe is more of a belief, or have you proved it to yourself?
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I kind of blanked out.
All right. In the same way that the room is what it is, whether you're drunk or high, I would say the Earth is what it is. If you say the Earth is a huge room.
Yes, he's saying that. Yeah. It doesn't matter what you think, what it is. Everything is like it is.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I was just
saying.
Like...
I'd like to point out, Armour. I'd just like to quickly point out that you were stating the drunker you get, obviously, the more and more lower your level, and the less you're with it. And you were saying before that the drunker you get, the more you laugh at flat Earth. Oh my God! So the stupider you get, the more you laugh at flat Earth.
I never said.
Fucking
wait,
think about that.
No, when did I say that? No, when did I say that? Because now you're fucking.
You're saying it doesn't matter what drunk you are. The Earth is flat, anyways.
Yeah, but I never said any of that though. Why are you making up stuff for? You're making up stuff. You fucking liar.
Nah, it might not have been you. Someone said it just before. The drunker I get, the stupider flat Earth becomes.
No. Branch said no matter how drunk he gets, he's still not going to think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you go. Say thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So
same shit.
But Arma, to be fair, I think you should
You don't
stick to
get your
like the
smoke.
graphical design, the art. Like focus on instead of talking. I mean, because you focus on the first part of that word, articulate.
Oh, art.
Focus on just the art part.
Okay. No. Anyway, listen, so hear me out, right?
But you are verbose. You got to be more brief, man.
Okay, fine. I'll try to be more brief. Yeah, no, I do think, yeah, like when it, okay, so the philosophical point comes in when you assume there could be, a simulation, or a brain in, a jar or vat, whatever it's called. You know what I'm saying? That's so I do think there are truths. It's just, how true is it? Like if it's a simulation, it's true within the simulation, but not outside of it. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. So I do think there are truths. It's just, it's hard to kind of, I'll give you that. Yeah, the Earth is always
Hard to articulate. Yep, we get it.
The Earth will always be round, whether you guys think it's flat, all right? Or not. There you go.
No matter how drunk you get, just gets sillier and sillier, doesn't it? Yeah.
No one said that. Once again, you're bringing that shit up. No one said that.
Sure.
So yeah, I do think, I'm glad, Gio brought that up, because there are truths. It's just depends on how you look at it.
Relative truth. That's what you started with. You should have just left it with that.
Yeah, well.
Because at the end, you've ended with relative truth. Classic.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know. I like philosophy, crazy because it's, I don't know.
It's all relative.
Yeah, I guess. There's a lot to think about. It's pretty crazy, like if you look at it, like philosophy and all that, like it gets pretty deep. Crazy shit.
So you should be hoping that it's flat then.
No. Well,
no?
Well, I guess maybe. I don't know. It depends.
It's a lot more to think about. Jesus.
That's true. That's true. But unfortunately, I don't think it's flat. I don't think it's fat. I don't think it's flat. No.
It is fat, but just a bit below the equator.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, ball Earth. There you go. All right. Well,
because it has to be.
Yeah. Anyway, what are we talking about now? Because now that we're done with my 30-minute rant on relative truths and whatever, I think we're all done here with that shit.
Dude, I never heard about a relative truth before yet. I thought you just made that up.
Well, yeah, I did make it up. I'm just.
What the fuck, bro? Can't just be making shit up.
What? Because I'm trying
to
tell
two
you
words.
What I believe in. You know what I'm saying? I was saying that it depends on how you look at it.
Like you try to take Einstein's shit.
No,
relativity
no. It's no. I get what you're saying, but no. I do a lot of game design, so there's a lot of relativity.
Jeremy, that's relative perspective. Relative perspective takes fucking Einstein out.
So you do a lot of game design. You think this could be a simulation we're living in right here?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's less. I think I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. I think it's less of a simulation, and that video games and computers are like another reality. All right, because we're always looking at the world like, oh, what if it's like a computer simulation? But I think it's the other way around. What if our reality? All right. Like we're really creating our own little world when we make a game or some shit. I mean, obviously not sophisticated enough to where things are thinking, obviously, because you didn't put the code in there for them to do that. But there is like a sort of world in there, That's I like to think of it that way. Yeah. So we're simulations that our simulations are a different reality.
I don't care about the video games you make. I'm talking about reality.
Yeah, and well, you just said, well, what you think reality is like a simulation? And I said no. I think it's the other way around. I think our simulations are like reality. That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, what about our reality though?
All right, I think reality is just reality. There you go.
You mean the simulations are flat?
No. Well, you know what? I'll give you that. Actually, the simulations that we run, like 2D video games, those are pretty much flat. Those are 2 dimensions. There's only 2D.
I've seen curved ones.
Well, yeah, you can have 3D ones too. Yeah, 3D video games too.
Yeah, the curved ones never look like reality either. Isn't that interesting?
No, they kind of do. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you kind of don't.
No, I do. All right.
Bro, I don't know what kind of drugs you're on, but you need to snap out of it because we already measured the room.
Okay, well, I don't think you have. I think you've measured it with like, I don't know, like maybe like your shoe, and you thought your shoe was this size, and then you got like a measurement, like 10 shoes or so, but I don't know. That's kind of a small room, but you get what I'm getting at. I think you did a bad job.
So like an example of what you're talking about, this relative truth thing, right? The first thing I thought of was, you know, when I'm really hungover and I wake up in the morning and I
Feeling like
think,
P
oh
Diddy.
I'm late for work. I'm late for work.
Mhm.
My alarm didn't go off. Oh shit! And then I'm like running to the bathroom to brush my teeth and go jump in the shower and all that stuff. And then I realize, oh fuck, I'm halfway to work. Oh yeah, I'm off today. That's why I went out drinking last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
saying, like,
Welcome to Flat Earth.
no, but like at the moment though, you really were convinced, you know, that was your truth at the moment. Obviously it wasn't the truth, but it was your truth, you know, at the moment. It was your
Yeah,
reality.
man, that's what we call facts.
Yeah, no, I
change.
get that. Yeah, I get that. And obviously, you're comparing, you know, like look at that moment when you realize it's not the case. Obviously, yeah, the real world gave you the real truth, you know, compared to your, you know, little truth that was temporary, where you thought it was, you know, work today, but it wasn't, because reality gave you, you know, the actual, you know, whatever truth. No, it's not. Today's, you know, is your day off, you know. So I guess, yeah, there are truths in that sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I still think,
real flat earthers don't have to work. Everything is free. It's a wonderful life, you know. You're living on a free flat earth. Nothing is a work. It's just a play. Why?
For sure.
No.
For sure. We have to be twice as smart.
We are not slaves. We just take it like it is.
see.
We are not going like a sheep waiting for something. We are living. We are not waiting.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think about that, though? What do you think about? Because everyone's always saying, "Oh, what if reality is like a simulation? What do you guys think about our simulations being like reality? What do you guys think on that?
It's not even close, dude.
Well, you don't think it's their own reality? Like the stuff that's going on in the computer is their own, you know, like its own.
You think they're sentient?
No, I don't think it's sentient.
You ain't fucking with AI yet.
No, I don't think it's sentient. I think that there's, you know, information within the computer, and there is something happening. I don't think it's sentience.
Yeah, you're just playing Legos.
What?
I mean, that's all you're doing. You're just playing Legos. You're putting stuff together. You're making things happen. You're just building with concepts.
Yeah, but I think there's still information though. I still think there's information there.
Well, I mean, you can learn from it, but it's not reality.
Okay. It's
like math.
Listen.
Like not every math equation is going to help you fucking do fuck all. But
yeah.
sometimes it can be useful because the concept is relevant. But it doesn't mean math is reality. It just means it was a tool.
Okay, so then let's go back to, can reality be a simulation? All right. Do you guys even put any thought into that at all? Because if not,
what are you talking about? There's no
I actually
simulation.
Okay,
there's no simulation. It is like it is.
Okay, yeah.
Why do you want it's a simulation? Yeah. We are not living in a computer game.
Yeah, okay,
it's real.
Hold on, Irma. Hold on.
Okay.
I actually think that we are in a simulation.
No,
So
we are not.
So okay, see, that's the thing. So why isn't the reverse possible? Okay, because you're saying we could be living in a simulation, right? Which means our, you know, emotions and who we are is being simulated, right? So why can't the reverse be the case where, you know, we're in reality and our, you know, our computers, right, can also simulate a reality? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yeah, I guess you can look at it like, you know, if I'm using the word simulate, then I guess you know what I'm saying? Like,
you can try to simulate the reality, but that's it.
I guess
I already answered this, man. Like, it sounds like you're proposing these like you're getting philosophical, but you're not listening, like at all.
No, I'm listening, but I get, because you guys are saying, okay, so Jeremy, real fast. Okay, so you said we could be a simulation, right?
All right.
So if I say to you now, Jeremy, that, you know, that, or, you know, our computers have their own little reality in them, What do you say?
No, no.
Well, I want to hear
no.
Jeremy. No, I want to hear Jeremy. What the fuck?
It's programming. Programming.
Can I just okay? So Jeremy, so if I say that our computers have their own kind of reality going on in them, what do you say to that?
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. It's the reality. That's their reality. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
There is no they though, because you don't have like anything close to.
Yeah. Right now we don't. Yeah. But I'm just saying. Okay. So I'll take that. I want to make sure you weren't contradicting yourself because
Because if we're in a simulation, this is our reality right here. It don't matter what's happening outside. This is it. You know what I mean?
Jeremy, that you're talking about is the element that we are living together. That's the materia and there's the spirit and everything together. So it's a different reality come
Johnny, I don't know
together
what
to make the
Sorry.
life. And that's happening just now is real, but it's a different elements that's coming together to make it. Yes, but it's not a simulation. It is it's something else.
No, I think you ever play an MMORPG? That's what I feel like this is.
Yeah, could be. I mean, but like I said, I like to think of the reverse though, like because I feel like saying we're in a simulation kind of puts us down. I like the way around where we're in a reality and our computers can also. I mean, it's really just word play here because I mean, at the end of the day, it would be a simulation still. But I like to think that our
We could be a simulation inside another simulation.
Yeah, but
and if we ever make simulations this good, that would be another level deep. Who knows where it ends or goes?
Yeah. But like I said, I like to word it more fancier, where it's just realities being created. Obviously it would still be a simulation, but I think it's cooler to look at it as it's a reality.
What about the free will then? What is the free will?
We went over it before. I think there's some decent evidence that we are in a simulation.
It's
I don't want to rehash it again. But
very difficult to do free will in a simulation. It's very hard.
Why? You could have free will happening in a simulation.
You want to be honest?
How do you even know what's up?
I don't think we have technically free will. If you want to be totally honest, I think at best we have the will of the atoms that we're made up of. That's what we are. Whatever the will they have is kind of us. But that's as far as I think. I mean, I really don't think we do. But
No, there's a lot of actions I could take right now. I could either do nothing or I could.
Freedom of choice.
Like, I'm not saying there isn't will. It's just I think the atom's will is our will. Like what we're made up of.
So this is okay. I'm mad now. Okay, I'm mad because every fucking time you say something, and then I respond thoughtfully, you walk right fucking by whatever I'm saying.
Sorry. Hey, what were we saying?
Like you, and not one point have you considered one fucking answer that I have given you thoughtfully.
It's probably okay. That's my bad. I'll listen. I'll listen. What was it?
No, I'm not repeating myself. I'm fucking tired of it. So just do whatever. Just keep moving your fucking mouth, dude. I'm done.
I probably okay. Fine. Okay. I probably lagged. I do apologize though. But let me see. What was I saying?
Maybe only you are a computer figure. You're the only one that is in a simulation. We are not.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe.
So you're just a clone of something.
Possible. I don't know. Like I said, if you're talking about philosophy is a weird thing. I mean, like I said, do I buy any of it? No. I mean, it's just philosophy at the end of the day. It's a possibility, but
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But we are not. I am not.
Yeah, but part of the word reality, the first part of it is real. So what does that mean, like in terms of something that's real versus non-real?
Real to the person. You know what I mean? Like if you have a chair, like say you're sitting in a chair, that chair is real to you and everyone in the simulation. Whether that's real beyond that or whatever is,
Okay, so I guess
if we run a simulation, do you consider the simulation as real, right?
Yeah. I think as long as there's some kind of consciousness going on, then there's a reality. So I guess as of right now, there isn't quite a reality going on in computers because there's nothing thinking at the moment really, except for whatever's counting the numbers, and doing all that shit. But yeah,
are you a millennium baby?
What?
Are you a millennium baby?
Kids these days, Johnny. What are you gonna do?
24.
Yeah, because
Whatever the number, whatever
you
that
have
is.
been around the computer all your fucking life, and you think I are part of the computer because of it. And it's typical for millennium born
Well, I think
babies.
well, I mean, yeah, that's a kind of a good point. I think it's just an information thing, though. Like everything's made out of information. If you could describe it good enough, you get the thing. You know, a lot of things are very complex, though, and so describing those things would be quite hard. You know, and when we're doing video games, and we only describe parts of things. Like a video game is very hollow when you think about it. You have the visuals of what a person looks like, and you have some of the sounds that they make when you're programming them getting attacked or they're attacking someone, like but that's about it, though. They're not really making it through their throat. There's what I'm saying, it's very shallow and hollow. It's bare bones. And so what was the point I was getting at again? I forgot. But yeah, I think if there was enough information in that, though, where we did design like a throat in the character, and we did design everything, every single thing, right, then it's possible maybe we could construct a human.
Okay, like I was born before all computers and telephones and everything, before that, everything. But I was also part of it that built up this computer and communicating from the start. So I know what it's about. But thank God I know what was before, because you guys are really lost in this computer
that's
life.
That's why I said I don't like to look at it as a simulation. Rather, there's a reality when you compute things. You know what I'm saying? My computer is creating a reality, because I think it's more of an information thing than a computer thing. I don't think we're in a simulation. I just think we're information.
And giving you explanation for it, it has to be too much for you all your life, close to it. You are absolutely lost in your computer world and games, and you never learn to live the real life. Therefore, you're thinking like that.
That's possible too. I mean, I don't quite, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not exactly, I don't touch grass that often, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So
well, Jeremy's a lot older than you, and he thinks he's in a simulation.
That's true too.
I don't know. Jeremy has been on the talk. He's talking now many years on the server, so of course he has been. He has got the virus.
I mean, this whole thing only became big after Elon Musk started saying it, and he's pretty old. What is he, like 54 or some shit?
Yeah, he is also talking about that. He's lost there also. I don't know if he really mean that, but sounds like he's lost.
Listen, there's a lot of evidence we live in a simulation.
I think it's all bullshit, man. I don't think we're in a simulation at all.
No. I mean, if you do a YouTube search, you'll find out, you'll find videos like absolute proof we live in a simulation, and then the next video will be absolute proof we don't live in a simulation. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could go either way with it, I guess.
It's really similar to the whole God shit, whether or not God exists.
What evidence are you talking about? Because you realize, you know they're pushing simulation. If you Google simulation, you're going to get nothing but propaganda results for like the first 10 pages.
I've never even Googled it.
Okay, isn't that what you just said?
I said YouTube it. If you YouTube it.
Oh, same difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you have any evidence of a simulation?
Yeah, of course. Hold on a second. The first one would be the double sled. Right, I think
I'm the flip of
Okay,
Jeremy.
but
like I
or
said.
that could just be evidence of an ether.
I'm the flip of Jeremy. Just so
And
you
it
guys
could
know.
also be evidence that the a light is not a particle.
The light is not a particle. We
Light
know
is
that.
weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Light is invisible. You cannot see the light without the atmosphere
Or an
or
object.
something that they can reflect
No,
away from.
you don't see light, man. You see what it reflects off of.
Yes, actually.
It could be proof of the ether. I think neutrinos are ether, but it could be the ether. Or it could be proof we live in a simulation.
Yeah.
I forgot what the other ones were. I had a whole list of them. What were some other ones? I can't remember. We went over it one night.
I
I
know
had
there's
like
not any of them, so just keep looking.
you were here that one night. We went over I had like 4 or 5 of them. I have to think on it.
Look, if you can deduce that reality is the same with or without a simulation, you can cross out the simulation result. So just live life like it's reality. You don't need the simulation. That's totally extra.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't even think it that way. I don't even think negatively like that. I just think, you know what,
I was talking to Jeremy about it.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to, jump in because I mean, like.
Yeah, but you made it sound like I was talking to you.
Oh well, that's not what I meant.
You're happy to speak, of course, but I was not responding to you.
Might be. Jeremy, say something, man.
All right. What was the question?
Never mind.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying to find these evidences here for the simulation thing.
I'm saying if you're living alone, maybe somewhere in Alaska in the mountains, and you have to keep you alive and fishing and so on and so on. And you might meet bear or something. You have to. That's not simulation. It's just what you get around you. You never know what will happen, and no simulation can make that.
Like what? Like no matter what, simulation or not, I'm still gonna live life. Still gonna love my family.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter.
Live that simulation.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if we're in a simulation or in a petri dish or whatever. I mean, what's the difference really? The creator got us right.
The only evidence for simulation is cheat codes.
There's cheat codes in real life.
Evidence. Yeah.
Wait, really? What can I get some? I mean.
Yeah, Jeremy's got a whole list of them.
Jeremy, help me out here, man.
He's trying to find, but it takes a very, very long time.
I can't remember. I'd have to run back to see what I said that one night. I can't think of them off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, well,
so Jeremy's like one of those those clumsy geniuses that do the least amount of work possible just to get by.
Damn. So that's his cheat code.
Yeah, so that's why I know he has a bunch of them, because that's literally how he lives his life.
It's accurate.
It's because he's Italian.
That's probably possibly it.
Man,
like wasn't it Bill Gates who said that he would want to hire somebody who was like the laziest worker?
Oh yeah.
Because he would figure out the easiest way to accomplish something.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, Jeremy would be like an executive of Microsoft if he wanted to.
I'd be like the vice president at this point. Yeah.
I think you'd be in the running for CEO.
Possibly, yeah. Crazy.
I mean, what was it? Double Slit was one of them. What was another one? I had some good ones too. Fuck, I can't remember
who
now.
else is like that?
You guys are putting me on the spot.
Like Jose Mesa, you and him are like identical.
You cannot,
in that regard.
You cannot make any program with free will without. You need a control or you have to be programmed to be simulation. You cannot give a free will to everything. Call it a simulation at the same time.
Yeah, but I'd argue, what do you call it? Free will is it's a little weird because you can record, let's say for example, you're watching sports, right? And, football or whatever, and, they make a score, right? Or maybe at one point, you know, they make a mistake and they don't get the point, right? And it's like, oh, they could have done this, you know, but you know, you got the recording, you look back at it, and obviously they didn't do it there, and in no reality did they do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if you could record all of life and go through it, you know, linearly, right? Then I mean, you could easily do that with the program. It's a linear, you know, cause and effect. You know, I don't think there's free will.
It's a very, very much cause and effect all the time for everything. It's almost impossible.
For what?
So many things that can come in. If somebody says something and will say, "Oh, I will not play today because of this and this," no, nothing will be. You cannot say cause and effect of everything. Somebody do something, everything will change because of one man that is doing what he wants to do. Yeah. You have to take in everything, cause and effect of everything. It will never work if it is simulation.
I mean, I'd argue you could.
It's impossible. It's not possible.
Hey, Jeremy, have you seen that debate I just posted? The Isaac Asimov Memorial Debate about a simulation shit. If you haven't, it's pretty good.
You guys ever just go up to a girl and say, hey girl, do you want to get into a simulation-ship?
Try it.
Simulation, let's go.
Simulation ship.
Yeah, gotta give him points for that. That was fucking tight.
Oh, we will not do it. We'll just simulate. We'll do it. You know.
Yeah.
Like, hey girl, do you know how to use the 3 seashells?
Three seashells.
No babies if you just simulate it.
You don't know how to use the 3 seashells?
What is that? What is it? Is that like a?
Oh, you don't know how to use them?
The most. Hold on, let me look this up real fast. Hold on.
Are you serious?
Hold on, I'm about to. If I'm correct, let's see. Hold on.
Many youngest they can only make love via computer. They cannot do it in real life.
Okay, let's not go that far. But hold on, let me see. 3 seashells. What the? Oh, okay, hold on. So there's a picture here of someone. A wet, soapy spinning brush gently moves in between and around your butt at 1,500 RPM. A high-powered jet of water shoots out. What the fuck is this? It's showing there's 3 seashells, but it's not actually. What is this?
Just had to go to the bathroom, man.
You're actually Googling it?
A high-powered. What is that?
You don't know how to use it.
What is it?
They say, "Oh, shall we make love?" Oh, wait, I have to plug in first. Log in.
Oh man.
Are you a virgin?
Of course he is. Making love.
Anyways, what is it? What is it?
On the computer.
I mean, it's okay, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. Let's see, take 2 of the seashells. What is this? Hold on. Chopsticks, the butt. Okay, I'm seeing pictures of butts and shits. I don't know, but I don't think that's related to this stuff. This is something else, right?
It's sad. It's very sad.
A lot of these are taking shits with the shells. So I think I got the wrong seashell.
Have you ever taken a shit outside of America?
No. No.
That's probably why you don't know how to use the 3 seashells.
What is that? Fuck?
Women love the 3 seashells.
What is this? Come on, help me out here, guys. Don't do this to me.
We are not doing anything. It's yourself.
It says toilet paper shortage. So what? He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells. I keep getting shit jokes. What the fuck? I'm so confused.
All right. So, anyways, look, man, don't worry about
it.
Okay. Let's just tell us about your simulation or whatever. Don't worry about
like
it.
I said, I don't think it's a simulation. I think it's the other way around. I think it's an information thing. I think information creates, life and things. Yeah.
But wait, you don't think life is information? Like
No,
the
that's what I'm saying.
ultimate?
Well, yeah, no, I think life is information. That's what I'm saying.
Is
I
it
think
the ultimate information though?
the ultimate?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think you can ultimate or it. You can make things even grander. In the ultimate or yeah. I think it's pretty good though. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good information. I'll be like, damn, it's fucking life, But it probably could be greater. It could be cooler. Do a thing. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's information. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, of course, it's about information, communication, about information, but it's also about feelings. Yeah, forgot that.
Feelings, yes, those are real. It's information, but it's real. For sure. So, this is boring. Why don't we talk about the flat Earth or some shit? I mean, this is. You actually debate about something.
He cracked. Got him.
No, because it's like there's nothing to talk about here. It's fucking philosophy. There's no right or wrong. It's just it's stupid. It's a flat Earth, and you can at least argue like, oh man, this is whatever or that.
You have to trust your senses.
Wait. Hold on. You think that flat Earth is better than philosophy? It's literally grounded in philosophy.
No, well, I think it's a good topic to debate about. Debating about philosophy can be fun. I think it's kind of dumb because everyone has their own philosophy,
Yeah,
well,
but
I think that the debate is kind of dumb because it's grounded in philosophy. If I can't change your philosophy, then what's the point of debating?
Yeah, okay, maybe it's a type of philosophy because I mean this is really open ended, where but with flat Earth, it's like you could at least tackle that because if we measure the Earth and bam, it's either round or flat, so there's at least
we did measure it
goal.
in like pretty much every way we could, and just there was no curvature as expected. There would be.
Are you sure about that? Because I got the exact opposite. It was curvature everywhere and no flat.
I think you're letting your philosophy guide you, my son.
I think you don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, if the measurements came back as a globe, I'd just switch and leave the server. It'd be easy.
Well, don't leave. I mean, continue to debate.
No, I would leave. Like, I'm not like you weird obsessed people that come here and like want to debate flat Earth all the time. If the Earth were a globe, this is a waste of time.
For me, I don't think it is because it's a huge opportunity for me to just sort of design things. Like, remember that one thing I made with the green M&M?
How much money did you make off that?
Oh, none of it, but it was fun though, and it helped. It's experience with the game design.
And you put it on your resume?
No.
Oh.
It was fun though. I mean, what do I need to put when I play a video game?
Anytime you do a project, you put it on your resume.
But not if it's fun. If you're playing a game, for example, let's say you're playing, I don't know, some video game, you got to put that on your resume? No, I mean, because obviously there's no.
I thought you said. Well, I thought you were talking about that game you made.
Well, it's half and half. I mean, it's experience, but it's also fun though. I don't.
Yes, it's fine, man. Work can be fun.
Yeah,
absolutely. Put that on your resume.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that good. I mean, it's
Just don't put a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Just put down like a list. Just keep it as a list, not word vomit.
Yeah. And don't mention flat Earth at all on that. I don't want them to, be like, wow, you're obsessed with debating that? Whoa. That's.
I mean, it just depends. Like some things having to do with flat Earth require a lot of expertise. So, like, if you're disproving flat Earth or something, you could detail in that list like all of the things necessary to do so and why we're wrong, and that might be impressive to somebody to be like, oh wow, he's actually proficient in all these practices. Wow, that's interesting.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I never thought of it that way. Yeah.
I doubt it, dude. Never put flat Earth on your resume.
Yeah, I figured. I was just kind of agreeing, just to
Well, you could just put on there proving flat Earth is wrong, and then put like a list of 20 things that you did, you know, and I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things you can actually put on your resume that can be useful. Like, obviously, it needs to be job specific. Like, you don't just put random shit on your resume.
Yeah. Of course. But I'm telling you though, I mean,
like,
it's not really a resume thing. It's more of just doing it just to push myself and just have fun, you know? Like, have you seen the stuff I made for the flat Earth bait
I've
stuff?
seen that little line game with a little dude in it.
Yeah, I also made like an Earth curve calculator. I plan on actually throwing in that little M&M guy in that, where I can just scale the planet any size I want. Because as of right now, the planet only gets about 15 like to 30 miles in like diameter or some shit. So the planet gets decently big, but it's not big enough. But I plan on programming it where it can get infinitely big. That'd be fucking cool. Now, granted, it'd be in 2D, so that wouldn't really be useful in terms of observations in it. But I don't know. I make stuff for the flat Earth debate stuff, and it's fun. It's awesome. I even made like a program to show like latitude and longitude on a flat Earth, like how you would measure things and whatnot or whatever. I gotta show that sometime. Because I've done some things for the flat Earth side, Now, granted, I'm not a flat earther, but gotta be a sport, I gotta at least attempt to argue.
What did you do?
Well, it wasn't anything major, but it was because okay, so maybe I shouldn't say this because okay, whatever. Okay, so I made a program because there was this whole thing about what do you call it? Because there was like this angle argument going around, right? Where you got 2 points on a ball Earth, and then you do the math or make like a triangle or some shit, and you get this whatever. But on a flat Earth, you get whatever. And I forgot the details, but I basically made obviously you'd have to assume certain distances on this example because otherwise it falls apart. But I assumed some distances and I got a number and it did a thing. It's confusing, but I did do something for the flat Earth though. But obviously
it proved the flat Earth.
No, it didn't. No, I didn't prove the flat Earth.
So you helped the flat Earth how?
Well, I helped out in the sense that I at least try to do something like model a thing, but it didn't bear any good results. Like, remember that whole argument with like, from the equator to the North Pole, it's like 6,000 miles, right, or some shit. And if you do like the math, or whatever, the equator would be 4 times that, right? But on a flat Earth, though, if you do that, right, you take if you do it would still be. Let me see, one. Oh no, it'd be more than that, I think. Yeah. Okay. So basically, on a ball Earth, the equator would be 4 times the radius, right? But on a flat Earth, it would be like 6 times the radius, or it would really be it would be pi times 2 times the radius. So there was that whole argument.
Oh, how the South is much larger.
Well, that and just how the equator and radius from the North Pole to the equator. Let me look it up real fast. Let me see if I can find it. It's weird though, but there was that whole argument kinda, and I kinda just try to make a model for it.
Well,
let me see if I can find it.
I guess the problem with that is that from what I understand, the globe is just a section of land that they allow us to know about. So like there's more land than what's on the map. So like they've gotten rid of the northern 10% or whatever, and then in the south we have no idea how big Antarctica is. And
right, it's like the globe is just like a sectioned like just the continents that we live on basically and that we're aware of. They're just like glopped
like they cut
onto
out a donut.
Yeah, and they just glopped it onto a ball and then
yeah.
It's like a mismatch. It's like taking puzzle pieces and just kind of putting them in random places. Oh, it's not random. I mean, but I'm not really explaining what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it's like they've just taken the continents and then sort of just rearranged them onto a ball of the known continents that we're on, and then who knows what else the actual Earth is that they're not putting on there.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem though, is that there is sky phenomena, and it doesn't change the shape of the ground.
Why I'm not Livestream verified? Why I'm not Livestream verified?
There you go. Oop, let me get myself.
Remember you, Johnny? You're the drunk guy. What's up?
But I think I should be Livestream verified directly. Hello, MC Toon is here also, Livestream verified, and I am not. That's not right.
Hey Johnny, how often are you drunk when you're on Discord? Like, you're not drunk right now, are you?
No, I think I should be verified as a live stream directly. Anyways, no, I'm not drunk. I never drunk, just playing drunk.
Got it.
Yeah, it's just a roll.
Yeah,
Inebriated?
I'm good of it. Yeah, I'm very, very good.
No, you're just pretending.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I drink it all the time.
Yeah, of course, I drink sometimes, but I'm not drunk all the time. Yeah, sometimes it's very nice to take a drink with fellows and so on. Yeah.
Jeez, it must get very thick then. The accent, I mean, like when you actually are drunk.
Oh.
Here, I'll send the video real fast. It's of a flat earther that took my program and he did some math and his conclusion, he found out he was wrong. But yeah, in this video I'll show you. My program.
Why would the equator be different, like on an AE map versus a globe?
It's not me, by the way. That's a flat earther. Go on, what?
You're saying this says 24,900 on a globe, while the flat would be 39,000. Why? In terms of the equator, why would a flat Earth be 39?
Hold on. Okay, so the idea is that so on a ball, right, from the North Pole to the equator, that's roughly 6,000 miles, right? And on a ball, right, you do the math, you get 24,900, right? But if you do it on a flat Earth, right, if you take the distance from the North Pole to the equator and you have, for example, 6,000, roughly 6,000, right? Well, for you to get the radius of that circle, right, since that would be not the radius, for you to get the circumference of that circle, right, since your radius is 6,000, you do the math, right? That's 2 pi r. Yeah, 2 pi. Yeah, is it 2 pi r? I believe it's 2 pi r.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 2 pi r, right? So you do the math there, and on a flat Earth, you suddenly get 39,000 miles.
If you triangulate the sun, it's the same as the radius of the sun.
Anyway, the point is, I mean, that's obviously assuming distances on the flat Earth, but it was something related to that, though. But yeah, it was some weird shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying the span of the sun is 6,000 miles, and also if you triangulate the sun altitude is about 6,000, also highest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Branch, you're a blue troll man, right?
Sure, why not?
Never mind. I was gonna ask you if you knew the blue guy in the video.
Okay.
That's racist, though. Not all blue troll people will know each other.
You're trying to say we all look alike?
Yeah, no. That's stupid. Anyway, no. Anyway, no. Yeah. So, what were we talking about? Before I just came out.
We're talking about how white you are.
How what? How white? Anyway, yeah. I don't know. It's crazy stuff, you know? The flat Earth and ball Earth, you know? It's crazy shit.
Ballpark is fucking crazy, definitely.
But I
Some of the
designed that.
stories. Some of the stories.
Yeah, stories.
One thing that I find weird about the whole globe Earth shit is that why haven't we found any evidence of intelligent life outside of Earth?
Oh, okay. I think you meant on Earth. Okay.
Or both. Like we should have found something out there, man.
Man, that's a good thing, maybe. Depends on how far
Maybe,
we travel.
maybe because nobody can go outside the world we are living in.
Touch grass, yeah, I know. I get it. Yes. Yeah.
But it can be other form of life. It can be something that we cannot see.
Yeah, I mean intelligent, right? Like we're not gonna see bacteria growing on the planet, but we would see if they build a structure outside of the planet and shit like
That's
that.
fair, yeah.
If they're sending out radio waves or broadcasting bullshit, we'll see that.
Yeah, it can be some other but we are in a closed system, so we cannot go out of it. So that's the problem.
Yep.
Have a great day, matey. Yeah. Awesome. What was the best part of today? Do you have a scooter or anything? Okay, so what was the best part of today? Yes? Look, open up.
Ooh.
Trying to think what to bring up.
What was that?
Yo, Gio, are you here?
Oh shit. I don't think he is. I think he's AFK at the
No
moment.
doubt.
Yeah.
I want to find out what night we were talking to that. Because we were talking simulation theory in here one night, and I had a whole bunch of really good evidences. I was schooling them all, and now I can't think of fucking any of them but the double slit.
Damn.
I'm pissed.
Yes,
but there was a really crazy guy in here that one night that's like memorable. So I'm hoping like Gio remembers when that happened, and I can go like re-listen to the audio of it, because Gio saves all of this shit, I think.
Damn, you're still on about this.
He posts it, yeah. Just search the chat for simulation, because the people in the chat were talking about simulation. Then you could find out when that happened, and then go back and look in on the Geo's archive and find the time.
I can't. That sounds complicated. I'm on a cell phone.
But generally, do you want to be in a simulation? Really?
What I want doesn't even matter, Johnny. We are where we are. If we're in a simulation, we are. If we're not, we're not. It doesn't. It's irrelevant what I want or what I think.
Anyways, if you can choose, do you want to be in a simulation then?
Or what?
Or something else, like a reality, like I say, what reality is. What do you want? Do you really want to be in a simulation?
I mean, I don't. It's not going to matter. It doesn't even matter. Our reality is our reality, whether we are in one or not. I mean, it doesn't. What happens when you die, it might matter in that sense. But I mean, if we're talking that, I'd love for it to be the heaven and hell thing where, I go up to the clouds and I see all my people and shit.
But if
live
you
forever.
But if you have a spirit, like maybe part of you will go.
Like Ghost in the Patrick Swayze movie?
Your soul or something.
Do you watch Rick and Morty?
No.
Not some Patrick. Okay, some Patrick Swayze movie. Okay.
So he plays a video game, right? And the video game is a simulation, and then he wakes up. He's lived a whole life, like 80 years, right?
Oh yeah.
And then he wakes up, and then he's like, "Oh fuck, that was just a simulation."
or the movie, the same thing was happening every day. He woke up. The same thing. I have to do the same thing again and again. That was a movie also.
That'd be fucked up though. Like you wake up and everyone that you knew and loved was, just a simulation, and afterwards you didn't even care because you had another life that you were already in, and you're like, oh, it was a simulation, whatever, and you just walk away from that. That'd be fucked up.
It's crazy.
That's messed up. That's stupid. But yeah, I've seen that though. That was funny. Rick and Morty's
or like that Black Mirror shit where they put that person in a simulation, and then they dial it up to be like, freaking like 1,000,000 days over the weekend and shit. And they're gonna live 1,000,000 days just sitting in a room with the radio on.
I'll tell you what would be awesome. I'll tell you what would be awesome to be able to do. Would be able to do the Inception thing. I mean, that'd be dope as fuck right there. You go live out lifetimes in that.
In other people's minds?
No, you're in your own mind. Well, I mean, yeah, they were in other people. I would just want to do it in my own mind. But you could like link up with people though, and share a reality with them. And that.
I think we'll get there one day, dude. I don't know about that level of Inception type of shit, but I think we'll get to technology will let us have like psycho. What's it called? Like be able to communicate without actually talking.
You like sex, like Demolition Man sex?
No, I just mean like I think we'll get to a point one day where we'll be able to just think to each other and shit, be telepathic. That's what
Remember how they did it in Demolition Man?
Yeah, but that was with that stupid head shit that they put on and crap, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean like we'll just be online and crap.
You gotta be connected somehow. I mean, you can't just be sitting at a computer and have that happen like we do now.
Why not?
Yeah, people are doing that now, so it's very close to it. So
they had that with you ever see that movie Gamer with Gerard Butler, or The Surrogates with Bruce Willis, something like that you're talking about?
No, I just mean like imagine having your computer built into your head. Instead of a monitor, you just get all that data.
Yo, Ray, that is what they're aiming for. You know who Ray Kurzweil is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is his fucking. His next brilliant idea is to put chips inside your brain, so that you can access the internet instantly, and they can give you a little shock to disable you in case you're like a threat to society or something. So this is the most dangerous shit.
Yeah, I don't like that.
We already put chips in people's heads like cochlear implants. What the fuck are they?
Yeah, but that's fine. That's transhumanism. I actually read one of Ray Kurzweil's books. It was on like transhumanism or intelligence or something. I'm all for transhumanism up until you want to put a chip in my brain that can zap me in case the cops need to, disable me or something. Fuck that, bro.
Or a jab that can zap you at any time through the 5G network.
None of that, bro. None of that. You can have that.
Wait till they do their fake alien invasion. People start dropping like flies. The people who got it.
It's probably a
Yo,
netful, but
has
yeah, I don't
anyone
like it either, though. No.
has anyone seen that thing where they put like a team of kids think they're gonna be astronauts, but they just put them in like a fucking box that they shake around a little bit and then post like it happened in like 2013, but they basically put them in an actual space simulator, and these people thought that they were astronauts. It was kind of funny.
I saw that. It was on like a TV show, right? But
yeah, it was a
Wait, is it a TV show or is it like a reality show or is it?
Yeah, a reality show. They like tell these kids like, hey, apply here. Oh, you got in. You get to be the next astronaut. And then they made them go to astronaut training. And then they said like, okay, now to go to space. And then they put them in an actual, they're like, they have to make sure they're not claustrophobic, right?
Mm-hmm.
They kept these kids in a simulator for a couple months. And I don't know if it's like, I don't know if the TV show is real or not. It could just be like fake, but like they were like, it seemed like it was real. And one of the astronauts was actually supposed to be like in on the joke, and he was just there to kind of make it more realistic for the rest of them, basically. But
yo, that's what I'm saying. You would never even fucking know. They could fake put people. Listen, real quick, Gio. Remember that one night that dude was in here and we were having a conversation for like an hour, and at the end he was like pushing his beliefs on you and trying to tear your shit down. You were getting real agitated with him, and we were talking about simulation theory.
Yeah, Gregory.
Remember that guy?
Yeah,
Gregory. I was gonna say he had some really normal ass name. You remember what night that was?
I do remember the night. I mean, the day. I'd have to, which date you mean? But I remember the night.
Yeah. No, what was it? I want to go back and look it up on the stream because I had some really good. Remember we were talking about simulation theory that whole time, and I had some real good evidences for it. And now I can't remember fucking any of them.
Man, that's sad.
I like blacked out. Yeah, I'm really pissed. Do you remember what any of my evidences were?
Like roughly how long ago was this?
I don't know.
3 weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you remember what any of my evidences were? I was killing them. I don't know.
It was good. Yeah, you were on fire. That was a good night. Like there was a lot of good. There was like a lot of good exchanges going on. I mean, yeah, because he was being real chill for a while, and then he really started drilling it in terms.
He flipped it at the end. He didn't like when I brought up the simulation thing at all, and I knew he had some kind of worldview that was diametrically opposed to being in a simulation, which is why he reacted so hard to it.
Well, he was kind of entertaining all these ideas, but then it turned out that he was really just building it up so that he could kind of do his thing. So, but yeah, like when it was more of like an open discussion, yeah, you were. I do remember you were dropping some good info on it.
Yeah. I mean, double slit is my main one though. Well, one of the main ones because I feel like shit's getting rendered. The double slit shows us that shit's not getting rendered unless we're observing it, which is what happens in simulations. You know what I mean? If you're in an MMORPG running around, they're not fucking rendering everything at once.
Yeah,
it's a possibility it could be there, but it's not there until it's there until you look at it.
That's what I was saying earlier, like an idea of simulation where let's say the Earth isn't actually a thing at all, but instead it's more of like that each of our brains is like a virtual reality, consciousness creating machine that creates, the little dome of perspective that we see. So, and then once you travel, it just like if I were to travel from here to Florida as I'm traveling, I'm in California. If I were to start traveling there, like it would be rendered as I go. Like, my reality would just continue to be rendered.
I think it kind of is like that. I mean, that's just how I think it is, but not like, yeah, I don't know. I do kind of see it that way. Like the world can only really be experienced through us. I don't think there is a world outside of us. I don't know.
I should have known you were from Cali. You got this real West Coast chill to you.
I didn't grow up here, but yeah, I have lived here for many years.
That's interesting, though. Yeah, the whole render thing.
Yeah, because I mean that's in a double slit. It's a wave thing when we're not looking at it, and then when we do look at it, you know, it's an actual. They say it's an actual particle. Now, I don't believe all this shit, but from what they're saying about it, it would
gives
lead
you
me
the
to believe
vibe.
that.
Yeah, of
Yeah, it
somebody
gives me
else.
this simulation vibe. Yeah.
Double split is definitely real. Like
It's real.
you literally can do it yourself and verify it. It's not like the globe where you can't verify shit. You can actually
Not only,
verify the split for yourself.
oh, I remember another one.
Go ahead.
I think another one was the amount of empty space in between things. Like they say we're not even touching shit, and most of it's empty space. Now, if you were going to make a simulation, you couldn't simulate the whole thing. You'd have to leave bits out because you could never simulate your whole. You know what I'm saying?
I remember.
Your whole
Yeah,
world.
you did talk about this. Yeah, I'm starting to remember now. The things. This is one
What
of
else?
Yeah.
What else did I have? I had a couple more good ones.
That's just.
Well, you got it
That's
all
all I
within
remember.
you,
What the
Jeremy.
fuck?
It hasn't gone anywhere. You got it all within you. So.
But hold on though, if the whole empty space thing completely doesn't have anything to do with that, because if we were in a simulation, then nothing is physical.
And that's this.
Our whole reality is just ones and zeros.
I know, but if we had to make a simulation, we wouldn't be able to simulate every single thing that's happening. We would have to leave pieces out because there wouldn't be enough. You just couldn't do it. I've made the argument for why couldn't we simulate our whole, universe? And they're like, well,
and essentially, in order for everything to work as it does today, you would have to simulate everything from the start of the Big Bang. In order for not to have any holes, right? You would have at least have to have one simulation start from the Big Bang for our universe to be this way.
well, yeah, I'm not arguing that. I don't even know about that, but I'm just saying that, you know how they say when you're holding a basketball or you're touching something, you're not actually touching it. There's empty, and all your atoms and shit and molecules are mostly empty space.
Mm-hmm.
If you were going to do a simulation, you would have to keep leaving like let's say we did a simulation, we'd have to leave even more out of the next simulation. And if they made a simulation, there would even be more bits left out.
Which I kind of made a point like that earlier in this call, or this chat, whatever, where I was saying, yeah, like a lot of video games are kind of like shallow, like they're hollow in a way, because like we have the physical appearance of the person, but we don't have the inside.
Nothing's inside. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's how you would do it. You'd make it look as good as you can to like. Maybe, we get better with video games and you chop a guy in half. Well, they have that now. You chop a guy in half and you can see his ribs and his spine and shit or whatever. But
even then, though, I think where they do it is that it's not inside him originally. I think it's being created once you chop him in half. Like I think they put it there.
That's the double slit. That's the double slit right there. Yeah.
I think if we took a shortcut, right? If we actually created a simulation. From a starting point, let's say, we started from the 1900s onwards, right? Then we would have so many fucking holes that people would find everywhere that it would be fucking ridiculous. The only way I could see a simulation being this concrete is if it started from the Big Bang.
You could start it way past that. You could just have it look like the Big Bang happened and start it to where humans came about or whatever.
Wait. But what fucking proof do we have for a Big Bang other than a red tint on if you look at something with the telescope? There's no
you got the CMB, which also has a massive heliocentric problem in it called the axis of evil. But other than that,
the Big Bang shit is just a fucking it's so ridiculous. If they're trying to tell you they can predict anything past 1 million years, they can't even tell us what happened fucking like 2 minutes ago. They can't even fucking tell us real news, and you think they can tell us what happened millions of years ago? There wasn't even people like. It's ridiculous.
He's right.
So I get what you're saying, but you're kind of using flat Earth arguments now for discussing whether or not we live in a simulation, and probably don't want to mix the two.
I don't think that's a flat Earth argument at all.
Yeah,
it's an argument against people trying to date things from millions of years ago when they can't even tell us what happened last week on the news.
You got to say it like millions. Said Dr. Evil shit. But yeah, that would be a good way to set off a simulation, though, because, you have it be a Big Bang, and then these entities wouldn't be wondering, well, how did we get here or whatever,
You have less bugs, right? You have a lot less bugs.
I think we're testing AI here, because AI would be something you wouldn't want to put into the real world. You'd want to put AI in a simulation.
So
I think either we could be the AI or it's coming.
So I forgot what the hell it was, right? But that one thing I posted, where those five scientists all had a debate about this stuff. The black dude, he was talking about how he was looking into some properties or some shit, and he actually saw like mathematical code or some crap like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was pretty interesting.
Ooh.
But dude, if you haven't seen that shit I posted, you gotta watch that shit if you're into simulation theory. It's like one of the best debates I've seen.
I mean, there's code in our DNA.
Yeah.
Information in our DNA. That also leads me to believe we're in a simulation or something. I mean, you got to have a creator for that. You don't just get inanimate objects go animate all of a sudden, like out of the blue, in a primordial soup with a lightning bolt or some shit. That's ridiculous.
That's why I think instead of simulation, I think it's an information thing where information is just, natural. It's just, information is just information, and so if you want things to exist, they need like a sort of code, you just can't have it. You can't have it any other way, So that's why I don't think it's simulation so much as it is just reality, and I don't know.
But then also there's how many realities, right? Is every possible reality a reality?
I don't know.
Like right now, if I decide to mute myself or not, does that mean I've just split into a different reality? What?
I don't know about that part.
Really? Like one part of me is actually talking about this, another one decided to actually mute.
And I know some scientists are like, "Oh yeah, it splits." I don't think so. I mean, but that's just me though. I could be an idiot for all I know. I don't really. I don't think it splits though. No.
I think it does.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I could very well be wrong. And you know what? I guess it is possible that it could split. And like the way I'm looking at it, there's a possibility that it does split in a sense, like where there is just another version, yeah, where you do talk. But I don't like to look at it as a split per se, as more so where it's just another world where you did do it,
Yeah, like it's just an infinite universe type of situation.
Yeah. Like one where I don't know.
Well, from the idea that, let's say, like consciousness is primary, from that concept where like that consciousness itself is actually the primary, sort of medium or function within everything, meaning that like consciousness makes up physical matter, makes up our bodies, makes up this whole world, possibly other dimensions. From that perspective, then it's all consciousness, meaning that it could be viewed as a simulation in that way, meaning it's perhaps like light, sound, frequency, vibrations that are being put into a particular vibration to create a particular experience or reality.
Oh.
So if that's primary, then basically anything's possible. We just happen to be creating, even though anything's possible, we're just creating one in which physical reality seems very physical and very predictable. And then we're humans within it. And then we've built this whole world and what the earth actually is, the false globe model, whatever's all going on. And it's all sort of part of the experience that is wanting to be had by the creator, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't agree with the earth being flat part or the earth not being a globe, but yeah, you got something going on there. Yeah. Like I could see it. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I suppose you could flip that part of it. You could say that the earth is actually a globe and that the consciousness has created the globe and the solar system and everything. And then I guess in that sense, the consciousness also create a bunch of people who don't agree that the earth's a globe.
And vice versa, and yours as well, yeah, where people don't believe in the flat earth. Yeah.
See, one interesting thing, right, Alma, you're a programmer, right? So imagine trying to create a game where the world actually wasn't essentially flat, right? Where you actually start having to, program in curvature and all that shit. And that level of fucking complexity that you get with that, instead of just having it just be a world, right?
Yeah.
Like, can you see how it being a flat Earth would be so much easier to program as a simulation than the globe.
Oh yeah, I mean almost every video game is programmed on a flat,
It
plane
has to
thing.
be, right? I can't even think of. I mean, just the rendering alone would require shit ton more CPU power.
Yeah, but I mean, there are games that do have round, like I mean, like they're usually on the smaller scale though. Like I know with, like Mario Galaxy, those are super tiny, and I don't know about No Man's Sky. I know they are spheres at first, but I think I heard somewhere that they do end up being flat, like planes once you go down onto them, and then while you can walk around them, it's still flat planes. I think I could be wrong about that.
Right, the entire when they code the entire galaxy is coded flat. Like, yeah, your movement could be done in a spherical way. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, I need to look into that, but it is possible though. It's just a lot more work, and yeah. So I guess what you're trying to say is, if we were in a simulation, it's a possibility that the Earth would be flat. Is that what you're saying? Like,
No, I was just saying it would be a lot easier to program it that way.
Maybe you flat earthers should jump on the simulation theory.
Yeah, I don't think it's a simulation. So, but I'm just saying.
Well, what about just that it's a realm and that we're on a plane of existence? Perhaps there's some kind of a dome above or some kind of a celestial sphere in that concept, but that we're just in like a dimension, kind of like your brain.
That's actually exactly how video games.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That really does sound like a video game, because there's like a thing called like a skybox where you have like the sky. I think older games had it where it was a physical dome, but it was just really large, and you could never, and getting to it would be kind of hard because you would have to actually, because it's really large. But and I know nowadays though, the dome is like the quote unquote dome or the skybox in video games is like infinitely far away because it's not really there. It's weird, but yeah, what you described does sound like a video game, like so much. So that's kind of funny. Like, yeah, what Branch was gonna say, but then I interrupted him. Sorry about that.
Well, isn't that kind of just a default for reality? Like, meaning like there's like a surface that we're on, and then there's like the ceiling, just on a very basic level, like the XYZ axis.
Yeah.
Of the reality that you're in.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's like the easiest way to do it.
I mean, you could do it on a sphere and make a gravity thing and making everything stick to balls and make that ball spinning and make it seem like it's not spinning to the people on it. Like, it's not like that would be impossible. I guess there's a question of, is that actually what's happening in this consciousness or not? But as an idea, it could be possible. You'd have to have that gravity force would have to be really, really just,
well, I mean,
a magical thing to do that, but it could be possible.
Maybe, but I'll say this: it depends on the context, right? Which one's easier? So, in terms of actually building it yourself, like having a creator, if I was to build a game, flat it would be easier. This just makes more sense. But in terms of pure randomness, if your origin is just Big Bang and everything kind of forms itself, then you're gonna want like gravity to gravitate things together, because I can't see any possible way for things to form randomly on a flat plane per se. I mean, because for one, I mean, unless you have like, if you have a universal down, I don't know. It's just I do feel like just having space and openness and then having gravity attract things, that would be better for randomness and then for things to eventually arise. But yeah, so I guess it's creator versus not, no creator, in those two senses.
But wouldn't gravity work similarly on a plane where you would just have a planar surface and then everything would be, well, things that are heavy would be pulled down to the plane and then things that are light would rise up like helium up to the sky?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm like trying to think about it. So if let's say we had an infinite flat plane, and then we were all like, okay, particles, do your thing. I guess life could arise, on the planet, the flat plane planet. Like there was just like, what do you call it? Evolution, whatever. But I do think though, if you want like just something totally, like if you want just like total chaos to eventually form into order, right? Then you would go with the Big Bang route, where pretty much everything's just kind of random, and then it kind of collects, because you have the gravity and shit. and things sort of start making shit, you know, with random stuff, chaos and whatnot. You know, like, I think I would go with that 3D, you know, aspect instead of that plain, you know, like world. I think the Big Bang route would be better for that. I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm kind of just saying shit right now.
That makes sense.
Like, yeah, because if I'm creating a game, yeah, flat planes is so much more whatever. But if I want things to kind of arise out of, if I want like the world to make itself, then I probably go with the Big Bang route.
Right. Once you've introduced the flat plane, you've introduced structure, and it's no longer random.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't that the whole thing of it being a creation, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like it's what we're talking about. Just kind of Well, never mind. It's not creation. That's exactly what it is
the
about.
right thing.
That's what it comes down to, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the 3D Big Bang one can't be creation either, because technically speaking, I made the program for it to do that in the first place, for it to be random, for it to be chaotic. At least in that example, anyway. So you can still have creators in both cases. Just in one case, the creator was like lazy and just had the universe create itself. Like, okay, whatever, do your work. Yeah.
Right. The fundamental rules of physics will be the programming, right?
Yeah.
And you could tweak those however you fuck you want.
Mm-hmm. But with like the flat plane one, that one's everything's kind of constructed, kind of, a certain way.
But God is lazy. The creator, very, very, very lazy. He's not doing anything just now.
He's lazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, very, very lazy. We are living in a slow motion. Everything takes so fucking long time.
Yeah.
And also, it could be restart every time. We think, oh, it's a long time ago. No, you just restart it after middle of 1800 or beginning of the 1800s.
I didn't catch that, but if you were gonna run a simulation, right? Now, if you had a lot of time on your hands, you could just. I mean, how fast can you run the simulation? We can run millions of years in seconds, right? In our simulations, or what? Minutes? Probably nanoseconds.
Also, if any of you guys have ever played Minecraft, that's a flat world, and it goes on forever, and it's simulated. It needed no Big Bang.
Heavy things still fall to the ground, right? They got their little gravity thing going on, their little relative density.
But there were still certain things obviously programmed, like, the fucking, enemies in it, and, like, I don't know, like, I mean, like, I get what you're saying, but it's not, like,
but it's flat, and it's a simulation. So, like, I don't know. I think your Big Bang theory that, to be random to order, it has to be a Big Bang and everything has to be a round ball. I don't think it has to be that way, because we have proof, because Minecraft is flat. And it's a simulation.
But it's not as so with the Big Bang thing, that one's like there's very little input. It's just the laws of physics and see what they do. But with Minecraft, it's like, okay, the laws of Minecraft, which is like enemies that try to attack the blocks that they kind of randomly make structures with certain rules. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure there's like in the Minecraft code, I'm pretty sure there's certain rules for how a mountain should be. Like it won't be any taller than this amount of blocks, or your desert won't. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain rules for certain things, for the trees and whatnot. And I don't know. The enemies are always.
It's funny because they were telling me in Gems one time that there's a rule for a certain height before it started just melting under its own weight. Like the exact thing you're describing now is what the Globers have described to me. That was what would happen in our reality now.
Really?
Yeah, but the people in fucking Gems thing don't even know the arguments. They're just there to yuck it up with each other.
Well, whatever. I mean, they're making the exact opposite argument, or they're making the same argument for Minecraft. You know, they were making the same argument for reality that he's making for the Minecraft thing.
But yeah, but I don't know. Like Minecraft, I kind of get what you're saying, but there's still a lot of there's a lot of input. And
You
on
know,
top of that, there's a what?
my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
No, go ahead.
there's also a bias for just like, you know, for like ground. You know, I don't know. It's just there's a lot of input, but with laws of physics, it's just everything kind of. I get the argument, but I don't know. I don't quite think it's right. I don't.
You know who loves Minecraft and used to use that as an arguments a lot was Bob Dole, the real Bob Dole from Brandon's.
Bob Dole.
Yeah, I was thinking about Bob Dole the other day. Like, I haven't. Yeah. I think he's on the server, but I haven't heard from him in a long time.
He was in here. No, we heard from him like a week ago, about give or take.
Oh, cool.
He was in here. He was ripping it up. He's good. Heads be sleeping on him. He's good though.
Yeah, dude. One time, like, remember when on Brandon's where I think it was when he did that Minecraft that day, but he was asking to do a presentation, and so Brandon was like, all right, and he did it, and like he killed it that day, dude. Like the way he was describing perspective and the way that things, cut off from the bottom up and everything over a planar surface, like it was awesome. I was like, my mind was blown that day. The way he worded it was awesome.
Who is this guy?
He was on point. His name is the real Bob Dole.
And he goes to which server?
He's in here. Not right this minute, but he used to go to Brandon's, but we ain't been going there lately, so I don't know where. Like, I don't know where a lot of these people have been going.
Let's go, Brandon.
Are they still in Brandon's?
Every time I've looked at Brandon's server, it's like literally just crit, like in the text.
I know. Crit be killing him in there. I know. I see.
It's not live all the time. It's not live.
I saw one day where somebody was going at it with crit, and like there was so many messages that I had to click block just so that it would like put them into a thing, and it said blocked like 1,200 messages. It was just all spam, like with crit. It was unbelievable. I think it was that guy like Grenade Gorbakowitz or something, which is probably just another Gambino sock, but oh my gosh.
Bob did another good thing one day. He had some good little presentations. He did a good little presentation one day. Remember the gerbil? The hairless gerbil or something, comparing it to gas pressure without a container?
How the fuck?
Because they think when we say that, we're making a positive claim and the burden of proof is on us, but we're saying it doesn't exist. He did really good on that one, too. That was another good one he had.
Yeah, that brought up a lot of ideas when he did that. That was good.
Because people kept telling him that you're making a positive claim by saying that. He's like, no, we're saying it doesn't exist. It's it's a negative claim. It's a claim of non-existence. If you take the opposing view, the burden of proof's on you.
Yeah. Are you real? No, you're not here. Oh, we don't hear you. Nobody's answering.
Johnny, you're hot micing. You're hot micing, Johnny.
No, I'm not hot micing. I'm talking.
Oh, my bad. What were you saying?
Yeah, I'm saying, no, you're not here. I don't hear what you're saying. And you can let people believe that they are not live.
Johnny, you know what might help? You know what might help is a better mic. You ever heard of the AirPods?
No.
Yeah, if you had a cell phone and some old school AirPods, not the pros, the old ones. They work really good. I'm on those all the time, and I sound pretty crisp.
I'm talking about the Apple AirPod.
I'm thinking part of the problem could be the microphone, the setup, because it sounds like you're in a room that's kind of echoey, and that doesn't help at all. Ask Matrix.
Oh, really?
Is it just me, or what do you guys think? Is he echoey a little bit, or no?
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's echoey and reverby and.
Yeah, your shit's all fucked up, bro. You're a hot mess, John. Get some AirPods. All right, I know you're doing good over there in Icelandia.
Is it true? I don't believe you. There's nothing wrong now. Or what?
Geo don't lie, bro. He chopped a cherry tree down once, and you know how that turned out.
Everything okay now?
Say
I think
something else.
you need like a studio mic, Johnny. Just studio quality. That would help.
Nah, the mics is where you get in problems with the computer and the mics. That's how you start getting echoes and all kinds of weird shit going on. If you just use AirPods, go get an iPhone with some AirPods. You'd be
I
sounding
don't
crisp.
believe you.
Well, most people will, but
No? Better now?
I mean, I don't know. Kinda. Probably it's probably as good as it's gonna get.
So
Okay.
so they caught some people doing, you know how they fake NASA shit with green screens? They caught some people faking like a hospital with all the white masks and shit in Israel and like going like action and like snapping the thing and like rushing someone with a gurney in all these like hazmat suits.
All right, I brought some people.
Fakery never fucking ends, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. What up? Where'd all you people come from?
They're at 24.
Nathan's or whatever.
Chewies, yeah.
What's up?
Oh damn.
I want to know why Reckoner has me blocked.
Because you said something about I'm trying to remember. How do you know he has you blocked?
Because I just tried to click on the horse little emoji and it won't let me do it.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's how you
Oh,
blocked you. So I would
yeah.
like to know, Reckoner, why did you block me?
Oh damn.
No, it was something. I don't know if it was political or it had to do with the it had to do with the shooter, the Kyle guy. That's what it was.
When? And which server?
I think it was here like a week or two ago.
I don't remember that. I don't remember it being Reckoner.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look back in the chat.
Yeah, reckon or forgive her. She doesn't remember. Just go work
yeah.
that angle, I guess. I don't know.
I would like to hear him tell me why, but that's cool.
Hey Jeremy, check your DMs real quick. I think I might have recorded that simulation conversation you were looking for.
Hey, Arma, have you talked to Brian Leakey?
Who the fuck is that?
He has the YouTube channel Flat Earth Tests
Brian Leakey.
or Leak. I don't know, Leake.
Let me see.
He was on fire last night. That was
Dude,
awesome, dude.
Guy's insane. Yeah.
He
so
was
like you keep talking about wanting to model flat Earth. Like, just talk to this dude. You guys would make a good team. Actually, it'd be great. I think that's actually the best situation right there. Let's get Arma and Brian to fucking dabs. Let's get them to shake hands.
Yeah, because Brian's doing it. He's like modeling like the stars, and he says he has a way to test like this. What did he say? 30, not 3959, but like a 35,000 mile distance with the stars. And but yeah, he's trying to do like different mathematical stuff to try to model. And I was telling him that like if we had sextant measurements and a wide variety of measurements like that from around the Earth, and then mix that with what he's doing, start to put some modeling together. But yeah, if you're into that, Arma, yeah, you might want to talk to him because he's got a lot that he's working on with it.
All right, yeah. Oh,
Maybe you could help him simulate it.
Oh, all right. So there you go. Look at that. Simulate, yeah. I'll think about it.
Well, maybe you could help put some graphics to his models that he's working on. That would be cool.
He has a lot of mathematical models you could totally help him with.
Oh, okay. I could look at them and see if they're right, if they're good or they're not good.
Well, and the great thing about Brian is that he knows exactly why like one model would be right or not right, so then you guys could work on it. That's the great part. Like when you model something that we're talking about, we don't know exactly how to explain to you so that you get it and we can get it to work or whatever. But Brian does. So, like I said, you guys would be a good team.
Oh. All right. Brian Leakey.
He's in the server. Just Flat Earth Test. He changed his name, and he just look for the profile picture with a bunch of boobs on it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Flat Earth Test. Why does that sound familiar?
Yeah, he looks it up only after I say that. I knew I could get your
Yeah, I was gonna
attention
say,
finally.
he found it.
No, I looked it up because I remember seeing
Oh,
someone.
that one.
No, because I remember the guy having like a profile pic. I'm like, why does he have that as his profile pic? I mean, fine, sure, but it's just.
Arma doesn't listen to anything else I say, so I had to add boobs in there.
Okay. Well, anyway, wait, he was in the call before. I'm trying to think. Why do I?
He's usually here like in the morning, I think.
What's with the graphene oxide? It's like basically a computer interface that they're putting into their body or something. I don't get it. What is it? So you're gonna be hackable in the future?
I mean,
what are they gonna shoot some beams at you and make
they
you?
They can do a lot with it.
I think I remember now who Brian is. All right, I think I know who he is now. Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll definitely talk to him and see what.
He's a very reasonable dude, much more reasonable than we are.
But I not too. I don't know.
Like, unless you're into urine therapy.
No, I'm not. All right, not to burst his bubble, not to burst your bubble, but
you've never tried it though.
With urine therapy, what even is that? We use like ingest the urine.
Why are we talking about this new guy who had his camera on drinking pee?
The fuck?
Because Brian's reaction to it was hilarious.
Oh,
what did he do?
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
He was like demanding the guy. He's like, "Oh, bullshit. Turn your camera on right now and drink just drink some pee right now on camera or I'm not fucking in this conversation with you."
He did
fucking do it. And he made him do it. Yeah, the guy did it. Yeah, two full glasses.
I talked to him. I did a full interview of this guy. He's for real.
Yeah. That was on Brian's demand. And then he was like, "Well, how do I know it's not apple juice?" You know, like doubting it even after he did it, you know, like come on.
But then he apologized because he's like, if you do it, I'll apologize. And then he did it.
He did.
And then Brian was like, all right.
He did apologize.
Yeah.
Right. He still wasn't hearing it though. He wasn't about to try it, that's for sure. I can't believe it. You could get by just drinking urine. That's crazy.
No, this guy
get by just drinking urine.
The guy lies. Like he eats and he drinks and he vapes, and he's not doing it right. He's not doing it right, and he's probably going to die from it. So,
you did a whole interview with him separately from that night.
Whenever I spoke to him, that's
was the night when Brian was on. Or different time.
Was Brian on when I was there?
Maybe it was afterwards.
I think it might have been before or after, because I think Brian was on mute and deaf if he was there, because I didn't talk to him. He wasn't there when I was speaking.
You were asking him questions about it and stuff?
Yeah, I did like a little mini interview. It was about 30 minutes or so.
Wait, is that recorded anywhere? Was it this Discord where he actually drank piss?
Yeah, I guess it would be on the live stream,
last
wouldn't it?
night. Was it 2 nights or last night or night before?
Dude, I'm about to make a video just titled "Flat Earther Drinks Piss Live on a Discord Stream." It's gonna get shit ton of views, man.
There you go. Just get your analytics right. Get your SEO going. You'll be all right.
He didn't even say he was a flat earther, really. He says he doesn't believe in
He
anything.
said God's Earth, and he thinks it's
he's
enclosed. So
a Bible guy. Yeah.
Well, I think he said it was that Earth is the garden, and
yeah. Well, he said that too. Yeah, the guy he goes out of his way to like pretend he's dumb. Like he even told me like God says not to think. Like, okay, man, you're just being.
You think he
retarded
actually
now.
drank piss? Like, you think that was actually piss? Not
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you could like he had trouble like getting it down.
Did he?
Oh, who cares?
Yes. He was like pungent, and he wafted a little bit, and then he almost gagged.
Really?
Yeah.
Different. That was after the time.
That was not apple juice.
So when he did it,
I think
when
he,
we were
I think
first
he got
couple
an
times,
A
he didn't seem to have a problem.
drama, guys.
White's World, you're a little bit
Well,
broken up.
I'm not going to say how I know it's real, but yeah, I think it's real.
What's real?
Why? How do you know it's real?
Wait, what's real?
Because of the way he did it.
What's
Oh,
real?
okay.
What's real?
Drinking the yellow stuff.
Oh,
You guys need a way to be able to timestamp these epic events, man. Like have a separate room.
Epic events.
Well, there's a clock on the live stream now, so now we just need to
Right.
open up the live stream and remember the timestamp.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. In this room, you should have something where people can just type a little message in a room saying,
Like a
some
little
crazy
highlight
motherfucker
reel.
drank some- yeah.
He originally did it on 24, and when he did it in front of everyone, we were all like shook, man. It was like no one believed, like, because he came in saying such dumb shit, like I'm in the Garden of Eden or whatever, and like we were like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then when he fucking drank that shit, it was so funny, man. It was
Did he
beyond.
leave the server, by the way, Gio? Because for some
He's
reason,
got
like
a different name now.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, it's like a
It's
two-worded
like
name.
it's like Frog Hive Mind or something.
Frog
right?
something. Yeah.
Frog Hive
That
Mind.
dude, he sent me like 50 different links just in one DM.
Oh.
I just closed that shit.
Same.
Look at it.
He spammed me too.
Why did
I
he
did
change
ask for
names?
something, but I didn't expect that.
Why did he change names?
No, he said he always changes his name. That's what he told me in the interview.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well,
I mean, it's not weird to change your name, but I had a
I don't
DM
think it's
going
weird.
with him and it disappeared. You know, he was sending me stuff and it disappeared because I guess he changed his name. Does that happen when you change your name? I thought he must have left the server, and that's why it disappeared.
I mean,
No big
maybe
deal.
that's just how he rolls. He just
Guess
needs
so.
P and God. So
You're talking about the same dude who like had a pipe and is showing a pipe today, right?
maybe.
I don't
I
know
mean,
if
he
he
was
was-
doing
he
vape
was-
when.
Yeah, he was
The
smoking on
vape,
camera.
Yeah, but he did not look healthy. Like
Pretty
there's some
tough.
shit going on with his eyes. Like I think he's got kidney failure or some shit.
So here's a topic that just came to my mind. Since Dyslow and Grimm Electric University are both here. What are your guys' thoughts on how electrically the sun and the moon correlate with tides? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Like how it's actually working.
And how does it relate to weed growing, and who's better at it? Just kidding.
I'd like to say I'm pretty good.
Now they got into it about weed growing one time and stuff.
Like I definitely
Oh,
think the
okay.
sun and the moon are electrostatically connected to the tides, but I'm just curious to hear more details on how it could be functioning.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of tired today.
Yeah, dude. If I had spent all my time explaining shit like you do over and over again, I'd be tired too.
Savage.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I honestly just wanted to hear Reckoner talk.
You know, I think
I heard him talk
it's
for the
time that I think Reconor should come up with the topic of discussion at least.
I heard
Haven't
Reconor talk today for the first time in like over 2 years. So that was a first.
Finally.
You mean
Who's Reconor?
I'm back. I'm back.
You mean like what does that mean, that you've broken your fast?
Well, it's just like back when he was on 24/7, like years ago, definitely I remember his voice, but like I just haven't heard him actually speak since then. Like it's been so long. So I heard him speak today. I'm just saying it's the first time that I've heard him speak like for a long time.
Suspense is killing me.
Huh. Well,
But
is
yeah, Gio, I
Grim even
absolutely
here?
think there
Oh,
could
there
be
he is.
something to that. Yeah, it took me a minute to get back on the right page. I was reading something.
How am I now? Testing. I'm better now.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I can hear you. I don't know if the mic is better, but yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but there could be something to that being tied to the global electric circuit and you know, the oscillating currents and stuff in particular times.
Well, hold on, because Reckoner wants to talk. Go ahead, Reckoner.
It's okay. Yeah, everything is okay.
It's not Reckoner.
Did he say he wants to talk?
No.
He came off mute.
No, I'm just testing because I was some echoing.
Not you, John Bernard. I'm talking about the fucking Reckoner.
Come on now. Come on, sit down.
Sure.
Come on. Sure. Good to see you again, Mr. Grim.
Good, you too, man. It's always a pleasure.
Sure. Yes. No, we're going to go with the UFOs. We're going to go with that. Thank you. We're going to listen with the horses. Good to see you, Riggs. Thank you again. And Gio, you're doing a wonderful job here. This is
very good job. Very good job. Yes.
Sure. Yes. Thank you very much. This is
Thank
great.
you very much.
Right. So, Johnny, yes, you're one of the horse's favorites as well, Johnny. You got it. Later.
Have a good time.
So UFOs is the topic. All right. I have no UFO stories.
I actually do.
Go for it.
Yeah, you know, I'm not an alien believer, right?
Yeah, just
but
tell us
I
the story.
absolutely did see some look like balls of plasma. Of course.
Seen those.
And they moved like and there were 3 of them, and they all moved kind of trading places at the same time, kind of to their where the other one was, and then stopped again, and I couldn't tell, like, what the fuck is that? That's now just a star? Like, what the fuck is going on? Because now it's just staying there like a star the whole time and just floated around with the rest of them. And
Sure, you weren't doing drugs?
Dude, I'm always smoking weed, but this is like outside of that, you know. Yeah, no, this actually fucking happened. It's not like I'll take a lie detector test on that. It's
Lots of people have seen those, yeah.
I mean,
and
I
my
see
buddy-
orbs.
my
I
buddy
assume
literally,
it's like flash lightning
like,
or something.
almost started like acting like a little bitch. He was like, "Hey, we need to get the fuck out of here." I'm like, wait a minute, I just want to, because we were out in the field. I just want to see this a little longer, man. I just couldn't. That's when I found out he was a super pussy, like big time pussy. But it was funny. That, you know, the interesting part was, though, they just stopped and they're just. It's like there's a couple of stars out there, dude, that are not actually. They're moving way too fast to be that far away, but they're the perfect size to just be little stars. You know. And it was like at twilight too, so it was still. You know, we were just finishing up frisbee golf because it was just starting to get a little bit dark, and I didn't want to lose my discs.
Oh, but you said the friends that you were with, they also saw it as well, though, right? So I
One.
guess that's.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a shared hallucination. Yeah.
So that makes up more. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
You guys know about the tether incident? The NASA footage?
Yeah, with the little out of focus looking jellyfish orbitals and stuff.
So here's my story. I grew up with the whole alien background, and that was the first time that I watched actual footage that I thought to myself, this is real footage. It's the first time I saw that. And then, you know, I realized, okay, maybe it could be something out of focus, but I'm not sure. I don't even know what would look like that out of focus because that was like a really specific shape.
Right.
You
But, I
know?
mean, it could be like because of the dust over the mirror edge or something.
Let's like, I want to post the video.
They were flying underneath it and over it and different shit. Yeah, I remember.
Here, I'll post
tripping
this
out
shit
on it.
and like when you watch it, you really get the feeling of just like, whoa, what is this?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
Cough it up.
Like okay, so I can imagine that these are like little dots of something inside of a pool maybe. And but now that I think about it, dude, this seems like these objects are like really close to the camera
Yeah, and they're like dust particles.
or something.
That looks like something under a microscope.
Oh, hello.
Like
So
little
what-
floaters. Well, look at that one. That one's pulsating at like
The elusive female
like
voice.
154. They start pulsating and shit. Weird.
Well, what percentage, if any, do you guys think that these phenomenon are actually basically just government craft that they're trying to like
I can
put
tell
their,
they're out of focus dots of dust, right?
to put
because
there
there's a
purposely
hole.
to make people believe
sorry.
in aliens? No, I was just saying, how much of them are government purposeful to make people believe in aliens?
Oh yeah, I would imagine there's some of that. That fear of the unknown. They need to have you.
Yeah, it could
afraid of
totally
it.
be dust.
They can't tell
could
you.
totally
Oh,
be like
we need to-
microbes inside of a pool. Could be UFOs. I have no idea.
There's
It
enough
looks like-
sightings that either aliens, quote unquote aliens, whatever they are, outer pounders, what I like to call them. But either aliens are real or the government's trying to make us think that they're hiding aliens by using like the tech that they have. You know, so it's the government, but then they're using it as like a psyop way of like making us think they're hiding it. You know, but there is something, but it's not from outer space; it's from outer ponds.
Dude, this video gives me
I
that
think that's what
feeling.
they're going to tell us.
That gives me that feeling of like back when I believed in all this shit.
But it could still be true. It could just be outer
Maybe.
ponders, like advanced civilizations, right? I think that's
Yeah.
the narrative. I think that's the narrative they're going to go with. That's why
Like
they're telling us about the ancient aliens, because
There's so
they've made the
little
they made the
clarity that-
distances.
yeah, it could be.
They made the distances to other solar systems way too far for it to be believable or even probable.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. I was accidentally interrupting. Got all excited.
That's why I think they're going to meld the flat Earth conspiracy with the UFO conspiracy and do an outer ponder invasion and tell us we're surrounded by ancient civilizations and we have to unite as one world.
Well, it was Reagan talking about that back in the day. Remember? He was like, if we had an outside external threat.
Yep.
The UFO.
He didn't say from outer space. He just said extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Or outside of our own civilizations out, or people outside our own or something like that. Yeah, it was worded
Are the
just
outer
right.
ponders lizard people?
No, I think they could just be humans.
okay.
See, if they're going to fake it, I'm
Yeah,
not saying they're real. I'm just saying they could tell us they're real, even if they're not, and get us to believe it and just use humans as actors and green screens and the
Yeah,
blue
but you
beam
want to know the real
technology and shit.
twist? There really is an ancient civilization, and they actually
Probably.
are the original humans. And
Probably.
they stay deep within within the protective core of the area of the Earth, where it's protected by more electromagnetic fields and rock from being accosted by the cosmic rays and the extra proton nonsense and stuff that changed our DNA. They gave us a little bit less.
Yeah, that makes
connection
sense.
to our original selves. And so they stayed under there, separate from us, while we are now we're the, not original humans
Right.
anymore.
We have the dumbed down DNA.
Yeah. And that could be a lot of that story about what they're talking about in those ancient texts that people keep from the inside slipping out for them to try to translate or understand, and they keep using this information to gain extra power over their own mankind instead of telling the truth.
And the narrative's all there, whether it's true or not. It's all there for us to. Yeah.
Do you think that those other aliens find our women attractive?
Who would know that?
Because if they did, you would get all these stories about these aliens coming up and fucking them, right?
Wait, isn't that what the Bible's about?
That's what Star
Yeah, the says in the Bible, right? The giants.
Yeah, isn't attraction about familiarity though as well?
Right. That's why. Do you think they're humanoid?
I mean, it's a good porno idea, but I mean, that's about it.
Some people like some freaky stuff, dude.
The elongated,
Star Children. Look it up.
It is about familiarity, but sometimes it's not, right? Sometimes something not being.
It's all about the strange, right?
All right, let's bring it back down to earth for a minute.
Why? We're talking about alien sex here, bro. Why you wanna?
No, you're talking about alien sex.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, we're talking about original humans, the elongated headed.
Do you think they look like that though? Do you think they
those elongated heads?
What? Oh,
the heads, the skulls. Like you can't have more bone. Like just doing like the wrapping of the head. You can't get more bone that way. You can like misshape the skull, but if those skulls are real, they have like a lot more bone and bigger brains, right? A lot bigger brains.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Bigger brains doesn't necessarily mean more intelligent. You guys know that, right?
Not necessarily though, but yeah, you
doesn't
might
necessarily mean you don't have the ability to be.
bigger brains kind of does mean more intelligent, actually.
No, not really, but I mean, it could be
Sometimes.
Because you can have
elephants have bigger brains than us.
Yeah.
Check out the big brain on Brad.
Dude, elephants are smart as fuck. They're time travelers.
Maybe they're the original humans.
Dude, the elephants are the aliens. Just look at them.
They actually say that we have a lot in common with the elephant, more so than you'd think, because we're bare skin, just like we're naked and we don't have hair, just the same way the elephants do.
That is interesting.
It goes along with aquatic ape theory.
Because I was in this conversation just the other day as
weird, because their toenails are made of beta keratin too.
Yeah, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers did a song, Naked in the Rain. If you listen to that, it's all about elephants for humans.
Yeah. And hippopotamuses.
I love it.
Hey, do blue whales have bigger brains than elephants, though?
Yeah, but they're super smart.
Have you guys seen the little hairless dogs?
Yeah, they're disgusting.
A little bit of hair, maybe.
Hairless dogs aren't that bad, but hairless cats, fuck that.
Hey,
I went to pet one.
Nothing wrong with the hairless pussy, motherfucker.
Freaked out at first because little wrinkly skin and everything. What the hell?
All right, Riggs, my bad, dude.
What? What'd you do?
My bad. You're right. The conversation did take a turn to the worst.
Right. You inspired it.
It happens.
Yeah, White's is in here. Look out.
Well, as soon as you start talking about aliens, 3 tits pop out and everybody gets excited.
Yeah.
Hairless pussy got me.
Oh my gosh, he repeated himself.
Oh, sorry, shit.
I said puppy. But I like the way you think.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Damn, I did not expect that from Shines at all. Maybe I got the wrong idea about Shines.
I'm pretty based, and that is such an amazing movie. Yeah.
Did you?
What did you say, Shines?
Shines, are you presenting yourself?
Yep.
Wait, what are you talking about? What movie?
Total Recall.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the new, yeah.
It was a great movie, and Mars was my favorite. I especially loved the little girl, and wasn't her name Alina? She was super badass. Loved her.
Brow. She has some like big eyebrows or something.
Great.
Yeah, they ruined it with the movie. The new movie was super lame compared to the original. It was like
I
nowhere.
thought you were making fun of the new movie at first.
It was, but I think the girl with 3 tits looked better in the new one than the old one.
I totally disagree.
Oh my
The
god.
tits look better or the girl look better?
I think both.
Oh, that is a girl. Okay.
It's even memorable to me. Like I don't even remember it.
Didn't
That's
even see her
how
face
bad
the first 7 times.
Yeah, I didn't even get through it.
That is true. The first girl was more memorable. She really played the role well of a 3-titted girl. You know what I mean? I bet she practiced it and really got into role first.
Practiced it. I see what you did there.
Plus, it seemed like we didn't expect as much from R.L. Larney as far as acting went, did we?
Oh, speaking of movies,
Yes.
you guys heard
Yeah,
about
he
the
wasn't
Don't Look
not
Up
the
movie,
best.
right?
Get to the
No.
chopper.
Is that the remake of Idiocracy?
Somebody made
That's
that
what
argument
I
the
called
other
it.
day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was he wasn't.
Were
I
you here
watched
for
that
that
yet, I must admit.
when I
Yeah.
said that?
Yeah,
I think
I
so.
was.
Oh, okay.
Because there was a lot of parallels you were noticing. The drawing of a lot of parallels.
Oh, Don't
Even
Look
some
Up.
like words, right?
Yeah.
They even fed their damn plants with the Gatorade.
It's a remake of Idiocracy.
Well, no, I
Or
mean,
seems like it.
it's in the same vein, kind of.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's
The
coming out this
astronomers
Christmas.
are
It's
all the smart people, and the rest of the world are just complete stupid idiots who won't take things seriously.
yeah.
I think,
And then
Riggs, I think you
COVID parallels that they're actually also trying to make fun of the people who don't follow authority.
I think you fucked up the movie for everyone, Riggs, because now we're all going to compare it to Idiocracy, and it's just not going to be good.
It won't be good if you compare it to Idiocracy because it's not Mike Judge. There's gonna be a lot of leftist takes on it. The trailer might look good, but I bet you when we watch it,
You'll get
it's
pissed off. Yeah.
gonna be really
Yeah, they're
disappointing.
making fun of people
Well,
that
even the
don't
trailer
follow
looks bad.
authority.
Yeah,
How
the
can you
trailer.
make fun of people that don't follow authority? That's like the lamest thing ever to make fun of.
Right. Well, that's
The world is live now, mate.
You didn't listen to the
Honestly,
the authority
DiCaprio
on
and Lawrence together, I don't think they work well together.
So they gotta
Speaking
say,
of which, moronic is an acronym for what?
synchronicity.
Oh, I also heard, the moronic, not only moronic is an acronym, but the new Omicron plus Delta, you can get media control. Delta plus Omicron equals media control.
I thought it was health control.
No, I'm talking about
Oh no.
acronym. Jump word.
Oh, roger that.
The letters spell out media control.
Moronic is still the best acronym for it.
Yeah.
Anagram. I think it's an anagram.
Yeah.
Anagram. Yeah.
Anagram.
Oh, acronym, maybe.
It might be. We don't know though.
I mean, moronic. It is a little bit moronic, isn't it?
Let's get Pete Shea in here. He'll figure it out.
Dude, he'll crack the code.
He'll figure out where the fucking similarities lie.
Dude, I actually noticed a difference. Like, since Pete's been on Gem's server, Gem has been talking less even.
Yeah.
Like he's actually getting Gem to not participate on his own server. It's great.
He's really boisterous.
Does he get them to indulge in Barack Obama is Will Smith?
I
Does he
don't
get
They all
them?
start squawking immediately, but I mean, sometimes he gets his hands on them because he can say it so fast now that he's just got to just daze you with a couple of little.
He's got to let that one go. He'd be
phrases.
great if he would let that one go, because that just like it's just so ridiculous.
He hits you like you
But
do
that's
with
what
a
makes him
kid,
Pete.
you know, when you're trying to.
I know, but
confuse him.
he's got good ideas, and he makes that one and a couple other ideas, just like make everything else he says like suck, because like there's some things that he's right on target with.
You know, here's
Other
one
ones
thing about
Lemonberg.
Pete, right?
totally off.
How about
Like,
Livingberg?
we
He's
get
got
Pete.
some really great stuff. Sometimes he comes out and he's on facts and data and on points, and then he goes, and then the satanic, this, you know, all this other stuff and devils and I'm like, oh no, Lemon, yeah, you had him pretty hard, and then you
Yeah.
gave it up, like you know, because I feel it myself when he starts.
Can you imagine though? Can you imagine trying to have a conversation with Pete in real life? Like,
No.
it's so understandable on Discord people talk like that, but fucking hell, man, he's got
Bet he'd be a
one.
great guy to have a talk with in real life.
Well, I talked to Twit about this, right? And she explained it better than I ever like. She actually kind of blew my mind. She said that the way that she sees Pete, we are just the voices in his head. So he can talk whenever he feels like it, because we're just, you know, the background noise.
Oh yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah,
I think
there's
I've heard
a
her
lot
say
of people
something
like that though.
about more than just Pete.
Like for
That
me,
used to be a-
anytime I hear Electric Universe talk, it just sounds like, you know, background noise.
Whoa.
Shots fired.
Fighting words.
I didn't hear that. There was some buzzing going on. Did somebody say something?
Just more background noise. That's all I hear right now.
But you answered me, so.
No, I was just telling people that I hear.
No.
no.
Shut
up, dude. You know what's up.
How's your night going, Hellboy? Is that what you are in here
Awesome.
today?
Thanks.
Blue
I'm
Branch,
chilling,
finally. Blue Branch. All right. Stabs for you guys.
Jeremy,
White's
are you still here? No.
Yeah, mate.
Never mind.
Whites, I got a question. I was thinking just real quick, like in terms of all the tests and everything. As another idea, how do you think this would work? What if there were posts, you know, all the way along the beach, like you're talking about, but the cable was actually held up, let's say like 3 feet up on the posts that would then have eyelets where the cable would be run through. So basically you'd have posts that's all 3 feet up with the eyelets, but they'd be very frequent, like every, 200 feet or something. And then if you pulled the line taut, you could actually get it with no sag hanging even. And if the winches are at 3 feet as well, the whole thing would be a completely straight line with those eyelets, guiding the wire. And then once you pull the tension, the globe result is going to push down on all of those springs because you're literally measuring the curve, and the planar result will not push down. What are your thoughts on that idea?
Yeah, well, it's essentially what we'll be able to do. Like if we do what's planned straight away and there's no results, we'll be able to adjust those eyelets. Like we'll already have water level, right, marked? So we can go along to each post and say measure up 1, 2, or 3 feet and just adjust the eyelets up to run the rope through. But there still will be sag, Gio. If it's off the ground over that distance, in between each eyelet, there'll be sag.
Yeah.
Well, all you needed to do then is take little hot air balloons and put them in the middle of your.
All right.
Well, yeah, you're right though. You could have different like levels of eyelets. What about having multiple cables? What would it make any sense? I'm just kind of spitballing, but would it make sense to have eyelets like on the ground level, right at water level, at 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, multiple, and then by pulling those taut, I'm just thinking, would that add anything? Because basically, I mean, that line should be curving. If the water is curving and the Earth is curving, then that line will want to push down on all those islets. But I was just thinking, like, would there be any sense to have several of them? Would that add anything or not?
I can't really see the sense in that, given that we're going to try different levels with the same rope anyway. Yeah, I don't really see the benefit personally right now thinking about having multiple happening at once.
Do you mind if I ask what type of rope are you going to use?
Polypropylene, 8mm diameter.
And what's its? I forget the name. Is it
Tensile strength?
tensile? Or...
Tensile strength?
Yeah. What's its tensile?
1,200 kilograms.
I don't think that's going to be enough. And you're doing what? 2 miles?
How much?
10 kilometers.
Strength? Oh, you know how
Holy
much strength
fuck.
you need already, don't you? To to stretch it over 10 kilometers.
I like how the fucking round earthers aren't doing any tests. They just go and watch Bob the Science Guy
Dude,
and then come
the round earthers, yeah. We got a satellite called the ISS, but you can take a view of what it's seeing at any time you fucking want, and it shows a fucking globe.
Yeah, if they were to try to do tests, that means they would have to be doubting what NASA's showing us. Like they're not already confident that we're being shown space pictures.
Right, but NASA only shows us a crock of shit all the time.
Yeah, but they can't say that because then they're admitting to the fraud.
Yeah, that's the core difference between a flat earther and a globe earther is one of them believes in NASA and one of them doesn't.
Yeah.
That's why Rumpus gets angry when he talks about this. It's too definitive for his brain to handle.
Who gets angry?
Rumpus, like really angry.
Yeah, we've seen a couple different reactions, like in the last couple days from globe earthers. There's a couple reactions. Some of them just completely have like an eruption of aggression, and they just become like just yelling, screaming, and not able to have a conversation. A couple have done that, and just keep telling us that it'll never work and we'll never do it and all that. And then other globe earthers are actually being really like chill and actually admitting that it might be definitive and actually helping to brainstorm and actually really interested in it. I sense that those are the ones that once it's done, they're the ones that are going to likely, see that it is definitive and it will actually change their worldview. Whereas the ones that are really getting angry and just reacting in that way, they may just, who knows, like kind of overheat, they might end up just trying to.
Well, hopefully they'll
go postal
and just go away
some other way.
Well, Gio, here's the thing: has this discussion been going on for the last few days? Because I haven't been here for the last few days, right? So
that's weird. Yeah,
but this experiment, I'm extremely.
Yeah, it seems like on this server, the last 3 days, it's like we went into a portal where like each day, like remember that one day, Whites, like it was like 12 hours of like the deepest brainstorming session I think I've ever had in terms of the shape of the Earth and testing the Earth ever on Discord. Like that was unbelievable. And then that carried on like the next days as well. But like that was, so yeah, there was a lot accomplished in that time.
Yeah, so this whole experiment, I can't remember where I talked about it, but there was a lot of talk about this.
Brandon's.
It may have been, Brandon's, that's when it was.
Yeah, that's when he first presented it.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, Kosher even said he was behind it, and he went over to Gems to like tell people that it didn't suck and it was a good idea. So
yeah, I mean, it doesn't suck as long as you don't do it over water, right?
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing: is that this material he's going to use isn't just going to go away. So he could do it many different times.
I mean,
different ways.
The thing is with water is like, one wave is going to throw everything off.
No, Branch, this is done on the Earth. This is done on the Earth. The only thing that doing it at the beach, the benefit to that is being able to put posts in the ground and measure water level so that you know that all of those stakes
the same level.
Are level, yeah.
I mean, I was thinking like, I thought that we discussed doing it on salt planes.
We did, yeah. There's been a bunch of ideas because the bottom line with the idea is you're taking a line and you're putting it up against the earth over long distance, and then essentially pulling the line at both ends, kind of like playing tug of war. But you're pulling it from a very low level, like only maybe a meter off the ground at most, maybe even less. As you're pulling it. So if the earth is curving, then that line will, just like if you take a shoestring and stretch it over a basketball, the line is going to want to press into the earth. It's going to literally measure the curvature if it's there. Whereas if it's a planar, flat type earth result, then you're going to that line is going to either stay neutral in terms of its pressure pushing into the earth, and that can be measured with scales. There's a couple different ways we've discussed doing that. But if it's a planar result, it's either going to be neutral or it's going to lessen on those scales, because sort of like taking a shoestring over a flat table, as you pull it apart, as you stretch it out, it doesn't want to press into the table at all. It just wants to stretch out. And if anything, it's kind of lifting up, the line. So this is how that could be definitive. And it's a direct physical measurement of the earth rather than, optical or anything else like that.
I believe you're going to do it at 3 different heights too, right, Whites? You're going to do it at level 1 meter and 2 meters, something like that?
I'm going to try for 3 as well if I can do it. Yep, exactly.
Right, because over the 10 kilometers, if assuming a round, a spherical model, at the midpoint, so 5 kilometers from either side, the hump should be 2 meters up. So he's also going to do 1 meter and then 2 meters. So he's going to raise the end up by 2 meters, which should actually be completely level on a ball, right? So, but yeah, so there'll be lots of data. And yeah.
It's hard, dude.
Well, also I think the local college is gonna get involved too. Is that right?
Yeah, we call them universities, but yeah, yep, definitely. Do all the science and stuff behind it. I want to try and make it an experiment, not just a test. But I can't really do that side of it. So
the material you talked about, that's going to be the string. You can get 10 kilometers of it.
I've got 10 kilometers of it.
He already has it on a
It's
pallet.
joined. It's joined. It's smaller ropes joined together. It was made in a factory, joined together, and tested to be 1,200 kilometers at the joint. So 1,200 kilometers, 1,200 kilograms.
So that's
breaking
just
strain
at the
at the
joint.
joint.
Could be more.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's the weak point, and that's
Right.
12. So you know what I mean. It's going to break there. It's going to break anywhere, and that's where it's going to go at 12. At any of the joins.
Well, there's so many options for this for doing this as well. Like it could be done over lakes, like a frozen lake. That's where the ice is supposed to be curving with the globe, if they say it is. And then like salt flats, like you said, Branch. So yeah, there's like a bunch of different applications and ways this could be done as well.
What kind of what are you going to use to create that pull?
Winches on the back of four-wheel drives, because I need the four-wheel drives to even have the beach access anyway. So there'll be winches on four-wheel drives.
How many four-wheel drives are you going to put together for it?
Just one at each end, mate, and they'll be tied off to posts that'll be sunk in, that'll hold them rigid, and the winches will be pulling maximum of 600 kilos each, and that's well within their ability.
Nice. So these are winches mounted on, like, when you say like a 4x4, like a truck, like a flatbed truck.
Yeah, like a utility pickup truck. I'm not sure if I'm going to utilize winches that you can get that mount on the front, or whether I'm going to have purpose winches mounted actually in the tray. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm leaning towards the winches on the front, because they can do it. There's no issues there. It's just that the spool might not be big enough, and it might be a bit of a headache as the line stretches to keep disconnecting and taking out the slack and then reconnecting to the winch. Whereas if I put it in the back, I can use a bigger spool and a hydraulic winch with a bigger spool. So all the slack will just all the stretch, will just wind up onto the spool as we go, and we don't have to worry about disconnecting and reconnecting stuff.
So what's word?
Because it's going to stretch. There's going to be several meters of stretch, and that needs to go somewhere.
Definitely. And whether it goes in a winch or not, my only concern here is that you're not going to have enough force. I think that I personally think the line's going to break. And I hate.
Well, the thing about it,
about it.
No, I
reason
hear
why-
you. Yeah, that's a possible.
Can I just
practice.
address that? Can I just address that? Because I'm gonna have gauges. I'm gonna have gauges on the line, right? So I will never be winching more than the braking strain is stated to be. So I will not break the line unless it's weaker than it's stated, right? So that's
Also,
one thing.
dude, one thing you gotta be really careful
the
of, dude.
theory,
I was just gonna say one thing you gotta be really careful of is if the line does break, it doesn't fucking hit someone in the head because that's a lot of force.
Yeah, no one's going to be, and everyone's going to be back. The people will be in the trucks pressing a winch button. So anyway,
It is a good
people
point
gonna
though.
face
Actually, 'cause-
masks.
well, we were talking about that too, right? Like some of these cables, if they snap, it
You're
it
dead.
can like cut you in
Yeah,
half.
but it's all going through eyelets. It's all going through
Right.
eyelets. So provided no one's literally in between each point, you know, they're going to be fine. It's not that bad. I've worked with cables a lot.
Yeah.
The main contention I have with the baller theory that we might not measure any downforce is that with their own maths, the static friction is overcome somewhere between the 200 and 300 kilogram mark. So out of the 1,200 kilograms I've got of braking strain, it's going to take 200 or 300 kilos just to get over the friction of it on the sand, right? And that's to make it move one way or the other. And because we're pulling from both ends, obviously it's not going to move left or right. It's just going to stretch out. But for every bit of force we apply with the winch above that zone of 200 or 300 kilograms, it has to start doing something in the vertical direction. It can't just keep applying lateral force and having nothing going down if the geometry is curved. And so when the ballers sort of say, oh, you know, when it's on the ground, the force is net zero, and when you apply tension, it's just going to be lateral. There's let's be safe, 800 kilos of extra force that we can put on this line, whereby it's already straight, it's already, well, not straight, but, you know, laying on the surface, and under tension, that we can then give more to see what happens down. I just don't understand how they say there's no downward force when you've got extra to apply. Blows my mind.
Who fucking cares what they say? We're gonna have definitive proof. We can give them the data, whatever they want to do with it. At that point, it's like leading a horse to water. I mean, you can't. Once this test is done, there's gonna be nothing to be said anymore. Like we can do more
There's
of
a
the
lot of
same
Globers.
tests.
There's a lot of Globers here that are just trying to help you out too. You know, it's not like
That's what I would want to see more of the. Yeah, I'd want to see more of them. Noah, that's what like different distances, different areas. I mean, if this was done, like the main ways we've talked about, okay, on a beach, there's several ways, but on the beach with all those different variations with the eye hole, the eyelets, and you know that whole method. The good thing about that is that you're measuring the natural earth, like that's the earth in its natural environment. The only negative is that you do have, you know, the variation of the environment. So maybe some of the sand is wet or there's wildlife or, you know, things like that because you're in the natural environment. But I think that could be controlled for to still get a good result. And then I was just gonna say, and then a whole nother way to do it is like we've been talking about, like a man-made canal where you would actually have, you know, you could build it. There's several different ways to do it at all different sort of levels of, you know, complexity in terms of financial involvement and the work of it. But if there's different ways to build an actual,
now we're building canals.
Yeah, well, a trench basically. Yeah, that can be controlled, and then that works as a water level. It could work with this line test, like the force, as you were calling it, Riggs, force the curve. It works with that test. It also could work with the line, which is on top of the water. That's a whole nother idea where the line is floating on top of the water, like a very light type of line, and then that's pulled. And then if the water's curving, that line should sink under the water, you know, to make a chord through the curve. Whereas if it's a planar result, then the line will just stay on the water floating or it'll lift up. So you could do it. That would measure the water. The one White's word is doing measures the earth.
And another quick question.
That's what I called Rumpus out on yesterday. He said he sort of agreed with that water one. If you could set it up and do it, and you could float that line and pull it tight, yes, you could measure, you know, the little dip. And then they talked about water tension. And then I said to him, so on the water floating line, if you pulled it, you admit that there'll be a downforce and you'll be able to like measure how far it goes down. And he's like, yes. But then you lay it on the land and you present the exact same experiment. And he said, no, it doesn't matter how much tension you put on it, there'll be no downforce. And it's
Because
like,
of the weight of the
I
water.
don't know
The
what's
water's-
going on. Something's broken.
The water's supporting the weight of the thread of the cable.
So is the ground.
Okay, how much? You have the cable, right?
Yeah,
how
it's
much
the-
does it all
it's the
weigh?
same. It's
how
the
much
same-
does that? How much does that cable actually weigh?
It's the
whole
same.
thing?
It's basically the same concept. But yeah, how much? That's
It's
a good
exactly
question.
the same. I just thought it was more logistically able to be done definitively on the land with the post as opposed to on the water, because the top of the water is never going to be stable for you to use. You know.
I agree. Unless like that, like I was saying, if we built like a custom trench, a custom canal,
Yeah,
type thing,
obviously.
that would be controlled. That's the benefit with that. But what would be
That would be the
fascinating-
ultimate, Geo.
Yeah, it would be the ultimate, and to see as well, like to measure the differences and to see if the curvature of the water matches the curvature of the earth, if there is curvature, and if there's no curvature on either. Like that's what's going to be so fascinating. Like cross-validating these using multiple different methods, and that's going to take definitive to even the next level of definitive. It's like definitive times 100.
I was thinking of doing a mini one here, like just going over to the next island and setting up like maybe not 10 kilometers. Like I'll have a smaller hump for mine, but I was thinking of doing something very similar, to be honest. I'm just kind of brainstorming how I'm gonna economically get it done, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of saying that two trucks pulling together in opposite directions are going to be able to lift up. I'm not even saying pull taut, but just be able to even lift up 6 miles of this cable.
No, they don't need to lift it up. So picture it just literally laying on the surface of the earth, and the winches, when they're pulling, they'll have a guide that the rope will go through that'll make the first test at ground level, like literally at the same level as the ground. So the first test will pull the rope completely laterally, and if the geometry is as stated as the globe, it will have to put downward pressure throughout the other posts I've got in the middle with all the measuring devices on them. And all the measuring devices at that point will be set at ground level. Right? Now, obviously the ground level with the water level will be as close to the ground as possible at one point. It might not be across the whole way, but it's not a matter of lifting the rope up as you're thinking to take rope off. It's a matter of pulling into the geometry that should press it into the earth.
Yeah, and I think that even to get half a mile of that rope up, I don't think one truck's going to do that.
It doesn't need to go up. I don't understand why you keep saying up. There is no up.
The reason I said half a mile, right, is because that's what is it? Half a mile would be what? A quarter of two. It'd be half an inch, right? Half an inch of curvature in half a mile. Or is it 1 inch?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, right? Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, even if he was able to affect that rope for half a mile with that one truck, you're looking at a difference of, definitely less than an inch.
Okay, but hang on. The one truck can tow this long. Like if it was just static laying on the beach, 10 kilometers long, and you just tied one end to a truck, you could just drive the truck up the beach and the line would just tow behind you.
Yeah, but
so all we're essentially doing is tying off the other end and then pulling it tight. And we're seeing what happens to the rope forces. Is it pushing down into the ground at all, like it should if it's curved, or is it not at all?
Right, but
and that's what we can test.
Uh-oh.
Your one truck thing, dude.
I think he's worried.
No, I mean, I'm not worried.
I could hear him swallowing like, fuck.
I'm trying to.
Branch, just so you know, Branch, this is the Globe Earther litmus test. So just so you know.
Isn't it great? When they finally get it, you can hear them kind of gulp.
No, it's not that, dude. Riggs, I kind of wish it was that, dude. I wish it was that. It's honestly me just thinking. Honestly, it's like this shit is never gonna fucking work. How do I explain?
I mean, it's not the first time I've heard it, though, man.
I honestly feel like I'm honestly stuck because I don't know how to explain it to him that this shit is just not gonna fucking work.
It's got to pull into the earth,
Okay,
dude.
can I run through just two things with you?
So,
Do you think,
so far,
in
you're
theory,
Yeah,
the
it has
geometry
to-
suggests that it would work?
It has to pull into the earth. There's no other fucking option on a round ball. No other option. Like, there's nothing else it could possibly do.
You know what's
than
going to
pull into the
happen?
earth.
The trucks are going to loom up.
Yeah, extreme refraction. I like that.
Can you imagine this shit though? Yeah, 2 trucks either side pull a rope, 6 fucking miles long.
They're not pulling it. They're just putting tension on it. What can't you grasp? Do you not have a truck? Do you not do things?
Why do you want 6 miles of shit in between then? It's not even gonna be able to lift up a quarter of a mile.
It doesn't need to lift up the rope. It's just got to put tension in, and they're measuring the forces.
Look, can I explain this to him so his little not stupid? Okay, look. I know your brain is small, but it doesn't mean you're dumb, right? We discussed this already. So, the weight of this stuff is at most 750 pounds. That's how much a roll of this stuff weighs. Okay, so there's no amount of weight you're going to have any trouble with. Okay, the trucks themselves would be, like 1.5, 2 tons each, right? You got plenty of weight there. Maybe chalk them to the ground or drive a stake or do whatever you can to get them stable. What's the difference between a couple feet on the other side? So that doesn't matter.
Okay, but
and then
you
wench it tight. Each wench is more than well rated enough, right, for that weight. And over the distance, it's not going to weigh more.
Rick, who told you 6 miles of this line is only 750 pounds? 6 miles, right?
Dude, he's got the roll of it.
It's 33 kilograms per kilometer.
Do you mind if I ask you what's the diameter of this rope?
8 millimeters. It's 33 kilograms per kilometer.
Not your pinky, right?
Yeah. If you look at my pinky, it's around about the right size.
A pinky is about a centimeter, right? So you're talking about half a pinky.
No, 8 millimeters is basically a centimeter. It's 0.8 of a centimeter.
Dude. Okay.
750 pounds for the whole 10 kilometers.
Man, you know what? Honestly, dude, I want to see this shit. I think it's. I don't want to say it's gonna be funny.
Well, we're gonna do it.
But I kind of feel like it's gonna be funny as fuck.
Yeah, and I hope that you're vindicated, even though I feel like for you, I hope that you're vindicated because otherwise it's a mental breakdown. But no, I hope I can do it in a fashion that whatever the result, people do accept it. And it's not questioned in some way like, yeah, the truck's loomed up or something fucking retarded, like someone did a calculation and said, no, what you got was actually proof of the fucking ball or some shit. So I'd like whatever the result to be definitive enough that people actually accept it. That's all. Either way, I'm open.
Yeah, and by the way, it doesn't prove flat Earth by any means. It would just show that it's not curving at the expected rate at water at that location.
Yeah, I'm kind of done trying to make sense of this shit, so I'm just gonna shut up.
All right.
No worries.
I'm even thinking of doing my own mini test, man. This one it's such a good fucking test, man. I've been thinking about doing this, but I was always getting stumped by how do I do it without optics, Just the weights, including the weights, is such a good idea. Because I was thinking of laser in a vacuum tube, but the weights just makes it so much more simple.
Yeah,
I reckon we
think
should
it's
do
a
the twin
cracking idea.
gyroscope one as well.
I think it's a cracking idea, and I think the weight is perfect. I wish you could take a picture of the material so I could just get a good idea of what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll next time I'm down at the warehouse, I will. I'll take a photo of the pallet. No dramas.
Yo, wait, what? So we have to wait for some fucking birds to be done nesting? Is that, and then for you to get like
No,
the other equipment,
look,
basically?
the reason I'm not allowed to do it is because of birds, but I don't think we're specifically waiting for the birds. I've just been given a window in winter to do it. Okay, so that's when I'm going to aim to do it. It will be dependent on a bit of weather as well, unfortunately, because it will be in our winter time. But at the end of the day, we sometimes have some very calm days in winter.
Do you guys have some sort of rangers
But
that
before that
enforce
happens, we could do a. Sorry, say that again.
Is there some sort of rangers in Australia that enforce this bird nesting? Like, is it like a
Yeah.
big deal?
Well, only because these are migratory birds, and they're like endangered. They come over from Europe, so it's just one of those situations where it's fucking the EPA and fucking shit are just not letting that happen. But in wintertime, I can do it. So I'm happy about that. Up until recently, I didn't think I was ever going to get permission, but
What else do you need to
okay.
buy? I assume you don't have all the equipment, right? Like you still need.
No, but what's left is not that expensive. It's just some posts, a few scale devices. I'm yet to choose what sort to actually mount to the posts to measure the vertical up and down forces. But they're all just going to be spring based and calibrated, to a certain weight. So nothing expensive, really. I know plenty of people with equipment with winches and hydraulics and shit like that, so people will help. Yeah. Obviously, I didn't know anyone with rope 10 kilometers long.
Do you have like a picture or something of this stuff like online? Like maybe
No,
the
because it was
place you bought
custom
it?
made.
Oh,
It was
okay.
custom made. So it's not, you can't buy a 10 kilometer line. No, this was
So
joined,
then,
custom made and joined.
well, no,
So
I
it
mean,
cost me
I
$5 grand.
don't care about how long it is. I'm not going to verify the length of it, but like,
Yeah.
I just want to know, like, is it like a spaghetti or like what? Like what is
No,
it? A twisted?
no.
Is it rope or something or what is it?
Yeah. It's twisted rope. I've got a smaller length that I got separately. I'll
Oh,
go
like a
down.
test. They probably sent it to you or something.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I bought it separately so that I could actually go and test the actual static friction just with my ute on the beach. It's 300 and something meters long. One of the lengths that are joined, but it's I haven't actually done that yet. But just to test the actual weight that just one length would take me. So I haven't actually done that, but I can put a photo of what it looks like. It's just rope. It's twisted up rope, polypropylene. I'm sure you could Google that and get a picture of it. It's green. It's
Well,
buoyant.
The stuff that I found was it basically looked like saran wrap, plastic food wrap. So I probably didn't find the right stuff.
No. No, I'll post it here when I go out and take a photo of it, mate. See what it looks like. And if it turns out 1200 kilo braking strain or strength isn't enough, then obviously we won't register any forces because it won't be enough.
Well,
And
I would
if
just
we don't get,
I would just do the 5 kilometers then. I mean, no big deal.
well, I mean, if we haven't broken it trying, we could always double it up and do 5. Yeah. Anyway, I hope it works for 10. Because it's all about the geometry, right? And although the geometry at 5 kilometers, point C in the middle is above points A and B, it's so marginal compared to at 10 kilometers. At 10 kilometers, it's so much more than at 5, and the forces are just going to be so much easier to measure if we can. We'll see though.
Now, are you going to have action cams at the? Well, I guess how many cameras do you plan on having? And are they going to be all like live streaming into one feed, or
Well,
like,
you know
what do you
what?
think?
When I first, I haven't nutted that part out. In all honesty, I haven't. That'll come together a bit closer to the event, and I know I'll have plenty of people that can help. But when I first thought about it, I jokingly said, "Shit, maybe I should make this easy and invite Guinness World Records to come down."
Well, you have to
Because
pay
then
them.
they'll do all the filming. Oh, do you?
Yeah, you have to pay for all their expenses.
Oh, fuck that then. Yeah, okay. No, I'll just round up some volunteers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's actually
World breaking
why the
experiment.
Globebusters didn't like FE Core. I think that's one of the reasons they didn't. There was something about the Guinness Book they didn't do when they did the laser test.
Yeah, okay.
Because they didn't want to have to pay a bunch of extra money.
Wow. That's interesting. So all these people that just like stack cards up really high or I don't know, balance shit for a long time. They've paid for fucking all expenses to come out for that shit. That's crazy.
Well, the people recording and making a TV show about it, they're the ones that pay for it.
Yeah, okay.
But
Making
just
the book.
whatever you do, don't call a news network. Don't call TV anybody.
No,
They'll fucking
of
assassinate
course.
you.
No.
They'll fucking kill you. Like they'll be like,
No,
white
they
words
won't.
got corona. They'll be like,
They'll
white
all
words
be-
got corona, and now
No,
he's
they
dead.
won't kill you. They'll kill your idea. They will
Cut the
market
line.
the shit out of your failure.
Sabotage.
Yeah.
Even if you do it right and it's perfect and it proves like that it's not a globe, they'll still they will behind the curve the shit out of you.
Yeah, you want me to live it down, bro.
But think about this for real. If, like, let's say you do whatever you do. Like, okay, if you were the controllers, right? You're there. You're behind the computer systems. You can do it all. You can listen to anyone's phone call. However, you don't have enough like human ears to listen to everyone's phone calls, so it's all just recorded somewhere. But you could pull stuff up. Nonetheless, if you were in their position, how could they stop this? Meaning, okay, they could come and kill us right now. And okay, they killed a couple people talking about it, But I'm saying, like, to them, like, if you put yourself in their mindset, they can't control that it's not just going to happen tomorrow with someone else. Something else will happen. So it's like they literally can't. They cannot stop this.
No,
Yeah,
they
one's
can't.
gonna-
They just sorry.
No
man.
one's gonna try to stop this.
They will stop the idea. They don't
Isn't
care
it-
about you doing the test. You can't explain it to anybody.
Well, Branch, think about how huge this is for real, though. I mean, like, this is something that absolutely can be definitive, especially if it's done in multiple different sets and settings and different materials and the whole thing. Especially if all those results are consistent. I mean, it's game over. So at that point, it's just a matter of how the information gets through organically to the rest of humanity.
Right, Gio, have you met one Glober, right, who's even said that it's even going to prove a globe, let alone disprove a globe?
Yes, absolutely. But see, dude, there's like 3 categories of Globers that I've seen. The litmus test for globe earthers with this test. There's like 3 ways it goes. One way is they're actually really open to it. They think it could be definitive, and they're open that it might change their worldview because they realize that yes, this can work if it works. Although some of them are also still like trying to say, oh no, you'll never do it or it won't work. But they admit that. And then there's another category where like get kind of angry and just like, no, you guys won't do it. And like there's that kind of category where it's just kind of like heckling and whatever. And then there's a category of just complete aggression and explosion. I would say you're in the middle one, like Dawn as well. You remind me of Dawn, like in your reaction to it. But what I was going to say, the main thing I was going to say is that like this will change the world forever.
Right, but I don't think that you're not gonna find any Glober.
Dude, the way you like explain it to people, like you even make me not believe you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll tell you this: no one is gonna try to stop you doing this experiment.
What I'm saying is that, okay, this general idea, if carried out in multiple ways, 30 ways, 40 ways, 50 ways, in different environments and stuff, what I'm saying is that it's so definitive that it will prove that the Earth isn't a globe. So that's what I'm saying by it will change the world. Like it's that big of a shift that it's the first time that there will be a physical measurement. And I don't think it's the only one that'll be done. There'll be others as well. And it'll start just like everything. It'll start kind of slow as the information gets out, because who knows what censorship they'll do. And then a lot of people probably don't even care. A lot of people don't even care.
I will tell you this, yeah. You know what? Honestly, you know what's gonna happen, Gio? Is let's talk about the middle of this rope, right? 3 miles in. Yeah. When the trucks start going, or when the truck stopped, that middle part of that rope isn't going to be affected anyway. Before the middle part of that rope is ever affected, the line will break, or the trucks just won't be part.
Why would it break?
No.
Okay, first of all, it doesn't weigh enough to break. Second of all, a lot of that weight's on the fucking ground.
Right, that's the thing, Branch. Yeah, this line is not trying to be lifted up. It's on the ground, so it's like it's like pulling a band. You know, if you took like a belt, you know, and you put a belt on and you're like tightening it around your like curved stomach. Essentially, that's what's happening. Like this line should be tightening around. Yeah. All you're trying to do is just
on your stomach.
Yeah, but that's not how it's going to work, right? Because first of all, because what's going to happen is this. You got to remember, this line does have elasticity, right?
Oh, Gio, we should have so we'll have category 1 litmus test. This guy's a category 2, and then category 3 is like incoherent anger.
No,
okay.
Hold on.
Look. If it weighs 750 pounds, if you lift up the whole thing, okay, 300, 400 pounds of that is on the ground.
Yeah, I'm just giving you my prediction. Dude.
So
I haven't done the math yet. I don't know.
I mean, why? Just tell me like, why would it break?
From what it's, I haven't even looked
at the
rated
material.
For Riggs. I haven't
over
looked
1,000.
I haven't looked at the material. I don't know how elastic the material is. I don't know its tensile strength, right? I understand what you're saying. That's how much it's rated for, but you know that doesn't mean a lot to me.
1,200 kilograms.
Okay.
Far exceeds the weight of what we're doing, or how much we need to torque it. Okay. It's way overboard.
Branch, imagine this as well. If you had this line that, I mean, it could snap and all that. Those are all possibilities, but let's just say that it can do it. The thing is, if you have scales all the way along it, you know, multiple reading points, and of course it depends on, you know, how much money and how much time how frequently you want to put them. But if you put them in multiple places along that line, as you start pulling it on a globe Earth, it's going to want to press down on all of them, and you'll be able to read them all the way along. I was even saying, if you got even more complicated, you could have you could have it sent by Wi-Fi, like the readings, like back to like a central thing into a computer, and as you're pulling the line, you could see it on a graph exactly whether all those scales are showing curve, and it could even on like a computer screen, you could show it live. Or whether the scales don't change and it just stays planar.
Let me ask you a question, Branch. If you're pulling this line, okay, can the weight that it measures on the scale exceed the weight of the cable?
In the center of that rope, yeah?
In the center.
Yeah.
And why? Why would it?
Can it exceed the weight of the cable?
Can it exceed the weight of the cable?
No, it won't.
Why?
It won't decrease either. Trust me, that center of the cable ain't gonna get affected at all. The line's gonna break before it even happens.
Why would it break? Why would we
I need
try
to
to
look
break
into
it?
the material. I need to look into this material and see what the properties are, right? But
why would we try to break it though? Like how hard do you think we're gonna pull this thing together? Like what kind of torque are you talking about?
I'm just saying that when you're talking about doing this over 10 kilometers, right? Before the center of that rope is gonna get affected, that rope is gonna break. Now you're telling me it's a 1 centimeter piece of rope, yeah, and you're telling me it's some kind of plastic. Is that if that's
propylene?
And I haven't looked up the whole properties of poly whatever it is, yeah. But I know for sure that center of that rope ain't gonna get affected by all. If you have 2 trucks pulling it, fuck no.
Well, no, dude. Do you think like we're trying to pull it till it breaks? How much torque do you think?
I'm just gonna say that no matter
when the trucks are not pulling it, the winches.
When you have those 2 winches going full blast, yeah, the center of that rope
not full blast.
whatever blast you want, right?
Well, what we're looking for, Branch, is we're not really looking to make that cable, like that cable doesn't have to be pulled in any excessive.
It's not load bearing.
It's not load bearing. Yes, it's on the ground. We're measuring the actual Earth directly with this. You're running something parallel to the Earth and on the Earth and just pulling it taut. So yes, I agree with you. We'll have to see how taut it needs to be pulled. And actually, if you have scales all the way along the way, if you're getting a curved reading,
okay,
then
let me
hold on.
Hold
Hold on, you're totally interrupting. Hold on, let me just finish. What I'm saying is that if you have scales all the way along, it's true that the more you pull it taut, the more reading you'll get of the curve if there's a curve, and then the less difference you'll get if it's flat. So I will say that it would be fun to test how strong we can pull it without it snapping. Of course, that might not be good to do right off the bat, just in terms of not snapping the first cable that's being used. But in the future, like to maximize that, because especially if it's a curved Earth, the more you stretch it, you'll get more readings, and that would prove it even more.
So let's think about this experiment a slightly different way, right? Instead of having two trucks on either side, let's say that we have you holding the cable on one side.
That's fine.
10
doesn't
miles
matter
away.
who's holding
Hold
it,
on,
as long
Riggs.
as it's.
Hold on, Riggs. Let me finish, yeah?
You just want me to hold your cable.
Yeah, Gio's got his hands firmly gripped around the cable, right? And 10 miles down the road, this cable is laying completely flat.
Get your hands off my cable.
10 miles down the road, yeah, this winch starts pulling on the other side of that cable, right? Is Gio gonna feel that rope getting pulled immediately?
Not immediately, because it would have to pick up slack and it would have to stretch a bit, but eventually.
There is no slack. There is no slack, right?
All right, then. Well, I mean, when you say immediate,
Yes, of course he would.
No, he won't.
As soon as the stretch is gone, yes,
as soon as the stretch is
definitely.
gone. As soon as the stretch is gone. My point is this, is that he will never feel it get pulled, because the stretch is going to continue so much so that the cable will rip before he ever feels anything pushing on his hand.
Like taffy. You're
Okay,
saying
well
it's
then
like taffy.
that's your prediction. We've noted it. Beautiful. Will it come true? We've got a few months to find out.
It sounds like White's word knows his cables.
Maybe.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, I was saying
it's
before
simple.
about anyone trying to stop this. It's like this idea can't be like they cannot destroy this in terms of a test in and of itself. So, even I just think that I think there's several physical tests that can be definitive. There's several water level tests. There's a spherical excess. Several of those that can be done. The one you're talking about, White's the one that you've invented and you've come up with. As far as I heard, you're the first I've ever heard it, and it's brilliant. And I think yours is one of them. It's one of the several that are definitive in terms of physical measurements.
Get them done.
So, Branch, if the result is absolutely a planar result, and if it's done in several environments, because we were asking the other guys, this BioDual, some of those guys, if that's the case and it is definitive, and you can even do it yourself, you can see it yourself in person, whatever it may be, will that change your worldview? Dun dun dun.
Yeah, the honest ones will say, like category 1 will say, yeah, I'd have to actually really think about it. Of course, I'd like to see it done in other locations, but yes, that would have me really thinking of things. That's what category 1 does.
Yep.
Category 2 is silence, it turns out.
Yep.
We got his prediction, though. He predicts that it will just stretch.
Man, I've
and
never
snap.
heard Branch be this quiet, man. He's got to be all kinds of swallowing right now.
Yeah, what is category? And then this is interesting to call it categories.
This is a new Branch. I think we actually sobered him up.
I know, I get what he's saying.
We don't want to be cool
at the
for
end of the
Branch.
day,
It'll be like the end of Branch being a troll once and for all, because he would realize that he's been trolling the truth this whole time, and then
I
he
don't know
probably
about
would
that.
just he would just stop trolling.
No, I think he might like leave Discord.
I'm starting to worry about Brandon. What did he find out? Why did he leave?
Oh, he his contract's over.
Yeah, he's retired from the military.
Yep. He's retired from the military now.
So the category 3 of the Globers, in terms of this test being definitive, what do? They just denied that it's definitive, right? Like to the core, just erupt in some
I
kind
don't
of
think they
state.
get to category 3. I think they get anger and leave before they even get to a category 3 level.
So my thought is that while you're torquing the cable, like pull on it until
my check.
Yeah. Okay.
We
Pull
got
on it until
you got your Matrix Zero.
until the scale stabilizes, or like there's got to be some kind of meter on one side that you know how much pressure is being put on the cable. Like I would.
Yeah, the winches have that.
Have a torque meter,
pressure gauge. So you,
pressure gauge. Okay,
no
good,
pressure
good.
gauge, so you can tell the pressure. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I would pull until just pull slowly until it stabilizes, and then just don't pull anymore.
Silent
Zero.
Zero.
I mean, that's why I was talking about the Ute, because we'd have a bigger spool.
Yeah.
To be able to take up. I have.
What's up, bro? What's up, Silent? I was just gonna say, did you get my joke? Because you came in like Matrix does when he says mic check. You came in and did
Mic
that.
check.
So I called you Matrix Zero just to be playful.
Hey, Gio, I have a question. Let me see if I understand correctly what this test is. What you're saying, in my understanding, is that if it's a globe, we have several scales on the ground. As we tense that line, it's gonna start touching more of those scales, and it's gonna create more weight in them. And if it's flat, and as we start tensing, is gonna weight less. Is that understanding correct, or am I?
Yeah, pretty much. Except if it's a flat result, it may also just be neutral because it'll either the weights will get less. See, it depends on some of the scales. I suspect the scale in the middle would not get less because it's just, you know what I mean? Like if you're pulling a line that long, even on a flat earth, I can't imagine the one in the middle unless they're lessening, but it wouldn't get any more. That's for sure. So I think all of the scales, if you had scales along the line, some of them I would expect to be neutral, to just not change. And then other ones I would expect to actually go less of a force because the line is being pulled, from like a couple feet off the ground or whatever it might be off the ground. And so the scales that are near the beginning and near the end of the rope, those are going to show lessening. But yeah, if it's a globe result with the curve, it's like pulling a belt around your waist. Like as we do that, as we pull that line taut, there should be significant readings on those scales of a downward pressure as the line is pressing into the earth. And it also should show all the way along, the amount.
Yeah, the pressure pulling down or pushing down or whatever would have to be. I mean, I would guess it would be much more than the cable's weight itself. So it would be very apparent it's pressing into the ground.
Right. It's like if you were it's like if you were lying on the bed and then your belly up and then you rested the belt across your belly. And then so that's the resting phase. And then if two people on either side of you on the bed pulled from underneath your stomach on the belt from either side, the belt would press down into your stomach, and that's exactly what we're basically simulating here.
All right, yeah. So I get the right understanding of the test. I mean, yeah. It's pretty good though.
Operation Belly Belt Earth.
And the great thing about it is that it's going to be resting on the ground, so the requirements for the cable are far less than just like pulling it up in the air.
Hey, so Gio did mention about 2 feet for the winch, but you should probably put a pulley on the ground. That way, there is no 2 inches involved. Does that make sense?
Is it gonna be a fishing? Is it gonna be a fishing line, Gio?
I mean, 2 feet.
Well, there's different ways to do it. Like Sound Zero, like there's different setups. Like we were thinking like this could be done on a lake, like a frozen lake, and you could measure whether there's curvature of the ice. It could be done on salt flats. What White's Word is thinking of doing it at a beach, like 10-kilometer beach, and I mean, he can explain further like the full way he's doing it. He already has the cable. He has 10 kilometers of this polypropylene cable, which he could tell you more about as well. But he already has it, and so he's going to do it 10 kilometers on a beach where he can measure water level with posts all the way along, and then do it that way. But it can be done in a lot of different ways with different.
So you know what my prediction would be on that, Geo, is that on the sand, right, the cable will snap closer to the trucks, and on an iced over lake, it will snap further in because of the coefficient of friction.
So yeah, silence. So this one's not a fishing line. I guess it's like polypropylene. So Whites, does it kind of look like a really thick plastic? Basically, is that kind of what it looks like?
Didn't I post it in the chat?
No, I've been waiting. Or unless you did.
Oh fuck! I posted it in Brandon's COVID chat. Hang on, fucking I'll repost. I was giving someone shit over there.
Someone send me a link to this Brandon guy's server. I want in on this server.
Somebody started a new server and killed.
There's fuck all happening there, mate. I just give someone shit over there.
Is Brandon back, guys? Is Brandon back?
Not that I've heard of. No, I talked to Jeremy about it today, and he just said last time he heard from him, he said that he just had some stuff that he was taking care of, like in his life, I guess. But I don't know any further details. But no, I haven't heard anything from him. I don't think anyone has, like in a couple weeks. I think even the last time Jeremy heard was a while ago.
Okay, so with regard to the friction coefficient thing, right? So the standing friction is what you're talking about with regards to the rope and the sand. Now, the weight of it and the diameter of it, the surface area that's going to be in contact with it over the length of 10 kilometers is between 200 and 300 kilos standing friction. So that's how much force needs to be put in before it starts to move. So that leaves us with 800 kilos, a little bit more, of actual pulling power, right? Now that might not sound like much, but I propose if you held the rope at the end, and if for 1 minute a ute can drag the rope along the beach, and then all of a sudden you said to the ute, all right, stop, and then you picked up the end that was just moving, and you held it in your hand, and then you went to the ute, yep, go again, and they started moving, it would definitely pull you along. You would have to keep walking to keep up with it.
Yeah, but
so what we're doing is we're going to anchor the end and then get the tension. And you're trying to say that, as soon as you anchor the end, it's going to snap before it reaches the post. Like, it just pulled out of your hand. And how does it didn't snap?
Yeah, you won't even need to anchor the end. It just
and over 10 kilometers, how tall do the little, like the poles that are gonna be holding each end, it has to be above the ground?
They'll be as close to the ground as possible. As the tide's going out, we'll mark water level as close to the ground as possible across that 10 kilometers. And as soon as all the posts have got the water, just as it's about to fucking dry up the last little post, we'll mark off water line. So hopefully, fucking right on the ground, as close as we can get.
I mean, there has to be some space between the ground and the. Otherwise, I don't think it's valid the test though.
Well, it is, because just like another analogy, you got a fence post, right? Have you seen a fence post, like a wooden fence post, like a farm fence post? Just a question. Fencing wire, you wrap fencing wire around a fence post, a wooden fence post, and if you twist the wire, it slowly gets tighter and then pulls into the wood, you know? Do you appreciate that?
But
No?
then no, because if it's really close to the earth, to the ground, then you're gonna see the same effect pretty much, aren't you?
What effect?
The same effect. If you have it close to the ground and you tense that line, then you're not gonna lose weight. You're just gonna press on the scales.
Exactly. So we press on the scales and we get positive proof of curvature if that's the case.
Exactly. That's
Yeah, because if we use Noah's idea, like with when he was saying if you're lying on a bed and you have a belt and you have two people pulling it, so yeah, if your stomach is curved as they pull that, it's going to want to press into it. But imagine for a second your stomach is flat for some reason. Your stomach is just completely flat. If you then pull it,
my stomach hurts.
It's not going to all of our stomachs, but it's not going to do anything. Like it's just going to. If it's a flat result, you're not going to really feel anything on your stomach. It's if anything, it might lessen a little bit. It might come up a little off your stomach, but you're definitely not going to get any pressing into it, like noticeably not at all. Whereas with the globe result, if it's curved, you're going to definitely get that pressing.
I think what Silent Zero's thinking about is the fact that if you're basically the winch height, wherever that winch is pulling in, needs to be at least as high as those scales.
Yeah, and it would have to be lower than the hump of the earth, the sagitta, because if it's higher than the hump of the earth, then that's not going to be good for reading the globe. So it has to be also below the sagitta, so that when you're pulling it, you're actually pulling it into the curve, not just lifting it up over a globe.
That's what I'm saying. Over 2 miles, it has to be 8 inches, right?
Yeah, but this is
less than that.
6.5 miles.
And how many inches above the ground is going to be? How many inches above the ground?
It's a lot of rope, man.
How many inches above the ground, guys? How many inches above the ground is going to be?
That was good, Riggs. That was good.
Hey, Gio, I'm not sure what you're laughing at. You're still holding that rope at the end of the fucking.
Oh man, mine was better though.
Did you have all your clothes in there? All of them. All right, sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad nobody heard you because you're too quiet. But
how many scales are you guys thinking?
Well, that's another question. Yeah, how many?
It's gonna be expensive. That's why I just hope you guys don't spend.
Oh no, he's already spent $5,000.
Oh, now that's
me.
Yeah,
it's just me,
dude.
Everyone else will be okay.
No, this is some good category two. This is some good category 2 action. Like he's concerned about the cost of the scales, so that's good.
No, I would say this. Yeah? You could consider. Seriously, guys, think about doing it this way, right? Instead
Who's doing this?
Scales, instead of actually getting scales, right? You could use springs, and maybe 3D print some shit where you have basically have a spring holding it up, and then
it'll be like a fish scale or something.
I think
if it gets pushed down, the spring would go from 1 centimeter to, or the spring will go from 5 centimeters to maybe 4 centimeters. And you just measure the spring getting compressed.
Oh, there's the picture.
You don't say.
Oh yeah, that stuff. You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, that looks solid.
Yeah,
I mean, my God, that stuff's pretty stretchy, dude.
Well, how much weight do you think we're pulling?
Fuck, that shit's gonna break in a second.
How much weight do you think we're pulling?
Yeah, it's not.
You're not even gonna go there in your mind. It's too scary, right?
No, it's not about the
how much weight.
Hold on,
is it pulling?
Riggs, did you hear me mention coefficient of friction?
Is it load bearing? And how much weight are you pulling?
Did you hear me mention coefficient of friction?
Yeah, and it's overcome between 200 and 300 kilos, and it has a braking strain of 1200. So what are you saying?
You know what I was actually thinking, Whites? I was just thinking right now. Okay, if those winches could be on the ground. Now, Branch actually said something earlier about a pulley, which is an interesting idea. Now, I don't know if this could all be done, the technical side, but because I was just thinking, if we had that line as close down to the earth as possible, I think it's going to be the best, even if it's like 1 inch off the ground. The reason is because if it's a flat result,
it's going to be adjustable.
Go ahead.
Remember how I'm going from the ground to 1 meter to 2 meters to 3 meters? That will be on an arm that has a pulley on it. So the rope will be threaded through the pulley, and that pulley will be adjustable down to the ground, and then up to 10 centimeters if we want, and then half a meter and a meter, and it will go through that guided pulley onto the winch.
Well, you've already got it. Nice, dude.
Right?
That's so.
Yeah,
How low to the ground can you go?
To the ground. Like I could dig a little hole if I wanted to and put the pulley down into the hole, and if I wanted to, but like literally ground level.
Wow, that would be crazy. Well, the cool thing about that, if it was like ground level or maybe 1 inch, like just literally right there, or in that range, because the only thing I would think that would be negative about a flat reading is if you have it up high off the ground, like 3 feet, 6 feet, 9 feet, like if you have that thing high off the ground, as you pull it, it is going to lessen, if it's a flat result, it's going to lessen on the scales, close to you and everything. But the thing is, as you lift up that line, it's going to put more weight on the scales that it's on, because now you're lifting, you have the weight of all that line going on whatever scale it's touching. Although that still wouldn't be but that still wouldn't be a globe result. The globe result should make all the scales heavier anyways. So, but I'm just saying that's one factor.
No, it is, but the beauty of it is we know what the line weighs at the start. We know exactly how many meters of line get pulled onto the spools to account for stretch and that decrease in weight. And then we will also know how much line comes off of the ground. And depending on how much line comes off of the ground when we try the 3, 6, 9 feet one, we can calculate the weight that's come off of the ground, and we can add that to the rope that's still on the ground, and we'll know what the weight should still be on that rope. Like, that is very definitive. Like, the weight that's on the rope that's on the ground that's remaining can never be more than the original weight of the rope, can it?
Exactly. This is the point I was trying to tell you, Branch.
Okay, hold on. Are you guys are basically trying to tell me friction has nothing to do with this?
No, we're overcoming it, Chan. We're overcoming the friction, and from that point on, we're measuring the force.
Okay, do you think, right? Say if you got that big old spool of rope, and you held one side of it and you pulled it right now. Do you think the amount of force needed to pull that whole rope right now, as it's bundled up, right, is going to be the same as if you laid that roll out thing out flat?
No, probably worse actually to try and drag it as the full 330 odd kilo roll. But once you lay it out in 10 kilometers,
it will be a lot less force needed to pull that whole reel of crap, because there's less surface area of touching the ground than if you laid the whole thing out flat.
How do you know? Have you just calculated it? Did you ask the diameter? Did you ask the diameter of the reel? Come on, you don't even know.
That's how shit works. That's how friction works.
In your head?
Okay, well, I can tell you right now, the static friction that's been calculated, right, with the sand and the wet sand and the actual surface area of the rope is between 200 and 300 kilograms. So if you think that we can't overcome the static friction, which means you start to get the rope to move, you've overcome the friction you're talking about. We've got 800 and a bit left of pulling strain. What
surface area did you use to figure that out? And what
the 8 millimeters diameter?
You used what? The diameter?
Seriously, you can't work out the distance of half a circle?
Okay, so you did pi diameter for the part of the rope that's touching the ground, right? And you multiplied that by the length, 10 miles, right? Or 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
Right? And then, dude, I don't think you did this shit right.
Okay, look.
Because
you're allowed to say that.
What did you even use as your coefficient of friction?
Range, where are you getting the friction? There's not. Okay, I'm imagining this line. Okay, we're on a beach, a beautiful beach, okay? And it's all sunny out and I'm holding your cable, right? And we are just rocking it out, all right? And we have this cable on the ground. All right? All right.
Are you hold on. Are you double fisting it or single fisting it?
We're pumping, dude. We're pumping it all.
I've never seen him squirm this much.
It's all happening. The thing is that as we have that line, and it starts to be like, okay, it's all lying out on the beach, and as it's pulled, friction. I mean, okay, there is going to be stretching of the line to some degree, just like you're pulling a boat. Like when you if you've ever done that, like you tow another boat. There's going to be it's going to start to pull, and yeah, it will stretch some.
Right.
But
the hardest part is to get
in terms
it
of
smooth,
friction,
right?
in terms of friction, we're slow pumping. You know what I mean? We're not doing a fast. We're not trying to get chafing going. We're not trying to go too hardcore. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But I'm just saying it's not like it's being rubbed back and forth like a knife or something. I'm just joking. But you know what I mean? It's all it's doing is being pulled. So I hear what you're saying with friction, but I don't see that being something where heat would be involved.
It's about getting the rope to start to move, right?
Move where?
No shit. No, you have to overcome the friction and get it to move.
Guys, honestly,
We're pulling from both ends.
It's to tense it, Branch. It's to tense the line. So as you tense the line, if it's flat, the scales are gonna read less weight, and if it's a globe, it's gonna be touching more of those scales. That's all it is.
And there's different scale ideas. Like you could have one that's like a fish line or like a fish hook one where it's a hung scale. But Brian Leakey was also mentioning these scales that are really thin. He said he actually owns a couple of them, these really, really thin scales. He said they're only what did he say? Like a quarter of an inch? Like they're really thin. So he even has some of those. But yeah, so that would not, it's not like they'd be very high off the ground. But yeah, I mean, that's what's going to get you. It's going to get you reading.
Down, or where's it going down?
It sounds like you're moving. Sounds like you're transitioning into category 1, Branch. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of done, Gio. It's like I don't think I'm going to explain to you. I swear to God, bro. I just don't think I don't think I'm going to explain to you why my friction is going to play a part in this.
Yeah, because you're not making any sense, Branch. That's
No,
why you
I'm
can't
not
explain.
making
I gave you the details. Google the coefficient and work it out and get back to me.
I'm not gonna keep on trying because I understand.
It's okay, man.
I think Riggs. I think he knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
that's why he's afraid.
Is exactly what I said, dude. When we explained it earlier, he just went silent. I'm like, "Yep, he's swallowing. He's got a lump in his throat right now."
Category 2. He's a category 2.
Dude. Like, if honestly, dude, if you guys were to do this and it proved the Earth was flat, I'll be over the fucking moon.
Over the moon.
Now,
the atmosphere.
I would fucking love it. It would be so much fun, right? It would destroy fucking civilization as we know it, and it would probably be an economic reset. And I'm all for that type of shit. But it's just
Gio, are you gonna? Is the idea to use surveyors to flat the place, or like how would you guys? What is the idea?
It's a beach, right? So the water is gonna go in and out, and when it's in, he's gonna take the water level on the posts, and then as it goes out, it's all gonna be on that same level, right? Or am I incorrect about that part?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on its way out. So I'm gonna let it all come in. The day before, I'll put the posts in, and then the next day, as the tide comes in, I'll watch it, and as the tide goes out, just as it literally is about to, leave the last post.
Well,
dry,
guys,
I'll mark it all off so they've got water level.
You gotta think about this in a practical way. There's not gonna be a place where you have 10 kilometers of beach for yourself, so that you can nobody's gonna be touching those scales or shit like that. I mean, how you gonna control 10 kilometers? How are you gonna control 10 kilometers of space where you're gonna be laying down some scales and shit like that?
Well,
and sinking posts. I've been given permission, so there you go.
No. Well, there's always people, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, how are you gonna control that?
No, the beach will be closed. The beach is only.
Oh, it will be closed.
And it will be
10
closed.
miles of You're gonna close off 10 miles of beach.
Well, it's a dead end at the other end, and so it's just for 2 days. That's all I've asked for. So they're okay with that.
How much you got to pay
Oh, so
to do that?
so you already have a
Nothing.
place?
Really? They'll just
Yeah,
do it?
yeah.
Holy
That's
fuck!
awesome.
I haven't told them
Uh,
what I'm doing, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell Branch. They're gonna call those people.
The one thing that's good about that rope you have, I think that under those pressures, it will be like if it snaps, it'll be dangerous. But I was visioning it more like a nylon type rope that was extremely dense.
No.
And this stuff, at least if it hits
polypropylene.
someone, I don't think it'll cut right through them. It'll give them probably a lot of damage, but it won't be as dangerous as nylon.
Well, true. Possibly, anyway. We'll find out.
Hold on. Hopefully,
No,
we
but
don't
also,
find out.
at
Hopefully
the
it
end of the
doesn't hit
day,
anyone.
under tension, it reduces diameter, which also then reduces the friction coefficient. All right. So there's also that too to think. The tighter it gets, the thinner it actually becomes, and the less friction
Dude,
there is.
I'm
easier
at
it
a
is to
point
move.
now, dude, where I don't really care what happens. I just hope you do it safely and have fun doing it.
Yeah, no, we'll do, mate. And it'll be
So-
well documented.
So Branch, so for you,
Here it comes.
here comes the ultimate question. If you were to see this done and you were to see it verified and for sure this was the result, would you then have a change in your understanding of the shape of the Earth?
Assuming all the methodology is sound and you've checked everything and you can't come up with any good reasons, you know.
And people have repeatedly
This
done it around
particular
the
experiment,
globe.
no, dude. There's no way this rope that you guys are using over 10 miles is going to give you any kind of reasonable answer.
6 miles.
I don't agree with you.
I know, and that's what we stopped talking about because I realized that this agreement's not going to happen.
Well, how could the scales push down if it's not curving?
You know, if the scales,
Yeah,
if
how
the
is-
scales
how
push
is the
down, if
scales
the
not gonna
scales
get
do,
pushed
you know what? If the
down?
scales do push down, okay, you know what? Let's go back. Let's
push
imagine
down is round.
imagine
You
I'm
win.
completely wrong about friction, right? Imagine I'm completely wrong about friction, and somehow the scales do
What
get
friction?
Yes.
You haven't even calculated it.
Geo, if the scales do get pushed down, Geo, then definitely I'll be like, what the fuck?
Well, you'll think
Beautiful,
that that's
well
globe
done.
proof? You'll think that's globe proof, you're saying?
Well,
Let me think about this.
if it pulls
scales-
down, I would suspect globe. Yeah, I'd suspect curve.
If the scales get pushed down, yeah, it's going to be globe proof.
Well, the thing about this, the way Whitesword was describing, he was saying in his thoughts that he doesn't think that this proves that it's flat, which I agree. But it does disprove the globe. Although
if the scales get pushed down after you start the trucks,
Well,
yeah.
this is all assuming that, like, you know, the topography is all correct, right? Like, it is actually
Mhm.
level, and that there's not bumping into anything.
Yeah, all of that shit.
But actually, White's. I mean, you were saying it doesn't prove. I just said that because I was repeating what your thoughts were. I'm trying to think. Do I think it would prove flat? I mean, I guess like it could be concave or something with that result. But I mean, it does indicate.
Well, then it would be way off the ground. That's the thing. It'd be higher
true.
than where your starting point was.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily. It doesn't necessarily prove it's flat. It just proves that.
No, what it will do will disprove the current radius. Because if let's just say they're going to try and say the radius is bigger and the ball is substantially bigger, we would have to go a lot longer distance to then get the same, the same effect. So we wouldn't actually see it at 10 kilometers if the ball was in fact bigger, if it was a ball and it was bigger. But that still destroys the fucking current narrative if they're going to try and say the ball's actually double the size. Like, that would be fucked.
I mean, you could. It will actually. It will give a
Imagine-
lot of information, right? Because not only would it show a downward force in the middle, but it would also show a gradual difference of that force. Would it?
No. It has nothing to do with the downward force in the middle. It is literally just slicing into the cheese like a cheese ball.
Well, I think on a globe Earth, I think there would be the most pressure at the middle scale, and then it would taper off going out to the outer scales.
Yeah, it would definitely do that.
Like the higher you go with A and B, yes, that profile changes. But if A and B are on the ground, it's the same the whole way across.
Right, and
It
now
doesn't change anywhere.
now with that data, if you have enough points, you can then establish somewhat of a level of curve too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, dude. If this gets a result,
course.
you would. What would be so amazing is that if the Earth is curving in this way, if it is, let's just say it's a globe, then we would get a incredibly fascinating reading because we're going to get literally the parabola of the curve, and it should all match the math. Like it should, it would be perfect, like as a way to test that, and we should see the variation throughout the scales of the actual curve. You know, if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking hypothetically, complete hypotheticals, right? But yeah.
Because Branch, I'll answer that question. You didn't even fully answer it, actually, but I'll answer it. I'll say for myself, if this gets a curved result, and if it's done, I would definitely like to see it more than one time, multiple times and so on. But if this consistently gets a curved result, then I would not be able to.
You'd be undecided until further information.
Hold on, Riggs. How would you feel if they tried the experiment and the two trucks started going, and let's
swap shirts.
Let's say about a quarter mile down the line on each side, the ropes broke. What would a quarter mile from the trucks, the ropes broke? How would you feel about that?
You know, you can roll this rope out. You don't have to pull it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying, Geo, how would you feel? I'm just asking.
Oh, now he's asking Geo. Okay.
Yeah.
My answer was too honest. Whatever.
No. Because Geo thinks that there's going to be a result. What I'm saying is there's a possibility that this experiment ends with no result, where the rope
Of
just
course.
How?
No, it might not break, and there might not be any forces measured. They might be too small to actually measure. Like, that's possible. I'm fucking very open to that.
Okay.
Branch, with that comment, you've slid into a hard category 2 at this point.
Dude, it sounds like Branch doesn't even know what the fuck is happening with this.
I will be honest with you, dude. I don't even know what these categories are.
It sounds like you don't even know what the test is. Just by your arguments.
I do know what the test is.
If it snaps, then we look into a stronger material.
Okay, and do it again.
Well, but why would it snap? I mean, if we're pulling 200 pounds on a line and it's just barely lifted up on either side, that's nothing.
Riggs, look.
It is nothing.
Let's not get into the why, right?
I mean, it's something, but
let's not get into the why, Riggs. But
dude, I could pull 200 pounds. You're so full of shit with this friction stuff. What the fuck is your argument?
So, Rig, you think, you laid that cable out, right? 10 fucking miles, you're going to be able to pull it. You're going to be able to pull the whole thing in.
How much does it weigh?
All by yourself.
How much does it weigh? And why would I have to pull it? What if I just rolled it out for 10 kilometers?
Okay, no, I see what you mean, Brent. Hold on. If you're saying if you took 10 kilometers and you rolled this thing out on a beach, and then you went to one end and you put it over your shoulder, or you just try to pull it, I know what you're saying, dude. That would be a tremendous amount of tension. I'm not even sure you'd be able to pull it with your hands. Like, well, it's a pretty thin cable. I'm not sure. It depends on how
750 pounds is a lot to pull.
Right, and Gio, what I'm saying is the reason why is a lot.
That's why we have that's why there's winches. That's the whole point of the winches.
Well, you just roll it out as you drive along the way. You don't have to pull the whole fucking thing. You only pull it to tension it.
Right.
Gio,
but I think that's the friction. I just think that's the friction he's talking about. He's thinking of all this cable touching the earth that it would be really hard to pull, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
What?
See, I got you. I'm holding your cable.
No, there's no way. There's no way. Dude, you don't even have to pull it fast. You could put it on the slowest, you can put it on the slowest setting You don't have to create any
It
heat,
doesn't matter.
nothing.
At this point, we're not even talking about a winch. We're talking about you rigs pulling that shit.
Why the fuck would I do it?
On
What's your
one
argument?
on one end, Geo's
obfuscation, clearly.
Oh my, yeah, dude, this guy, dude, Branch, I'm very disappointed in you. You're smarter than this by a lot. By a lot. It's been an hour of you obfuscating with bullshit points.
It's not at all. If you actually understand what I'm saying, it's not bullshit.
Dude,
but
we have understood and overcome all of your dumb shit thus far.
Let me try to do this in a way that's a little more.
We're waiting for you to do it in that way.
Hold on, let me think. Give me a sec.
Yeah, keep thinking. Let us know.
I think he's still flustered that someone's holding his cable.
Yeah.
No, but dude, well, let's hear you out, Branch. What do you mean? I was saying the friction thing, so I was trying to figure out what you were saying.
No,
but
you totally get it, Gio. I think you get it.
But you agree that that's eliminated by the fact that the winches are just slowly pulling it, and that they have enough pull power to get this thing taut to where we can measure the Earth.
But does it matter how slow you're pulling it?
Here, I've got a better idea. Okay, let's do this.
Why does pulling it slowly, Gio, make a difference?
No, I'm not saying it
listen to
matters.
this,
I mean,
just really
but
slowly. I'm going to say this really, really slowly. There's maximum 300 kilograms of standing friction to overcome. We have a total of 1,200 kilograms of pulling strain. So I think we'll be right to overcome the friction.
Whitewood.
Whether we can register a downforce or not is yet to be defined by the test itself.
Whitewood, first of all,
yeah. In addition, those winches are very powerful.
Keep thinking, Branch.
What?
Yeah, what is that
have you seen those winches like pull cars out of ditches and shit? Like those winches. Because
oh,
it's the
you're
gear
talking about
system.
like the one you put on a Jeep and they. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because and those winches, the reason they're so powerful is because of the gearing system. They use gears
It's very
to make
low
it, like,
gearing. Yep.
Yeah, it's extremely low gearing. Those things are very strong. So I don't see.
but bring some extra gas.
that being an
You may
issue.
be pulling for a long time.
Wait, why do you think we're pulling for a long time? What are you talking about?
Well, that shit's
Dude,
gonna
look,
stretch
man,
it.
look. Listen, if we roll it out, it's already at length. Okay, we're talking about maybe like a dozen feet or so of pulling until it's taut. So then, what the fuck are you talking about? A long time?
No, there'll be more stretch than that.
There'll be a lot of stretch.
There'll probably be about 30 meters of stretch at each end.
There'll be a lot.
So
same
3
difference.
meters? Just
That's
3
okay.
meters of
difference.
stretch? You think there's only be 3 meters of stretch?
He said
No, but
30.
that's irrelevant. Once it finishes stretching, it's finished stretching, and then you're pulling things, just like when you
say
tow something.
3 or 30?
I said 30 meters at
Yeah,
each end.
yeah, I knew it was a
that
couple
makes sense.
dozen.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean that's.
Can a regular can they handle that much rope? I don't know. Like they're usually pretty small drums, right? Like that revolves the shit.
Yeah, but that's why I'm looking to go for a bigger spool that sits in the back of the utility truck as opposed to the winch at the front. Because the winch at the front has the power, but it would be a case of continuously moving the hitch along it so that you could just let the stretched out line behind it. But I'd prefer to have a bigger like a steel drum hydraulic winch cable, and then actually wind it all on nice and slowly and evenly and nice.
Yeah, I done fucked up. If I keep talking, I'm gonna make you spend more money on this shit, and I don't want to do that.
No, it's already you don't need to. What's already planned is planned. Nothing has been changed by what you've said, mate.
Branch, you can send your donations to White's Word at PayPal.com.
Yeah, send them all to Geo. Send them all to Geo, and he'll sort them.
I would actually. That's why I was asking where and when is this gonna happen, because I would actually love to watch this.
Yeah, you'll be able to. I'm fairly confident it will be
pretty
streamed
far away
live.
because I don't want to be hit by the broken piece of cable, you know.
Oh, look, I hope you're able to travel into Australia.
Wait.
You look for yourself. That would be good.
Are you thinking that it's gonna whip? Branch?
No.
Yeah, if it snaps,
if it
it's gonna
breaks.
whip, right?
Holy shit, Branch! Oh my god!
Well, the thing is, Branch, is that there's posts all the way along. So if it broke between one of those post areas, it's just going to snap and whip against those posts. Like, I agree. I wouldn't recommend anyone stand anywhere along the line. I mean, I realize you want to get the scale measurements to see if you're measuring curve. But at the same time, like, there could be some danger with that. Although, again, Branch, I don't think it's having to be pulled very taut. Like, I think you're imagining like this thing like Stretch Armstrong, like you're imagining it like making noises and stuff. I mean, it could make some noise, but it's going to stretch a little. But the point is that in my sense of the physics of it, it's only a matter of getting it taut enough to measure whether there's curve. It's not about pulling it so tight that you're trying to actually cut through the earth or anything.
Well, okay, Gio. So if you was on one end of it, right? We're talking about pulling it tight enough for you to feel the pull, right?
Oh my god, you can just drag
At
it along
least
the
that
beach
time.
with the ute.
Hold on, dude.
Fuck.
Just when we talk about the amount of pull needed, we're talking about at least enough for Geo on the other end of the rope to
Category 5.
Dude, there's no Geo holding your cable. We were just joking about that. The winches are holding the cable on both ends. So you have this line, and he would be cranking up the winches, I would imagine, at the same. Well, would you do just one side? I guess you'd have to just do one side, right? Why it's like you technically wouldn't need two winches. Yeah, what about that? Are you going to have winches on both sides that you're cranking both, or are you just going to?
I'm going to do them both at the same time. They're both going to be pulling. Yeah.
Okay, because there's another way to do it where you could anchor one side and then just pull the other.
Yeah, but then you've got the issue of you're moving all of the rope from one side to the other.
Yeah, exactly. It's better if you do it both sides, Gio.
I think the best way to do this, is to have Geo hold one side of the rope. I think that would be.
No, dude, nobody would be able to hold it. I think you're going to definitely have to have winches. If you had this rope and you and I were trying to play tug of war, like actual tug of war, I don't know, like Whitesword, you might know what the material's like, and but I can't imagine you'd be able to do that. Like we're going to have to hook it up to winches. And get it taut.
No, you could just hook it to the back of a ute and drive along, and you could pull the whole 10 kilometers along the ground.
Yeah, I would agree, but I'm just saying, like trying to pull it, but like with your, because Branch keeps wanting to say pulling it with your hands, which is not really even what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's just silly. I don't weigh 2 tons, and I don't have the traction of 4 wheels. There's no fucking way I could physically move that from 10 kilometers. But a fucking four-wheel drive hook up to the tow bar, of course, it can pull that easily.
Dude, I'm already going to tell you guys, yeah? On the other, say we did just, find a way just to, hold the other end of that rope still, you guys are not going to fucking cause any force on that side of the rope. Even if you had a fucking an 8x8 truck or whatever the fuck you call it, a fucking, one of those guns.
So
you are
essentially you're saying that if we left the other end of the rope just loose on the sand, and all the way 10 kilometers away we hooked up a four-wheel drive to the other end, and that four-wheel drive drove forward, the end that's loose on the sand, you said, would just sit there completely loose.
Yep, the cable will snap before that other end moves.
No way.
Okay, no, that's fine. No. If that's your prediction, that's fine. We should just stop discussing it, because that's your prediction, and we'll find out when I do it. And then you're either right or you're wrong.
Yeah, dude,
because we can talk about this fucking until this.
I'm definitely fucking right.
I'm not even sure you could get it to snap. I'm not even sure you could get it to snap if you had it anchored, and then depending on the power of the truck, that's a question.
No, I would.
No worries. Okay, thank you for
Listen,
that. I've noted.
Branch.
That.
To be able to snap, it means that the line is already tense. Otherwise, you're not gonna. That line is not gonna break if it's not tense. So by the time that line is gonna be tense, the test is already gonna happen.
Do you understand how? Okay. Like I said, for me to make you guys understand this shit is not gonna happen today, right? Therefore, I can tell you what I think is gonna happen. If you
let me ask you a question.
You guys just won't fucking get it.
Branch, let me ask you a question.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question. Then, how do you think that they pull the lines of power across mountains and shit? if they're not able to pull, you know, for long distances because it's gonna break.
They lay the fucking lines. They don't pull the fucking lines.
What do you think they're gonna do with this line?
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, let's get
There you go. There you go, idiot.
Let's get foolish decisions in here.
Well, the main thing is you're going to probably have a catenary curve. So a plan B for something like this is instead of pulling it absolutely taut, maybe you could calculate where the catenary curve would fall and whether it would touch, the curved earth or
We don't need the catenary curve for this particular test. We're pulling down. The geometry is the other way. Point C in the middle is higher than points A and B, which are 10 kilometers apart. And it's all on the ground. So there's no catenary curve. That's only if you're trying to suspend things above the ground.
But what about topography? Land tends to gently curve toward the seashore. Is this going to be like over a plateau or something? I mean, how are you going to ensure topographical, plateau straightness or whatever? How are you going to?
Because the particular beach, the tide is quite large. It comes in and out, and there's a section in the middle where the topography is surprisingly level. And we're going to mark water level off at the lowest point. It may not be perfectly on the ground along the way, but there might be some points, but the majority of the line will be on the ground. And the point being is we will not be trying to suspend it above the ground at all. It's about testing the forces going down upon tension based on the geometry over 10 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm loving it.
Bingo. Now, this is all assuming, of course, that everything is set up correctly. And that is a big if. I mean, that's 10 kilometers, but I have faith.
And it's a beach. Fucking a storm could roll in the time I've got slotted, and I'll be like standing on the beach crying.
A lot could happen.
Whites, have you done any calculations to estimate what you think your readings on your scales would be if globe?
No, but basically anything more than the weight and anything more than the weight added to any line that's off of the ground is a downward pressure. So it doesn't really matter how much, but it's positive or negative, if you get me. It cannot be the other way.
Recommendation. If you have this this cable right now, I highly recommend, and I know this kind of might seem stupid, but while you have it brand new, soak it down with water all the way and weigh it wet.
Oh yeah.
It's what you call like what is it, hydrophobic. So it doesn't actually absorb any water.
That's fine. It can still have water on it somewhere.
Well, those ropes,
it can have water on the surface.
If it's
and
hydrophobic,
it can have water in the weave.
You've got the whole spool. If you've got it all the way wet, just measure it wet. That's all I'm saying. Weigh it wet.
From what I can tell,
if it's hydrophobic, it won't get wet.
It won't get wet. Right. Yeah, it's almost like nylon where it just wicks it off. It just wicks it right away.
Buoyant, yeah. And
still be
I get you though. There is a component like
it would still be heavier, and
it
was an increase in friction.
Look,
White,
I don't think it would be that much of a task just to get a hose, get it all the way wet, and just have it on a scale. I don't think that'd be a big deal.
Does that rope you?
Oh, sure.
Does that cable, Whites? Does that float on water?
Yes, it's buoyant. Yep.
Wow. So what about doing? I mean, so you could even use that for the floating water test as well to measure if the water's curving.
Yeah, well, it's going to aid in the backup test where I add the buoys and let the tide come back in. Definitely.
I mean, if there was like a glass calm lake, like something that maybe not the ocean because of all the waves and all the tides, but if you just had like a lake and you put that cable right at water level, and if it was able to float, do the same thing, pull it taut, you should then be able to take a boat out take a boat out there, like maybe a canoe, so you don't have any waves or whatever. You try to, as gentle as you can. Maybe you get sheeple out there with his scuba gear and then look in the middle to see if the line is under the water. And if it is, that would be a curved measurement, curved reading. And if it's still floating on the water all the way across and it's being pulled taut, boom, It's
You see,
plainer.
here's the thing. The interesting about that, yeah, if you was holding that rope on the other side on water, then I'm not so sure whether or not you feel it, because the coefficient of friction is so low over water that I'd have to think about it a little bit more to know if you feel it or
There's
not.
more drag in the water than there'll be on the sand, champ.
It'll be less coefficient. It'll be extremely low coefficient of friction.
No, there'll be more on the water than there will on the sand.
Yeah, it's true.
And here you are saying, I'm pretty sure it'll be better on the water. And you just got it backwards. So,
I think
going by that
seeing a
logic, it should
pattern
be
here.
even easier.
Up.
I'm seeing
You're
a pattern
talking
here.
absolute shit, my man.
Is the category 2 still going or what?
Yeah. Well, I said 5 before. I think we got the category 5.
Hey Gio, this thing is new for me. The categories. What are those? What's going on with
So
that?
I'm supposed to get
can you
to
explain?
at least the category 3 by the end of the night.
We were just joking. We were. This started because we've been noticing that, like, this is like it seems like a litmus test for globe earthers. Like, as we've been discussing this last couple of days, and it seems like we were kind of joking that there seems to be almost like 3 categories. There's like one group, like we were saying, category 1. Someone used the word category, but like the category 1 is like that they're actually really into this test. They think it could be definitive. They are actually just brainstorming with us, thinking about it and actually thinking like, yeah, this really could be definitive. And they're like possibly open that like, yeah, they might not be able to still think the Earth is a globe, if this result, shows. And then like category 2 is like where they're kind of like fighting it. They're like telling us we'll never do it, or it costs too much, or the line's going to snap. They're kind of agitated and they're shooting it down. And then there's like the kind of third one where it seems like they just completely erupt, like, and just either like aggression. Sometimes it's a little bit like illogical, like the way that they react, like just screaming about something that isn't really even related to it. And they seem just to keep saying that it'll never work or something like that. So yeah, we've just kind of noticed that there's like different
It's
categories.
funny because like all the Glovers kind of troll in their own way, but this is the first time I've actually been able to tell like their dedication to nonsense. Because you're right, it is a litmus test. So every Globie kind of glows a different shade, on the test. You can kind of feel their dedication, or what their real stance is, or like where their real cognitus lies. It's very funny.
Yeah, I think that you guys are gonna prove the Earth is flat, and it's gonna be awesome.
Well, we know for sure that shit ain't gonna be
This went to a
present.
1. This went to a 1
I mean,
now.
I would love it, dude. Like, I think that the inequality of wealth is the biggest fucking issue society has today, and something like this can cause a reset. So I'm all for it.
Well, Branch, you saying that it almost sounds like you already strongly think it either is flat or may be flat, because you're already telling us that's the result we're going to get, which I agree.
No, I just know it's like, I wish there could be an easy reset for the way that the world is, but there isn't.
He's at level 4, I guess, right now.
So mad.
No more excuse or anything. So now he's trolling
mad.
now.
He's actually mad. This
I'm
is
not,
funny.
dude. If I was mad,
dude, you are mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
He's depressed. He's depressed now.
Here's the funny thing.
Oh shit!
your-
I'm sorry, man.
Branch,
Fucking
is
hell.
your cognitive,
Are you gonna be okay?
killing you, bro?
Trust me, man. This isn't me being mad.
It doesn't sound mad.
No,
sounds like
that's the thing. That's how Branch is. He doesn't sound mad. He's
Sound like
fucking
you're giving
furious
up.
right now.
He's just chucking
Why would
the
he be
towel in.
mad?
He's like, oh, fuck it, the world's fucked. If it's not flat, there's no
because,
reason.
look,
It's all fucked.
Because Noah, what's happening in his mind right now is called cognitive dissonance. Like, this is actually what it is. Like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to act, so it's building up inside of him, and so then it comes out as bad humor and bad arguments.
Actually, what I'm finding interesting here is Reckoner's dumbass and Foolish's
See,
dumbass.
here it is.
Seriously, dude. I think that they both have a difference of opinion than me, right? And I would actually love to hear their opinion, because I know my opinion's right.
Well, we can't roast on Branch too much here. I think Branch, I think you're being a warrior to talk to tell us your honest thoughts, and I agree, dude. We are going to get the plainer result. That's what I absolutely think is going to happen. And as this is repeated more and more, and as this gets out to more and more people, I mean, because think about it, this is not optical. It's not based on belief. It's not based on NASA. It's not based on pictures from space. It's not based on governments. It's not based on any of that. It's actual physics that can be repeated.
We're gonna have to do some explaining, like what are the satellites for, and why are they spraying shit in the air with their rockets? Like they're gonna have to do some like, you're not going to space and you're faking us. So what are you doing with these billions, sir? Like what the fuck are you doing? What could you possibly be doing with those billions of dollars?
Oh man, Gio, I went to California this week, right? Man, the amount of airplanes that they have right now on with those big lines is amazing, man. All over the fucking place, bro.
Were you down in Southern California?
I traveled from Laredo, Texas, all the way to San Francisco.
Oh,
and
so
then
you were
went
up north.
back to. Yeah, I went to Tesla, delivered some shit there in that company.
okay.
It's a fucking shit company, bro.
Hey,
My
how
God.
often do you go through El Paso? You go at 10, yeah?
Yeah, I went on 10. Yeah, I went through
Oh
El
man,
Paso.
I wish. Yeah, next time you're coming through El Paso, hit me up.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll let you know.
I'll take you to get some Mexican food.
There you go. Yeah, for sure, Rick. For sure, man. Yeah, so I went there, and I've been noticing that they have a lot of airplanes all over. And like yesterday, I pick up. And this week I went from Laredo to San Francisco, Los Angeles, then Flint, Michigan, and right now I'm here passing San Antonio, Texas. And every day, man, they have a bunch of fucking airplanes. I don't know what they're doing up there. It's so weird.
You mean like chemtrails or just
Yeah.
chemtrails? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. California is intense in certain areas. Yeah, I mean, California is such a, like, when you have like San Francisco, Silicon Valley, which is the Apple, Google, all the tech center of the whole world is there. The Bay Area, yeah, and then of course like LA is the Hollywood center and everything that LA is. So yeah, it seems like there's a huge focus they have.
Los Angeles.
Yeah,
City
that's
of
why.
the Fallen Angels.
Yeah, LA is great and intense. Yeah,
I told my company never to send me there again. It's a hell to drive in those roads, man. Holy shit!
What roads?
So many, and in California, bro. Like many people, man. It's ridiculous. 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like.
Is this homeless?
What was that?
Yeah, dude.
No.
If you were up in the Bay Area, yeah, it is. See that whole area.
I heard it's pretty bad, but that's like the Joe Rogan podcast, so I don't know. Like last time I listened to it like months ago.
Well, I think like
what is he talking about?
I have no idea.
It was like a major, like that idea of smart cities.
Mm-hmm.
To where like so yeah, it seems like they're really focusing their efforts on some of these major cities like LA, San Francisco, New York, places like that.
Dystopian.
I went to Tesla, bro. I think it's one of the worst companies I ever been in. So much disorganization. It was no restrooms for the truckers. It was so bad, man. I don't know. I thought it was gonna be like like you hear so much good stuff about this company. Is the future. The fucking
marketing.
The clerks in there. Their computers. They didn't even have a fucking mouse to. They had a laptop to receive the shipments and shit like that. Man, pretty fucking bad.
So did you go to? I think they have that huge. Did you go to the production plant? Because I think I heard that like when they. Where is that, in San Jose or something? Or it's down? It's not.
Yeah, I went
over
to
in the East Bay or the South Bay. Yeah, I think I know. I kind of know where that is. But basically, because I think when they bought that, I think they bought it from like GM or something. One of the major companies.
I went
And
to
I think I heard that they like expanded it, and it's like one of the biggest like production plants in the world, like square footage wise. I thought.
I went to 45500 Fremont Boulevard, Fremont, California.
Yeah, that's over on the sort of the east. Yeah,
I think
East Coast
Boeing
side.
has the largest building, but then Tesla's number 2.
Don't they get like billions of dollars and
Tesla's
like,
got the giga press.
they get billions of dollars from the government, like billions of dollars from the government.
Yeah, they're subsidized.
Yeah, so like, cause I remember like people were like in 2020, like Tesla finally made a product or profit or whatever, and I was like, huh? Like, what do you mean it didn't make a profit for like for fucking how many years? Like,
So
the
I don't
government
know how
paid
much it
for-
is today, but the original like launch of the Tesla vehicles were like 50% subsidized. So if it was $60,000, it's like 32 of it was paid by the taxpayer.
Isn't that a weird
it was
thing,
actually
guys?
100 you mean it was actually 120, and then it only cost 60,000 because you got it for half off? You mean?
Well, no, you're not getting it half off. The government pays Tesla half of the cost.
Right. So if you paid 60,000, the government pays the other 60,000. Therefore,
No, it was 30 and 30.
If it's 120, then yeah, they get 60 in the back, and then they get 120 in the front.
Who's paying 120
how
for
much
a
do you
fucking
pay
car?
for the Tesla? Like,
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
I'm trying to
buying
like
the
use the
Tesla-
numbers that he gave me.
So if you
Oh,
pay
right,
60,
okay.
if you pay 60,000 for a Tesla,
How much are
right, as a customer,
Yeah.
then you're saying the government pays them another 30,000?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
To produce the
you a
vehicle,
baller.
they'd give Tesla half. So well, let me put it this way. It probably costs them less than 30 to make the damn thing. Okay, but then the government will pay them that. Then they charge you 60.
Kind of like Apple. How they pay these fuckers in China nothing, and North Korea nothing.
Yeah, I mean the amount of
They give us the
subsidizing
iPhone
is
for $1,000.
criminal, but we already know this because SpaceX is part of the criminal org. We know this.
Yeah,
It's just listen, guys. It's all a show, right? They say they care about the climate change and everything. That's why they want electric. If they really care about it, they will not make $100,000 cars, $60,000. They will make $10,000 cars, right? So that everybody can have one, and change it right away. But no, they want to have. No, I'm talking about electrical cars.
Yeah, but that's more pollution. They've all got to be built. All the stuff has to be mined. All the stuff has to be made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all on fossil fuels.
Getting the lithium out of the ground it destroys everything, and it takes a lot of oil to get the lithium out. So it doesn't even. It's a fucking hoax. It's a big fucking hoax.
It's much easier to process the oil than it is to mine the materials.
Okay. So that goes with my point, right? So that is all bullshit, right? That they don't actually care.
Yep. It is all bullshit.
It's all fucking shit. Fucking shit.
It's like the idea of recycling. Like recycling got really big in the 90s, in the late 90s, in a lot of white neighborhoods and shit. But it's a net zero. I mean, it's less than it's not a net zero. Sorry, it costs more energy to recycle all that shit than just get new stuff.
Yep.
Like it's better just to make
justifying it.
biodegradable plastics and then not recycle them.
Or
No,
not
just burn
use,
it and capture
not,
the fucking
not use fucking plastic.
The heat
waste.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Like when Rockefeller
Like
took everything
gasify it.
over,
Really
he
clean
started
burn.
producing. Rockefeller took everything over. He started producing everything out of plastic and making all the pharmaceuticals out of petroleum. It's like,
well, they're double dipping on everything, man. We know this. Like,
Yeah, what these cunts are doing is they're selling their
how it
fucking
is.
waste to like India and China and shit. And basically they're just
It's
wiping their
just
hands
piling
off.
up.
Like you
Yeah,
swear,
have you
like
noticed,
selling your waste to India and China doesn't get rid of the fucking waste on a global scale.
No, but that's where the cheap labour is, if not free, to sort it out. You know, they put it in piles, and all the little kids that have got no parents, they go there
That's not what's
sort it out for their
that's not why they
livelihood, and
do
they
it.
deliver it to the recyclers, and
That's not why.
that's how it
Though.
happens.
Does it mean it's getting recycled?
Well, they make
People are
money
wiping
from
their
doing
hands
that.
off of shit, but there's no condoning it, bro. It's fucked up practices.
Of course, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying the labour force to sort out the recycling is so cheap over there, they can afford to ship the shit over there, have it sorted, and then recoup the minerals, i.e. the copper and all the components, and then sell it back over here. Like it's, they're not stupid.
It's still a
Why it's
fucked
not
up
on
way
them?
of
That's
doing
such a
shit, bro.
good racket.
Honestly, the reason why these other countries are taking their trash isn't so much because of that. It's because it's an income source.
Yeah, someone's always making money off this shit, champ. You're right. Just not for the little people.
You know the Industrial Revolution was funded by the opium trade in China.
Opium trade. Drugs?
Yeah. So the Brits sold opium to Chinese, and then they took that money, bring it back to Britain, and invested in the Industrial Revolution and made all the machines and shit.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So the money got like recycled, basically.
Oh yeah, they definitely control the pharmaceutical trade and also the black market drug trade for sure.
Well, before.
Oh yeah. Since. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say even before that type of stuff started happening, like the people that control the trade routes were somewhat the most wealthiest motherfuckers on the planet, right?
Oh, the spice trade, mate, before everything was the biggest money. And that's where all the trade routes were set up, through the spices. Pepper and salt and all that shit.
Yep.
Not only
That's how it all
spice,
started.
they brought gold, tin, all kinds of shit in the. You're talking like ancient days now.
Yeah.
In the Mediterranean.
Yeah. That's how we need to get back. We need to get back to that.
Really? We need to get back to that?
Now if
I thought that's
if
where
the
it all
Earth
started,
is,
bro.
Now if the Earth is
No.
flat, if the Earth is
Monopolies
flat,
are the problem.
If the Earth is flat, where does the oil come from? Because it didn't come from dino bones.
I think it comes from.
Well, it didn't come from dino bones on a ball either.
Dino bones.
Dino. Well, I think
dino bones.
Like crude oil is a natural thing. I think that's deep in the earth. Like whether it's connected to like decaying organisms or just like all the bacteria, whatever it may be caused by. Sort of like spring water. Like there's springs, and then there's also underground aquifers that you could tap into and like pump up. In the same way, there seems to be like reservoirs of this crude oil in the earth, and it's just a part of the earth. And
But nothing's refilling it though. With water, yeah. Shit
who
comes
knows?
back down after it rains.
It may be infinite. On a flat Earth type planar Earth model, like if you have springs underground or oil underground, that could be being created indefinitely to where it never runs out.
Yeah,
And
Brent, there's a huge
stripping the
financial
vegetation.
interest for you to think that all this oil is a fossil fuel, and that
and that it's limited.
Well, and not just that. This kind of has to do with like evolution and like dating the age of the Earth and stuff. Like all of this stuff was spawned out of like not just to.
Can they turn?
Okay, silent.
Yeah, I'm breaking up. Sorry, Riggs.
Yeah, it's like not a fuck's sake. Like it's not just to propagandize your worldview about the past, but it's another way to hide the actual length and time it takes to create these carbon products, like to fossilize something or to create these hydrocarbons necessary to make the fuel or the oil rather. Like I worked in the oil field. I've spoken to the landmen. There are wells that don't refill because they're not connected to the main vein. The main ones refill constantly, just like a river, just like these springs, like they just are flowing.
So do you think
there's no limit to this shit. It
So
just
then
keeps coming.
why did they pick like Dubai and places like that to be the richest?
Because they
motherfucker-
want, like I said, they double dip. Okay, they want to make it more scarce, and then they have to charge more money to ship it, and all this. Like whenever you have an asset like that, you think, and you have a monopoly on that asset, and then you have a collaboration around the world with that asset. You send it as far as you can because maybe
Right.
you have a shipping company.
I guess
maybe
the
you have
question
other
I'm
companies on
asking,
top of
the
it.
question
You know?
I'm asking, Riggs, is why did they pick countries like Dubai to be the richest fucking countries in the world? Then, like Bahrain, by capita, is the richest country in the world.
Well, let me put it this way. It's because over there it just may be easier to pump. They may have more of the veins. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like they may not have to go as deep. But I promise you, and not only that, but America actually has as much oil as that place, a lot more actually. Except we don't tap into those resources. We just choose not to. We would rather monopolize the world's oil rather than our own.
But if
and
it's
we will use our own whenever we need it, but we're not going to use it first.
Here's the problem with your statements, yeah. If it's always replenishing itself, then you're not really tapping into anything, are you?
Well, yeah. No, you're
Not
tapping into
a river? Are you
you're
not tapping
tapping into
into a
something
river?
that is deep within the earth. I mean, who knows whether it's infinite or limited? I mean, that's a whole question. There may be a propaganda campaign about forcing the idea of scarcity when there may not be at all. That is what I'm saying in terms of that. But the other thing I was going to say too is that the crude oil that comes out of the ground is what it is. Like, it's actually a product of the earth, but it's when they convert it, like they make it into synthetic products. So they do a whole bunch of, sort of like Monsanto does to like corn. Like basically they use a whole bunch of like crazy chemicals and all kinds of God knows what genetically modified chemicals and things to actually create the fuel that we actually use in our cars and oil into all these other like all these other materials.
They intentionally complicate it to spawn more industries, to
Exactly.
create more jobs, more monopoly, more money, more basically a larger stronghold overall.
And then they like patent it as well, and then they like own that material that so it's like it's all patented and owned and in terms of that particular material that's used in all these cars and all these things, so that
It's called occultism. They occult the oil by spawning all these industries that are not necessary. Like in your car, the like there's all these different chemicals they use to retard and give the gasoline less combustion, and that allows you to get like if you get 93 octane, it's going to have less molecular what's it fucking called? It has less power inside of it than like an 87 or like an 86 or something. Like they do things intentionally to like make things more complicated than it has to be. Like all the cars we use could be diesel or water or you could make a car run on ocean water, but all these technologies are too simple. You can't monopolize these fuels, right? So they have to use something that's scarce and then propagandize people into believing that this is what you have to use, and then make that industry super overcomplicated to monopolize on it and make a bunch of fucking money with all those different companies.
Yeah, I'd love to see an engine work of salt water.
They exist.
Show me one.
I've
Let me see
that.
if I can find it. There used to be an old video
Heard of
showing
that?
demonstrations.
Heard of that, and what they said is like basically it's like a swing. If you push a swing as it's going away from you, you add to its power, and if you get out of its way, it swings back and forth. And basically what the theory is that the water molecule, they basically vibrate it or shake the molecule so that the oxygen is moving back and forth between the hydrogen. If you hit it at a certain frequency, you actually basically resonate with it and add to it each swing until the bonds between the hydrogen and oxygen molecule break, and then you get pure hydrogen, and from there you can use it to power your cars. So that was the theory behind it when I looked into it, and I thought it was pretty plausible, right? Like there is such thing as resonance, and there is such thing as molecular resonance, and I was like, a very interesting thought, but I wouldn't know how to actually make the machine to cause that type of vibration to test it, right? I mean, we're still on testing the fucking flat versus round shape of the Earth, but after that, then we can fucking start working on this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't you just
Magnetic
Google it, man?
resonance.
There's too many videos. Like,
I
there,
can't be
there are
fucked.
saltwater vehicles, there's water vehicles, there's air vehicles.
Riggs, I could have Googled it, yeah? But instead of Googling it, I asked you to tell me what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, how many do you want, man? I mean, it's
Don't worry
literally
about it,
littered
bro.
all over the place.
If it's
Not
not
even
easy
hiding
to,
it.
if it's not easy to find, I really don't give a fuck anyway, so it's all good.
Why the fuck are you asking for it, fucker? Holy shit. Sorry.
Because I know for sure there ain't a fucking engine out there in the world that fucking can run purely off salt water without putting more energy into it first.
Not just hear my fucking explanation of how if you use a resonance frequency, you put in less energy to break the bond.
Oh yeah, okay. Now that I heard your explanation for it, do you think I'm gonna think it's plausible just based on that?
No, but I'm just saying, like, theoretically.
Are you some fucking type of genius where, you know, because you said it, it's gotta be true?
No, it's just in mechanics, you know, an established part of physics, not ball earth fucking mathematics. There is a such thing as resonance frequency, with all kinds of descriptions of how it works. It's very well known and tested.
Branch, these are all new expanding horizons for you, because once this test is done, I mean, when the globe is gone at this point, there's a whole new world, like that song.
I mean, what he's talking about is essentially like we already use that fucking kind of tech in fucking microwaves. We fucking vibrate molecules using microwaves to heat up fucking food.
That's out of the fridge.
And do you know how to make a you know how a microwave works, but you don't know how to make one. So, in case if you were in a society where people didn't readily sell you microwaves, and then someone came to you and said, "I can heat your food up with a ray," you got mad at them and said, "Are you some kind of genius?" It's just information I came by. It's not a genius. It's just information, bro.
Ooh, Riggs, dude, these look like some good links. I like that one.
Dude, it's like everywhere. I've known about this shit forever. People know about it. But like I told you, the oil industry has a monopoly. They create this idea of scarcity with the fossil fuel, and they tell you everything's really fucking old, and they're gonna run out of it, right?
Right.
And that you have to get it from the other side of the world because we don't have any. Clearly, the United States has a fucking lot of oil. I know this because I talked to the landman. We just don't pump it because we can get it. Why pump it here if you can steal it from somewhere else?
Oh, it's crazy, dude. You're so right, though. That's
and then
so
they create all these like chemical industries, monopolize all the chemical industries, make everything way overcomplicated, so that you're using a proprietary fuel for your proprietary car, and that you can't actually make your own fuel.
Stan Myers, the Pentagon, they were like he had his thing, and then the Pentagon was like, yeah, we'll come to check it out, and then when they came to check it out, he died. Another guy in Africa recently too, in like 2014, is claiming to have a water-powered car, and people were getting all hyped and like,
here's the thing, yeah.
And then this motherfucker also died. So like, why do they just die the moment they claim to have a water-powered car? It's
I think they're even more like on it for people with that. Like the shape of the Earth thing, I think that they ultimately know that we're going to figure out. Like they really can't stop us from measuring it and stuff. But these things they can. They can stop these. Like I don't doubt that
the industries
that they kill. Yeah, I don't doubt that they kill these people, because this is something that if it got out, it really would. Like if it got fully integrated, it would tear down their entire system.
White's word, I have a question for you about Australia. Is it true that they're dragging people out of their houses to go to COVID concentration camps? Or is that just hype shit? I saw a video and they were like, someone was screaming like, this is genocide, and they're dragging
Can we keep the terminology, safe words,
My
or some shit?
bad. I'm sorry, Riggs. My bad. But yeah, is it true that some like Aboriginal elders were getting like
Yes, in the Northern Territory, if in the Northern Territory, if you are a close contact to someone who has been like confirmed positive PCR, you are required to go to a camp for 14 days.
holy shit?
So that's what happens.
Holy shit! Holy shit! White, why don't you get the
Yeah,
fuck
that's
out of
not
there?
all of
after you get
Australia.
that?
That's just one territory in Australia.
Fuck that territory. We should go invade that place, man. That they need to be rescued. This is like the Uyghurs, man. That's fucking ridiculous.
By the way, I think the guy who invented the diesel motor, I think he died on the Titanic. I think he was invited and was like, "Oh, great." And then all these bankers and inventors fucking died on the damn thing.
Fucking
and then they
course.
took over the industry with different fuels and stuff like that.
Dude, that story is so intense. Yeah. And how JP Morgan basically financed the building of the Titanic and the other two sister ships. Like he was the main financier for the building of those ships. And then on the morning the Titanic was leaving, to make that voyage that it, sunk, he was slotted to be on it. He was all scheduled to take the trip. And the morning of, he canceled.
Yo, you know that guy Drink the Kool-Aid, the baller who's really obsessed with boats? He's a baller, right? And he told me like under no fucking he's certain that the Lusitania was like inside job basically. And he was like that's why he was like, yeah, I hang out here because I'm a conspiracy theorist. And I was like, well, what kind of conspiracy? He was like, well, the Lusitania, like I've looked into it and there's no possible way like it went this way. And I was like, interesting. Even this fucking hardcore baller believes in these conspiracies. If Tonkin was admittedly a hoax after they like a couple years later they like admitted like, yeah, this is a hoax. We went to Vietnam for no reason.
And by the way, I may be wrong about the diesel one. It may be like it's something simple. It may be like a water car. It may be something like the inventor of some engine was invited on the Titanic. I forget which one.
Wow.
But Rudolph Diesel did actually. Apparently, he disappeared in 1913.
Dude, what a fucking insane psyop! Like, do you think that they like because you know how they were like pushing how this Titanic couldn't sink? It's unsinkable. Like that was the whole psyop of that thing. They pushed it so hard that it was unsinkable that it's almost like they hyped it up to get all these people on it, and then all these people wanted to do it because they hyped it up. And then what I think they did, I think they fucking planted explosives and basically sunk it. But like that's just so what a crazy like dark thing to like say that it's unsinkable, get all these people to go on it, and then fucking sink them all. Especially the ones that were going against the Federal Reserve, and those are people that died on it. So they were able to get control over the Federal Reserve from it.
Their explanation that it was too big to sink. Like what a fucking stupid fucking like it's too big to sink. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the dumbest fucking explanation I ever heard.
Well, I think they said that there was it may have been that, and in addition that they built it to where in the hull there was like separate sections inside the hull, like what's it called, like sealed off sections. So if it were to hit an iceberg or something were to happen, they'd be able to seal off just that section that got hit and then keep going. But of course, what they claim happened is like, it hit the iceberg and then we couldn't seal those off and it just kept breaking through, the walls or whatever. But
it's just another 9/11 with the fucking thermite.
Exactly. Some explosive. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it even hit an iceberg. I do think it was a real ship, and I think it sunk. Like I actually, in terms of that whole thing, like I do think it actually.
There at the bottom, like you can take. Apparently, you can take a submarine and go. They take like artifacts back up and shit to the surface. It's like all the way down there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that footage, and yeah, it seems real from what I mean. Yeah, it does seem like that ship's down there.
Probably had to get some fuckers.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
You probably had to get some fuckers to go down there, like with the submarines, and like clear out all the fucking evidence before anyone else. You know what I mean? Like, Why was there such a concerted effort by fucking Discovery to go down there and be the first ones down there? You know what I mean? They were probably like, "There's some shit down there. We need to fucking get it out."
Wasn't there a sister ship?
The Olympia, I believe, is the name of the sister ship. Titanic and Olympia.
Yeah, so it's as the story goes, they switched them. So the Titanic actually was the original one, or no, the Olympia was the original one, and they switched that to be called the Titanic. So they sunk the old one, basically. But they switched them. They switched just the names of them, so that they could sink the old one. And there was a whole like insurance scam with that, just like with 9/11. And in one way, you would think, well, why do they really need to do an insurance scam? It's not like these guys need more money. But I think the reason they do those insurance scams with 9/11 and with the Titanic, it's not just to get a bunch of money, because they print the money. Even though at that time they didn't quite have the Federal Reserve established, but still, I think they were incredibly wealthy. But I think that they do the insurance scam part because it basically causes the entire economy to dip. Because when there's that big of an insurance claim for that massive of a thing, then by just claiming that, it causes like the entire ecosystem of the financial system to like shift a little bit, and then they use that shift as a bit of a reset in whatever agenda. In this case, it was establishing the Federal Reserve is what they were doing in the Titanic.
Buy back in. The whole thing dips, and they just buy more fucking buy more shit.
Exactly.
What a fucking racket! What a fucking racket! Did you hear about the guy, like the top floor of the tower in 9/11, one of the towers? He's like one of the main holders of the insurance, decided not to go to work that day. His daughter was in the top floor of building 7, and he like also said like, yeah, don't go to work today either. And they're just like, oh, the guy who fucking had the biggest insurance claim lived on the top floor, and his daughter who lived in building 7 both didn't show up to work that random day. Like, this is such utter fucking like, any fucking amount of research, and 9/11 is such a bad hoax. You know what I mean? It's such a fucking bad hoax. Like, god damn it. I think they put some ridiculous.
Which one would you say is worse, like the moon landing or 9/11? Because you're saying this one's like really bad, but you think the moon landing was?
Moon landing's worse, I would say, because 9/11 at least they pulled some shit off that was fairly intense. Moon landing is just beyond it. This is a ridiculous fucking D-level Hollywood movie.
Well,
so you guys.
The moon landing is allowed the mindset to for 9/11 to happen at all.
Straight up.
So
straight up. Set the
here's
president.
the other question.
Biggs
then.
hit the nail on the
You guys
hammer,
think
whatever.
that these things are hoaxes? What about the world wars?
Well, they definitely happened, but 6 million Jews didn't die. That's a goddamn fact. Wouldn't be possible with the amount of shit they had.
Yo, Noah, I'm really liking you, man.
Yeah, no.
You're on a fucking roll, man.
Like, I'd say there's definitely soldiers that died on both sides, but like, who financed the wars and the reason the wars went down, and the states that came up about after the world wars, like, what was the direct result of World War One? Communist Russia.
Well,
what was the direct result of World War Two? No more nationalism, and except one state can be nationalistic, Israel. It's like, that's interesting outcome that you got there from your 2 world wars.
Branch, watch this, man. Like the financial interests were making money on both sides. These wars were money makers. They were moving chess pieces. Just watch this video. It's
Caterpillar.
It's a baller ass video. You're gonna love it.
Caterpillar manufacturers, they, like, when they invaded Germany and they're carpet bombing, like, they carpet bombed the living utter fucking shit out of everything. The Caterpillar plants were untouched. It's like, oh,
Dude,
that's
Ford was providing them all their vehicles, their motors, their tanks.
It's such fucking contrived bullshit. Like, why would America even go to Europe in the first place? And we were fucking giving England guns during the entire time. It's like it's just such fucking crap. It's just such fucking. I don't know about the Earth being flat, but I do know we didn't go to the moon. I do know both world wars were crap, and I do know that fucking Titanic was crap.
What about Vietnam?
I do know 9/11 was crap.
What about Vietnam?
Right now,
Bay of
Branch.
Tonkin was an admitted hoax. They admitted it was a hoax, Bay of Tonkin. So that's crap. I mean,
Can
the
you guys hear
fuckers
me?
who funded World War One,
No.
which caused communist Russia to come into power and kill the czars, and then we're going to a Cold War with
Can't
these
hear you.
same people. Like, it's just crap. It's just fucking
Okay,
contrived
let's go.
crap.
Let's go back a little bit further. Yeah. What about? Why do you think China really built the Great Wall of China?
I
Keep the
honestly,
rabbits
I
out.
don't go past the beginning of the Jesuit order. To be honest with you, I don't go that far back in history. I don't go past like the 1500s. I mean, I've looked into Kepler and Copernicus, and they seemed pretty.
It was a big
I
rabbit
don't
hole.
even go that far back, to be honest with you.
And we're heading that way again, guys. Right now, fucking Germany and Australia, bro. With these lockdowns that are imposing into people. You will
What
see.
about
Oh my
Russia
God.
right
Don't
now?
even get me.
Russia and
Don't even
Ukraine,
get me
man.
started on COVID-19. Holy fucking! This shit is COVID-19 is worse than the moon landings and 9/11 put together. This shit is fucking this shit is ridiculous. Shit is ridiculous. Like it's just mass retardation.
Do you think the Black Plague?
Mass retardation. There you go. Yeah, it is.
Do you think this is comparable to the Black Plague?
No, 50% of the people who have died. You know how much 50% of the population is? Understand if we had something like the Black Plague today, how fucking. Here's the thing is, like, the Black Plague was evident because everyone was dying. Today, it's just a bunch of fucking
Those that were
idiots wearing
vaccinated,
a diaper on their face. Like a bunch of diaper wearing idiots on their face trying to fucking segregate you because you don't want to get a fucking juice in your arm that's like clearly fucking been I'm fucking. I don't know what's in the cerveza sauce. I'm not sure if it really fucks with you at all. It might just be like some sort of global homo tactic to get their national, international ID QR system set up. I'm not really mark of the beast bullshit system, but like, the whole thing is such a hoax. It's such an obvious hoax. It's not even like I was not akin to many of these. I knew about the 9/11 before, but I was still like a young teenager, you know, just in high school and shit. But like this fucking shit really woke me up of how ridiculous and sheep like the entire masses are. And that's why I question the fucking shape of this fucking planet, because I after seeing COVID-19, I cannot trust my fucking fellow man to tell me about the goddamn shape of the earth, because they can't even fucking get behind that fucking air passes through a face diaper, idiots. Like fuck. I don't even know if it's round or flat, but I'm just telling you, like, I question everything after COVID-19 because this is the biggest, clearest hoax of all time. Fucking
It's like this kid's in my
Code
fucking
words.
brain. I swear to God, it's like Noah's in my
Code
brain.
words.
Get a room.
Yeah, I think you two need to talk to each other for a little bit, get to know each other. Maybe we should put a little bit of music on in the background.
Yeah, it's good that you're waking up to all this
basically
stuff,
like me
mate.
thinking.
It's a bit of a shock, but
I'm on my
It's
no
good.
fap grind. I'm not gay, so I don't fuck on this shit.
Nah, bro, you don't
No, all good.
you don't gotta
You're
in this
allowed.
room, there is no gay and straight.
Shut the fuck up. That's gay as fuck.
It's somewhere in
Huh?
between, eh? It's in limbo.
Yeah, man.
Curved
Especially when it comes to percent. There's no
Speak for yourself, Branch. Don't
Branch-
include us on your.
Branch, are you curved?
fantasies.
Are you curved or straight?
dude, you just keep holding on to that rope, yeah?
Do you like balls? Do you like balls?
That's an inside joke. It's deep inside.
That's what she
How
said.
deep?
Man,
Yeah,
I
bar
am not
none.
I
finding
find
that.
it funny though, Numpty, I don't know if you realize I was doing this, right? I was just and thank you percent for stopping it, but I was just throwing conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory at you just to see how you respond. And percent fucked it up.
I'm good at
I
fucking up.
mean, honestly, I really, the farther back in history you go, the more ridiculous, like hard to confirm it is. Like, Like I've heard a lot about the French Revolution, but I don't even know enough about the French Revolution. I've heard a lot about the Civil War. I don't even know enough about the Civil War.
Or like
but
Tartaria. Do you have you
both-
looked at Tartaria, like some of those? Because that's
Nah, I don't think there's any. The whole Tartaria thing seems a little bit like. I feel like it's how do I say
A
it?
trope.
Yeah, like I mean,
I'm
Category
on that
two.
page too, man. I'm
Me
not
too,
sure.
man.
the whole
I'm not sure
Tartaria
about
thing
this
is a
whole
bit.
Tartaria thing.
It seems like a bit like
It's a little far fetched.
I went to this guy named Autodidactics channel, and he's like talking about how there's an invisible crystal palace in the Australian desert, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you even like? I'm not even quite sure that this fucking is a
Falsified
flat
that
or
one.
round. I'm still like wrapping my head around the flat or round. Like I'm honestly like straight between a ball and flat, but I honestly I'm 50.
That's called on the fence.
Yeah.
Get off the
like,
fence.
I think white words test will actually help me get off the fence, but I know for a fact that our history has been definitely fucked with from at least like 1900 onward, heavily fucked with since 1900 onward. I don't really go far past that. I've heard so many conspiracies about the Jesuit order and all this and like all this fucking crap, but it's like, you know, if you just start from the 1900s onward, there's already enough like evidence to show you that something fuck shit is going on. But yeah, the Tartaria shit seems like seems kind of ridiculous to me. And they're like Star
all
Force.
this, what you're trying to say then is that all this shit started post-slavery. Slavery had nothing to do with this shit.
What?
Slavery.
Slave mindset.
Like
break it.
Like
Get out of
like
it.
what? Like slaves in the 1700s? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about post.
White slaves.
What
the
is
black
it?
people
Post
had white
1900s.
slaves, those
Post
ones.
19. So all that shit happened prior to 1900s. Yeah. The whole slavery, the whole movements to get out of slavery, all that shit. It wasn't under empowerment by, if you want, the man. Is that what you mean, or was there just a different man in charge?
What did you say? Wait, I'm confused with your question.
Never mind, dude. Don't worry about it.
I'm really confused about your question, to be honest with you. I don't really like I made the point that there's already enough bullshit that goes on year 1900 onward to look into, and it's relatively close enough and relatively documented enough to kind of say like, yeah, this is fucking crap. If you go before that, I know people have theories for what
Are you new
happened
here,
before that.
Numpty? Are you new?
Not really, not particularly.
No, I ask you because it seems like you don't know that Branch is very much trolling you.
Yeah, I don't know what he was asking about slavery. Like, I've heard a lot of like black dude channels claim that no black people were taken over by slave ships. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure there were slave ships. I mean, I think there's evidence in Africa and in South and North America for that. So I don't really know. I don't claim to really know about that. I just kind of focus on basically after the Industrial Revolution onwards because we already had cameras and shit, right? So we know it happened. Like,
Right, but shouldn't we look into the past to know more about the future?
yeah, I mean,
if
you
there were people
should.
in charge.
Well, speaking of like of resets, there's a lot of people that think that there was like a big reset, perhaps in the 1800s, somewhere around there. Because yeah, when you really look back, I mean, like World War One was huge, and then what really do we have that solid going back further? You know, and I know that's debatable because certain people are going to claim they have you know carbon dating and all this stuff, but it's a huge question of the real history and. A lot of people think there was a huge reset, and if there was, it would make sense. Like why
Napoleon
that we've been fed not only like the fake globe model, but also like perhaps an entire fake history story as well.
I mean, World War One and World War Two, right? They're pretty well documented. But before then, there were a lot of world wars, right? If you look at the escapades of Napoleon or fucking Genghis Khan and shit, that shit happened. It's obviously did happen. It can't
Did it though? Did it? I mean, I'm just throwing. I'm not saying it did or didn't, but why believe that? Like, what? Why do you believe it, other than just someone said it?
I believe it because somebody wrote that shit down on a piece of paper, gave it to the handmaiden, and the handmaiden told us.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you think there's sheets of paper of just someone just saying, "Hey, I'm Genghis Khan. Here's what's up," and then we just read all that. And we know, like, I mean, how is that information?
I mean, it's not just the, if you want the fact that it's being written down in history. It's also, you can see the
Imagine Ranch.
Silent.
Imagine
no, hold on, Silent. I was fucking mid sentence, bro.
Oh, don't get angry. Go ahead.
It was a bit of a run on, but let's run it on.
Hey, by the way, I found that story. He didn't die in the Titanic, but he did disappear on a ship, and there's a lot of suspect that he was, murdered. So,
for which one?
The guy who invented the diesel engine, Rudolf Diesel.
Oh, right.
He designed it to run on a variety of fuels, and the big oil didn't, the cartel didn't like that because they couldn't control it. So
we know the world. We know the world at least since 1900 onwards is basically run by a cartel, and that's all we need to really know. We don't need to go that far. We don't need to go back to Napoleon or Genghis Khan or fucking I don't know, some Silk Road shit. We just know from 1900 onwards that one cartel runs the world and organized 2 world wars and subsequent wars after that. Like, there's really, I mean, I don't know the shape.
We're at war right now. They just don't call it that. It's just the next evolution of war. So.
Did you see what Jim Cramer was saying? Jim Cramer was saying
meta war.
Did you guys see what Jim Cramer was saying? This guy was saying that we need to track down everyone without the cerveza sauce and send military force against them. Like, what? That's on what is he on?
Yo, did you guys see the news today about Germany?
No,
I saw like a tape.
I told you. Vaccinating a bunch of people, everyone that's not whatever.
I told you, fucking Germany doing their fucking shit again, bro.
And it's not just gonna be it's gonna be a bunch of different countries because of this Omicron crap. They're gonna be trumping it like crazy.
So what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? We're gonna go civil war against our own people here in the States. We're gonna fucking, we're gonna own these bitches, and then we're gonna have to go and save all the other fucking guys again. And then in the future, the same shit again is gonna happen because people are stupid, man.
Pessimistic.
Numbers wise, people that want to get vaccinated are way higher, but percentage, are they really forcing people to get vaccinated now?
Yeah, it's gonna be mandatory for the unvaccinated, and I guess the ones that aren't covered by this mandatory thing are obviously they're still gonna be able to go to the most essential of supermarkets, whatever, most essential things, but to do anything else, there's mandatory vaccination.
So you basically gotta have an extreme medical reason not to. Is that what's up?
Yeah, and if you've had the infection recently, then you're not covered by the ban.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a world ID global rollout. Soon, all your money's gonna be on your phone, and your ID is gonna be on your phone. Your medical history is gonna be on your phone. It's all for this global.
Bro. It's basically the same thing that's going on in Canada right now.
Don't be a scared guy.
You can't do anything.
It's not about being scared. It's not about being scared, but there is part of me that thinks, right, if the whole world did that shit, not only would we not be preventing the spread of it, we would have prevented, these evolutions of the virus.
There's no evolution.
Bullshit, man.
What the?
It's absolute bullshit.
No,
Branch, look into the Amish and the Hutterite and the Mennonite. They have no electricity. They didn't get tested. They didn't, get the jab, and they have no more deaths than any other population. And they have they're virtually free of the infection now. They all have
Yeah,
natural immunity.
buddy, I fucking made out with a chick who went the next day, got a test because she couldn't like taste or smell, and it said positive for her, but nothing fucking happened to me. So I know for a fact this is a hoax. This is a fucking hoax, dog. This is the biggest hoax. It's a world global hoax.
Dude,
No.
hold on. The
Be
important
careful.
thing,
Nothing.
the important thing though, silent. Come on, dude, you can't just tell.
I was talking, Branch. You keep interrupting me. What's going on?
No,
You interrupted in mid-sentence, Branch.
Yeah.
Go ahead, silent.
No, I was gonna say that there's something out there because I did got sick. My whole family got sick. It didn't do anything to us, right? But I do think there's some like flu thing
Flu?
out there.
Flu, basically.
Yeah, there's a flu.
You were definitely exposed to something.
No. But here's the thing.
Virus.
Maybe it's
Well, listen.
Yo.
Let me explain you guys something. My entire life, every time I had a flu, I lost sense of smell and taste. My entire life. But I had a constipated nose, right? My entire life. This time, it was different. Hold on. This time was different, Riggs. This time I had dry nose, no running nose or anything, and I still lost the sense of smell and taste. So that was the only different thing for me. For me, that was it. But other than that, a regular flu.
Dude, hold on. I just got to get props. He called it constipated nose. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's like some countries call toes foot fingers. Have you all heard foot finger?
Fucking backwater country calls it a foot finger.
No, exactly. In India, they're not toes; they're foot fingers.
That's
It's
not
fucking
even close
funny
to
as
being
fuck.
as good as. That's not even as close to being as good as constipated nose, bro. That's some.
Okay. Fucking
In Mexico, we call it. In Mexico, we call it foot fingers. Those are los pies.
Yeah.
Of fucking course.
Chinese. No, I think you're right, man. I think people are actually retarded. I think we're dealing with a bunch of retarded people. There's this guy, Aristotle's in the chat, and then Mailman's being a dumbass. I have no idea what.
How am I a dumbass if I'm asking questions?
Bro, they didn't have gasoline motors 100 years ago. What bullshit are you on?
So what engines, what motors did they have?
What they've done.
He invented the diesel motor, and the big oil was trying to capitalize and be the sole provider for the fuel. And he made his motor in a way that you could use all types of fuels. They got rid of him. Said,
It was made to run on peanut oil, wasn't it?
Peanut oil, coal.
So
all kinds of
what
shit.
engines? Hold on. So diesel was coming up with these engines. What engines did they use, if not gasoline or diesel engines?
Well, they didn't use
Just
gasoline
compression,
engines.
internal
Okay,
combustion.
so how can you have a gasoline industry fighting a guy
It's not a
who's coming
gasoline
up?
industry.
Which industry is it then? If you don't have engines that use fuel, which industry?
They were diesel.
It's not gasoline fuel.
Nah, dude,
It's
I heard
plant-based
that
oils.
in the 1800s. I think it was 1880s. The Benz
It was the
motherfucker.
early 1900s. Yeah.
1880. I think it was 1880, mid
1880
1880s.
something, yeah.
Yeah, 1880 something. The Benz motherfucker patented the gasoline engine. Then it blew up.
Yeah. I mean, you're saying that there's a fuel production industry that didn't like this guy Diesel, who came up with the first internal combustion engine. So how can you have a industry for something that doesn't exist fighting something that doesn't exist?
I don't think he said first internal combustion engine, did he?
You're not getting it.
I'm not sure.
They would have been
No,
competition.
This is
So they
just
boxed them
insane.
out.
No,
just
but
like,
what competition?
Just like
What
how they
competition?
boxed the guy, like that was trying to work to
Wait,
do
let-
hemp.
let
He's
Riggs
going
explain
around
this.
They
selling
made
his
marijuana.
custom-made motor, which he patented, which was made to compete against this. Well, not compete against, but to be something that
Yeah.
everybody could use, and they could make their own fuel source for. They could grow their own crops and make their own fuel. They didn't like that, so they killed him
Yeah, but you're
and
saying,
started
yeah,
selling
who
these
didn't?
petroleum products. Why is this
Okay,
so
hold on.
fucking difficult?
Hold
Are
on.
you?
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh my
him-
god. I'm in
I have a
fucking
question.
clown world. You guys are
I
so
have a
dumb.
question.
You're so
Yep.
fucking dumb.
You are.
We show
Hold
you
on.
fucking evidence every
Hold
day. You
on.
guys are so stupid.
Okay. No, fuck you.
World.
Yes,
Okay,
fuck you. Just
retard.
go away. You're so
Yeah.
stupid.
No, I didn't say fuck you. Okay, stupid. So, what was the industry using? What did they produce? What fuel did they produce?
What industry, dude? You're so vague.
You said that industry killed him. Who killed Diesel?
No, this is the theory. I'm presenting the guy, and I'm saying there is a theory that they offed him because he was promoting people with his design of his diesel motor to make their own fuels.
Who offed him?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's a
fucking the
conspiracy I'm
gasoline.
presenting, dumbass.
It was.
Fuck
So you have so you have a conspiracy that someone who you don't know who it is
what I'm
and what industry.
saying. Yes.
Yo, Riggs,
Jack-
calm
It's
down.
not
okay.
my conspiracy.
It was Jack Rogers.
So someone
There you go.
killed someone. Okay, fair
Holy
enough.
No,
Yeah.
Jack
fuck.
Rogers did. There
Maybe.
you go.
I don't know. He was on a ship on his way to some some motor event that he was invited to, and guess what? He just happened to disappear on the rich people's ship that invited him.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Pretty sus.
So
The
what?
That's pretty
industry
sus.
invited him to this conference or some shit. He got on the fucking boat and he didn't show up on the other side. Put the two
Pretty
and two
sus.
together, bro. It's not my conspiracy. I'm just recalling history.
Yeah, but,
You fucking idiots.
Sure, but there is
He
no
was
Well,
fucking
there's
fucking-
a
well,
possible
hold on,
conspiracy
though,
there.
Riggs. You
This
can't
is the
just call
this is
everybody
the
idiot.
thing, Riggs. Riggs, this is the thing. This is the thing.
Branch, you're an idiot. Mailman, you're being a dumbass. And this guy in
No,
the
I'm
chat
not a
with the pink
dumbass.
shit,
So Riggs,
he's probably got a pussy. 'Cause he's pink.
so Riggs, the facts were hold on. The facts were, if I understood you correctly, let me see if I follow. Is that guy was coming up with an engine? He got invited into this boat by the rich people that invited it, and then on the other side of the journey, that guy disappeared, like he never showed again. Is that
He didn't
the
make it
correct
to port.
understanding?
Didn't make it to the dock, basically.
Yeah, it's almost
he-
like it's not difficult to understand.
Hey, Riggs,
Yeah,
I just
so
came up with
I
a
got it
whole
right.
new. Riggs, hold on, Riggs.
Found
Riggs,
world
I just
shit,
came up with
bro.
a whole new situation,
This
bro.
is why I don't
What if
trust you guys
this
on the
is
shape of the fucking shit
Hey,
because you guys can't even fucking understand.
Numpty, can I get one thing out, please?
Yeah.
Can I get one thing out? All right, Riggs. What if this is a situation, yeah? This elusive group of elites that are fucking up the world and doing all these weird things that we can't prove they're doing.
Bro.
But they're actually
You
doing
guys
it.
said it's all
What if-
true.
the
I'm
money.
literally
What if-
sharing
okay.
history.
Just follow
I'm
the
not
fucking
saying it's
money.
true. You guys are so stupid.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
Riggs.
sharing a story that you guys didn't know about. So fuck off.
Riggs, what I'm saying though, Riggs, yeah? What are these people doing all this shit? Are just us from the future.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is
And
this
get
guy
out.
talking about?
They're
I
doing-
invented
What
this
the fuck
idea
is
now.
this-
Now they're
what
saying
is
that this
guy?
is my theory. Okay. Right. Why
The
don't you
reason-
get in voice chat? Why don't you
But-
get in voice chat? Aristoteles?
So you have a conspiracy where there's no reason to
Fuck
off the guy.
off.
Okay.
It's not my conspiracy. Aristoteles, get your ass in here.
Riggs,
Riggs.
what if
I,
Riggs,
hold on, I just got back. I was stepped away from it. This is pretty wild, Riggs. Are you kind of joking, or like there's no need to do all this, right? You could probably
Oh,
just
he calls us all kinds of
I
names.
don't know. Gio,
it's
can you
not.
actually hear me talking?
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
about
what's
to
up,
ban
bro?
myself. Dude, you keep around the dumbest fucking people on the server. It just blows my mind.
No, Riggs, you're doing okay, Riggs. You're doing fine, Riggs.
Projection, Your
about
Honor.
to ban himself, dog. He just leave.
No, but Riggs, you didn't respond back to my whole
Not here.
notion of
Branch, I'm not
Oh,
having
he
a
is here.
discussion. I'm sharing a link about a story of this dude, and that's it.
why are you
That's it. Go
fucking
look
on
at the
this
link.
dude that's only
Look
in
at the
chat?
link. Go look at the fucking link. Look at the goddamn link. Watch the link and shut the fuck up. That's it.
Yes, thank you.
No, hold on. Who the fuck is this Astroceles motherfucker anyway?
A guy with the
Yeah,
brain.
Who the
Does
fuck
anybody
is-
know him?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, come
Accessories.
in voice chat. Pink boy,
He is in voice chat.
open your
there
mic.
he is.
Somebody unmute this dumbass.
Who's this Lino Tomo guy? Who the fuck is he? What is his point here? Or this Reckoner guy?
What is he doing?
You guys are
Fucking
going
ballers.
wild, dude.
Who the fuck is
Yeah,
this Riggs
Jeremy,
guy?
can you even? I
Who the
mean,
fuck
Gio,
is this
can you even
Riggs
hear me
guy?
Well,
talking?
Getting
Or
us
the
nuts.
am I muted or what?
Aristoteles guy has been trolling. Like he's
not muted though. He can speak.
Yeah, can
He
you
doesn't
even
wanna
hear me
speak.
talk?
He's not gonna.
Yeah,
He's
he
not
he
gonna.
won't talk.
he is muted because he's not voice verified.
Oh, great.
Mm.
So now,
Yeah, he
now
was
we're
talking.
gonna.
That's fine.
Now,
That's
see,
fine.
this is another thing. So many fucking rules. I can't stand this shit, man.
Dude, just
Like, just let him talk.
No,
Let him talk.
Riggs, you'll
let
be
him talk for
alright.
a sec.
What's he
Let
gonna
him talk for a sec.
do?
Well, I can unmute him manually. I'm just telling you that
No shit.
he's up. Relax, dude.
Riggs is on one
Fuck's
tonight.
sake! It's like if you were in a bed with a girl, you'd be like, "Well, I don't know where to put it." Oh, I mean, I could maybe, I'll put it in an application.
Riggs, that's why you
Fuck.
always. That's why,
Why
you
are you
always
saying
read.
that? You don't
That's why
understand.
you always
Because
read
like that's how this place is run. It's like fucking annoying, kind of.
Riggs. That's why you
Boy,
always
you don't
read
understand
Get your
voice,
ticket. What
voice
kitty fuck?
verified. Voice
Like, just
verified.
Hold on.
he's in voice. I'm asking him to
Hold
talk.
on. Riggs,
Unmute his
Riggs,
fucking ass. It's been like 5 minutes
Riggs.
already.
Oh, hold on. I want to say something to Riggs. Riggs, you're a mod here.
No,
You're
I'm
supposed to
not.
read there. Oh, you're not?
Yeah, I fucking gave it back because I'm tired of this shit.
Oh, okay. Well, if you were a mod, you can verify him to speak,
No,
right?
I don't want to be a mod. If I'm going to be a mod in any server, I want to have the power and abilities of a mod. That I do not have.
Okay.
Wait. Are you trying to say
Right.
if you're a mod, you want to have a penis?
What?
And this is why we keep you around, Branch. 'Cause you were
It's just a
taking-
weird thing to react to. Like voice verification is very basic, just because otherwise.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
it's very basic.
we
yeah.
could consider
Remember
like
back in the day on 24/7 in the early days when there was no voice verified, people would just jump in the chat and like blast music.
but then they'd get moderated real quick, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
we
that
couldn't
doesn't
even have
happen here.
It might not be necessary.
Yeah, but in 24 hours we have like fuckers like Harp who are moderating. I mean, I've never been muted by him, but he mutes people. It's like I don't know. We have some ridiculous like fucking moderators in 24 hours, like ridiculous.
I just get muted as soon as I go in there. I go in, say two things, boom, mute, mute, mute. So yeah.
This is better than 24 though. I think in order of
Fuck yeah.
I think Gem is complete shit. 24's is like normal, and Geo's is like good.
I would actually say that this place would be a lot better if
You
there
had
was
a
a
penis.
lot more right. Like I'm not saying I want to be a mod because I'm on the same page as Riggs. I never want mods, right? But if there were a few fucking globe Earth moderators here, and it was a little bit more equal out, I think this place would be a better place.
No.
Then you will get the
see
mods.
trash.
Then
You see
you
the
will get the
trash.
mods fighting, and that's not a good thing, though.
Okay, here's okay. Mailman says, so Diesel offed himself due to financial issues. End of story. Okay, so now you're the conspiracy theorist. Did he leave a note?
Oh no, that's facts.
With a fucking selfie on it?
All right, Riggs, that's possible, right? It is possible, just like your theory,
it's possible, right?
Look, I'm just presenting a story that I heard about because you
Left
guys
the
haven't heard
link.
about it.
Wait, he left the link. Why
Yeah.
aren't they- it's half an hour long.
If we're
None of them-
honest,
It's
if
not
we're
even
honest,
half an hour long. It's 3 minutes.
if we're honest, then both theories are reasonable and they're possible.
It's totally
So-
reasonable. The guy was broke.
Yep.
He couldn't
People
sell
kill-
shit because he was being like pushed out of the market. But the idea itself was threatening the industry.
People
So
kill
they
people for
fucking
way
they invited
less.
him to this shit, made him feel special, and then he just disappears. Kind of strange. That's all.
That's
Tesla. Reminds you of Tesla, doesn't it?
Not necessarily. He didn't get.
Did
He
you-
was old. He lived to an old age.
Man, I
didn't
swear to
he?
God, it's just like, do you guys even like think maybe you're not like connected to your brain or something?
No, but if I post you evidence of the globe and then you ask prove it, then I'll say no, it's a possibility. I'm not saying that it is, but you would say I have a weak position and I'm not doing anything
No,
here.
I'm the same, man. I think that there's pretty good evidence for the globe, especially with the maps, how they match it. That's why I'm still on the fence. But
What's really cool
I think
about
that's
the
why
maps,
we have
right? Just really
that's why
quick.
we have
What's
white-
really cool about the maps is that we've proven
Hold on,
that
dude.
the pictures
Let Noah finish what he was saying. You kind of
For fuck's sakes, man. But I'm just saying, like, we have White's Words test to actually verify it without having to trust any maps. Like, we have a good test. I mean, we know that here's the thing is when you look into it, a flatter FE side, we see things way farther than we should geometrically, right? But around our side, we have the maps that work and stuff. So, like,
dude, Rumpus says that he's like, yeah, we can see twice as far,
right?
Because of refraction.
What I was gonna say was, what's really cool about on the globe side, yeah, is that all these maps we created, we actually went up into space, took pictures and shit, and verified they were correct.
Okay, you lost me when you said we went up into space. There's no fucking way you can verify we went there.
So is it now the case that we actually can insult people in the text and voice?
Shut
or do
the
we just
fuck
have
up.
to take...
No.
Okay,
I think
sure.
we should be allowed to insult people as long as
Yeah.
it's done in a very classy way.
Jesus, man.
Yeah. Classy insult is good.
As long as it's funny. It has to be like funny for the general audience here.
Keep it classy, San Diego.
Hey, Gio. That's one thing I wanted to talk to you about it because.
So your mic is super low. Something happened.
Yeah. Silent
hear me?
Zero.
Okay.
So
now
what's
I
up?
hear you better.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you that every server where they are like try to be like where you don't let people fight a little bit, people start leaving. I don't know. That happened on the Nathan server, and
Also,
some
Nathan
others.
is kind of. Nathan's kind of fucking, bro. Like, people are trying to make their point, and I'm not saying like they're right about the ball or whatever, but they're trying to make a legitimate point, and then Nathan will just mute them in the middle of their sentence, and then ask the same repeated question over and over again, just to make the other person look stupid, so he can cut out a clip. And can just
Numpy.
put it on his
Numpy.
The other guy does that
Hold on.
too.
Let me answer to that. This is the problem, man. Probably you know this percentage. Nathan is like me, been on this conversation for probably 7-8 years, and Nathan, what I noticed is that he doesn't have any patience anymore for these idiots to be repeating or begging the question or all this shit over and over, right? He's been listening on these things.
It doesn't matter.
Past 6-7
Then don't
years.
have them on your platform then. Don't have the people if you're not willing to let them express themselves and shit.
He doesn't, hold on, he doesn't force anybody percentage.
No, I mean, I
To
would
be
actually
there.
see it a different way, though, right? The way I see when Nathan does this shit is that what he's doing is reacting to what his audience wants. If he acts like that to other people, right, then he gets more super chats. People tend to
That's
follow him.
exactly it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's all
He
about the
does it all
Benjamins.
to make people look.
You're inserting motive. Come on.
Well, Silent, I was going to
Careful.
say, I was going to respond to what you said in terms of, so basically, I'll just tell you this, like from my position, I have had people tell me, like in terms of this server, like like trying to, have it more civil and having like the sort of server guidelines. And then, in terms of like not having people full blown, just constantly insulting and all that kind of stuff. But I've had people say, that it's too lenient, like, oh, you need to be more strict. And I've have people say it needs to be more strict. Like both of them saying, some people say more lenient, some say more strict. So if there's no rules at all, which I mean, that's kind of my style. Like I'm much more of an anarchy, like live and let live, everybody just be themselves. That's more my style. That's why I'm not big into like doing, having to like give warnings and like do that kind of reprimanding stuff. Like I would much rather just have it be free and open.
Gio.
But the thing is that with these platforms and things, if it's free and open, it's just nonstop.
Let me ask you.
It's just nonstop
Let me ask-
like, insults to where it's like we can't even have good discussions. So like, where's the fine line?
All right, I want to ask you,
Gio.
who name one
Gio.
person that wants. Hold on, Numpty. Name one person that wants the place more strict.
Well, you know what it is? Here's what it is. Okay, if some people insult, like let's say right now I call you an insult, okay? You're going to want to respond back. You're probably going to want to be like, no, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to not do that because you're trying to go by the server guidelines and you're trying to not do that, then it's like this other person just gets to insult you. So
Gio, you're missing the whole point. There's a difference between having an argument, being heated and people actually provoking and agitating controversy. Okay,
Well,
and the people you need to get rid of are the people agitating and provoking controversy.
No,
it's that
Riggs,
simple.
Riggs. Here's my take on this. Yeah, like the whole conversation we had today about the pulling that string shit over the beach, right? If it was any other fucking Glober doing this shit, you guys would have been fucking saying mad crazy shit to him. Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's Globers that are wrong. I'm just saying that
Glober
the only
does this
reason
type
we
of
were
shit.
able to have that conversation was because you guys fucking know my stance on this shit. But the same shit goes with the fucking Globers. Sometimes there's a lot of these cunts who are Globers. They can't even start a sentence without putting fucking flat earthers down first, right?
Like Rumpus?
Goes for both
Right,
sides.
and it's like before even answering a question, they gotta set a narrative by putting by setting a negative towards the globe side. I mean, towards the flat Earth side, and it's bullshit. We get it's bullshit, but I also don't think that any
Look,
of it should be.
Rumpus is one of those persons. I don't know why
Well,
he's
I
still
didn't bring
allowed
up.
on
I
any
wasn't
server.
just talking about Rumpus.
Well, I
was
want to
talking
bring it
about
up
Glober.
as an example. I want to bring it up as an example because even in this server, let me say this: that guy comes and insults anybody he wants, right? Says whatever the fuck he wants for long time, never gets muted, and whenever he gets muted, he just deafened and then comes back and starts the same process over and over. I don't know why he's allowed to these servers. It makes no sense to me.
Well,
It's because he's funny.
Anything about you.
Yeah,
If I talk
fuck
about the
Rumpus.
globe,
That is a
if I
dope meme dealing
You
with.
guys
If I
do
talk
the
about
same shit though, right? Like, look.
Well, just real
How
quick,
many
hold on,
ti-
Grace,
How
before
many
you say
times was
that.
I called just talking about the pulling that rope shit, right? How many times was I
Globies
called
hate
stupid
us
over
because
that?
they ain't us.
How many times was I called a fucking dumbass and not knowing my shit and me fucking, basically, I don't know, a lot of shit was said, yeah, during that
Oh,
phase.
yeah, because I don't think you understood even at the end of the conversation. I don't even think you understood what was going on. So yeah, no, you didn't.
The fact of the matter is, I understood the experiment way better than anybody else in the fucking room, which is why I said it ain't gonna fucking work.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, Silent, just
Well,
You didn't
we're
just
gonna
understand,
do
you
it.
overstand.
We're gonna do it either way. So
What's up,
it
Gio?
does, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
It's not even about that experiment now. We don't need to fucking talk about that. We're talking about the way we were talking to each other. That's what the fucking conversation at hand is about.
Oh, calm down.
What happened, Gio?
Man.
Well, I
I'm
mean, there's
not
a lot of
Riggs.
like
I'm not Riggs, man. Don't get angry at me. I'm not Riggs.
Right
Are you mad at me, Branch?
Well, I
Gio's
think
trying
he's
to
mad
say,
at me, but I
guys,
think he's taking it out on me. I think he's taking it out on me now.
I'm not. I'm actually not mad. I think that the point I was trying to make was I think that this room would be a lot better if Globe Earthers had a little more rights in here.
No, definitely
like
not.
if
I've seen
I
Gem
say-
Panda's server. I've seen Gem Panda's
where
shit
Chemo is,
server,
I'm
and I
not-
don't want
We
that.
keep Rumpus here.
Anything but
I know,
fucking
I know,
Gem
but this
Panda's
whole
server
we
happening
shit.
here.
Listen, the way I see it is this, yeah. This whole we and this is our room and this is the way it's gonna be. If this room continues that way, right? Globe
Then
Earthers
you'll
are just
stop
not-
coming?
Globe Earthers are just not gonna want to come here. Like
Yeah.
throughout
I mean,
today's
no.
fucking day, there's only like 4 of us that came, right? Me, Mailman, and a couple of other people, and I fucking don't like this shit because I enjoy coming here. And I think you guys are driving away the Globe Earthers.
It was much better today in Gems because there was actually flat earthers defending the flat earth, which is interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like Pete.
Dude, Gem Panda's fucking server
not
sucks
Pete.
shit.
There was-
I would
yeah.
fucking
Pete,
never go
Johnny.
there.
So
I don't even
no,
believe the
Johnny
Earth is
wasn't
flat. I'm
there
just
and
on the
Pete
fence.
wasn't there.
I'm just on the fence, and I wouldn't even go to Gem Panda's server. So I don't know why a flat earther would go there. That place is a fucking cesspool.
That's a
I only
place
go
for
to-
flat
I
earth
only go to
because the
Jan's
only one
server
who's
to-
Well,
moderating
hey, well,
there is
guess what,
Chemo.
guys? Maybe you guys didn't know this, but this is not an argue, debate, flat Earth server.
It should be.
Well, make your own.
No, it's
Well,
not.
Actually,
okay,
you know
Riggs,
what? You know what,
what
Riggs?
server is
Hold
this
on,
then?
Riggs. Hold on, Riggs.
Why don't you go to 24 hours then?
Hold on a second. Before you say that, Riggs.
Why is Don telling me yes?
When Geo first started this server, right? It was a place for people to discuss ideas and discussions about fucking what the Earth could or could not be. It wasn't about, flat Earthers have these rights and globe Earthers have these rights. It It's about people discussing shit together. So you calling these fucking lines and saying that this is what it is, I think that actually goes away from what the fuck Geo wanted from this place.
Geo's here. Why don't you ask him
you
yourself?
can have debates, but it's not a debate flat Earth Globe Earth server.
Doesn't it say Earth Awakenings at the top?
Yeah, you gotta wake up, Branch.
Wait, ask Geo, are you here? What's your what's? Are
Yeah,
we
he's been
supposed
trying
be...
to say. He's been trying to answer to something that I say for the past 5 minutes. You guys don't let him.
Sorry.
Well, he's gonna have to wait until me and Riggs are done.
No, I was kind of waiting to get in, but I was waiting to get in before, but just try not to interrupt. Well, two things. I guess one thing. Well, because there was something I was going to say before, but then there's this new thing you guys are talking. Well, I would say, I mean, in general, this server is designed to be a discussion platform, a research community where people can be able to come together and be respected, so that they can share their viewpoints and other people's viewpoints can be heard. In that sense, to be able to have actual discussions in different ways. And there's no special privileges between any cosmological viewpoint branch. I mean, there's nothing like that. However, moderators, many of them, people I know, friends, and so on that I've known over the years. And I mean, I do have friends that are globe earthers as well. But yeah, the moderators are more like, all like planar earthers, I suppose, in that sense. But there's not like special privileges in that way. But I see what you're saying. If all the moderators are, on sort of one side, if you want to call it a side like that, I guess just between planar and globe, then some globe earthers, I suppose, could feel like that's imbalanced. But I haven't seen any like moderation happening that is treating people imbalanced in that way.
Yeah, I haven't seen moderation ever over here. So Geo, he's saying that we should be debating, and this place isn't for debates, right? Isn't that what 24 hours is for people to go to, or Gem Pandas? Like,
He says 24 hours.
I
like this place better. I like this place better because people actually talk and shit, and we're not constantly debating and having someone come in and mod the shit out of everyone and leave. It's like kind of just people come and talk about shit. You know what I mean? It's not like 24 hours where you go and like if you say the Earth is a ball, then fucking Harp starts yelling at you, QE fucking mutes you and kicks you, and it's not like Gem Pandas where if you say like might be flat, then people are like you're retarded, fuck you, I fucked your mom. Like I think this is actually
been to Gems? Have you been to Gems?
Yes, I have.
Have you heard how Chemo practically owns the VC and says that the Earth is flat?
It's funny you would say that though, Noah, because I actually did fuck Riggs' mom.
Well, there's nothing in terms of this server. There's this platform. There's nothing against people having intense type discussions. But the idea of just fighting, like a fight style debate, is not really the overall vibe. Just because that can happen at times or whatever. But because I think
it's
a lot
so
of
repetitive.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people in this general community, if you're going to talk like, flat Earth, globe Earth, if you use those terms for the moment, in that term, like I think a lot of people are used to this, like all it is a fight. It's just like, I'm going to come and fuck you. And there's usually insults and there's just like everyone telling someone else they're stupid. And then the other person saying, no, they're stupid. And that has happened a lot on this server, especially like the first month or two. There was a lot of that just because that's what people are so like used to in a sense. But in general, it's like really the design for this platform. Like, yes, there can be like intense discussions, maybe even heated, maybe even debates, but maybe more of like a, if it's going to be a debate like that, maybe like an actual structured one. But otherwise, like in general, more of like actual discussions. And the thing about not doing all the insult stuff is that because when the insults are not happening, then there's a lot more discussion that can actually happen. Like when people don't have to like defend their ego and like do that whole thing and swear back and do that, like I feel like there's more potential for actual discussions and something productive and interesting to unfold.
Well, I tried to have a.
We have Dawn and Riding on Eggshells who are ballers who are here all the time. So I don't know what you're talking about. How we never have ballers here, like quite a bit.
I was trying to have.
We honestly have quite a few ballers that come in here.
That's what I'm saying.
Per capita.
Right, but I think that recently.
Hold on, Mailman was trying to say something. Mailman, what were you saying?
Recon Reconor said that there's these industry giants killing people, and I just asked for evidence, and he said that I'm a hopeless troll-drawling asswipe and a fucking moron. So it doesn't happen just on one side.
I don't know, man.
It happens on
pretty
both
accurate,
sides.
so.
Well, I guess
So it happens. So if I say that you're a fucking fucked up retard, the earth is flat,
Then I'd
then
laugh.
it's the same thing.
The problem is this.
that's
I
what I
think,
do. I
the
don't like.
biggest issue I have with what he said is he said you're hopeless. I think you actually you're exactly what he said, but you're very hopeful.
Well, I think the other thing I was going to say, I was going to respond to Silent Zero before, because he was talking about whether, like, with having, like, you know, the guidelines and everything, whether to be more strict or less strict. Like, I mean, Silent, like, probably going to schedule a mod meeting somewhat soon, so we can discuss it then as well. But yeah, I mean, the thing is like, okay, if there's no rules at all, it's just, especially in these communities, as we know, it's just like dumpster fire chaos. Pretty much everything in the chat is just people calling each other every insult in the book. Most discussions end up at someone just dominating, condescending, ripping someone apart, laughing at them, ridicule, you know, all that shit. Like, that's usually if there's no rules at all.
I do the best I can.
Hold on.
And then
Hold on.
Hold on,
Gio.
I was just gonna say, but then if we have,
I just saw Millman's meme in the fucking chat. It says it looks flat.
Let me fucking
eyes are
finish
like-
talking, man.
just let me finish my thoughts. So then the thing is, okay, if we then have rules, then it's like, okay, how strictly do you enforce them? Because if we only enforce them halfway, then some people are trying to, like, not insult. They're trying to be chill and be in a good vibe. But then if someone else insults them, then they want to insult back. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I guess one thing is just be more strict. Like, anyone who does it, like, boom, give them warnings. Like,
But Gio, if someone's insulting the other person,
or you be more lenient, and then, you know. But yeah, go ahead.
Gio, did you not hear what I said earlier? It's not about being heated or disagreeing or have an argument or anything like that. It's people who are agitating and being obstructive intentionally.
I
Those
was
people
gonna
are
say that.
garbage, and you send them away. Simple.
Gio, I'll give you an
also,
example.
if
I'll
someone's
give you an
just
example.
Insulting,
Go
hold
ahead.
silent, real quick. If someone's just insulting another person and they have no argument, the other person's like calm and cool, then it's gonna look bad for that person that's insulting. He's just gonna look like a fucking tool, and people are gonna know that, and he's gonna
Alright.
feel that embarrassment too.
Like hard.
Again with the rumpus thing, okay? So, Gio, there's more than one way to insult people, right? Not only by calling them stupid. That you can actually say, well, you don't understand. You are like, your brain doesn't comprehend or shit like that. That's pretty much calling the other person stupid. And that's what they do over and over, and they never get corrected, never get muted or anything, right?
Well, usually Rumpus has gotten like a ton of warnings and mutes. I mean, it's not like he doesn't have that. I mean, he usually, but he does also kind of, in some weird way, he gets away with it more, maybe in some ways. I don't know, but yeah, he's a whole thing in and of himself. But I know what you mean, like that. Well, it's kind of like this. Okay, in terms of speeding on the highway, usually a lot of cars are speeding, but usually the cop only pulls over one person. You know what I mean? He doesn't pull everyone over. So in the same way, in a server like this, hold on, dude. In a server like this, where you have like a bunch of moderators and a bunch of people, obviously not like every little thing is going to be given a warning. So then, you know, it's in the same way. Like, not everyone gets a speeding ticket, so not everyone gets a warning. Like I said, I would prefer to not even have any warnings at all and just chill. But, you know, I'm open to ideas. If you guys have ideas how to do that without it.
Yeah, I
it's
think
like
Branch should stop resisting.
But without it, like I said, like, I mean, for example, on Brandon's server, like, I was a mod there. I couldn't really do much other than mute people in VC. Like, it didn't give any other, like, there was no like other way to do anything. And I mean, it was just like all Payne Nasa shill come in and just insult people nonstop. Like, it was just, you know, it was toxic as hell.
Oh, wait a second. You mean like most of the active mods in your server who are actually in VC?
I don't know, Gio. I'm not exactly sure how to do it right, but I just really want this place to be. I just want more Globers here, you know, because I sometimes feel like if we had more Globers here, I think that.
I'd say yes.
Hold on, dude. Let me
Globers were
fucking finish what I got to say. If we had more Globers, I think we'd have a more continual presence in the room. As opposed to, you know, we're going through these off and on cycles where the room will be empty sometimes, and it'll be full sometimes.
Oh, that's gonna happen, Branch. I mean, it happens. It's not like
right, but what
people get bored. people get bored of this conversation eventually, right? And they
I
come
know,
back
I get
after a
that.
week or stuff like that.
I get
So,
that, and this may be
it's
more
a normal
selfish
thing.
for me. I want a place I can go to and just listen to Flat Earth talk, or just listen to bullshit whenever fucking I want to. And I'm just trying to give my hints on how possibly this could be that place. And I think that
I think
getting more globers to come is probably a way.
Well, the one thing
think
about
there might be-
moderation, like in terms of a globe earther being moderator, there's not really necessarily an issue with that, because if we're actually holding to the integrity of the server guidelines, that means that even if they're a globe earther, you know, if they're doing some unfair modding, well, then that's an issue. But if they're just doing the correct thing, then it doesn't necessarily matter what their cosmology is. So technically, it could be anyone.
I agree with you, bro. I don't think that's the thing. It's not the fact that there's no globe Earth moderators, because the moderators here aren't that fucking mean, right? It's for some reason a lot of globe Earthers just feel like they're attacked when they come here or something. I'm not sure why people don't come here as much as they do.
Yeah, because without the group thing,
lot of
without
people
all
here.
their buddies there to help them be toxic, then they don't feel comfortable to hold the
That's
argument
true.
on their own.
That's facts. That's facts. Like Gem Pandas.
That is facts. Yes.
It's just a mob mentality. These guys, when you actually ask them about the arguments or like things about flat Earth, they like half of them don't even know the flat Earth position.
Right.
They just
So-
like, okay, for example, like Naps. Naps doesn't know how to tie her shoes. Okay, without someone else in the chat, she's useless.
Dude, I like Nat. She's my buddy. Right?
That being said,
exactly.
That being said, credit to the Glovers that are in here.
You're making
You know,
up.
Hold on,
follow that.
You're making up some kind of.
Naps
Can I
is-
say
Nat-
something to Geo real quick?
Naps is the lady. Naps is the. All right, go ahead, and then I go.
Okay, I'll be quick. I think Branch has a good point about the ballers, but I think Briggs also has a good point. I think we need more. We don't need more ballers per se. We need more good quality ballers. I would say, like Riding on Eggshells and Dawn, I'd say are pretty good ballers. But like I don't think we need like the majority of ballers. We do not need more of them. To be honest with you, we need like level-headed people who actually know the arguments and are
Well, Branch,
knowledgeable.
we're not trying to bring those people over. Like it's
Right,
like we don't
I
care
get
about
that, I get that, but you also gotta
Hold on.
understand that.
I was gonna answer. What the hell, Branch? Riggs, you brought a perfect person as an example. Naps is the person who said that Nathan was begging the question that it was a made up shit, right? And she said it in the show in live. She said, "Well, this is just a made up shit by you." And she never got called by none of the Glovers. We don't need that kind of person.
What's made up shit?
The begging the question.
Look, right
Beg
now,
your pardon?
right now, Naps
because-
is on the couch looking at her phone, thinking about all the ways she can soft troll the server, and she'll only do it if there's two other people in the room helping her. That's it.
No, this is what happened. This is what happened, Jill. She joined Nathan's show, and she said something about the globe, and Nathan told her that she was begging the question.
What's that?
And then what do you mean? What's that?
What's that?
What's that? What is a fallacy? Begging the question.
What?
You're
You know
just.
what that is?
I've never heard of it.
What?
Are you joking? You're joking.
What is it? Begging the question.
It's like if I say, I can't even think of a good example.
Wait,
Dude, Silent
he's
just made that up.
trolling.
How would you know what it is? He just made it up.
Hold on. Percentage. You don't know what the begging the question fallacy is? You do. You have to. You've said it a million times.
How do you know what it is? He just made it up, man.
Oh my god, you're just trolling us.
Yes, man. Okay, my bad, but
proving
Gio,
that you already know what it is. What happened?
Gio, to get back to
Getting angry. Fucking percentage. I was getting angry.
I pulled the naps on you.
Silent, can I finish off what I was about to say?
Go ahead, bro. Yeah.
All right, so Gio, I was gonna say, right, when we talk about, I'm not talking about actually giving globe earthers mods, nothing like that, right? But maybe be strategic with it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that in Gem Panda's room, they strategically gave Jeremy mods to keep him in the room longer. You know? So I think that, if you were to give Global Earth as moderating
That's definitely
powers,
true.
I don't
They
think
did
it
do
should
that.
be
Oh,
done
nice
in a
try,
way
dude.
that, I think just be, think about it a little bit. Like, look at the people in Gem Panda's room. who have influence, and give them moderating powers. Give them a reason to be in this room and stay in this room, and then others will follow them here.
Who the fuck wants those toxic pieces of shit over here?
But you're definitely right,
You also
Branch,
gotta
about
understand
them
that,
giving
that-
it to Jeremy for him to stay longer there, to feel more welcome, to stay longer. Because
Yeah,
they
and you
see
gotta
like
think-
Geos as kind of like, competing, and any, longer that he spends there or anyone else spends there is better for them.
Exactly. But, and also, when we talk about, not wanting these people in here, you got to remember that the goal of this room was to fill up 3 chat rooms. So if you don't want all of them here at once, you got to have an influx of people. You want to fill up 3 chat rooms.
Well, that may have to happen when the server reaches more new people, like out in the world, because the thing is, dude, like within if we're going to talk like within the community part of the Earth shape, because I mean, this server actually, there's a lot more topics that this server, can be discussed here, like not only the shape of the Earth, but obviously that's been one of the main ones, the cosmology. But the thing is, dude, like some people in these kind of arenas, like they, like on the Glober side, they only want to come and just tell us we're wrong and tear us down. And people who are doing that, like, is that really even productive for anyone?
They're just small, smooth brains.
Yeah, it's not. I don't like what's this whole like. Why do we need to be recruiting people? I think we should be focusing on quality more than quantity. Like
I agree with that.
I don't want this place being like Gem Pandas. Specifically, I'm here because it's not like that place.
Yeah, sorry, Branch. I mean, this whole chain of conversation, which totally distracts us from the other shit that was interesting. Yeah, this is not happening. So we don't care about those people. They're toxic.
I don't know, man. I don't think
they
Gems
hang
is too
out
bad.
with each other because they're toxic. Yeah, but you're different. You're just
That's
like
not what I said, though, dude. I said
special,
strategically pick
so.
your people, right? you don't get the assholes, and you get the people that are cool and they're friends.
Well, maybe they'll get rid of their group mentality and find the light. It's not our responsibility.
Well, that's why part of, I mean, I guess when you have a server like this, a platform, it's like you can have it just arbitrary where every mod does what they want. Like that's one way to do it. But the way that this one's set up is there are actual server guidelines. So it's like because one of the things I'm just saying, like the server guidelines are pretty detailed. So like Kosho, for example, he's definitely Globe Earther to the core, and he talks about the Globe Earth in a lot of ways, but like he's never gotten a warning. I don't think he's ever been muted. He's never even broken a server guideline. He's just Kosho.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just saying he's an example. Like it's not really like about what your worldview is. It's about like who you are and what you know what I mean. So like in terms of Globe Earthers, like anyone could be here. Yeah, it's how you conduct yourself. Like I always kind of point Kosho out because he's literally, I don't think he's been muted once on this server.
I think Branch is just tired of being the only troll in the room. And that's pretty apparent. Like he's doing all the work himself. It's getting exhausting, right?
I don't know if he's a troll. Like,
oh no, he's definitely
Branch
trolling.
is real life street shit, man.
Dude,
he is. I mean, Branch is a known
like
troll on this chat.
He's a career troll. He used to put YouTube videos out of trolling servers and shit. Like this is what he does.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
True,
I asked you if you were new though.
Career videos. What the fuck you on about, Riggs?
No, I said you're a career troll.
Yeah, you said I put videos on YouTube about how to troll and shit.
Yeah, you used to troll YouTube. You used to troll Discord servers and put the shit on YouTube.
Riggs, sometimes I don't know if you're trying to be funny or if you're just being Riggs.
Have you done that, Branch?
No, why the fuck would I put a video out about how to troll flat earthers?
Not flat earthers. He never said flat earthers. You asshole. He said servers.
Before he got into the flat Earth Discords,
I've never put a video about how to troll anyone.
There were videos of Branch going to different servers trolling.
Have you done that? Yes or no, Branch?
Yes or no?
No, fuck no.
Okay, then somebody was with you and was recording you doing this, and that's the story I heard about.
I want to see this fucking video.
This is a long time ago. This is literally, like, honestly, dude, this is 5 years ago when I heard all this. That people knew you from your trolls that were hosted on YouTube, you going to different servers, and then now you're in this community.
Nah, dude.
Yo, Riggs, you're making a positive claim. Do you have the burden of proof to
I have
substantiate it?
nothing. I have nothing.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Claim no proof. Claim go
Hey,
proof.
if that's not true, then just tell me. I'll say I'm wrong.
Riggs, here's the thing, right? I'm the first person in this room that if I had done something like that, I have no shame in saying I did it. Like, why would I fucking deny that?
Okay, let's assume you didn't do it. Noah, he's still the biggest troll in the room, and he's tired of being the only one. My
There you
point
go,
still
making
stands.
up
It doesn't matter
conspiracy
either way.
theories about people on boats, and people that troll.
I think Don was
Making up all
actually going to say something earlier and got over
Hey,
talked.
what's up, Don? How you
Don,
doing, man?
What's up?
How you
Do you
doing,
remember
man?
what you were going to say?
No.
He's gonna troll. He's gonna troll.
It's okay.
Don's
I
the
like
best.
Don.
Don's the greatest troll. That's for sure. Don's my favorite.
Me and Dawn made a pact the other day saying that I'll stop trolling, or I'm gonna really cut down my trolling. I forgot what.
You're doing it again, Bron. You're doing it again, Bron.
Don is kind of like
here to remind you.
Okay, Don. No offense. It's not kind of funny, but you kind of remind me of like Mr. Bean trolling.
It's sort of like a drug, though. You're trolling. Like if you cut down on your trolling, you'll get better sleep or something.
Who the
My
fuck?
trolling's fine. It's gentle and it's fine.
I noticed that Don has a couple of different modes. There's like a troll mode, there's like an intellectual, philosophical mode, and then there's maybe just like a screaming, swearing, yelling at everyone mode.
And then an everything Earther.
There's one where you can tell he's smirking the whole time when he's talking.
Sometimes I look in the
You can
text
hear the
chat.
smirk.
Sometimes I look in the text chat and it's just like all capital letters of Don. Just
You're just waging war in the text chat.
I never pay attention to chat. Like never. I don't know what is the point of joining a voice chat server and being on the text. It makes no sense to me.
But Silent, just to respond to you, because I'm still thinking about that thing you were saying before. I mean, yeah, in terms of like the moderation and like people breaking the server guidelines thing, like, yeah, I mean, I'm open, like, because yeah, you were saying like whether to be more lenient or more strict or whatever. I guess I'm still just on that thought because it's like there's kind of like no perfect balance that can be reached, and
I think this is it.
Do you remember what I said that everybody agreed with and makes sense? Did you remember that part?
So Riggs, your idea was more that, okay, people that are here just to tear others down, that's more of an issue rather than if someone's in a heated debate and they just throw one insult, that's different. Is that what you're saying?
So let me give an example. Hold on, Riggs, because as a mod, right? When I hear a conversation with a Glover and a Flat Earther, and then they both are going at it, and then one calls him an idiot, and then the other guy keeps calling the other one, you don't understand, you're a child, whatever, right? He's not saying idiot. And then the Glovers start asking for the Flat Earther to get muted because he called the Glover idiot. But they never ask for the Glover to be muted because, it doesn't sound too aggressive. Me personally, I just let it go because to me, both things are the same. One calling you idiot and the other one calling you don't understand over and over is pretty much calling you idiot. It's just, it's not as aggressive as the other one, but it's the same shit. And
see, I guess to me too, like I'm on here every day just because like, I'm at my computer, like working, doing stuff. I'm around the house. So like I'm on, but it's like when I think about it, like on a daily basis, like at least just me, maybe this is just my preference, but it's like, I don't, that's a funny one. I don't really want like, I guess I'm like a loving person that wants kindness and harmony. Like I love hearing conversations where there's like good information being exchanged. I'm learning more about someone, like whether they're sharing whatever it is, like I'm hearing their viewpoint and I'm learning about them. Maybe I'm learning information. Like, that's what's interesting to me. Whereas like every day, just listening to people tell each other they're stupid and you're a fucking retard, that kind of thing all day. Like it's just not a good time. Like it's not a nice way to spend life for me to be hearing that all day.
Dude, as soon as you said that, I posted that GIF, and it was perfect with your speech.
Yeah, but what I try to say to you is that it depends on each mod. They have to analyze the conversation and just sometimes let it go, let it happen. And yeah, because the more chill you
had
are,
made the comment that the concern of being too strict might push people away, which I can understand that in the same way, like that could happen, you know, in a sense, like that's possible. I'm not very strict in general, but you know, there haven't been like tons of restrictions or warnings or anything like that. But
no, cause let me give you an example. What is his name? Rakia. I think Rakia overdo the modding thing, right?
Mm.
Sometimes there's a nice conversation going on. People throw a couple insults to each other. They don't complain about the insults, and then the mod is like, "Oh, you gotta don't insult, whatever." I mean, if the two parties are just like calling them one time or two times, you're stupid because you said this or whatever. I think there's no problem with that. We shouldn't stop the conversation because of that.
Yeah, but like a minute ago, this whole conversation got sparked up because we've been having really great conversations for hours. And then basically Riggs got activated with Mailman, started calling him stupid, retarded, says his brain can't think, he's retarded. And then Mailman was like, well, what the fuck? Can we insult here? Like, can we just start insulting? And like the whole thing went into like kind of, you know, dumpster fire zone. Like it went into, you know, and then all of a sudden, like, Mailman was, you know, not able to respond. Like, I don't even know what that conversation was because it exploded.
Yeah.
Just sort of an example.
You know what?
When that shit happens.
You know what?
It kind of ruins the good vibes of the convo. And I'm not criticizing those people for doing it. It happened, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, it changes the vibe from like people feeling open to speak their mind to all of a sudden, like, oh,
you missed the whole thing, Gio, because you never look at the text.
Hold on, Riggs. I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you because I thought you were a mod. So, and then one of the rules is that one mod doesn't mute another mod, right? So that's why I didn't mute you. But you did, you know,
I would mute another mod if they were acting a fucking fool. I would mute another mod.
Dude, you're missing the whole thing. Reconor's recounting it perfectly right here in the chat. Mailman and the Arista, whatever his fucking name is, were literally, all I did was post a link and say that there's this story about this guy, et cetera, and they're literally fucking like hammering me with like anti-conspiracy nonsense, calling me stupid, like just
the Aristotle guy.
Yeah, they're like out of nowhere. I post a link and they just both gang up on me at the same time about like, oh, that doesn't make sense, or why was this? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, this is just a story about a dude, and they just kept going on and on and on about nonsense and defending their nonsense. So it was just like, you guys aren't even making sense.
Well, the whole energy of the chat,
changed.
Hold on a second, Branch. The whole energy of the chat changed because we were chilling. And I did see a little bit of what they typed because I have it open on one of my screens. Sometimes I glance at it. And yeah, they were just straight up insulting you, calling you an idiot and all this shit, whatever they were. And so basically what happened is they were just full blown. What did he call him?
Quote me calling him stupid or an idiot or giving a single insult to him.
I mean, I could scroll, but
scroll up. Yeah, do that before you say that I did something that I didn't do.
All right, was it the
let's pretend you didn't do anything at all.
Let's not pretend. You can scroll up. You can scroll up and see if I insulted you even once.
Well, let me ask you this: why is the first instinct when I'm sharing a story about history that is not even my story that you guys immediately jump on me as if I'm wrong about whatever?
No, I was asking for clarification for your thing.
See,
I mean,
now you're being disingenuous. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, that's exactly what I did, though. So if I post something and you ask, do you like?
Yeah,
is there
but
any?
You were doing it off the back of that other guy too, right? You guys were working together on some kind of scheme against me for sharing a fucking story.
No, I don't know Aristotle. I haven't talked with him never. So
I think the way I see this, like, it seems like Mailman actually was trying just to actually have bring something to the table. And Riggs, you probably could have responded to that. But I think the Aristosthenes guy, I'm looking here, he's calling you insane. He was calling you insane.
They were playing off each other. Mailman's not being genuine.
Gio. How was I playing off him? Okay, so now Reconor. So now Reconor is playing on you with you.
Just real quick, what I heard was more funny than it's being made out to. I thought it was a little more funny than it's being made out right now because Riggs was like, yeah, but it's obviously because the frustration comes from every time there's like a flat earth argument or anything that's not a lot of times the mainstream.
These guys can't handle
take on
conspiracy
things. It gets
wonder
attacked,
and like
automatic attack, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. That was the other situations like that were
row-betting
adding
hard.
to the frustration. I can tell on rigs. Oh, okay. Other
Can't hear it,
frustrations
like, you're all
were
over.
adding to your frustration. Oh, really bad? Okay.
Try again.
No wonder.
It's
no
not
one's
too
been
bad.
Yeah, I would just like to say, Gio, that Eratosthenes guy, I've seen him trolling quite a few times around here. Not gonna lie. I can attest.
No, I have too. Well, that's what. Yeah, there was talk the other night, like in terms of the being strict or less strict or whatever. People were saying, like Riggs brought it up, and also Rakia was saying it that they were saying that they think we should actually be more strict with people that are just straight trolling. You know, just obviously.
There you go.
Just the ones
I
that are
agree.
just trying to provoke and constantly throw shade and constantly trigger
But
people.
yeah, Gio, it's been almost 3 months. Has your head been in your ass the whole time? Like, this is obvious.
But what is the difference?
Like, this
though,
is an obvious way to. This is my frustration. This is why I'm not a mod, and I gave it back to you because the obvious shit doesn't get done.
Well,
I don't know what you mean.
Like,
I'm not in the
I
text
need to
chat.
have
I'm not
a
in the
fucking
text chat
essay to
24/7.
explain to you obvious shit, and I don't want to do it.
Well, dude, I'm not in the text chat 24/7. I'm usually in VC. There's a bunch of mods on this server. I can't be expected single-handedly to remove every troll if that's what you're saying.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah,
Yo,
well,
hold
guess
on.
what? That troll's
That's a great
there right
point.
now. He was there
Hold
earlier.
on.
He was there yesterday. And every day I bring it up, I bring up these very basic issues. I get fucking tired of explaining myself.
Well, if you were a mod, you could have done whatever with whatever trolls needed. But yeah,
No, I can't ban him. I don't have ban
Hold on,
capabilities.
Gio. I was gonna say that.
were a
I was
mod
gonna
with
say,
it. Well, hold
Gio, if you're gonna if Rick is gonna be a mod, right, and he bans that person, that's another thing that you gotta take into account. Like, you cannot be questioning every action that a mod does just because a fucking Glover sends you a PM and say, "Hey, look at this guy, one of your mods." Like, if you're gonna be doing that, I don't know if you haven't done it.
No, that's
to
his
me
job,
or
Silent.
that
What are you
I
talking
know.
about? No, fuck that. That's his job to oversee the mods and their actions. So of course he would have to look into it if someone's, making a complaint as to like over modding or some sort of abuse of power or something like that. That's his job, oversight.
Hey guys,
No,
I will
but
say this. I'll say
that's gonna
one
happen
thing,
every
guys.
time.
Guys,
Percentage.
guys, all of you guys,
Yeah,
like
that's
when we
that's
discuss
the part of the job.
conversations in text chat versus voice chat, right? So I personally think that sometimes text chat here is moderated a little bit too harsh because generally in text chat, being a little vocal and a little bit extra expressive actually helps facilitate the conversation. So, even if you don't say it as harshly as you would verbally, typing it doesn't always mean the same thing.
Well, Branch, there's a little bit of a thing going on, I would say, where okay, so there's like the server guidelines here, insulting this and that. I think a lot of the people who are trolling this server have found a way to not get warnings, like not call someone a straight up insult. So they don't
And then you not do anything about it.
They don't get warnings, but they perhaps are, so they're kind of looking like they're civil, but they're still doing this kind of provoking thing. And the thing is that where's the fine line? Because if these are new people, they deserve to be able to be in community and possibly learn information, and not just be kicked out. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's 24/7, for example, they just ban everyone, which I'm not a fan of. Like, you're banned, you're banned, you're banned. But I also understand that there's trolls, and if they're constantly trying to trigger people, then people are unhappy too, because now they're having to be in that instead of being in a good vibe conversation. So
yeah,
there's a lot of factors.
I think that I guess the point I'm trying to make, Gio, the point I'm trying to make is like,
you guys hear me?
If I start slagging rigs, if I start cussing off rigs in the live stream, using extremely harsh words and shit, that's a little bit different than if a new person comes in and starts doing that to someone he doesn't know. And when I say I'm doing, I mean Riggs is responding back to me in the same manner. I
think a lot of these people are sock accounts. There's like a bunch of socks, I think.
All right, somebody else wants to say something, Gio.
Yeah,
Who was that?
Yeah, new perspective. Go ahead.
I was just going to add that, you were saying there's a fine line between whatever you were saying, and I was going to add there's a fine line between what a typical Glober might respond as, with just like repeating the encyclopedia definition of something and then just keep repeating it, like just like it's going to make more of a difference if he says it over and again, louder and louder. You know, that kind of seems like a troll, but that's just like sometimes the typical response from someone that thinks they know the facts about something, and it's hard to tell. In fact, there was a big thing that when Gio, when you said, it was like I was there when you were like, this isn't going to happen on the server. You were basically calling out all the ballers for just like dominating the conversation, trying to gang up with just like, you know, repeating the same thing over and over again. And, you know, I don't think they meant it as a troll, but it's like you were like putting the word down. And I think that was the big turn in the amount of ballers that were here, because your tone's like pretty emphatic. And I think it's good that you say that, except that maybe they took it as like, you don't want them here at all.
Wait, hold on. Are you referring to when there was that new girl and she was asking questions about like, you know, planar, stationary, flat earth? Like she was asking questions about it. And basically like the Globers were all trying to like kind of sidewind and like give the globe.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not sure, but I remember you saying, I think it was Zanuck and a couple other ballers that were just like, I don't know. They just kept repeating the same thing about whatever the topic was. And then you were like, that's not the way the server is going to be. And I think it was, Eggshells was here.
But are you saying that when I said that, are you saying that was a good?
Well, it was kind of like you were declaring that this is not going to be a place where ballers come and just like repeat the encyclopedia as loud as they can, basically. Right. Which is what a lot of them do. That's just kind of like their thing, you know, because they have to go by what they learned rather than what they think.
Well, see, what makes me think when you say that makes me think of like, see, that's another subtlety. The difference between, let's say, globe earther or flat earther, either like side as it were, but like where they just all they want to do is push their worldview, and that's actually in the server guidelines.
That's what exactly.
Yeah. So that there's a difference between that, like coming and actually discussing and saying, oh, you know, whatever it may be, versus coming to like force it on everyone. Yeah,
right,
preach. Yeah. So there's like a fine line between that as well. Is that what you mean? That I was kind of saying? Yeah, I was.
I appreciated what you said for that reason, because you don't want it to get to that point, but you don't want them to feel unwelcome at the same time. I think they like overreacted to it and kind of like did a little boycott on you. You know, it got everybody else to not show up the next day. At least that's the way it seemed. Did you notice that? It was like the day after that you basically said, this is not the way this server is going to be. And that's not a bad thing that you said that, but I think they overreacted to it because it was like, kind of like, hey, we don't want ballers in here just repeating the same shit like they do on fucking Gym Pandas.
Well, it's because Rakia would get over, like, you know, he takes his arguments a little heavy, right? It's me, I'm reacting to someone provoking, right? But Rakia will actually provoke like high intensity arguments. And what happens is that these guys come in, I'm almost done speaking. What will happen is that these guys will organize and come in all at the same time.
No, it's not that. Riggs, there's a bunch of globe earthers, right? That
can't stop that.
When even if they're fucking wrong, they want their narrative to be fucking said and be right always, regardless of whether right or wrong. And I think
that's the nature of this conversation.
Right. And I think that when Gio said, you can't fucking come in and act like that, that's what he meant, was you can't fucking come in there and just make your narrative always be right, even if you're fucking wrong. And they got taken the wrong way.
Yeah, I think so. They overreact. I don't think you meant it as harsh, but I think you did mean it as like, we're not going to have this server just be like, a place where, where it's kind of like just the same kind of, I don't know. You also have said a few times you're bored with just like the same arguments being like put forth as if they're facts still when they've completely been debunked or completely been, regarded as not necessarily the case, like the pendulum or some of these things do not prove what they're claiming they prove necessarily.
You know what it is?
Well, there's just a lot of subtleties in all of this.
Yeah.
I will make it very clear. Actually, there's a big difference. Okay, it's a difference between somebody who can respect that we think the Earth is flat, and then us respecting that they don't. But those people need to have that respect, and if they don't, then it comes out in various ways.
That's a great point. Well said. Great point. Yes. I would just say, I guess to name names since it's a positive thing, but Kosho is somebody who definitely respects us in a lot of ways. And so even though he can sometimes activate people because he's so strong on the globe side, at the same time, it's usually always pretty smooth for the most part. And you're right.
He
There's
doesn't
other
try to
people,
yell you down. Yeah.
right. And then there's other people that, you know, want to come in and just attack and put us down nonstop, just tear us down and try to tell us. Yeah. So there is I know what you mean, Riggs. Yeah. There's a difference between like, you know, well, that's kind of the whole vibe of this server.
Well, like writing on eggshells, for example. I can't stand him. I know that he doesn't really respect us, but at least he pretends, and that's at least good enough.
And he's
I guess
got
it's the
some
last
funny
part.
things
Hold
to
on, let me
say.
just say the last part of what I was going to say is, yeah, like mutual respect. And the thing about having like the guidelines where, you know, the insulting, condescending, all that stuff is that respect can't happen when that shit's happening. When you're condescending, you're laughing at someone, ridiculing, all that shit, there's not going to be a mutual respect. Therefore, it's just going to be a fight and it's going to be that energy. So that's where like, so I agree with what you're saying. Like if there's mutual respect, I mean, personally, I don't care if someone thinks the earth is a globe or a flat or anything. Like, you know, anyone can come here to come together and share their viewpoint and should be able to be respected for that. And I can hear them out. Other people can hear them out. You know, so I don't want it to be a cult where it's like, oh, we only think this and you got to get out if you don't think this way. But at the same time, it's like there does need to be the mutual respect so that there can actually be good conversations and a good community.
Yeah, we need the opposing side to some degree, at least to have the interesting conversation, not just the same old one.
I mean, last couple of days, yeah, there have been less people in VC, but the thing is, we've had these amazing conversations about this whole test and like globe earthers and, you know, flat earth people, planar earth. We were all like working together and there wasn't any fighting. There wasn't any telling people they were wrong. It was actually like, it was just awesome.
It's
it was
not
like,
quantity,
yeah.
it's just quality.
That was
You
some
can't entertain an idea that it's really
like I enjoyed that so much. Like it was so productive and amazing. It was good vibes the whole time, and we actually got a lot accomplished. That was way more interesting to me than, let's say, like the first couple of weeks of this server. Some of those talks were like I would like wake up and turn, or I would like come to my computer and like sign in, and it was just like fucking screaming and yelling and interrupting, and then like it was, you know, mods coming in and telling people to stop. Like it's just chaos.
It's not fair to expect you to be a babysitter for everybody either. That's just like not going to make it worth your time, you know. You can't be like the only person like who's in charge of the whole thing. I don't know, right? Not fun, at least I wouldn't imagine.
Well, that's what I say, but Percentage said that that's his job.
Yeah. And he can, and I don't see why not.
Well,
That's the
you're
whole
wrong.
point. You delegate, and then you oversee the people that you've delegated to do certain things, and make sure that they're doing their job.
Or
That's it.
delegate somebody else to do the delegation.
You're wrong because
you could have someone that's helping him in terms of that. He could delegate someone to oversee as well. But in the end, that, you know, the buck stops with him, and he's, you know, responsible.
I would say that when you put somebody in charge, is because you trust that that person is gonna do the right thing. If you don't, how you say, if you don't trust a person to do the right thing, just don't put it in a position of power. That's it.
Of course, and sometimes you trust someone to do the right thing, and they don't. Like they're a little heavy-handed, like Ricky or something like that. And you know, then at that point,
yes.
At that point, Gio's responsible for any of the actions. He's responsible for, you know, either, you know, correcting it or whatever. You know, it's in the end, because Gio delegated, you know, the role of moderation to certain people. Whenever those people don't do it or do it wrong, it's Gio's responsibility to either, you know, make a change or not. That goes with every company ever.
I mean, I in terms of kind of overseeing that, yes, and that is, but however, on this server, there's also like, in terms of that part of it, there is like the staff warning thing, where basically that's where it's like a warning system for, you know, staff. And so that is set up to where like, I wouldn't necessarily be the only one doing that. It's like, you know, meaning that there can also be some kind of just regulation within it as well. Like,
Has anyone got a staff warning yet?
I think I'm the only one that's given them, and yeah, there's been a couple. Yeah, and actually, the 3 that have gotten them are no longer moderators. Actually, interestingly, I mean, the idea is that
I'm
they
gonna
could,
guess Mel was one.
the idea is that they could get. Well, if you add Merle, it's before, but that was a different. That was like at the very beginning, and that was different. But
Quit being nosy, Branch.
You're a mod, right?
I just think you need to redo the whole mod structure. It just doesn't work. Like the most powerful people are the least active or the least enforcing, and it doesn't make any sense. These people were picked before there was any activity whatsoever. It was just kind of like, I don't even know how you selected roles for people, honestly.
I personally think, dude, the only rights moderator should have is to unmute and mute. That's it.
I was gonna say, Riggs, that you're correct. I mean, but it's a learning thing, right? You cannot at this point. It will not be productive to
Silent
remove
Zero,
the mod.
you know what? He said that the first day, and then nothing changed. It's 3 months later.
Said what?
What's Brandon doing nowadays?
What are you talking
There
about?
was no shifting around with the mods. Everything's been the same since the first day. Same people.
That's not true. I mean, at the very beginning, I had a list of like 50 people that I was like, of total, it was something like that, of people that were possible moderator roles. And as the server was launched, they were added, slowly. First there were 5, and then there were 6 and 7, and it was, yeah. And then there's only been a couple that have, that are not currently moderators. But I wanted to say this. I wanted to voice this. See, the whole thing about having these guidelines and everything, it's like holding to them. See, people get pissed off when you hold them to them. Like there was a moderator, I won't mention his name just to be fair, but where he's been doing a lot of basically breaking the server guidelines, like insulting, dominating, muting people, being really rude, like ridiculing, laughing at people. And there was a thing the other day where there was like 3 globe earthers, and they were talking about Einstein and stuff, and they were being civil, peaceful. It's fine. Like they weren't pushing their idea excessively. They were just chilling, saying why they believe in Einstein. And this mod was just like fucking attacking them, laughing at them, ridiculing them. It was like I was watching a bully, just like bullying people. And he's done it before. And I guess I've been somewhat lenient because, I mean, I think we've all been somewhat lenient for everyone just because that stuff happens on the server.
Sounds
whatever.
like mod material.
People get upset when you set a boundary. Anyways, I ended up giving him 1 staff warning. He then just went off on me in DMs, like insulting, motherfucker, all that stuff. And then ended up like leaving the server. So it's just an example of how like, if you set a boundary with people like that, like that happens. So the question is, okay, should we do that more? Like in order to not have mods doing that, that would mean that we should be more strict, in doing that. But then people complain that it's too strict. So it's like,
Gio, it's not that you need all these mods. You need the mods that are active and that are going to do the job. You don't need a lot of them. And you don't need to keep giving chances to the bad ones. All you're doing when you give chances to the bad ones like that, when you know they're just not working out, it's your server, dude. Just fucking, put them down where they're supposed to be. It's not a big deal. But the fact that you keep them up there, it looks bad for the server because it looks like you don't give a fuck.
Yo, Gio, for what it's worth, I disagree with them. I think, you're doing a good job, and the mods, for the most part, are, fair, and when they aren't, it's apparent.
I think you should publicly shame the bad mods. That way, everyone in the room knows what's going on.
But I do agree with Branch where the mods should only be able to mute and unmute, and I think we should get rid of the live stream verified thing. I think, if someone, since we have enough mods and, more or less at least one mod's always active, if there's a new person, and they just start talking shit, they could instantly get muted and they'll learn the rules, the hard way.
Yeah, but
you lost a friend because of the fucking mod shit?
what do you mean? What do you mean?
That the guy left? The mod, that guy left?
Obviously, he wasn't friend material if he just goes off for being a shit mod.
Oh, he was super pissed. He actually posted all of our private DMs like on another server, like publicly. And then he's even making memes. I saw a meme where it's got a bunch of people hugging trees. And it said, Gio, it's never going to happen, which I guess means that like having peaceful, like tree hugging, I guess is what he's trying to say, even though it's not really necessarily, me per se.
Shit meme.
Yeah.
Shit mod. Shit meme.
But yeah, in a
Yeah.
sense.
So what do you think? What I think is that they lowered our immune systems in 2019, so that the common flu to some people became really harsh, and in fact, there's no fucking virus. There's no bullshit. It's just the
Carlos,
same
dude,
old,
you
same
are
old.
the master of non sequiturs. Like the most intense
Yeah,
U-turn.
well, I've been listening
Let's
to this
go.
shit
Let's
fucking
go.
1
Let's get back
hour.
to
Yeah, this
and
is
I think we
totally
should get back.
perpendicular.
Yeah.
Let's get back to
Yeah.
this fraud that we have to live through today.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
we
let's
don't
get
have to
that-
keep talking
let's
about
that other discussion.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
have.
let me just say one more
It's really
thing.
important.
Let
It's really
let me
important is
just
the
say
fact
the
that we're
last thing.
living
Hold
through
on,
a
hold on.
worldwide fraud. Worldwide fraud.
One more thing,
And everyone
Gio.
has to put
I
a
think
fucking
you.
diaper on their face.
Hold up, Numpty.
Let's
Go ahead.
silently say the last piece on that because we did go like that was more of a mod meeting type stuff that we talked about.
Yeah,
But,
I was gonna say just I guess just make an appointment for the mods. I don't know during this week or whatever, and yeah, we need to talk about these subjects.
But yeah, Carlos, you're definitely right. I think also the placebo effect and the fact that they were just scaring people so they were like stressed out and stuff like that, all of it culminated into, into people getting more
Yeah,
sick.
but
if
in
they
the
did.
beginning, before it all happened in 2019, they had to have used something to to bring people's immune system down. Not everybody, but
Like what? What do you mean?
strategically somehow with some
How
type
do you
of.
think they would do that, Carlos?
Oh, there's
Graphene
fucking
oxide.
millions. There's
Spraying
millions
graphene
of ways they can do it in your food. They can do it in your water. They can do it in the frequencies they're pumping out from
I
these
don't know about
5G
that.
towers. The mobile phones, your Wi-Fi. There's all sorts of ways that can bring your immune system down, and then people start getting the flu, and it's really harsh, and it's just their immune systems.
I disagree with
guys,
that.
guys, you guys are
have
forgetting
you
the
guys seen
obvious though. 5G. What about
have
5G?
you guys seen? Have you guys seen the video where the guy is making a phone call and there's like a magnetic thing and it's moving?
Yeah.
Is that shit true?
Yeah.
That was weird, man.
Wait, what are you talking about? What are
It's
you
a
guys
video
talking
where where there's like this graphene or whatever, the shit that they claim is in the vaccine.
And the vaccine.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. And
Fuck's sake.
and the guy's making a phone call, and whenever the phone's whenever the line connects, this graphene just starts like dancing, just starts moving like fucking weird, and then when he hangs up, it stops, and then he calls again, and as soon as the line connects, it starts moving like all fucking peculiar ways and shit.
Holy.
It reminded me of the movie Venom, the black shit, how it moves.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that.
Fucking shit. Have you seen Big Hero 6 or whatever? Have any of you guys seen that? There's these little like black nanobots that this guy has. He can like control what they do and shit. I feel like that kind of seems like Venom also.
There's also an idea that they can do this with sound frequencies, like with this graphene, and make it like the whole thing with blood clots. Like if they can activate it and if it expands in the body, boom, it's like possible instant death. But people were speculating, or there was an idea that that concert where those people died, and they were suggesting that so there's like an idea that possibly with sound frequencies they could activate it like remotely.
Or they could just have RF frequencies. It doesn't necessarily have to be sound. Like it could literally just be the 5G towers.
If
the
that's
5G towers can target your individual phone. They have enough power to target 100 items per person.
Yeah,
Like,
with these new towers, they could send anything. That's the thing that
they can. The 5G towers have enough power to have like 100 phones per person running. That's how much fucking data they can fucking stream. It's ridiculous. So I wouldn't doubt that if they had some sort of graphene in the Cerveza, that they could actually target. Like if they can target 100 phones per person, they can definitely target the person itself, no doubt. I don't care what anyone fucking says.
Is that the name, Cerveza?
Yeah, he says Cerveza sauce.
A Cerveza or what is it? Mastroni? Mastroni or Cerveza?
Cerveza is better.
No, I mean that is a
I
really,
agree.
yeah. Like if that is possible, like all these people that have gotten it and they feel like they're fine and everything's okay. Like if that can happen, like wow, that's
Well, you know what I was thinking is I think like they were testing this in the Cold War where they would use RF to change people's emotions. So like this could even be like, yeah, there might be like a blood clot button, but there might even be like something where like say you're at the fucking Travis Scott concert, they flip a switch and everyone just starts like going ape shit, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, cuz like they
Yeah.
literally can stimulate your body with RF frequencies and make you feel sad or happy. So just think if you have a bunch of fucking graphene in you, like how much more powerful that stimulation could be, you know?
I mean, would a single vial of graphene be enough to do that shit? Would it be more efficient to put that shit in a a food source that everybody fucking eats or some shit like that?
Yeah, have you seen the meat? People were putting their magnets against their beef and the fucking magnets were sticking to the beef and shit. It was
I
around
mean,
the
I'm
same
just
time.
the point I'm trying to make is that if the
No.
consensus was to try to get graphene into some motherfuckers, a single vial of if you want
Blood versus
that shit
stomach.
ain't gonna be enough. I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much more
No.
Blood
efficient ways of
versus
doing
No,
it.
stomach.
no. The stomach can melt that shit, Branch.
Blood
The
versus
blood
stomach,
doesn't.
yeah. Graphene oxide is just oxygen and carbon. It'll just get how do I say the hydrogen from the acid in your stomach will just pull the whole fucking structure apart. Whereas if it goes directly into your blood, no, it won't.
Have you ever eaten carbon?
What did you say?
Like, if somebody has taken a whole bunch of drugs, right? Or some shit that's bad for them, they'll eat a whole bunch of carbon, which would absorb the
You mean
toxicities.
charcoal?
Yeah, carbon. And then they'll get their
Oh,
crap
no,
shit back out because of the
carbon
fact
can be
that carbon
diamonds
is
and all
not
kinds of shit.
digested by the.
Charcoal is not graphene oxide. Like saying something is carbon, I mean, most of life
All right,
is
all right.
made up of
Well,
oxygen,
show me
hydrogen,
this.
and
Show me
carbon.
how you know
Nah,
that.
bro, it's actually called activated carbon or activated charcoal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that a lot of things have carbon in it. So just saying it's carbon doesn't, because diamonds are made of carbon, right?
Yeah, but he gave you the context, like when someone overdoses on a drug or something like that.
Right. But he's trying to make the claim that since charcoal is carbon, that when you eat graphene oxide, it's gonna be the same exact effect. Whereas that's not true because you can literally eat food which is made of carbon and you don't
I agree
throw
with
up.
that. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So I'm not saying that there's no carbon in the charcoal. Obviously not. I'm just saying that the structure matters a lot and what other
of course
elements and how the compound is arranged is of utmost importance. Not just the fact
Okay.
that there's carbon in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're trying to tell me that stomach acids break down that shit?
Holy shit! Easy.
Yeah, it breaks down food. It breaks down food, so obviously it's gonna break down graphene oxide.
What does it break it down into?
Carbon, like just free floating carbon, not structured carbon.
Try eating gold.
Well, this is not gold. This it's
So
you're
are we saying basically that the problem with the graphene then is not the carbon, it's the graphite or whatever other shit is in there?
it's structured in a certain way, and I'm pretty sure if you try to ingest it, the structure would be pulled apart and torn apart by the acid in your stomach.
Well,
Because that's what acid
my
does.
dog's stomach is really shit because he ate a rubber glove the other day and it came out in one piece.
What? What?
I don't know.
That is so dumb.
I don't know
Dogs
what
are
is
so
worse.
stupid.
The fact that thing that you actually look through the shit to see if the rubber ring
No,
came in.
because I have to go around because my
You have to
daughter
pick it
who's
up.
15, she's supposed to go around and use a spade and pick up all the fucking dog shits every day, but it always ends up being me fucking doing it.
Imagine the evolution of the human being picking dog shit.
Oh, he ate. His name's Milo. He's a German short-haired pointer, and he's 8 months old. He's still a little baby, but he's massive, and he's powerful. And he fucking just ate like the entire filling of a beanbag.
What the bro? Dogs
Like
are
everything,
stupid.
like the entire beanbag. He ate it.
What
It's
kind
like
of
that
beans are in the
movie.
beanbag?
Just like those little polystyrene balls. He ate the
Oh,
whole
that's not
fucking lot.
healthy.
No, fucking mental.
Yeah, you and your dog like balls.
It's not my fucking dog. I bought it for my daughter, and I didn't even fucking want it.
So Branch, you're a skeptic about that part of the conspiracy.
What part?
About the carbon being on the blood and being more effective than consuming it.
The whole point of the vaccine was to mind control us? Yeah, I'm totally skeptical about that.
Not mind control us. Who said that?
Well, the whole point of the vaccine was to introduce graphene into our bloodstreams for future abilities of mind control or some shit.
Oh, to kill you.
Yeah,
They've already got the fucking mind. They've already got you wearing a mask, man. You're already fucking mind controlled.
Well, Branch, think about it. If they can make you ill at will, I mean that's a win for them, right? And if they are able to introduce this substance that they can activate by, I don't know, something, right? It's just a conspiracy. You gotta be a fact or anything. It's just you gotta be open-minded to this shit because
it's
it
not
doesn't.
about being...
What we're seeing. Let me just finish by saying this. You gotta be open-minded to all these ideas because what we're seeing right now, it makes no sense, Branch. The way they're pushing it.
The problem, though.
Hold on, you're not listening. No, you're not listening. The way they're pushing it, based on the death rate and all this, it makes no sense, right? So there's something going on. There has to be.
Why are they?
There's no other reason.
Adamant? Why are they so adamant about giving us the fucking cerveza sauce when nobody's fucking dying? It's ridiculous. There's something. Either it's about this global homo ID system, or there's something actually in it that's. And I think it might be a bit of both. Maybe it's something that just gives you side effects, so pharmacies can make more money in the future off your cancerous ass. But like I see it as two. Like there's either something in it, or they really want this ID system where they can just come to your house and lock you up whenever you want.
Well, I reckon you're a really good little citizen that if you don't take it, you're saving the taxpayers money from them buying fucking their juice and getting it sent all over the world. So just don't take it, because otherwise you're just helping them to spend more tax money on bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah. What is this?
You ever heard that theory? This is kind of non sequitur, but the reason why I do a lot of non sequitur shit is to break up all of that bullshit that was going on just before.
Thank you,
You notice every time I come in, it's always breaking up some bullshit. So I was trying to talk earlier, but I thought my mic must be muted. No one could hear me. I was trying to say that, like, I reckon that the giant trees that used to be here, they've left these giant root systems, and they're probably silicon based, and for whatever reason that they decay in different ways, and some of them they leave like these lava tubes, what they call lava tubes, but these lava tubes are actually just the roots of these giant trees which have decayed down and left these tubes. And I also think that trees produce gold and oil, and depending on the circumstances, they could come out as oil. If you ever look at the way that gold forms in its veins, it's kind of just like a root system. Same with coal and charcoal, all of these different minerals. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that these trees are basically just that's their legacy, and from mining, that's how we get volcanoes. It's just like all sorts of chemical reaction, and then they end up finding these tubes, calling them lava tubes, but it's just tubes that were left there from the roots.
Sounds legit. Why not?
And they find a shitload of gold in these lava tubes too.
Yeah,
Anywhere
the
where
whole
it's a
lava thing
volcanic
is the
activity.
whole lava thing is kind of interesting. And the volcanoes and stuff. Like, we actually don't fucking know what's underground. Like, they have theories, right? But no one actually digs down to see, and it could be a chemical reaction causing pressure to push things to the surface. Might as well be, you know, like, people say that there's a core and shit. But yeah.
You know that experiment that what White's Word is going to do on the beach? Like, I was thinking, if someone's in a really cold spot, like where there's, how about the Bolivian salt flats or somewhere like that? Doesn't have to
Yeah.
be
Perfect
like,
place.
you could use something maybe similar, but you could have, like, you know, like the ping pong size ball or bigger, sort of like little floats on it, and you could use those in such a way, rather than having these expensive 10-mile worth of or was it 6 miles worth of like these devices that can measure the weight going up or down, the pressure, the force. You could have something that's more visual, more obvious. Like, if it pulls up, then these like little weights or these little ping pong balls would just, it's obvious, you can see it. They're fucking lifting off the ground. And you could have something underneath it that it would make an impression on. And then you'd know, you wouldn't, I don't know how much he's spending on these devices. Does anyone know? And what are they?
Have to ask him when he's back.
I can't imagine them being cheap. Unless he can make them at home.
Which machines were those?
What's that?
Yeah, what are you talking about? What you're asking about on the salt
So
flat?
there's that experiment that Whiteswood wants to do on the beach, and he has 2 trucks with a winch on each truck, and it pulls the tension on a high tension line, and it can stretch like over 10 k's. It can stretch like 30 meters or whatever, and then once it gets its tension, if it's a ball, it's gonna go one way, and if it's flat Earth, it's gonna go the other way, and you can measure the force, and you've got to have
We were talking.
posts all the
Someone
way.
did.
And then what are the devices that he's going to use to measure this force?
Someone did some maths on that, and if you have a fishing line that is a mile long and you want that to be tensed, you need 500,000 newtons of force on that line to get the sag away.
But if you work out the friction value, like White's Word says he's already done, it only works out to be like 300 or something out of the pulling strength of like the total breaking point of 1200.
Mailman, it sounds like you were referring to as if the line was being held up, which it's not. The line is on the earth. It's just being pulled taut. So all you need to do is pull it taut and see whether it's pressing into the earth, into the curve, or not. So
Sure, but
like
if
guitar stick, man.
But I mean, obviously, it's resting on the scales. So if you have like scales, they're measuring the force, which you could have.
Or
like
they
in a
might
sense.
say, if it goes If it goes down, it's got. They might just say, "Well, that's gravity."
Well, there'd be scales all the way along it, and before you pull it taut, you would be able to read the scales and zero them out. And then once you pull it taut, yeah, it's going to either press into them significantly and show that curved reading, or it's going to just either be neutral or the scales will weigh less as it's pulled taut.
Yeah, sure. You can have a one scale in the center, and then just pull the line. And
I just hope he tries.
Well, no,
it,
you'd have
'cause it'll be
several
interesting
scales.
to see the result.
Ideally, you'd have several scales all the way along it, and then to get a planar result as you pull it taut, it's not going to be pressing into it. That's where the difference is.
Sure, but if it, if it was a plane, then all the scales would have the snow. Yeah, because
Well,
I mean, how high is the line from the ground?
That's the thing. He's got a pulley system. The way he's going to do is a pulley system. He said he can adjust it either all the way right down flush with the ground, or maybe 1 meter up, 2 meter up. He might try a couple different things. But yeah, I think having it all the way close to the ground would be the best, because then you're not.
How many posts? How many posts is he going to have, and how far apart? There's a really lot of posts. That's like a full day's work. That's like making a railroad track, man. How far apart are these posts supposed to be?
Just one full day? We're talking about 10 kilometers, my man.
Because you don't want to have the thing lying just, I don't know. Is he going to have it lying on the ground, pull it, and it goes up? And voila, it's a fucking flat Earth, confirmed. Everyone celebrate. Or is he going to have it everything sort of on the same level?
Well, I think having it as close to it as you can. Like we were talking earlier about the example, we've used a couple different analogies, but Noah was saying if you had a belt, if you're laying on a bed and you put a belt across your stomach, let's say you have a curved stomach, and then two people are on either side, and then they're pulling the belt around your stomach, it's going to push into your stomach if it's a curved stomach. If your stomach was flat and you had the belt there and it's pulled from both sides, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to press into your stomach at all. If anything, it might lift up a little bit, but it's just going to be neutral. So yeah, in that way, I don't know exactly how many posts he was. You'd have to ask him how many posts he was going to do. But the bottom line is that if you're measuring this all the way along the line, you're going to be able to get a result, a pretty clear result, whether it's pressing in or not. And that's what's going to.
It's fast, Gio. As soon as you start tensing that line, you're gonna see the results. Either it's gonna press on the scales, or it's gonna release a little bit of the pressure. So
Exactly.
it's immediate. It's immediate.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I think as you start pulling it taut, it's gonna form to it. But I mean, the thing is, if it's a globe, this should not only show the readings, but you should be able to see the actual parabola of the curve of the 3959. If it is curving at 3959, then you should be able to see the weight on all those points, replicate what you would expect for that curvature. So I mean,
yeah, you're saying the ones in the center are gonna have more pressure, and then the ones outside are gonna have less, but the pressure has to be equal on how do I say, the ones at the end at the edge have to have the same amount of pressure, and then the ones in the center, they have to have the same amount of pressure.
Yeah, it has to be fair.
Unless I'm mistaken, but I think the ones at the center would have more on it.
Yeah.
Yes,
the
of
center
course,
would
of
have
course,
more.
yes.
Yeah, but on the flat Earth, all would just read the same.
No, disagree.
No, why not?
I disagree, because as soon as you start tensing that line, it's gonna have some slack that wire. So, of course, if you have, let's say you have two scales in the center and two scales on the outsides, the ones on the outsides are gonna have less pressure because you're already pulling. So the slack is gonna concentrate on the center part of that line, not on the edges.
So now you're saying that the results would be the same on the flat Earth and the globe Earth?
No, because if you tense that line in the globe, is gonna pull down all the time, even more.
How far do you need
And
it
on
to
the
go down to move? I mean, how far do you need it to move
Hold
in,
on, let
in
Silent
either
finish his
direction?
answer.
Yeah, well, why can't you do it in 1 kilometer?
Because we need actually it's gonna be, I think if I understand correctly, it's gonna be done by the 8 inch per mile square. So that's why they need a couple of miles.
Yeah, it should be
That's why
for a mile. For a mile, the center would be 2 inches higher than the ends.
But yeah, Mailman, Silent was exactly right. So you're gonna expect that it'll be weighing the most at the center because of the slack and because it's gonna be a reduced area, so that the pressure is gonna be more. That being said, if as you're making it taut, it's increasing in weight, then it's gonna be a globe. If it's decreasing in weight as you're making it taut, then it's gonna be flat.
Yes.
Well, it's also because they're going to be pulling on either side, right? With equal amounts of force.
Yeah,
So
well, how
we are
else
in
are you going to
agreement
do
with
the
this?
experiment?
That's
dude?
not even
the way you
necessary,
have to
though.
do it.
Yeah, it is, because if they just tied one part down and pulled at the other side, then it wouldn't be like that.
Yeah, but it would
So this
still
is
have
physics, right?
reducing tension as you're making it taut on a flat Earth and increasing as you're doing it on a globe. If it's like anchored on one end and you're pulling on the other. Actually, it'd probably be better that way because then you could have some sort of what do they call them? The pressure cells or something like that can gauge how much pressure on the anchored end, and you know exactly how many Newton's force you're pulling on it with that's causing
If you're only pulling from one end, right?
Mhm.
Then you're only overcoming the friction of what the ground and that cable has from one side.
So
that means
Yeah,
that
I think having just one end would be it allows you to measure the force of the pull and the direction up or down. If you're pulling it from both ways, you're going to have a problem trying to measure measure that force in horizontal direction.
I don't think they really care about measuring the force.
yeah, it's not
There is a
necessary,
force
but
on
it would be better to have the more information the better. But why would pulling it from one end be a problem friction wise, Branch?
because there's okay, so if you start pulling from one end of the rope, right, regardless of whether it's tied down on the other end or not, you've always got the length of the rope ahead of you, right? So if you start taking integrals, let's say you start picking a point and you start trying to calculate, how much force you have in comparison
Oh,
to.
so you're trying to say that it's a compounding force. So even though you've got the total measurement of the line, but it will break earlier at a lower tension overall because it's a compounding force.
The fuck?
Somewhat,
Well,
yeah. There's more
it's
fucking rope behind you.
it's not evenly distributed across the whole line. Once for example, you could just surmise that it's gonna break halfway point because the first half is going to have more pressure than the second half, just purely because it's already taken up with the weight.
Well, the thing is, you wouldn't
It
really
doesn't matter.
get a reading until you have it taut. Like if you have a shoestring on a flat table and you take it with your your index and your thumb on both sides, so your right hand, left hand, and you're holding the end of it on a flat table, as you start to pull it apart from both sides, it doesn't really matter if you pull it from one side, only from from the left or only from the right. Bottom line is, as you pull that more taut, before it's taut, it's just going to be like a snake. It's just going to be so that there's going to be slack. So you want to get that slack. Once the slack is pulled up and you've got it taut, when it's on your table, it wouldn't weigh any extra because it's not pushing down on anything. If anything, it might lift up a little bit off the table. But if it's a curved table and you do that, then as you get it taut, after you get the slack out of it, once it's taut and then you go more and more taut, you should see more and more increase of pressure if it's curved.
Yeah, it absolutely. It makes very, very little difference. It's negligible if you're pulling it from one end versus pulling it from both in terms of the, the force, like the translation of the energy.
Yeah, I can't imagine that being that different. Although,
It definitely makes a difference.
I think what White's word. I think one thing is that if you pull it from both ends, like let's say you at the middle, and then there's slack going off to the right, slack going off to the left. If you're pulling it from both ends, then you're kind of pulling that slack, from both, so you're doing it evenly. And the idea would be that if you could do it at the same speed, as it were, then it would kind of tighten up, from the middle out, kind of thing. Whereas if you just had one, I think it's kind of the same though. Once you get it taught, I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah, the point is it won't change the decreasing tension on flat Earth and increasing tension on a globe. And in terms of the transferring of the energy, if you're pulling it from one end, sure there's going to be a little bit more. You're going to require a little bit more energy to pull the same amount with it from the farther half or what have you. As you go, you're losing more energy through these like links or through the line or what have you. But it's negligible.
Yeah, but remember, you have a straight line. It's a optical, viewable experiment that you can see from one end to the other. And if it's a ball, not only are you going to have the outcome of whether or not the string's going to be, when it's taut, it's going to have a force up or down, but you're going to have, because if it's a ball, you're going to have a what do you call it, a left or right plane curve as well, because it's not only curving straight over a ball, it's curving in another vector around. So you could actually visually use some type of optical instrument to see if that line is dead straight or if it's horizontally curving left or right as well.
Why would it be horizontally curving when you're pulling it straight on, it's a straight line.
Isn't it supposed to be a ball?
No,
it's not
okay.
just when the globers aren't claiming they're living on a tube.
I'm with you. Okay, so I thought you meant because you were saying it's curving the other way too, like perpendicularly and stuff like that. So you're not talking about that.
Yeah, well, everything has got its vector to the center of the Earth, like the ballers say. So not only will it have a force that is going down if it's a flat Earth. Okay, so if it's a ball, it should have a force going up. So it should have a parabola or whatever, a curve. And it should also have a curve the other direction as well, because it's a ball. And all of gravity,
you lost
mass
me on curve
attracting
going
mass.
up.
The idea about mass attracting mass is it's supposed to go uniformly to the center of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You guys do remember though, right, that the material they're using is elastic. It's not solid.
So basically, if it's dead straight, if the line's dead straight optically, then that's another proof as well. You don't. I mean, that's a second evidence.
The whole point is that we can't rely on optics. That's why we're doing a tangible test, right? It'll be hard to gauge something optically over a mile or however long it is.
It's not just 1 mile, bro. It's 6 miles.
He's doing it over 6 miles?
Yeah.
Even better.
Okay.
And what does it weigh? 300 kg? Or no, 300 pound? Oh no.
I don't know if it's going to work. It's over 6 miles.
It's 700 pounds.
I think he might break the winch.
Alright, here's a picture of the rope that's going to be pulled over 6 miles.
It's got a 1,200 pound breaking point, I think. And the friction's only like 300.
That over 6 miles. Well, I think it might break, man.
Only one way to find out.
Would you say the reason it'll break is because of friction?
Friction. No.
Well, what would the reason for it breaking be?
I would say just like too much force just being too heavy, not enough strengthen the bonds of the material. I wouldn't necessarily trim that friction, but maybe it could be trim friction. I don't know.
So let's say he did it over sand, right? And you got this big ass you got this rope 6 miles on sand, and you're trying to pull it. In comparison to doing it on an ice lake, 6 miles of ice lake, and you're pulling it. Do you think there'll be different points at which the
Yes, definitely. But I think that on the ice it might still break, and it would be breaking not due to the friction, but due to just the sheer amount of weight that it's pulling, and the weakness of like the fiber of the rope.
Yeah, I still think it has to do with friction, because there's still friction between ice and a rope. But again, it's a super long fucking piece of rope.
Yeah.
Carlos, your camera's on. I wasn't sure if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys could see that or not, but my camera's pretty.
Couldn't see shit. It's all black.
Yeah, it's pretty sensitive. But like, I'm out at night right now under the sky, and it's almost like fucking twilight, and it's 11:23 p.m. right now, and it's just you can see shit miles away. It's really bright. How does that happen at 11:23 at night when the sun is long gone and there's no moon?
What the fuck?
I have to know where you are.
New Zealand, Auckland.
You have to show us, I guess.
Those are some nasty images, Noah.
I was going to suggest that.
Well, that's the only balls I believe in, man.
She just has three breasts. One is really saggy.
Yeah, me too. Then.
Yeah, so what's the issue in New Zealand? You see the light?
I was just saying that it's pretty light for this time of night with no sun or moon.
Where does the light come from?
Exactly.
I just wanted to say that there's no pictures of Obama. I'm sorry, not Obama. Michelle Obama being pregnant. Just put that out there.
or Vanya Trump, or Vanya Trump, or Rosalind Carter,
or my mom, for that matter. Shit.
Oh my god.
Shit.
I might be Will Smith. Fuck.
With the real Bob Dole, please stand up.
All right, I'm going to start a full-on campaign. Mailman is Barack Obama.
I mean, don't tell that to Dodo. He'll go on for days.
Jesus, Pete will come back and talk for 4 hours.
All right, I'll catch you guys later. I'm out.
I was going to say about the tension on the rope. You guys should do it like if it gets done. You should do it like in increments, like do 1 mile, and then get results, show results, and then do 2 miles and show results, just in case by 6 miles there's going to be a problem, then you don't ruin the whole thing.
Yeah, but
Good
it's
idea.
pointless to do. 1 mile is then good enough, because if you do it like a second mile section, it doesn't do anything.
No, just test it. Test the
to see that it's level, see that it's working in the tension, and it's got there's not going to be much of a thing over 1 mile, but just to show the increments and show how much it increases or decreases or stays the same over 2 miles and 3 miles.
I thought a good thing would be to get two lines. One is slightly denser than water, and one is slightly less dense than water, and then just have them underwater barely on the ends and tighten them. And if you get them on the same elevation, there can be no slack because one is buoyant and one isn't. Then you can measure the
as long as those are parallel, right?
Yeah, if they are at the same elevation, they kind of have to be.
Right. Oh, I see.
And then you can measure the elevation to the surface of the water.
But horizon line's 25, 50 miles across, and it's completely horizontal. So I don't know what this test is going to show beyond that, but
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
should
it needs to
curve.
be done. It's kind of begging the question, in my opinion, to be honest. But
Well, the horizon should curve 1 degree over that distance. So I don't know how good you
yeah,
can
it
see
doesn't
1
seem
degree.
to. I think we would over 25 miles see a pretty good hump, especially if 4 miles out it's hiding a boat.
It would be a tiny Earth then.
No, over 25 miles, you should see a little bit of a hump. That's for sure. If you don't see any hump, that's a little bit strange.
Well, over how much should it curve
20,
over
25 miles?
Yeah,
I don't know.
the
Look at the calculator. Yeah, see, what's 1 degree though?
It's quite little. 1 degree section
Quite
of
little.
a
1 degree of the hole, right? The hole's quite big, so 1 degree of the holes. That's the thing. See, that's the other thing you're going to contend with is that ballers are going to come in with this test and say it's 1 degree over 69 miles. So whatever you're getting in this slack right here shows curvature. They're going to say that because they think 1
I
degree
thought if
is
you're on a
so
ball, I thought if you're on a ball, you're always as a first perspective viewer, you're always standing on the top, so you should never see a hump. You should just see a drop.
yeah, you don't you can't see
My
a
lovely lady humps.
It's if you look at a
That's why
a
the ballers
baseball
don't
or
care about. They're like,
basketball,
oh,
there is
go ahead,
no
waste your time. 1 degree over 69 miles. Sorry, about you.
Yeah, I mean, if
How
you
much?
look at the
How many?
horizon,
How many feet? How many feet of curvature is 1 degree over 69 miles?
how many feet?
How many feet of curvature is
I
1
mean,
degree?
how many feet is 1 degree?
Yeah. How many feet of
I don't know.
curvature is 1 degree?
Good question. I've
Because if
never.
we go by 8 inches per mile square, then it's going to be a ton of feet, right?
Sure.
So what's the actuality that we're talking? Why is there such a discrepancy between this 1 degree being so minimal and this and over 69 miles, 8 inches per mile square gives us 100 feet.
Sure. But the distance.
So why is 1 degree less than 100 feet or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, if it came down to degrees, how come we can see Chicago from the other side of the lake?
Yeah, that's due to refraction. But I mean, if you're looking at the horizon and you want to see the curvature, the horizon is equidistant from you, so it's at equal elevation. So it's not like see a straight line horizon. It's not a straight line. It's equidistant from you, so it's a curve. It's a circle around the observer.
So, Mailman, if we get a definitive result that the Earth doesn't have the curvature, how are you going to keep up that? How are you going to keep up that idea you just said?
The idea that I said about the horizon.
Yeah, just all this refraction. That's why we see too far. Like, how are you going to keep saying that? If that's, you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to maintain that?
If that was the case, then I would probably use what you say and say that because through refraction we don't see far enough on the flat Earth, so I'll just change it.
No, what I'm saying is that if we get if we get a definitive result, the Earth isn't curving. How does your refraction explanation pan out? Because that wouldn't be what's happening.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be what's happening. Yeah, sure. But I mean that the science of refraction points to that now. But if we get a definite shape that it isn't a sphere, then obviously what we know about refraction somehow is wrong, even though it's demonstrable.
Well, how do we know refraction isn't affecting what we see as the sun all the time from when it rises to when it sets? And it's not actually where it is, it's actually being projected.
Projected?
Yeah, it's not where you see it. You think you're looking at it because it's a projection, but it's not actually there. The source is coming from somewhere else.
On a globe or on a flat Earth?
Well, it obviously can't be a fucking... If it is a flat Earth and it is a local sun, then it can't be a fucking big ball of hydrogen and fucking gas, can it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it can. I mean, it gives us energy. So it has to be physical. But I don't. Yeah, if it's local, then there's a lot of questions about it.
So okay,
so
on
what is
the
it? If it is local, then what is it? It's something that you see, but how do you know it's not just coming from somewhere else, and it's just like the focal point?
I mean, sure, if the Earth is flat, then it kind of can be, maybe. I don't know. We'd have to go high enough to see what happens. I mean, if we go towards it, it doesn't change in angular size, so it's not that close.
Yeah, because
And,
it's not a theory it's not a way out theory, because it's already fucking way out there enough. Trillions of fucking miles away, 93 billion miles away, is fucking spinning around on its own axis, fucking governed by gravity and the space-time bending.
Sure.
Mailman, you sound reasonable. Maybe you could work this out. Okay, so on the chart here, you know, the typical 8 inch per mile square chart. If you go 70 miles, you're talking about 3,267 feet of curvature. 3,267. So how does that equal 1 degree in your mind?
Because it's 1 degree section of a circle. Or
Of the whole, right? So 1 degree is still 3,267 feet, though, right?
Sure, if you go straight forward from your original point, you drop horizontally. If you establish a horizontal, you would drop that much in that distance.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out, is it just another thing that the 1 degree in your mind is kind of like the 15 degrees of, you know, like the rotation of 15 degrees not really being 1,000 miles per hour, and you can think of it as less. Is that kind of what the same thing is here? Because 3,000 miles, 3,267 feet is a lot. And like we talked about with the horizon, like I said, I would look across the horizon. It's 30-mile stretch of horizon line that looks completely horizontal, but they're supposed to be 600 feet. 600 feet in 30 miles. So where's the 600 feet if we're looking? Well, can we work this out? I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm just trying to figure out how is it that you see it this way, and it's such an extreme difference in the way a flat earther might see it.
Because the horizon is not a straight line.
Are you guys going to be talking about this shit forever?
600 feet is a lot of curvature.
Yeah, but it's not a straight line. The horizon is not a straight line because
Even
it's a
if
circle.
but it looks straight. It looks straighter than having 600 feet of curvature. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, because your curvature is not a straight line.
But you're saying there's enough of a curve there to account for 600 feet of curvature?
No, but hold on. If let's hypothesize that the Earth is a sphere, and I have a horizon that is 3 miles away from me.
Yeah.
And that is a circle that is equidistant from me, a 360-degree circle that is 3 miles from me to all points on that circle, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's in equal elevation.
Okay.
So I should not see the curvature that well because it's an equal elevation around me.
Okay, but from point A to point B, if you tried to cite that or create a chord, there's a massive fucking hill in the way, isn't there?
Yes, because then you're not looking horizontally, and it's not a circle anymore. It's a straight line from you to point B.
So you're saying that the horizontal line for the horizon is an illusion of a straight line
I'm saying
when it's actually got 600 feet of curvature.
No, I'm saying that it's a circle that is around you.
Right. Well, it's in
So
front of you. Yeah. You can see point A and point B though, and you see no hump in between.
Yes, because the elevation is the same all the time.
Maybe somebody else. Does anybody else get that, or is that just another way of like explaining it in a way that works in their favor?
No.
I'm not sure.
I can give you a.
No one gets it.
I think I have a picture of sort of an explanation for it. I'm gonna try to find it.
What sucks for you guys is you have people that won't give anything. Like they'll say that the boat is totally being hid by curvature because they have to like back up every claim of the ballers, or they'll say 15 degrees is 15 degrees. It doesn't matter that 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't even matter because it's only 15 degrees an hour, and that's not that fast. And compared to the whole, and it's all these little tricks that may be tricks on sometimes are tricks. And then it makes us assume that even what you're saying right now might be the same kind of trick. So maybe it's not. Let's see. I know you don't consider them tricks, but it does seem like that's the way psychologically people can continue to believe these things because they have to think of it as relative to the whole. But if you're talking about over 70 miles being 1 degree is like a little, 70 miles shows us 3,267 feet of curvature. I mean, before this test gets done, the ballers and the flat earthers have to figure out what this 1 degree actually is, because if they're going to claim 1 degree over 70 miles, then none of it's going to be any use. They're going to say, oh, well, 1 degree is not that much. So obviously the slack covers that.
Did you see what I posted?
I'll see.
Yeah, it's like putting a ring on a baseball or the basketball. It's flat. The ring is flat on the basketball, and it touches the basketball on all points. So
Right.
it's there is no hump there.
Okay, wait. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. So, okay, you're in the middle of the ring and you're seeing just that far around. And because the top of the ring is at your eye level, you're not going to see it because it's just going to look parallel.
No, the
to
bottom
your eye line, whatever.
Yeah, the bottom of the ring is the horizon.
That's clever, but really, when you think about it, you'd be looking at the curved line on the actual orb, right? That's what you would actually be looking at. But putting a ring on it makes you psychologically think, oh, okay, you wouldn't see it because the ring is always going to be just one straight line across. That's a clever baller trick, I think, even though you're convinced by it, honestly.
I mean,
I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. Does anybody else have a problem with this? But me, other flat earthers. Does this seem like a trick? Is this Lord of the Rings here? Anyway, I understand what you're saying. It just makes it impossible. That if you have to admit, if the thing was reverse engineered, all these distances and ways of thinking of it is totally reverse engineered to make it like seem possible. All the measurements and everything had to be like completely worked out ahead of time for this argument to even take place. They had to say there's a good enough answer for most of these things.
What has to be back engineered?
The whole, if it's actually flat, if we're on a stationary plane like it seems, right, then you'd have to agree that the only way for all of these measurements for the ball, it would have had to been like reverse engineered to keep us in the illusion as close as much as possible, right? Because it seems possible to you, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if the Earth is flat, then everything involving commercial travel is a lie, and everyone has to be.
Well, I've heard some stories about that, as far as like the distances and the plane, the log that they sign is, it's cooked to make it seem like these are baller measurements to keep people in that illusion. There was a pilot that came out talking about that. There's like a thing that he was actually logging that wasn't the proper way of logging it, but he had to do it because he was under a non-disclosure agreement.
I would.
I mean, that's the theory.
Yeah, and anecdotal. So
that's the claim. Yeah.
Because I know there's a lot of people who, I mean, they don't have to log anything; they can just travel. So.
Well, how do they land on a north-south runway? They can't speed up like sideways to land on the runway. I mean, Coriolis effect's a real thing, right?
Sure.
So if they can't land, it doesn't really matter what the blogs say if they can't land the plane.
Well, they fly based on the ground, so I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Well, no, if they're going in a north to south runway, right, and they're going from different latitudes and they don't have the same conserved speed, and they're landing on a north-northwest runway at an angle against the spin, then they're going to have to time it so that the runway matches the plane. And then even if they did that, they would still have to like accelerate sideways as they're landing so that their wheels don't break off.
No,
it's just the laws of physics.
No, the laws of physics.
How does it do it then? How does it match the conserved speed so perfectly? Here's the example I give. You've probably heard this before, right? Like, so if a plane has a camera underneath the plane, right? and it flies against the spin of the Earth, right? And it has a different conserved speed when it starts off, and flies over several different latitudes, does a bunch of loops, and gets completely out of sync with the Earth because it's in its own reference frame, right? So then this plane with a camera underneath that's traveling north to south should be able to show some rotation of the Earth from east to west underneath it, or west to east underneath it. There should be some way of a jet that can fly like many miles per hour and hover and have 40,000 pounds. There should be a way that it can show the rotation of the Earth because it's in a separate reference frame. How is it always locked into this illusion of stationary Earth?
I know you don't like the explanation, but it's like walking inside an airplane. I mean, you can just go forward and backwards with no problem.
It's not the same though, because the airplane would have to be a spinning ball with different latitudes and different speeds for each latitude, and a different conserved speed from the person starting and then going to another latitude that has a totally different tangential speed.
Sure, then we can talk about.
Go ahead.
Then we can talk about a restaurant that is revolving.
Yeah, we talked about this last time. Same thing, right? And you'd be able to see the restaurant revolving with the drone. If you put the markers on the floor, it could totally see the spin of the restaurant. It's not going to always be in sync with the restaurant. That's just, and that's it, and it's just I don't know. The difference.
Do you guys ever get the feeling that this is?
So it actually sounds like it's in the toilet.
Do you guys ever get the feeling that this is just going to be a never-ending argument between?
It is. Already has been.
It is. It's
been
like
5 years already.
Yeah, I mean it's been since
Only
the
for another
18th.
6 months, guys.
Isn't there something more important we should be discussing?
What would you like to discuss?
I don't know. What would you like to discuss? Is it just
No?
flat
If
Earth,
you want
or-
something more important, is there something more important that you were thinking of? I mean, if you have a suggestion.
Yeah, it's an open platform. Talk what you want.
How about the people who fucking control us, regardless of flat or globe Earth?
I think that they control both sides of this argument. In fact, and flat Earth was a rollout, and they're going to try to use it against us. I don't think it's fake, but I think it's used as a psyop on us. How about that? And they're going to probably introduce like some kind of UFO outer ponder psyop on us next.
Now you're speaking my language, boy.
Yep.
Go.
That's what I think. I think they're going to make it all make sense, and they're going to give us the truth and sell us more lies. Be like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat.
No, they don't. They don't give you the whole truth. They don't give you the whole.
No. They'll give you the truth with a bunch of lies attached to it. Right?
Yeah,
they'll give you the truth.
You know what that's called? You know what that's called?
Bait and switch.
The CIA has a term for this. It's called a limited hangout.
There you go. Well, that's actually the conversation, but yeah, they're gonna rope you in with the truth, with some kind of reveal that makes you trust them.
Oh, it's like whenever the government.
There could be outer ponders. Don't get me wrong. I think there probably are outer ponders. I don't know if it's going to be what they're telling us the outer ponders are, because they could just make it up. Go ahead, sorry.
Whenever the government has a truth that they can't hide from the public for too long, they have to release it in little tidbits in separate groups that they create. Let's say like Flat Earth, Alex Jones, some other fuck shit, and like they'll release little tidbits here and there.
Yep.
And then consume it with a bunch of like false information.
Yep.
So you gotta pick the pieces out of each of these groups and put the big picture together.
Isn't it funny how you can like talk to somebody and like like how long they've been looking into shit just from what they're saying? Like if they come up to you and say like the Pope is the Antichrist, you're like, okay. Like
that's what they want. That's what they want.
Yeah.
They want people to look at like people like they're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Because in their fucking beliefs, where they got like the Pope is like fucking Satan or whatever, like there's some truth in that somewhere. Somewhere in that fucking that group that they got that from, there's a piece of truth to the
Yeah.
big
I saw a
picture.
video yesterday that was saying that Satan was only mentioned one time in the Bible and was always as an assistant to Jesus, not as like a, you know, devil type thing. It like totally misinterpreted.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
yeah,
also,
just the Bible itself. The Bible itself's been reinterpreted so many different times. It could be telling you want the opposite of what you're supposed to think, you know, all that. Anyway.
Hail the horned goddess.
Hail the horned goddess. Oh, wait, I was going to say something about what we were just talking about. With 9/11 is a perfect example I thought of the other day. Or actually, I was saying it on here a while back. But, okay, you know how we were shown Bush in the classroom with the kids, right? Like, and he was reading My Pet Goat, and it was upside down. All right, I guess that's all true. And then we had the Michael Moore film come out that showed him in there, right? And it kind of like was pointing the finger at Bush with the Fahrenheit 9/11, right? And then we were given like of course the subterfuge and the conspiracy theory on purpose, in fact, by the guys like the Moose Change and all of that came along. And now, just recently, somewhat recently, we've been shown this chanting of these kids with the, you know, kite plane hit steel. You seen that? Where the kids are like repeating the words that the teacher's saying right there with Bush in the classroom, and it's about planes hitting steel. Like that, we weren't given that from the very start. That was like something they kept in their back pocket.
They shove it in their face. Like the architect for the World Trade Center had his entire fucking like apartment complexes demolished in 1968, which happens to be the same year the World Trade Center like construction began, and also happens to be the same year the emergency hotline number got changed to 911, and also happens to be the same year the Israeli shekel came out with a plane crashing into the Torah, which is 2 scrolls. Like they're really fucking obvious about this shit. You just
that's part of the perversion of it. That's how they keep the control. Because
It's
if you
hard
start
not to look
realizing
like a
those
fucking
things, you're like,
schizo, but
yeah. But then you realize how big the control is. Like shit, they can like make the dollar bills fold up into showing you the buildings being built, and then being like totally like animating the whole thing with the 10, the 5, the 10, the 20, the 50. But you show that to somebody else, and it seems so obvious to someone that realizes it. Somebody else will totally think you're crazy, and they do it just right. They do it so it's not so perfect that you can't deny it. But so obvious to somebody that knows that they're just living what they told us.
they're literally fucking they're laughing at us.
Brilliant.
And that's why it pains me. That's why it pains me to hear like all you guys like arguing about like flat versus globe, right versus left, all this shit. Like
I understand.
It doesn't fucking matter. Like we all have a fucking common enemy.
Right, but at the same time, with this conversation, when you're talking about the nature of our reality, it's one of those things that when you realize that they're lying about that, it's like, wait a minute, okay, we got to get one thing straight here. I'm not going to live the rest of my life around people that are totally under this delusion that we're on a spinning ball, when that's just ridiculous. Can we just get rid of that one, please? Can we just go on from here and just have some common sense?
Who is the enemy?
We're trying to normalize. We actually won already. We've normalized the conversation enough that the ballers aren't laughing at the flat earthers anymore. They're running away from them because they don't want to have the conversation. So
the common enemy.
Well, I don't think there's
billionaire fucking sex pedophiles, fucking control.
And a lot of that's made up too. Though. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying a lot of it is misdirected. So you think it's one person when it's not that person.
Well, I mean,
like
I'm just saying that, but I mean, you know,
I know you're right.
There's one on trial right now.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah.
There's
And
a lot
we know
of
Epstein's
big
not in jail.
names
So
being thrown
what's the big
around
deal,
there.
though? But she's on trial, and he was let out of jail. So what do we expect from her going to jail? What's really going to be accomplished? She's just going to get let out like he was.
She's not going to go to jail. I don't think
No.
so.
So what's the whole trial even? Why does anyone care? Because if she goes to jail, it's not like she's going to kill herself, or maybe people will believe she did, like they did with Epstein. But we know he's not dead. Come on. Or at least we wouldn't think, right?
I mean, there's a lot of coverage kind of clouding the trial in general. I think it's important for people to know that there's this like rich group of people who fuck kids and also have their hands deep into like I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell. Have you heard of the Terramax project?
What's that?
She like founded some project that like takes over like 67% of the fucking ocean that countries have no control over. There was like some guy in the UN that was in on it and all this shit. They were trying to build a city out there, and yeah,
really,
like,
and they would own the ocean that way.
yeah, they would own a piece of the ocean at least.
What's interesting is I guess her residence, she said she was from something like Terra del Mar, some kind of island like she claimed residency of this island in the high seas that I couldn't find on a map anyway. Maybe she's an outer pounder and she works for the outer pounders that are names we don't even know. You know, nobody we could even. You can't put the people that own the jails in jail, and you can't put the people that
they had their own passports.
No.
It was their own country. They had their own passports for Terramar. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's Terramar.
This guy knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Terramar. That's the island that she's saying that she was from. In the high seas. Terramar. It's like Mars or something, right? Mars, ocean.
Nito, I was going to say, what if the shape of the Earth is the only thing big enough to get enough people realizing that there are these evil people in control? Meaning, a lot of this other shit, 9/11, a lot of this stuff, very hard to prove. But the Earth we live on and can be measured and can be proven. So what if this actually is the most important thing that's needed?
I think you give too much credit to most people on the planet. A lot of these people don't give a shit. I'm not.
That's interesting that you think it's a planet, but you get other conspiracies.
Me? Yeah, I'm not a flat earther personally, but
right. But you still like totally believe we're spinning, when that would be the biggest conspiracy of all if they're lying about that, right?
I think it'd be more honest to say that like you don't know, given the fact that there's so many like compelling arguments on both sides, possibly, and just why not?
I don't call myself a flat earther. I call myself a recovering heliocentrist.
Well, look, man, I look up in the sky. I see a planet in my telescope. I see a rock, and I'm like, yeah, I probably live on a rock too.
So my friend said almost word for word. My friend said that to me the other day. He was like, I was giving all these honors. He's like, well, I have my telescope and I look at it. I see the, I've seen the curve. I've seen the curve from plane.
I don't want to get like too fucking like. I don't want to get too complicated about it. Like I see. Me see rock. I live rock.
Well, at least you realize it's kind of a simple association.
I'm not like a fucking scientist or anything
but
like
I mean,
that. I don't have the
resources
resources
to realize
to,
that you're not
measure.
spinning, really. Though, I mean, you would feel it. Come on, wouldn't you?
Do you feel going 400 miles an hour in a plane?
It's not good enough. It's not a good enough analogy.
That is good enough, bro. I feel, dude. I feel accelerating in a plane. Yes,
it's one linear direction.
But when you get into constant velocity, you don't feel anything.
Yeah, but you realize what they're claiming. Also, there is acceleration. It's
so there is constant velocity with the rotation of the fucking Earth at all times. So you don't feel
it. But they're not even claiming it's as consistent as you think they are. There's constant acceleration. There's changes. There's elliptical orbits require changes in velocity as well as changes in direction and momentum, all kinds of switches, but they spread it
Yes,
out
but is
so
but
that it could be minimal,
it is gradual enough
negligible.
to where you don't feel it.
That's the thing.
Like,
Wouldn't it
do
be
you
interesting if
when
it
you
was reverse engineered?
step on the fucking gas pedal of your car, do you feel yourself like speeding up? Yeah. But
Yeah,
when you're like,
that's one little example that's not good enough. I understand why they believe it, why they think it's possible, and why it's gradual enough to be believable. It's not noticeable. I understand that, but it's not good enough. Dude, think about the plane spinning in several different directions at millions of miles per hour, hauling our ass through the galaxy without any kind of interruption or little,
because
dip in
it's
the road,
constant.
any kind of space debris. I know, but that's taking one concept.
Oh, you'd
blowing
feel it. You'd
completely
feel
out
it
of
if a
proportion.
fucking asteroid hits you.
Think about
Like,
There's a lot of space debris. I saw space
There's
debris
so
the other
many
night.
things.
I was having a smoke
And
outside.
all the
There was
satellites are keeping up with this whole time without a fucking container. I mean, the claim is outrageous. You have to.
It's fucking orbit. They're in
The
orbit.
claim that everything is as it seems is way more believable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, but like the thing I don't get is like they don't even need this shit to like fucking lie to you. They're gonna do it anyway.
Right, you're right.
It doesn't matter what the shape of the fucking Earth is, if NASA's a lie or not. Like they're
right.
And
And it doesn't matter
have
that
to have
there's
like most of the people wouldn't even give a shit if they like found out NASA's like a fucking hoax or some shit, like just some fucking tax like hog
you
that
don't
they have
believe
to fucking pay for.
you don't believe NASA either. You don't believe
I don't think most of the people who have the or believe in the conspiracies about the ruling elite and things, they mostly are Globers.
True.
So
But
it's not
because there's so
You don't
few
believe
flat
in
earthers
that?
still.
me.
Yeah. Are you?
Well, I mean, maybe some parts, but not all parts. I'm not
There's a
sure.
lot
I
of
haven't.
subterfuge.
Well, I mean, see, I mean, this is, I mean, to me, I mean, I know you guys will probably disagree, but ruling elites is much more obvious to me than like the flat Earth.
It's much easier.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Like, people are clearly being fucking driven back and forth about
Yeah,
being made to
they're
do
playing with us.
yeah, stupid, ridiculous shit. Like they mock us basically. It's down to like it's down to a point where they mock us at this point.
They
You know what I'm
laugh at all of us.
It's like the ruling elites are also being played by even like greater power because they're like having to like dance and do the vaccine pushing and all that. And even they are
Yeah,
controlled.
the kingmakers, right? Like the
Yeah.
king is only like the one who's seen, but the kingmaker is unseen.
Yeah,
I would say that it's more all the conspiracies about the ruling elite and the Masons and the Illuminati and things. All of those are more plausible to me than the flat Earth.
Yeah, I could see that. I
Don't you see
definitely
all the countries joining in together though? That's what flat Earth does. It shows you that they're all in on it together.
Like I mean,
And
you
all the wars are played.
You can look at like news articles, shit like that. People pushing like COVID mandates, stuff like that, government control. You can look at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, all the shit she's doing connected with like the UN and all this shit. And it's like it's fucking obvious these people are like just fucking using us. Like they don't need the shape of the earth to fucking do this shit. They're gonna do it anyway.
But that means Russia and China and America are all agreeing to lie to all of us. And the wars and all of that are all fabricated too.
Yeah.
That ties them together in the space program.
Facts. Right here, we have facts.
I've never gotten the like standpoint like, oh, if all of a sudden everyone knew the earth was like flat or something, like people would wake up.
It's not about
like,
that.
No, they wouldn't. They're gonna go to their job the next day and like feed their families and pay their rent and shit.
True.
Like they're
But
not
it's
gonna
not about the
fucking
earth being
wake up.
flat. That's the thing. It's not about the earth being flat. It's about the discernment for other things. Like like you realize that nuclear bombs are probably fake.
I wouldn't go that far. I don't know.
Yeah. Have you seen the footage?
I've seen the proof that they didn't drop them on Japan. Like I've seen the fact that they released different news, never mentioning, and there's no like fallout. But as for their non-existence as a whole, I don't really know.
I mean, that's a tough one, right? That's like that's not for a novice. Okay, let's be honest here. But what you need to do,
Dude, the flat Earth is not for a novice, bro.
Well,
like,
actually, to be honest, maybe not for like very. How do I say it? There's a certain type of male characteristic that would be hard against the wall to choose flat Earth or not, and they'd rather maybe sit on the fence or be like, it's okay. Well, maybe I don't know, right? Like Timmy, Nito's like maybe I don't know, right? And
well, I mean,
but there's women. Okay, a lot of women. Let's be honest. I've been paying attention. There's a lot of women out there that intuitively, just through energies and looking at the arguments and the debates and stuff, they realize like, oh, well, I'm siding with flat Earth. I see this a lot, and actually, more women are intuitively flat Earth beyond the evidence.
I think women do that through men.
Nah. They see the creeps on one side.
If they have a husband or like a boyfriend who's like flat Earth, because why else would they be here? Like, let's be honest.
Well, you have to.
Well,
flat Earth is a realization.
Some that their husband isn't flat Earth, but then they have just come to this, and the husband kind of has to put up with it. So I'm just saying, like, from what I noticed, women tend to be more accepting just through the energy, the nature of the discussion. They realize that they're, if it's not flat, whatever, it's at least not a globe, and that there is a problem here because, it historically checks out. The scientific fraud is there. The same players from all the other player kingdoms are there, and they're pushing the same agendas. So it's like, okay, well, this actually just all makes sense, whether it's flat or not. Like, it's not a globe, and they're putting a lot of work into it. And that discernment allows you to look at how much effort and time and organization they put into faking all this shit and other things that coincide with it. That it's all just kind of a tax scam, but a tax scam is just more of a mind control. And then it's all part of the banker situation.
What's the point, though? Like they don't need it.
Yes, they do, bro. They don't have robots yet to do all their work. So who does all this shit for them? Us.
Yeah, and no one would give a shit. I swear to God, if like tomorrow everyone realized that the Earth was like flat, everyone would go about on their fucking day. Except
that's because you haven't realized it yet.
Yeah.
I feel like I might be siding with Nito on this. Like, I know a lot of people who have shown like proof positive evidence that this shit is bullshit, and they're like, yeah, we know this corona is bullshit. Who cares? And they just like keep going with it.
like corona, like all this shit we've seen time and time again. These people see this shit as bullshit. Like, at first they told us like 2 vaccines, and then like a booster, and then another booster, and then another booster, so on and fucking so forth. But they don't care.
Don't you see that's a result of the programming that they've gone through, though?
But
and
it's
that part of that is the
it's
globe
not 'cause of
programming,
flat
depending on
Earth.
other people to. No, but see, it's a whole mindset. You're depending on other people to tell you what your nature of your reality is, and they're saying it's the opposite of what it seems. So
Yes. Right. Like, do you think they ever could have pulled off what they've pulled off the last 2 years if they hadn't first pulled off the globe lie?
Yeah, I could see how they've done that. Yeah.
I would agree that I haven't,
because they're dictating people's reality. So now they're dictating reality that that the air is going to kill you, and you have to get all these injections. Like, it's just another.
You have to believe them, and people blindly believe it because they blindly believe everything else.
If the shape, because I mean, like there's such a small facet of the population that like believes in flat Earth that like no one.
Sorry, it's not.
Like
it's the loss of a belief.
Look at like from my perspective, I've never met anyone like in the real world that like would even fucking mention flat Earth. And I'm not like I'm not
That's how well
saying
hidden.
like
That's how
anyone
well
here who
hidden it
like
is.
I'm not yeah. But I mean they don't think about it. And
True.
it's like even if it was fucking like presented to people like in front of their fucking faces,
Well, I
they
don't know
wouldn't
anybody that
give a
talks
shit.
about 9/11. Who gives a shit about it?
Well, yeah, I mean, same, exactly. It's one of those
The
fucking
thing
like
is,
fringe
flat Earth is
conspiracy
relevant every
theories.
day. It's like you may have an event that happened at one time. There could have been a shooting last year. People won't even remember that shit now because they've got the news cycle beating you in the head 10 times a day with some new story, right?
Breaking
But
So what
flat
makes
Earth is a persistent lie.
so
This is a lie
what
that is
makes
news every day.
what makes you think people would change given the information that the Earth was flat?
Because
Because
they're
all of
only
us
where
have
they're at
changed.
because of the coercion and the lies itself. They wouldn't be in this state of energy, this state of giving up their power, if they weren't
But
coerced into it from the ground up.
there's so much more coercion and lies that if they were presented with the
Built on the
information
foundation
of the
of
shape
the
of
Earth
the Earth,
being different.
it wouldn't fucking matter. They don't
Okay, wait.
need
Here's a good
flat
example.
Earth.
Think about when you realize 9/11 wasn't what they were telling us, right? That helped your discernment in realizing how big the lies can be, right? So if with same thing with like flat Earth, if you realize that it could be that coordinated, like a worldwide coordination to hide something, right? Then you realize that maybe there's cures for cancer they're hiding, or other things on that level where it's like, wait a minute, a worldwide decision to suppress medical information so that people die by paying out for something they shouldn't have to, and all those kind of things. Like that's how big it is. It's not about the Earth being flat. It's about there is a bigger control over everybody in control of us on a worldwide basis. That's
what I'm
huge.
fucking saying.
Right. We're on the same page. I'm just trying to say that that's part of what it does for people. The same way 9/11 gave you the idea that the lies can be that coordinated throughout the media.
It's the
and, all that.
electrolyte that helps this process deprogram the person's mind.
Yeah.
It's like 1984, isn't it? Like there's like a whole thing where they're like ignorance is bliss. They want you to be
Right.
like 2 + 2 is 5 and shit, and that's part of
War
like
is
the
peace. Yeah.
yeah the mind breaker. That's why I think it's like breaking news. It's like what
Oh,
are they
dude,
breaking?
don't
They're breaking
get
your
me
fucking
wrong.
brain.
Don't get me wrong. I wish I weren't in any of these fucking VCs.
Hey man, give me the glow back today. I'm ready. You know, but it's just not the truth.
I wouldn't go
right?
that far.
And I'm not and don't get me wrong either. I'm not trying to like go convince everybody in the world either. I'm not like, but if somebody asked me or if, I'm just consistent. Like I'm the same person right now as I am in my real life. Like I don't change from here to there or whatever. Like you get the same story no matter who the fuck I talk to. So I'm just open with the way I believe and the way I think. And people got questions, then they'll ask me. But honestly, the people in my life, they respect me enough to fucking ask me at least. And then I just tell them and they think about it. And it's changed people's lives. But you can't make people change. Okay, you can give them information if they ask, or you can inspire them to want to change themselves. And in that respect, we're losing because people aren't asking questions. It's gonna take a fucking rock in the sky, putting a hole in the ground for people to be like, "Well, what the fuck is going on?"
And that's what they're planning next.
Because
Asteroids.
they're fucking winning, and they're always gonna win. Because there's, like I said, there's only a small facet of people who think like you guys.
It's not
and
actually that. That's not actually why they're winning. They're winning because they're willing to do what it takes. That means eating their own children, drinking blood, whatever the fuck they got to do. They will do what it takes. They've made a religion that's compatible with ideas so that when they have children, they do those things. And they're willing to do what it takes because they've already done it to their own family, their own people. They'll do it to you in a heartbeat. Less.
I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're into like some spirituality, like witchcraft shit, Yeah, but I don't think they need that either. Like, I mean, I'm simply on the side of there's more evidence of like fucking billionaire pedophiles controlling the people than there is flat Earth, and that's simply
Well,
because there's
you obviously haven't looked into it much, and that's fine because everyone has to choose their battles, and that's fine. You know, you have to really want to know. If you really wanted to know, you'd be watching
I'd have
all the
to.
videos. You'd be like binging all the videos and making sure you were right about it. But it seems like you
Yeah,
don't
just
really
land the
want to know
plane
about that one.
sideways. No skin
Yeah.
off our back.
Yeah, there's things about it that you would, because you're smart enough, I can tell. If you looked into this, you would, I imagine, realize it yourself, and that would maybe give you a different level of whatever it is that we think we have. But I think we're playing into their hands. You heard what I said. I think they're using it as a psyop, and it's not. It only works because it's obvious, and they're going to probably tell us a bunch of other lies once they reveal the flat Earth truth at some point, because there's too many people that know now that it's too late, or they made it, or they probably rolled it out from the start. Who knows?
Okay.
You know?
Okay. I'm not proclaiming that it is flat, but I'd say if it is flat, I'm pretty certain like it would have some sort of like God figure, like not like second coming of Christ type simulation if they were going to actually release the earth is flat and be like, yeah, the earth is flat and this is Jesus, like he's back, or some sort of like, you know, some
some
sort
kind
of
of shit like that.
Yeah.
And start beating us with Bibles again and have us under that psyop. Not that it's all a psyop in the Bible, but they could use that as another way of controlling us religiously again, which could have sucked a lot worse than the space religion. Maybe I don't know. Who knows? I just think
I
the
don't know.
truth is the
World War
truth.
One
We
and
have
World
to
War II
speak
was
the
pretty
truth.
bad. But also the
well,
Crusades are pretty bad. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is.
we're all fucking here. We all got the same fucking enemy.
Who? We don't even know who they are. They'll probably people we think they are just like puppets, just like, you know.
First
anybody.
things first. All fucking celebrities, entertainers, sport fucking entertainers.
They're just pawns.
Basically,
No,
all
those guys
these-
are puppets.
Yeah, listen, I don't care
Yeah,
if
they're
pawns. I
puppets,
don't care
but
if they're
they're
pawns or
coming
not.
after
When
you.
play, hey, when you
No,
play
they're not.
fucking chess, and there's pawns on the board, you fucking take them. We should have been already gave these fucking news anchors the rope already. We should have gave
Somebody
these
could
fucking
see you as a
politicians the
pawn
rope
just because
already.
you live in some certain country, though. I mean, it's just all relative, right? Someone
No,
could
it's
see that the
not.
fact that
It's
you live
not.
in a
It's
country
not
that's richer
fucking.
than their
You
country.
got to pick your
It is.
battles, man. You don't
really do. You
fight
can't
in the dirt
start.
with some fucking news anchors.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
No, he's saying
That'll just take you out really quick.
they're pawns from pawns from pawns from fucking kings on the fucking chessboard. That's what he's saying.
Take the
I'm
pawns.
saying don't fight them.
That's how they fucking control the people.
The battle
the
is
news
won within
anchors,
yourself.
fucking
battle is won
sports
within
players,
yourself.
all this shit.
And anyone else you can affect.
You're smart. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, how do you take the pawns?
Like here's the problem is we can't. We don't have enough numbers. At this point we're outnumbered. Like fuckers are literally like segregating you because you don't want to get a medical procedure. Is the fucking we're in the worst like we're basically in the position in like jiu-jitsu where we're already in that fucking like where he's behind us and he's already got his arm around our throat. Yeah, we're already in the fucking like submission. You know what I mean? And we're struggling not to get submitted. So it's like we're kind of fucked. But honestly, like our best hope is just kind of fucking tell enough people. I don't know. I think like something needs to fucking happen, bro, because like fuckers just because this is fucking ridiculous. Like it's way too far out.
You know what's crazy is they have the revolution written into their plan too.
I wouldn't doubt it. I'm pretty sure they're trying to foment a civil war in America.
Well, the Civil War is the plan.
Buy as much ammo as you can. Buy as many guns as you can.
Like I promise you, this whole idea of like the medical tyranny, like yeah, they want that too, but I mean, what really gets them off is watching us kill ourselves.
Yeah, and run away from each other, scared of people that are shedding or scared of people that aren't vaxxed. They've got us running away from each other and all crazy and totally separated. Fucking Hegelian dialectic at its finest. Crazy.
Yeah, just I expect that 500 million to happen. You know, family members fucking killing each other at this point.
Are you referencing the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I don't know if that's true or whatever, but I'm just.
Well,
you know
that it is written on the Guidestones. Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
in 7 different languages in perfect corniform.
Hey, you know
and
who
it
else
matches up
speaks
with the
7 different
sun.
languages?
Who, Bill
RC
Gates?
Meisty.
Oh.
You know,
Does he really?
I live in
I don't know.
Georgia, and
Does
I've
he?
Did
never
you say
been
he?
to the Guidestones. Should
Haven't
probably go
seen
to
him for a while.
To be honest, like, I mean, I'll just say it out. I think RC Meisty is one of those inverts.
Oh shit, man, he's not. They're probably going to go too far with that one. There.
No, seriously, I think RC Meisty was born a woman.
Who knows though? Come on, that's.
I think Seth Rogen.
But don't say that. I don't want him back
I'm
on the
saying it
server
out loud.
trying to defend himself.
Saying it out loud.
I haven't missed his absence. I'll say that.
There's far too much articulated opposition with that very particular person. Very particular.
I'm just saying, at the very least, the politicians should get the rope. At the very least, I don't even
They're
care if
just
they're
pawns,
not the
bro.
real.
Yeah.
Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares?
Okay.
They should
you
get
know
the
what?
rope,
You say
bro.
that. You better be careful
You say-
saying that online. To be honest.
Well,
honestly,
hold
don't say
on.
that.
Fuck it,
Let's
man.
say there's no
Politicians get the
politicians
rope.
Get yourself in trouble unnecessarily, but please.
Let's
don't.
say something happened to him. Okay, I'm not saying what.
Ah.
Then what? Then what do you have? You know what? How are they going to get back in?
I don't know how many times I've said that on Discord, but yeah, nothing happens to you.
Well, nothing yet, but they mark it down, and maybe at some point you'll be like, whatever. Who knows, dude?
Well,
I'm
what
just
are they
saying, it's
gonna
not good to
do?
make threats about. It's not good to make.
Are they gonna
I
tag
know
my
it doesn't
voice chat
do you
message?
any good. I imagine. I wouldn't imagine it does you any good in the long run. You know.
Let's say these people disappear. What's going to happen? You're going to have some sort of external military intervention, and you're not going to have very much freedom after that.
China.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you take them all out, and the military is behind you, which I'm not saying take them all out. I'm just saying if they just happen to disappear.
Who the fuck would land?
You know what? I need
invade-
to hear from
who the
Geo
fuck would
right now. I
land
need to
invade
hear
America.
Geo.
Like, really
Geo,
think
what's
about
the
it.
revolution, man? Come on, give us the real revolution, Geo. It's the spiritual
Okay,
inner
I
battle
can literally say I'm gonna
that
kill Joe
inspires
Biden
others.
right now. Nothing's
Stop
gonna
that,
happen
dude.
to me.
Dude, I don't want to be I'm not a party to this conversation. You're just
They're
saying
not.
shit like
They
that, dude.
They can't record VC chat. I swear to God.
Dude, I'm not
Promise
depending
you.
on that. It's just not. It doesn't do you any good, dude. I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense to say that.
Sure, I'm just.
Well, he
I'm
just
just
said he
making,
it is just
making a
puff.
point.
He didn't say
Making
he
a
was
They
saying
should
that.
get the rope. They should get
All
the
right,
rope. They've
I
been
understand. I'm
lying
trying
in
to
front of us the
be good
whole
at
time.
advice.
They've been lying to us the whole time. Like, if you really think about it, yeah, they might be pawns, this and that, but when you're playing chess, if there's pawns on the board, you fucking take them. You don't just make an excuse if there's a pawn on board, like, oh, should I take it? It's just a pawn. Like, no, you fucking take it. You take everything until there's only knights left. Then you take the knights, then you take the rooks, then you get the fucking queen and king. But you don't just fucking pass up on opportunities to take the fucking pawns. Like, all these fucking dirty liars should have already gotten the rope. That's all I'm saying. And we already know who fucking
goes
controls
first? Noah, who goes first?
Soros.
He's not.
Bill
He's not
Gates.
an entertainer
Oh, entertainers
or a news broadcaster.
Every fucking MSM like any of the fucking talking heads goes first.
What about Anderson Cooper?
Yeah, that's a great start.
What
That would be
if
the first person.
What if
We put him
like
right
some
off the building.
pictures of Anderson Cooper tied up in a basement just kind of like showed up somewhere? Wouldn't that be weird?
Not even in a basement. I want him hanging.
or whatever. I
want
don't
him
know, in a
hanging in
hole.
public. I want him hanging in public, bro, like off the fucking New York Bridge.
That's very
That's
aggressive.
the image we're looking for.
That's very aggressive. But
did someone just say do your research into petrified titans? No, I'm not gonna look at pictures of a rock that looks like a human face.
I like you, Noah. I'm gonna add you as a friend, and I have to go because it's like 6 a.m. I gotta get some sleep.
Hey,
So, peace, guys.
Have a good
Anderson
night.
Cooper's a good start though, Riggs. That's a fantastic idea. That'd be a good start. Him hanging.
Anderson
First one.
Cooper. Yep.
Yeah, first
Also
one.
Vanderbilt, one of the richest families in the United States. Yeah. CIA employee.
I would like to sacrifice Bill Gates as if he's a bull.
Ball Gates?
I'll be Mithras, and Bill Gates, Bill Gates can be the bull.
Ball Gates. Yeah, no,
Just
Soros.
do him in with a
Gates.
sword.
We should be fucking getting all of them. I don't care, puppet or not. You know what? If they'll run out of puppets real quick when people realize that if you're a puppet, you get hung. They're not gonna have any more puppets.
Well,
People are gonna be like, "Fuck that! I don't want to be a puppet." You get hung if you do that.
This is
Like
this
that's the
is an
thing. Is we
idea
need
I
to fucking
haven't
keep
thought
these
of
people
before.
accountable for once. They come in front of us and just lie to our fucking faces and mock us in real time, and we just keep taking it like a bunch of bitches. Honestly, it pisses me off.
I agree. We've got to
Hey
start
Gio,
standing up.
can we change this server name to Earth Revolution?
Is he here?
Violent Revolution
I don't
Awakening.
know. He's typing, but he didn't talk.
Kill the elites.
Maybe he's taking a
Awakening.
poop. I don't know.
I know White's gonna go do a fucking experiment, which is nice, but like I said, right? Like if he comes up out and it is flat, like what good is it gonna do us? Like, okay, good. Now we know. I guess we know the battling field, but like at the same time, it's like I don't like. I think our biggest problem is these dumb sheeps. You know what I mean? Like these dumb fucking sheeps that even if you present them with evidence, they just say like, "Oh yeah, so what?" Like, what do you mean, so what? You fucking idiot.
Well,
Like, so
you know, flat globe, whatever or not, we still have the same problem, right? So it doesn't really
Yeah.
change how we handle it.
I think if flat or globe happens divulged fully, it could lead to extra ammo that we have to fight the revolution. Like
Well-
we could show people the edge and show what they've hidden from us. Something. And it can
Well,
help wake
I'm
people
thinking
up.
also-
But generally we're still dealing with being in a farm.
Well, I'm honestly like, if it's flat, I feel like the same fuckers who say like, "Oh, what does it matter?" are just gonna be like, now they're gonna be like Muslim or Christian, and just be like, "Oh, the Pope said it was flat beforehand, so we should just do what he says." Like it's almost like a problem in the fact that we just have a bunch of sheep fucking walking around that always fucking get in our way, man.
You know that, like, for the
Why are
past
you tagging?
half
Why
year,
are you tagging me, distinguished? What?
this is one of the problems, dude. They just come in here and just tag us like for fucking ever. I hate it.
What did you tag me for? I don't know what are you. I know you're in the chat listening. Is she not verified? Is that a she or he? I can't even tell. Someone referred to it as a she earlier, but I don't know.
Distinguished gentleman is Naps. That's a black female.
Oh, is that the one who trolls that you guys were talking about?
I mean, sure, yeah. I don't
So
know.
she can't hear us. Okay, why are you tagging me? Yeah, obviously I don't need to produce evidence if I have the negative claim. I don't understand how you don't understand that still. No? When did I tag you? The last person I tagged that asked what a Titan is.
Can we give JJ like a mod role or something? Make him like a server guardian. Fucking dope. Yeah, forget Witsit. JJ gets it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you were deafened.
At Distinguished, I didn't fucking tag you. The last time either one of us tagged each other's, it was you, and then you just tagged me again.
Go up in the chat and read. I know you don't like to read my definitions, but go read the fucking. Look, it says LMFAO at Noah Numpty clip. Then I never tagged you since then.
So there's definitely a noticeable difference between people who like are wanting to actually have like, discussions or share information or hear other people out, rather than people that just want to like trigger someone and troll, essentially, like trying just to troll and trigger someone and like just kind of try to start something, like it's just so clear to see in the chat right now, like who's just trying to start random shit and who's actually just trying to chill.
I think this Eratosthenes guy has been trolling people. The only time I've ever interacted with this Naps chick is this time, and I don't know if she's trolling. I think she just wants me to provide evidence for a negative claim, which I don't think she can wrap her head around that it doesn't. Yeah, Eratosthenes is just trolling. Eratosthenes, can we fucking hit this guy? I'm not talking to him. What is he doing?
Aristoteles? Yeah.
Like, what the? Why are you? What? It says Numpty Noah, evidence for a flat Earth. When did I claim it was
you gotta
flat?
fill the shoes, bro.
When did I claim it was flat? I've already seen this Eratosthenes guy fucking.
Water seems flat. Just about 10 minutes ago, dude.
Said it seems flat, and then
Yeah,
I
that's the
also
claim.
stated.
That's you
I also stated right after it that things go over the horizon.
Right,
So
things are going over the horizon. You've claimed, and water seems
that's
flat.
that's not claiming the Earth is
They're
flat.
asking evidence for the claims.
So Riggs, is your opinion on someone like Aristoteles? If you were a mod right now, would you just give him what? Just permanent account restriction? Just boom, like not even warnings or anything? Is that what you're saying? Just full removal?
No. If I were an admin, I would ask you why you'd ask me such a dumb fucking question.
Well, I haven't read enough of his shit to see what he's doing. What is he doing? Just constantly asking for.
What is this like constant claim of ignorance that you keep pretending to have when there's obvious fucking trolling happening and it's disrupting the chat?
Dude, he's saying Numpty Noah, you boasted to have evidence for a flat Earth, which I never did. So he's trying to bait me into debate something that I never.
You didn't really boast. I don't agree with that.
Didn't boast shit.
Like, am I the fucking
Didn't
Trinity?
claim
Do I have
shit.
to be asked really basic ass questions? Like, this is your server. You implemented all the rules, you built the whole fucking thing, and now you pretend like you don't have to protect it.
I don't know. This Eratosthenes guy is trying to ask me dumb questions
talk on VC,
that I never claimed.
I would give him a 30-day ban and make him make another soccer.
That's not gonna. 30 days ain't gonna mean shit.
Make it. Well, no, there's a thing. There's like a just permanent account restriction, like on here, where basically they're not banned, but they just can't. There's like one that's timed, so there's like you can do a timed one for like 3 days, 7 days, whatever, or there's one that just permanently restricts their account, which means they can still see the chats, they can still see everything, they just can't type or come in VC.
Lori, you are so out of context. Just stay out of it. Are you reading chat from like 10 years ago? You don't even know what you're talking about. Just stay out of
Dude, this Eratosthenes guy needs to get out. Like, he literally just said something that I never said. So, like, I've seen him troll so many fucking people before. It's kind of irritating that he's still around, and he's never contributed anything positive once.
It's Aristoteles, by the way, because there's no TH in there.
Thanks, foolish. Whatever, Aristotle, whatever the fuck his name is. The point stands. However his name is said, he's strawmanning me. He's been strawmanning me for a while, and I've seen him troll other people multiple times, and multiple other people have told me that he's just a troll. So we know he's a troll, and yet he's still here, allowed to just cause shit.
I knew he was a troll when he trolled the first time, and that's 2 months later. So, like, I just don't understand the lack of enforcement. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think we all troll at times, but when it's excessive, then it's not really very much fun.
Stay out of it, Russ.
Foolish. Imagine that you only trolled and never contributed anything else ever, not once. That's what we have here.
Yeah, that was exactly my point, Numpty. I was kind of agreeing with you.
Thanks.
I know it's weird to think that, but I was actually kind of agreeing with you.
You like my name, eh?
Laurie, you were so out of context. I already told you, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, the two ways to do it on this server is like doing warnings, but the thing is, someone like him, like it would be a lot of warnings, you know. So especially if he's creating stock accounts, he can just pound through because like it doesn't start to restrict their account for longer until after 10 warnings. Like 30-minute. It's only like a 30-minute timeout for each warning. But then there's the account restriction roles, which basically, can just restrict their account for either like a certain amount of time or. So like Noah, if you were a mod right now, what you would just say? You would just put a permanent account restriction on him, and that's it.
At the very least,
would you do warnings? Would you start with warnings?
I would give him probably a restriction for like maybe a day, and then just be like, "Yo, bro, like, you need to stop constantly trolling and never contributing anything positive." And then if he comes on again, I would give it to him for a week. And then if he come on again after a week of not being on here, I would just ban him permanently, honestly. Because the thing is, he just hasn't ever contributed anything positive, and multiple people have told me this. Like, literally, he's like, "Oh, you've posted evidence of this," even though I didn't. It's like, what kind of, like, I'm not talking to you, and now you're fucking, like, strawmanning me? I don't...
Yeah, and, like, Lori pops in here out of nowhere, and he's talking about some shit I said, like, literally 20 pages up. Like, where the fuck did you come from?
Aristoteles is showing Forbes links, so that needs to be accounted for.
Like, what kind of interaction is that, Lori? For example, if I came to your server, went up 20 pages, like totally misquoted you out of context by just highlighting a couple words and then questioning you about it, what the fuck kind of interaction is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, he specifically trolls in text chat in a...
Well, like, first of all, I was responding to naps. Second of all, I meant sometimes as in I used to a long time ago. And third, it was on Gem server. So get fucked.
It was on a different server?
20 years ago.
I have to go to sleep, guys, but I wanted to suggest one thing. Just give one thing I thought I could help suggest if it helps at all. At the other server, wasn't there like certain voice texts that you could be a part of and certain ones you couldn't be? So like maybe like, so these guys aren't bothered by whatever they're typing in there. Those people are restricted from being in the live stream voice text. They could write stuff in other areas of the channel maybe and still be a member without being able to type in the live stream voice text. I think
That's
you can
great.
do those.
Yeah. Yeah, they should get a separate text chat. Like they should be restricted from live stream 1. That's a great
I think you can do that, Gio.
That's a great idea.
This, but in a new way.
Well, yeah, we had talked about that. We talked about that at one point, like making basically only this chat would be for people that are live stream verified.
There you go.
It's an option.
Right, yeah, because I don't want to see dumbasses saying dumbass shit that I didn't even claim in the first place down here when I never talked to them before, and I know that they've trolled multiple other people before.
Yeah, then you don't have. Otherwise, they're just gonna make a. Then they're just gonna make a sock account and come back in anyway. So you should probably make it like the one live stream voice text for people that are voice verified.
Just restrict them from one square text, and so they can go to 2 or 3 if they want. But
exactly,
we're still in.
That's all I wanted to say. Good night, guys.
Great idea. Thanks.
Adios.
No problem. Later.
That was a great idea, actually. I fully concur. Maybe not ban is.
Well, the only negative to that is if there's a new person who comes in, it's like then it kind of turns it into a little bit more of a club, like only the people that are live stream verified can be in the main chat, and then they can't be. So then if someone is new and they might want to like ask a question or see what's going on.
Well, hey, how about if they're just acting a fool like these guys, get rid of them. It's that simple.
Yeah,
because not everyone's a fool. Maybe honestly, besides all these Gem Panda dumbasses, like, and I say that broadly, not talking about people in the room specifically, like. There's still only a couple trolls out of 100, like honestly.
Yeah.
Besides these repeat offenders, just fucking get rid of these dudes. Easy.
I think there is a code of conduct that we all agree to because we're all coming from different perspectives and different sides of an argument. But when I come here, I deliver a code of conduct that I've agreed with Gio because I think it's a reasonable, decent thing to do, and it was set up at the beginning. And I think, as long as we all come here with that view in mind and we conduct ourselves in that manner, then have at the argument. But when it is just trying to belittle another human being, that's kind of where I take objections. Yeah, I put a few jokes in there, but I don't do it persistently, and it's generally in good nature rather than somewhat more vindictive, which we've all seen in other places times and occasionally here, but that tends to get stopped on. And I think really it's setting that precedent and keeping that precedent in place that's important.
Yeah, well said, Russ. Yeah, and I agree. I agree. Well said. But I think what we've been talking about the last couple of days is that there seems to be sort of people that are abiding by the server guidelines, or at least mostly they are. So they're not just full on doing things that are obvious, sort of
letter versus the spirit.
But then they're doing this like, and there's probably it's like a lot of these are sock accounts, but they're doing this like trolling, where they're just trying to trigger people, in a kind of subtle way, I guess, to where it's, I don't know, it's kind of what they're doing. So we're talking about this sort of like, like a form of trolling that isn't like egregiously breaking the server guidelines, but it's causing enough like kind of issues and disruption.
Gio, how about you don't need to ban them? You should just ban them from the main chat one or text chat one. That's all you got to do. You don't have to ban them from the server. You don't have to ban them from. You just simply make it so that they can't go into text chat one. And I'm not saying new people. I'm saying the repeat offenders. Like once we know someone's a repeat offender.
Soft.
I think you should give a warning, and a warning incurs a strike. And you get 3 strikes, you get moved to another chat. That way, there is no excuse from people that I didn't know.
Well, part of the idea of the warning system is that it can give let's say somebody is a troll because they have cogniz about something, and so they're in here trying to trigger people compulsively because they have some cogniz thing, and it's like their little psychological addiction thing that they're just trying to trigger people in whatever way. But there's a potential that they could have a transformation, and stop doing that. So the one idea of like if they get 1 warning, 2 warning, 3, 4, at some point they could either decide to have real conversations and sort of be a recovered troll, or if they keep trolling, they're going to keep getting warnings, and then they're going to end up just being,
know how people work.
Being their account will be restricted at that point.
Dude,
it's almost like we're pretending that people are different. That's not how that works.
Dude,
people don't work like that.
In 24 hours, they have something called the timeout chat. So, like, if you're trolling, you can still chat on the server, but you're just not in the same text. Like, how do I say? Like, live stream text. Like, they can go type somewhere else and just not in the main one, because the main one should be like priority people who are like here. You know what I mean?
The main trollers calling other trolls.
Yeah, I don't know. She's calling someone a soy boy. I assume it's either me or Gio or Riggs.
Yeah, you. What you crying for? Why are you tagging me? We were having a conversation.
Should I respond to this, Gio, or yeah, we were having a conversation and I kept asking for proof and there was never any. So after 9 fallacies, I got kind of tired, and I didn't want you harassing me anymore.
You didn't bring not one piece, not one.
It's called a negative claim.
No.
Yes. Yes. What it's called. What it's called.
Called an excuse.
And the only proof you get after 10 fallacies. After 10 fallacies, you robot. The only proof you gave was an image. Was an image that was nothing. It was an image that was nothing. There was an unverifiable image. So the best proof you had after haggling me.
I have a whole lot more proof.
Haggling me for like hours.
Everyone says that you had nothing.
I don't care who everyone is. After haggling me for hours, all you gave me was a shitty image.
show anything.
Okay, where's your evidence? Come on, I'm waiting. Other than
Other than
a shitty image, other than a
At
shitty
all.
image where you can't even go to the link that's on underneath. That's it. That's all you got.
She showed you some space pics of Earth, so you need to address that.
Yeah, I just addressed it. The link doesn't work, and so it's just an image. So I can show you an image of a unicorn.
Okay, but you have to go get the real link if you really care. I know you probably don't.
Are you talking to me?
No, Naps. If she really wants to prove globe, she's got to go get a link, not an image. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and I would say, where is that picture taken from?
You can't
How do I
prove
know
it.
that-
It's
how
from
do
a
I know
space
this image is
agency now,
real?
and I could move on a little bit.
How do I know that image is real? It's just an image. I can show you an image of
Exactly.
anything.
So why are you asking for something you won't accept then?
I'm asking for a proof, not an image.
What sort of proof? A scientific proof?
Any type of evidence that isn't just a random image. That's just that's.
It's not a random image. It's an image from a space agency that she believes is a photograph of Earth. Right? It's not just any random image.
So she does what? She believes.
Well, she might know. But
I'm looking to know.
Know, believe, whatever. She thinks.
She thinks.
She's convinced.
She's convinced. I'm not convinced by that image. I've seen many images of many things, and that.
So what do you want?
That is another,
even more specific image.
Like I said, I provided an image of Sasquatch. So is Sasquatch as real as the globe now?
That tells me you're not really honestly looking for evidence of the globe. If you're ready to provide Sasquatch gifts, then you're not really looking for evidence of the globe, are you?
Images from NASA are taken seriously.
I'm right.
Don.
I'm correct.
I don't think images from NASA are to be taken seriously in this debate. To be
You
honest,
bring some evidence, then come talk. Until now, you have no.
I'll hit you with something better than an image of the globe. What about two celestial poles in the sky?
there we go. We actually have something good. Take some
You
notes.
believe there is two?
Distinguished.
That's a good one.
Huh?
You believe there's two?
The stars move in the sky above the planet Earth.
How do you know that?
What's the problem with that?
How do you know that?
It's globe evidence because it suggests there's 2 points of rotation in the sky.
Look, Don actually has something. Take some notes, Distinguished.
Evidence that we're on.
Yet you still have nothing.
On something spinning within on an axis, yeah.
That's what you believe.
Okay, so I'm gonna retort to Don. I don't know if I can put this in the chat. Let me find it real quick. I gotta fucking
throw some death.
Shut the fuck up. You don't have anything but an image of a ball. Like, it's just a fake image. Like, I don't.
You have nothing, so you can't talk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the negative claim, right? I'm asking for proof of a spinning ball in space. It's a big claim. You're doing a big claim here, man.
You're avoiding my proof now. Come on.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted by.
Two
I'm getting
celestial poles
distracted by
in the
fucking
sky.
idiot. Real quick.
Do you believe they exist?
Numpty, I would say that posting a GIF of the Sasquatch is a bit of a troll. That would be my opinion. No, I'm just putting it out there because again, I've just posted Himawari 9 and POS 16. So this is some items from two particular satellites. One's from the Japan Space Agency, one's from NASA.
And so, do you think that image right there on the bottom looks like? Is that image your proof right there?
It's a proof. It's a fact. It's a piece of evidence.
It's an evidence. It's an evidence. Yeah, I don't know if it's a proof, but it's an evidence.
It's an evidence.
So
let's use the word evidence. Okay.
Yeah. We have some evidence. So I'd say people could claim that that's not a real photo. That's just an image.
And that would have a burden of proof.
No, you'd have to prove it's not.
No. If you're claiming something's
Right.
fake, you then have the burden of proof. You're making a positive claim that that image is fake. It's not then up to someone else
claiming
to
it's
demonstrate
real.
that it's
Image is
not
fake.
fake. It's up to
saying that it's
you
not
at
a
that
photo.
point. One second, let me finish my
You
point.
ask for
It's up to
evidence.
you at that point to demonstrate your evidence
No.
to show that it's fakery.
By the way,
No.
Numpty, I don't think Druss is being unfair. He's just trying to maybe help you understand that you didn't present it the way that you thought you did, or maybe like in this instance.
Yeah.
So I have an image. The proof is on me to show that the image is a real photo.
No,
or
what
isn't a
you
real
could
photo.
say is, you know what, I don't trust this source, and then you're nullifying the judgment that is the claim.
Okay, then
you
I'll
know,
go with that.
you know, something like that would be more
Yeah, because
direct.
I mean,
That way, you're not.
just look at it. Just look at it first off. Like, just look at it first off. Like, for fuck's sake.
But just remember, he's going to say, "Well, why don't you trust that source?" And they probably know why, but maybe they're looking for a different answer for, you know.
Yeah. Well, the
Images
reason I don't trust that source
aren't fake until proven otherwise. That is bullshit. You can't use an image
not
in a
what I
court
said.
of law.
That's
It
not what I
says,
said.
why
You
is
can't-
the image fake?
And just White's word. I do. My
He's
role is
talking about
security.
funk. He's talking about
Yeah.
something Funk typed in the text chat.
Yeah, he's reading from text chat.
Yeah.
False funk. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
why is image fake? Images aren't fake until proven otherwise. Rubbish.
But
with that logic, Sasquatch and everything is true. I'm afraid.
When someone makes a positive claim
exactly.
that is fake, White word, then they have a burden of proof to back up their claim.
Foolish actually did this as a
No.
lesson. I don't think he's trying to actually argue. He was trying to demonstrate a point with this.
I am exactly, Rick.
Good.
I was trying to do it with my celestial poles, but that's just
Like,
actually
look.
Cool.
Everyone, look at the main screen right here. Chimeras are real, clearly. I mean, there's an image right there.
We're gonna work on this, Noah. We're gonna work on it.
See, just say to people, I don't trust space agency
Chimeras
images
are real.
because of the known
You're-
reasons, and then
You got a lot of potential, bro.
ask for something else.
All
Ask-
again.
Okay. Yeah,
know,
I don't trust space agencies.
Yeah.
Straight up. And you're showing me
Instead of
images.
sharing
No one with
unicorn
any integrity
illustrations from
uses
kids,
Black Swan.
actually
man,
say
David.
it.
Yeah, okay. I don't trust the integrity of space agencies. It's not a good source for me.
Why?
You say that up front, and then
Sorry, go on, Don.
they can provide something that you might trust instead. Say that up front.
I
Instead
think
of
the South
baiting them
Celestial
into
Pole-
unicorn trick. Don't do that. 'Cause it's
Don't
not-
break your back
good.
showing evidence. Don't do
Don,
that.
everything you know about like these controllers and stuff, are you really telling us to trust government issued space agency photos?
No, I'm saying to Numpty, don't trick Globers into the unicorn. I got you, because it's not fair. Just tell them you already don't believe in space agency. So if they're going to prove the globe, they need something else.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thanks,
And
Don.
the reason I brought that specific point up, Numpty, is you brought up logic, and you brought up proof of evidence, and you brought up people making claims. So when you make a claim that something is X, you then have the burden of proof to demonstrate that your claim is valid. Is that not unfair?
Okay, I agree.
No.
I agree, Foolish.
Thank you.
No,
What?
That was my whole point. So
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
about language.
Yeah. Sorry.
And if you want to invoke fallacies, mate, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire on that because it's one of my favourite things to do.
All right. I can agree to that. From Foolish. So my statement would remain that I don't. What was the wording? Trust space agencies, or
Trust the source.
yeah, it's not a good source.
Just convenience for you, because you don't have to provide
What?
anything.
What
You don't
the
have to do anything. You just deny.
You're not
and
bringing in
deny
any
without.
evidence. You're not bringing in any evidence.
No, you're
just coming
putting
in
all
here
these
with them.
stipulations because I know what you're doing.
Yeah,
Like,
that's how it works. That's how
I
it
see what
works.
you're doing.
Yeah,
the
that's
more stipulations
how
you
it
put in it,
works.
the more you don't have to prove anything. All you can do is sit back. Oh, that's
Well, Naps, where does your
So for
compliance?
him to produce a photo, what is he doing? So he's producing a photo with a story, and then that's apparently enough. Then someone else who goes, no, I don't believe that. It's up to them to prove definitively that that photo's fake. That's bullshit. Whoever's producing the photo and
If they
claiming
want
it's
to
real
back up
has the
claim,
fucking burden of proof.
if they want to back up their
Fuck me.
claim it's fake, they
Not
have
at
to
all.
show how it's fake.
Unicorns
If
are
you're gonna
real.
say my photo is fake,
In
then you need
disgusting's
to tell me
world,
why my
unicorns
photo
are
is
real
fake.
because we have photos of them. Photos of unicorns. So in
No.
distinguished
unicorn
There are no real
Well, I
photos.
think the burden is on the person to show why it's true, right? Like if they can't just present
Exactly.
a photo, they have to present the body of evidence.
Yeah, and I would agree with Riggs on that point as well. I think that seems fair. But I just want to pick up very quickly, Dawn. I just want to pick up something that Whiteword said. He said photos aren't usable in a court of law. Well, actually, yeah, they're usable in a court of law all the time. Part
Not
of what
on
I
their
do
own.
is
That's not the definitive evidence.
CCTV on its own with a timestamp is perfectly admissible in a court of law on its own.
They don't go back and take photographs of the camera and its placement and the chipset that's in the camera and stuff like that. They just go out. They say there's a camera in that ATM and it shows your fucking face. It has a serial number here. Go.
Right. So that face can be identified physically and verified. How the fuck do you verify a photo of Earth? Thank you.
Oh, so one of the examples I would use there is I posted up the link to Himawari 9, and one of the things that does is it obviously, like Himawari 8,
Okay, prove
Stormfront.
space.
I just want to finish my point. Just want to finish my point by word. Can you let me finish?
Prove space.
Okay, I'm going to have to lower your volume because you're interrupting me, and that's not polite. So Himawari 8, we can look at the fact that, like that face in the ATM, we can look at the storm fronts that are around us, and we can physically observe that. And that's where I would say, again, you'd have a similar chain of evidence.
High
Turn back up
altitude
again,
camera.
thank you.
Why not? High altitude camera. Can you prove space? Thank you.
Right there.
So if you're claiming that it's a high altitude camera, then you need to demonstrate that is
It's
the
your
case.
claim that it's something in space. Prove that.
You'd have to
But
prove
you've made a
There are
counterclaim.
actually
You've made a
airplanes.
counterclaim, Whitesword, which has an equal burden of evidence.
I think we have too many
No,
people
your
debating
claim has questions. I'm asking questions about your claim. You're failing to back your claim with anything of substance.
When will you
other than
back
a
up
photo.
yours?
I don't need
Okay,
to.
anytime.
You've put a claim forward.
Exactly,
I'm
and that's the problem,
questioning your
Whiteword. You
claim.
don't think you need to back up your claims.
Right.
Who's
That's
debating
I'm questioning your claim. You can't back them.
No, you don't ask for evidence and then go straight into questioning the claim. That's not fair. That's not how you
Who's
debate.
debating who right now?
Okay.
No one's
Man,
really
you
debating
guys
anything.
are
We're
all
just talking about
back-
a point of evidence, and I think that, and I think you're right. You know, when it comes to, you know, unless you're working in that field, having direct
So if I
contact
showed
with that
you-
chain of evidence, again, is there a problem that you have with letting people finish their point, Whiteword? It's really annoying. I'm trying
No,
not
I
to.
think it's a delay. In all honesty, I'm in
Okay,
Australia.
in
I
that
think
case,
it's a
I
delay,
apologise for being
right?
salty.
So
Because you're a long way away, mate.
The issue, well, I don't know about the distance because that's probably a lie. But I think at the end of the day, I could show you a piece of paper. I could take a photo of a piece of paper that's got data on it, and that data could be from maybe the test that I'm proposing that I did yesterday, and that data shows that it's curved. Now I could show you a photo of that and say, there you are. Look, I've just shown that it's curved definitively. And you could just either believe it or not. You could ask a question, and I would go, oh, no, bullshit. Show me I'm lying. And then it would be up to you to show me that I'm lying. That is ridiculous. I would expect you to ask me a question and expect me to provide evidence for my claim.
So what I could do there, Whiteword, to substantiate that, and I'll just respond to that point, is I could look at your method, I could look at your data, and then say, actually, I disagree with your method here, or that the way you collected that data doesn't seem to be a reasonable substantiation of your point. Now, you've got a photo that is showing something, but there's questions in how you collected the data for that photo. That's come up between flat earthers and globers all the time.
Yeah, I think right now you guys are discussing semantics. I believe what I said was in Foolish's way he put it, right? Saying something is fake is a claim, so you have to back that up. But if you just state off the bat, like, that is not a credible source, or I think that would be a better way to go about it. And I think White's word, you're agreeing. I think we're all in agreement. I think we're just, how do I say?
Dancing around.
Yeah, we're
dancing around the handbag of evidence.
Because I think if I say something's fake and you say it's not a credible source, then he can say, "Oh, back the claim that the source isn't credible." Like it's just that's just changing words.
Well, no, because he
my
can
point
then
is
say,
very
well, I
different.
don't trust NASA because they have an agenda. I don't trust NASA because here's some examples where I feel they've lied.
Well, then
And
you
he
need
can
to
then
prove
he
that.
can then give
You need
and
to
then he
prove
can
the agenda.
and then he can give reasons for why he holds that position. Now you can go down you know, an absurdo ad reductum kind of infinite regress process, but most logical, sensible people don't do that unless you're a pedantic
Or you
bastard.
could be
And
definitive with
guys.
the evidence to support your claim. There'd be no questions.
so what would
Just
you
a-
class as
it's just one
definitive
thing you could
evidence?
do.
What would you
Oh
class
my
as
God.
definitive evidence?
Don't. Well, evidence of what I'm going to do for this test for the Earth, I would consider definitive.
Yeah.
Because it's not optical, it's a physical test of the curvature. That to me is definitive above a photo.
Yeah.
But that's me.
I
If you can't distinguish the difference,
When will
then there
you
you go.
have to prove flat Earth? When does that come into effect?
Well, he's gonna do it in 6 months, or he's gonna disprove it in 6 months.
Okay.
You can't complain that White Word's not trying to put skin in the game, which is a fair point. No, and plaudits to that.
I have an idea, guys.
Well, no, but can you see the difference between
Right.
definitive and not definitive? Sorry, Dawn. Sorry.
I have an idea. Maybe Numpty and Whitesword can explain why they don't believe these are pics from space, and maybe Dross and Naps could explain why they believe they are pics from space.
Well, Dross is going to have to disappear because Dross has a meeting at 12. So apologies for that. But yeah, I'm more than happy to do that at another point. I just popped in and just heard. I just wanted to see if I could help get some consensus between people.
It's been a pleasure.
We appreciate it.
Well, Numpty, why do you think they're not pics from space? Why don't you believe it?
Well, if they're pics from space, first you have to prove space exists.
No, I'm asking you. So because you don't believe in space, you don't believe it's a pic from space, right? That's your reasoning?
I don't believe or disbelieve in space. I don't know. I've never been there.
So there might be space, but you don't believe in
there
space
might
enough
be.
to
There might
believe
be.
there's a human up there taking a photo.
Here's the thing: is you keep saying the word believe. I'm not here to believe.
Well, it's
things.
because you don't know. That's why I'm saying believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So that means
Space
you're left with
exists.
belief or nothing.
I don't know
Yeah.
if space exists.
Belief or
so
confusion.
if you're gonna claim that something like a photo was taken from space, I would need you to first show
Okay,
me.
Numpty, but my question was, why don't you believe? Not
that
can you
space
ask us
exists.
to explain again? My question was, can you
Apparently,
explain why
you
you
need
don't?
to prove space is fake, mate. Apparently, that's the
No,
logic here.
right,
now.
well, I'm
You need
not.
to prove
Let me ask you, why don't you believe these are pics from space then?
Exactly the same reason. You're telling
Okay.
me something.
You
I've
don't
got a
believe in
question.
space, right?
Don,
To ask
Don,
a question.
I would.
You're beating
I
around
would
the
say.
bush.
Is it because you don't
Flat
believe in
Earth
space?
that makes sense. Okay.
So
That's
Don,
why
I
do you
would
believe
say.
they are from space?
Don, I would say.
No
I
reason to
don't.
lie.
But why do you know? How do you know they're from space? Because you believe and trust space is real? Believe
I don't know.
in NASA as an corporation? You just believe it's possible. And so, am I getting any of these right?
I think she's roboting.
Oh, are you talking to me? I didn't know
Yeah,
you.
he's talking to you.
Naps. Why?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How do you know these are pics from space? Or why do you believe it?
Oh, because for one, I can check myself if I want to go on like their little website and stuff. I can check it for myself. And what reason would they have to lie?
Okay.
It just makes sense.
Can I reword it? You trust them.
They haven't
not
given
to
me a
lie.
reason.
Can I
It's
reword
not.
it? You trust them not to lie, and because you can go on the website, that adds believability.
Yeah, if I can go and check it for myself, even not even on their website, like you can tell, you can get an app to tell you where it's gonna be, and if you go there and see it, bam, that's proof.
Yeah, you can zoom in with a telescope and it matches where the app says it will be.
Right.
Yeah. So you believe the possibility you could check it for yourself and confirm it's there, and then that adds a lot of believability to there being a camera on it.
Right.
And these two guys just don't believe in space. So thank you guys. I've got all your reasoning. Now you could like move on to maybe asking for more evidence, types of evidence.
Okay. I would just like to say, looking through a telescope and seeing a machine fly through the sky does not prove space.
No, it helps her believe there's a camera on the object looking down at Earth.
Right, but that a camera on an object flying through the sky does not prove that the Earth is round.
Yes, that's absolute proof if you can see it for yourself.
If you believe they're real pictures and it shows Earth as a sphere, then that's proof Earth is a sphere. Yeah.
If those are pictures of the entire sphere,
you, but it
not
will be for
pictures of
her.
a small portion of
If you're
land.
seeing it for yourself, what other proof do you need other than yourself?
Wait. So you saw a machine flying in the sky, and now the Earth is round.
I seen a machine and
She saw a photo from an object she believes has a camera on it, showing Earth is a sphere.
Okay, but where does the photo come from the machine, or are you just
That's
looking
what
at
she
a machine
believes.
in
Yeah,
the
that's
sky?
her proof. That's her proof.
That's
She
what she
believes there's a
believes.
camera on it. She's seen the
Right.
photo from it.
Okay, where? Okay, here's the disconnect for me. There's a machine in the sky, and there's a photo. How do I know that photo was taken by that machine?
Because
directly?
cameras can be attached to
oh
machines.
my god, you are ridiculous.
It's possible to attach a camera to a machine.
You are.
It's possible, but what's
It's
the
so ridiculous.
proof that that
And that opens it
photo
up
You
as a
are.
big
from that
possibility that
machine?
there might be one existing.
By new unique features that appear in the sky that we were able to see in that camera.
Who is this?
So,
Moyoke man?
under,
What are you saying?
weather conditions.
Oh.
What?
Moyak, your mic was a little choppy and you're a little quiet.
I
Maybe.
don't know what he said.
I'll duck out.
He doesn't
So
know.
we've established that there is a picture or an image, and that there's machines flying around in the sky. That's all we've established so far.
No, stop it.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's the facts. We have a machine flying in the sky
No,
and an image.
no, I see what you're doing. Stop. Because you can't even give us that. You can't even give me a picture. You can't even tell me what the Earth looks like.
Yeah,
Apparently your picture, that's what Earth looks like. There you go.
Yeah,
Well done.
nothing.
Doesn't say whether it's spherical
Yeah,
or flat.
good. I
Thanks
have
for coming.
You have
No,
nothing
you don't.
but believe.
You got a picture. That looks like flat Earth.
Well,
I
okay, so
don't-
you don't agree it's good reasoning to believe there's a camera on a machine. And
No.
the photos
Because
from
cameras
that
on
that camera.
machines are
Okay,
not
you guys need to
possible.
let me. You guys need to let me respond. We have a machine flying through the sky, and we have an image of a ball. Now, you're saying, "Oh, I don't believe this or that," but the thing is, I'm not here to believe shit. I'm here to know shit. All right. So I don't
And we
need to
have a
believe.
story. We have a story about that object being, especially to have a camera on it facing the ball Earth. Like, so there's a story
Wow.
what goes with it too.
Story.
A story.
I've got
Yeah.
stories about
The story
Yetis,
implicates
and
that
Sasquatch,
you can hang
and
cameras on
unicorns,
objects
and
that
fairies,
fly in the sky.
dragons,
That's the implication from the story.
Smurfs,
Okay. Let
Santa
me give
Claus.
an analogy.
Fine if you
Let me
don't
give an
believe
analogy.
that. That's the reasoning.
Let me give an analogy. Okay, you're in a
Proof Santa's
building.
not real, Dawn.
For fuck's sakes,
Proof
we're on a
Santa's
building.
not real. Sorry, man.
I'm gonna fucking shoot myself, Whites. We're in a building. We're in a building, and there's a square block around us, and a car is revolving around the square block, taking photos of us. And when we get the photo back, for some reason the block is round. There you go. You haven't proven anything.
Okay, that's fair. You
Don't
don't
shoot
believe.
yourself,
You
mate.
don't agree it's proof. I don't actually agree it's proof of a globe, but I do understand.
I agree. There's proof of
why
satellites.
she believes it's proof of a globe. So
Yeah,
this
I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm not saying that there isn't satellites.
Would you like to see more proofs of our globe, or would you like to provide proofs of your ideas next?
I don't.
What would you like to do next?
My idea is that
Could you
I don't know what we're living
substantiate?
in, but I'm waiting for substantial proof, not a
Yeah,
machine
that's
in the
fine. So
sky
you'd
and
like
then a
to see
separate
more.
image.
And because I'm here for you, I won't pressure you to give evidence for your unknown ideas, your confused ideas right now. I won't bother asking.
There's
I'll
no
just get more
confusion.
evidence for mine.
There's nothing. Okay, keep going.
I'll bring it up again. 2 celestial poles.
Okay. Let me get back to the thing I was looking for
That
before.
is a super strong
before I
one with
got-
2 celestial poles.
That
You
is.
avoided it last time, Numpty.
I agree.
Last time I said it, you avoided it answering.
No, I didn't avoid it. It's just other people started yapping at me and giving me attitude when they don't even know the arguments for this shit, and they think a machine in the sky proves shit.
It does.
Well, a machine in the sky does a fair bit, Noah, because if you pick any satellite and look at its orbit, it's doing this weird wave pattern around a flat Earth. You know, like whichever way you try to do the flat Earth, you've got this thing that regularly changes direction. Now, we know that changes of direction are acceleration and they take energy. So what you're talking about is a perpetual motion machine that is continually expending energy to change direction. Whereas if you wrap it around a ball, you go, oh, it's just going in a circle.
You're strawmanning me now. When did I claim a perpetual motion machine?
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying if you accept satellites, then you try to plot where they would go on any flat Earth map, and you find they do this weird wavy pattern where they change direction constantly.
Do they?
Left,
They
they
look
go
like
right,
they go.
left,
They look like
they
they.
go right.
They look like they go in a straight line to me when I look up in the sky.
Sure, but I mean, you can plot them between two different people.
Okay, so if we're plotting them, they what? Let's just, for the sake of this small.
So the easiest and strongest one is the ISS, because we can all see it with our eyes. And I've just posted in the chat, that's the path it takes, right? So it goes up to the northern hemisphere, then takes a right turn and heads back down to the south. And then it takes a left turn and goes back up to the north. Every time it's turning there, it would have to be expending energy.
You're strawmanning me with this.
I'm not
this
presenting your
map right
opinion.
here.
I can't strawman you by presenting my opinion.
Saying
why does it
the
have to?
satellite is more evidence for a globe because it moves around funny on a flat Earth, right? So if you actually think further about what a satellite is, what it's doing, how it's moving, it suggests a globe without a camera on it, just by looking at it moving.
I disagree. It's a machine moving around in the sky. It doesn't.
Yeah, but how is it moving? Have you got any idea how? Why it's moving like that? What it's
I
doing?
don't claim to know what's up there. Right.
So, well, Eggshells has provided more evidence. The tracking of the satellite.
Right. So we have things flying around in the sky. I still don't understand how that proves anything about the ground we live on.
Yeah.
Like, how does that have any correlation? That there's things moving around in the sky.
Where is your
correlation? What correlation does it have to the thing that we're standing on?
Where is your proof of what you live on?
My claim is that I don't know what we're living on, but you guys
basically an atheist now.
So how do you know it's not a globe if you don't know?
I'm not saying I.
Because no one's
I don't
provided
know if
any
it is or not.
You just said it's not a globe. So how is it not a globe if you
when
you
did I
don't
say
know?
that? When did I say
stubborn
that?
skeptic.
When did I say that?
Oh, dear.
You said
When did
it's
I say
not a
that?
globe.
When?
So what is it?
I did not say that. That's the thing. Is
You
now you're misquoting
okay?
me.
Let me go back then. Let's see.
Want to look at my globe proof? Yeah, no.
Yeah, Naps, it sounds like you're kind of jumping on him, like assuming that he's quote unquote a flat earther or something. Maybe you should ask him what he thinks before.
He is a flat earther. He said water seems flat.
He was talking all this junk about me, and you didn't say anything. But
What
now
junk?
I'm jumping on him because I'm asking questions.
What junk?
I don't really know.
I
don't know who jumped on who first, but it sounds from everything I've heard in VC, you've been jumping on them for like over an hour.
Trying to help. No, I've got another.
We were chilling, having like a pretty good discussion, and then all of a sudden, like
he was talking about me in the VC. What are you talking about?
All right, Don. I got some stuff I'm gonna put in the main. What is that?
Well, dude, can you not just tell me about it?
About what? The Southern Star Trails, or
Yeah, do you like my proof? What?
The Southern Star
Trails?
Trails.
About my proof?
Which one?
2 celestial points.
Okay.
In the sky,
So I'm about
2 rotation points.
I am about to respond to that.
Hey,
and you're not responding.
I think what's going on is just that Noah's kind of a novice debater. Not to say that he doesn't have his points. So just if Don could just do the assisting or moderating against naps, that way it's more controlled. And he gets his time to like put his thoughts together.
I'm responding to Don right now. Okay, so down here.
Well, I thought Don was helping Naps like get through the conversation.
I don't know. They're kind of doing a double team on me. But it's okay.
Maybe I got too excited. Came up with
I'd rather explain to just one, but it's okay. I'll respond to Don right now also, because I think he actually has some good proofs, and I think he does help distinguished articulate her points that she's making.
I think what I was trying to do by bringing up a completely different proof and overtaking Naps is because I wanted to see how you dealt with a proof that wasn't an image from a space agency, but more of a natural proof.
Here I'm providing what you see and what you could see. So here we have the same phenomena of a south celestial pole being demonstrated on something not globular. So, yeah, I don't. So I don't think that the south celestial pole definitely proves rotating axis. What?
I was wondering about the point that Excels is also posting in the chat. This doesn't seem too accurate because it seems the stars are not rotating around the poles.
They're not.
You don't see them rotate around the South Pole. You'll only ever see them do a small arc, and this obviously doesn't cover the center, so you're not going to see the center do a full circle, are you?
Yeah. So I would say that like we have an instance of where I have a longer video, but it doesn't seem to want to upload to the chat. All right, let me see if I can try it one more time. All right, it's uploading right now. It's 14.5 megabytes, but here we have basically a demonstration of how things that are supposed to be round and going one way, going another. So this is an instance of the appearance of a south celestial pole on something that's not globular. So this doesn't
reflection. A sort of dome reflection.
This doesn't disprove or prove the Earth is a ball or not. It just shows that we can see the visual phenomena of a south celestial pole on a shape other than the ball or the sphere.
You're saying,
so
it might
that would be my rebuttal to your
globe proof. Might not be globe proof because it could be reflections of some type.
Yes, yeah, it could be could be lensing, reflections, or refractions. Yes,
I guess I would say the argument against the reflections thing is that southern stars aren't a reflection of the northern stars; they're different stars.
No, not reflection of the northern star. If you watch the video, he's demonstrating how if you have a bunch of concentric circles and you put a lens on the outside of those concentric circles, those outside concentric circles look as if they bend in such a way that there is another concentric circle on the outside, but this is just an optical illusion. Therefore, you're observing a south celestial pole on something that's not actually globular.
But you know what
that would
means
be
you're calling.
That would be my response to
The whole
your.
night sky of Australians is an illusion. That's what you've basically said, which is quite a big statement, right?
Not that it's an illusion.
Well, prove it wrong, Geo. It's your burden to prove it
There
wrong,
you go.
isn't it?
I've just
No, I'm not saying
claimed you
it's an
into making a
illusion.
claim right now. So
I'm
we've
not
both
saying
got
it's an
claims.
illusion. I'm not claiming that the stars aren't real, but I'm just the claim would
Yeah,
be that.
It's
How
an
do you
illusion.
know?
Reflection.
How do you
An
know?
illusion. They're not actual
Not a
stars rotating. That's basically what you said.
no. That is not what I said.
No.
Yes, you've
I
shown
did
a
not.
picture
Two of
of
them is just
one set of
dwarfs.
stars reflecting into another set. That's what you showed.
They're not
Fine.
reflecting.
I'm just telling
They're
you
not
what your theory is. I'm not against it or like hating you for it. I'm just telling
No,
you
no,
what
no,
it
no,
is.
no. They're not reflecting. They're more like.
Okay, could we take that GIF away of the reflector? Reflections.
What GIF? What are you talking about?
Well, you see how on the one that Weisword posted, that personal area dome idea. So if you see in like a hemispherical or spherical, field of view, see how when that thing rotates,
Yeah,
you can
perfectly
see
rotates.
yeah, exactly. There's a clockwise rotation on the north, and well, counterclockwise north, clockwise in the south is the way it would be. But you're getting those two rotations. However, you're on a flat plane with a spherical field of view around you, and the stars constellating in that manner.
Right. So as we can see, we can observe a phenomena of a south celestial pole on a shape other than a globe Earth. So therefore, the south celestial pole, although is evidence, it is not a proof of a globe Earth. Just like a machine flying in the sky does not prove the shape of the Earth. It's just a machine flying in the sky.
You don't like it, and you've explained why you don't like it.
Well, we have a perfectly good explanation for something that's not. No, that's not a
what I'm
reflection.
saying
That's
is, I
that's a
think I will
lensing. That's a lensing effect.
What Eggshells is
It's a lensing. It's
saying
not
in
a
the
reflection.
Tantrum time.
is the globe explanation makes more sense than yours. That's why I think it's still good proof.
I think it's good evidence. I
Not
don't think it's
definitive.
good proof because we just literally showed how on a completely different model you could still observe the same effect. So if you can observe the same effect on a completely different model, that excludes your model from having
Like
a
real
monopoly.
life though. What is this personal dome? Like you have to prove that. Like what is that?
No, we just.
Is there like a glass dome on top of
exist in it.
everyone?
I didn't claim that personal dome. I just said if that. I just claimed that you don't have a monopoly on this observed phenomena because there's other demonstrated ways where this observed phenomena could occur.
Okay.
What else have we got? Naps and more proofs.
I think
Something definitive,
map,
please.
Oh, the moon.
I think
The
the
moon.
maps. I think the maps
the
Don
moon.
might be the best one for you.
They say it's going in circles above you, but we only see like one side. So why is
I have this one.
Oh my god.
Wait. What?
It's like 2015 all over again.
We only see one side of the moon.
I was gonna say this feels like a blast from the past right now.
But it's true. It's true. It doesn't matter when. If it was 2,000 years ago, it's still true.
Wait. So you see something in the sky, therefore Earth is round.
We don't see the back
The moon
of the
doesn't
moon.
do say it does.
We don't see the back of the moon.
Definitely.
So it debunks the flat Earth model. There's proof for another model.
You can't explain eclipses. You can't explain that. You can't come on. You need
We see.
you need certain things.
Therefore, around Earth.
Oh my god. You need certain things to cover up for the next thing. It's
What
like
about-
all of these extra
All
stuff
explained.
and stuff you have to go through. Just to
What
explain
about
things.
lunar eclipses when the sun is present in the sky? What like if we're gonna
Is he
talk
gonna
about
be modded so I can talk, or is he gonna be allowed to talk over me?
Oh my god. Fucking.
So lunar eclipses when the sun are out. I mean, I feel like that punches a pretty big hole in your.
Oh yeah. Now you've made a claim.
How does it even work?
Explain why why it debunks the globe.
As I know it, the way I see how it works is on the globular model, the lunar eclipse is caused by Earth's shadow over the moon. And so if the sun is out and the lunar eclipse is out, where's the shadow on the moon coming from?
The angles. You're not thinking about the angles or the scale of the model.
Which you can't prove.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying your theory that it debunks the globe isn't full yet because you haven't even thought about the scale properly.
What he's saying, Naps, is that if you have the sun and the moon both visible above the horizon at the same time during a lunar eclipse, how could the Earth be intercepting the sun and the moon when the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon?
What is the standard claim of how light works? The standard claim is that light.
But how is it getting in
the
between?
standard claim is that
How does that
refraction
work?
is
One at a time, ballers, please.
And with the standard claim already in evidence and backed by first principles that light bends down towards the denser medium, that would kind of explain away, without even adding something new, the selenial, whatever, the eclipse that be seen with the sun and moon in the sky. There's a half a degree of shifting. One sun diameter and one moon diameter.
I actually asked Naps, but I know.
I'm sorry, I didn't know this.
Can I clarify what this guy said? Can I clarify what this guy said? So he said that the moon and the sun are indeed on other sides of the Earth, but the light coming from the moon and sun are bending in such a way that they appear to be on the same side. Is that what is being claimed?
They bend. They move up because of refraction. They are higher than they are supposed to be. So they are still behind the Earth in the shadow physically. And to us, through looking through the lens of the sky, they are refracted up.
Can we get a diagram of this? I'm having a hard time.
Lens of the sky.
Yes.
Oh, is that the personal atmospheric dome?
Can I get a diagram?
Thank you for saying that.
I'll respond to you, Moyak. Okay, so if there's this bending refraction happening to change the position, when do they change back? Because the sun and the moon are like timepieces in the sky. They're always in their perfect degree position. So if you're saying they're bending to move their position, when do we see them move back into the position that they were in previously? Because that would mean that the time clock would have to, it's sort of like the hands on the clock, the hands at 1, 2, 3. And if you're saying it's bending, when it's 3, it's actually at 5, it's warping, then at some point it would have to bend back. So when is it bending back?
Are you serious? Are you asked it like 6 times now? Are you seriously asking that question? I mean, let's get real here. It's an optical phenomena that we see when we're at that location. We can still see the sun, like looking through a periscope at a car. The car is not changing position because I'm looking through a periscope or through a mirror. It's still in the same place. It just has this optical phenomena between us that is pretty uniform every day. Give or take, there's always refraction.
Can we get a diagram, please?
You have not seen the diagram? How long have you been in this?
I'll get a diagram.
Oh, thank you. We in Livestream 1?
No, I'm just drawing it now for the fun of it in Paint.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you fully understood what I was saying, Moyak. I hear what you're saying about bending, warping, refraction. That's so meaning visually. You're telling me that visually you're getting a phenomenon that's it, meaning it's not really in the position it's at, but visually it's appearing in that position. Correct?
Yep. When it gets to an oblique angle from you, it's refracted a little bit.
Well, what I'm saying is that the sun and the moon. Let's just imagine they're like the hour hand and the minute hand on a clock. They are consistent in their degree in their positioning. So if you're telling me that it's bending, that would be like if the hour hand was at the 3 o'clock position, it's bending to the 5 o'clock position, let's say. So it's warping. What I'm saying is that if you're saying that it's really in 3, but it's looking at in 5, as you keep watching it, when does it move back into position? Because in that case, it would accelerate through the sky and warp and whip back into position, but it doesn't do that. It continues in its perfect timepiece, meaning that is where it is, and there was no bending and warping.
It didn't change position. It is an optical phenomenon. How did you say that? It's not moving suddenly. The sun doesn't accelerate. It goes down. It refracts up. It slows down by if you even watch it in the slow mo, the stop motion videos of the sun, time lapse. You can see it. It comes down. It moves 15 degrees per hour like clockwork. Tick, 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 tick. Gets to the horizon. Gets a little bit of slowdown, and then disappears out of the sky. And then it goes the other direction. It comes up slow, tick, 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 and it goes, and then it resumes its 15 degree per hour precession. It's because there's an optical phenomenon slowing it down. You think that the sun slows down suddenly just at the last minute to make this happen? I can't understand.
I don't think any of the stuff you're saying is happening at all.
This
So
is
no,
my
I don't-
diagram. Look, the moon's
None of
there,
that's
the
happening.
sun's there. They're both
Don.
refracted up to the horizon.
Don,
Don,
you're an artist.
look at that,
Don, you're
dude.
an artist.
That
Don,
is
you're an artist.
Oh goodness. So wait, you have to take 3 billiard balls, or no, they don't have to be billiard, but 3 balls, sun, moon, and earth, that are lined up in a circle, and get them to do that. And that's your best. That's your best.
Imagine much further distance between the balls.
What don't you believe about what I said? You said you don't believe that happens. I mean, other than the fact you don't believe the sun actually sets and stuff. I mean, just conceptually, what don't you believe can happen?
The sun and the moon bending and warping out of position. That doesn't happen.
Okay, you do not see the sun move at roughly the same increment all day long, and then the last half degree or so, maybe last 15, 20 minutes, it slows down dramatically in its precession across the sky, and then disappears over the horizon. It lights clouds from underneath and all that shit afterwards. You don't think that happens?
Are you talking about a sunset?
Yes, a sunset. Like the sun goes, at an even increment all day long, like a clock, tick, 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 gets to the horizon and goes, puts on the brakes.
No, it doesn't put any brakes on. No. It's always.
I don't know if you're being pedantic. I don't know if you're being pedantic there. The brakes don't stop cars; they slow them down by the desired
There's
amount.
no slowing. The sun is always moving in its position against the fixed stars in a very, very regular way.
But it does. Okay, that's a really good example. Then you should look into that because you're wrong. As it gets to the horizon, it slows down dramatically. The number of degrees per minute, per hour, per second, whatever you want to use as your unit, change. At both horizons.
So
it comes up
so
slow
both
and then
sides-
races across the sky and then slows down again when it hits the horizon.
So let me get this straight. The flat Earth side appeals to optical phenomena to explain the south celestial pole, and the ball Earth appeals to celestial phenomena to basically prove their lunar eclipse. All right, so we're nowhere.
No, actually, I can say that I also said following first principles. Can you follow a first principle of how atmosphere can accomplish the task that you're doing? Because I mean, basically, we know for a fact, without question, that the air at the ground is denser than above, unless you're one of the real denialists. We can tell it's dense, 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 and it gets lighter and lighter and lighter as you go up. You go to top of a mountain, you die. Well, you start having trouble breathing.
All right, main chat loading right now.
And that's everywhere. Every square inch of earth you go up, the pressure drops as you go up.
Boom.
A personal dome, that's for following first principles?
Yeah.
What first principle do you have?
You know
that
exactly
could make
how it
right
works. Look at it.
No, that's not a first principle. I mean, show me a material acting like that. Show me there's a reason that is even possible.
An atmosphere getting lighter and lighter as it goes up.
Would that make a dome? I don't think that would make a dome.
Well, I guess the burden of proof is on you to prove that it doesn't, according to your fucking
No, I just
not your
denied it.
personal logic.
I just denied it.
But okay, but now can you prove that it shows this lunar eclipse coming up?
I just denied it.
Oh wait, okay,
What
well
is on you?
we deny your lunar eclipse proof.
Okay. I knew you would. I mean, it's not a problem. I mean, you have to. Did I disconnect? Test.
No, we're here, mate. We're here. Just a silent
Just
pause.
Yep.
I feel like the creator is like enjoying these like final discussions, and like because the time is ticking until we have absolute definitive proof that the shape of the actual Earth is not curving. I just feel like the creator right now is just like, it's like the slow burn of just kind of the final of these types of discussions. So we should enjoy it and savor every moment of it.
That's cool. I just still haven't seen any.
It's the final countdown. Yeah.
It would be cool if there's any proof of the flat Earth. I mean, it's just really thin.
Don't worry, we're gonna have a definitive one soon. So it'll either be definitively round or definitively flat. So don't even worry.
True.
You know how I'm going to react to your proofs, don't you, after today?
I mean, we're getting closer and closer to definitive, but not towards flat Earth. It doesn't seem. Unless, of course, like they go to the moon and they find out.
Have you seen what White's word is gonna do? Have you seen what he's gonna do?
I'm going to show White's work. I'm going to show a rope on a table with a reflection, with a bad mirror above it, and say, "Look, it's just optical. Doesn't mean anything."
Isn't that the same thing you claimed for the lunar eclipse?
Well, I'm just gonna pull your proof through the dirt like you do ours. That's what I'm saying.
You can't because it's definitive.
Oh, it's only for you, bro. Only for you.
Don't worry. White's word.
You've decided.
Well, you can deny the geometry.
Of you.
White's words got us. Don't worry about it. There's gonna be no optical phenomena in this proof.
I've been deciding something definitive before seeing the results.
Hey, it might be round. It might prove that it's round, man.
What is his basic test?
Oh no!
What is Whiteworth doing,
He's
or
going to
whatever?
pull a rope over the 5-kilometer hump on a beach and prove that the rope increases force onto something in the middle.
Oh yeah. And I can chime in on that a little bit. That will cause. It will sag. There's no question whatsoever. No, hold on. Stop. Is there any reason that I'm not letting?
I just reminded myself of QE when he goes,
Is there any reason?
I have no idea what we were talking about.
You have no idea about our test. You have no idea about our test. You're talking, and you have no idea what the you're talking. Nope. You're talking, and you have no idea what the test is.
Moya, go ahead.
Are you still flapping your jaw after not knowing what the test is? Are you still flapping your jaw after not knowing the test?
Hold on, Noah, for a second. Moya, I did interrupt you. I was joking, but go ahead and say what you were going to say. Just go ahead.
Okay. Very simply, this test is pulling a string. I've heard the test. I've seen it described. I didn't know it was the guy who was doing it, so I'm sorry, Numpty. But the test is they pull a string across a beach, see if it causes pressure down. However, I actually went through and tried to analyze whether it would work or not because it sounded cool. And at first I thought it would work, but after looking into it and thinking about the physics of it, I found out that since rope will sag, absolutely no questions asked, rope will sag. It will apply a downward force because it will be laying on the ground on either side of the scale, essentially. And when you pull it tight, that force will appear downward because the highest point in the chain in the center will be the scale. So every amount of tension you add to it will add weight to the scale. So it will show a globe proof in both cases. Globe, whether it's flat or round. Yes.
Can I answer? Okay.
Sure.
So given that the rope that's off of the ground, we can measure the length that's off of the ground, and we will know the weight of the rope that's off of the ground. And if we add that to the weight that the scales are showing an increase with the weight that's on the ground, we can see if it's more than the total weight of rope or less. So we can actually account for that. Now, the first part of the test will be at the ground level, and there'll be fuck all of the rope off of the ground. So the first part of the test, sag, isn't an issue. The second one, where it goes a meter off of the ground to A and B, and then 2 meters, yeah, sag will be an issue. But the ground test, no.
Even as such, if you have it above the ground, if it's physically above the ground, whether it's globe or not, it's above the ground, because we see it's above the ground. It will show lighter as you tension it, because it's above the ground with a parabolic arc, or whatever you want to call it, a downward arc. As my two posts, which are going to be on either end, what was it, 5 kilometers? It's going to have like a, like a 6 foot drop in between. You won't even be able to tension it high enough with 6 foot poles at either end. It will lay on that ground like a fish. Like a dead
so the
fish.
first test where it's all on the ground and we pull it, that will be the test that we really have the best chance to see some downward force to try and prove or disprove curvature. The tests after that are more into trying to establish a flat plane, but that will be less likely to occur, which is why I've said from the get-go, this is a test of the curve and not a flat earth test at all.
I understand, but it will show, the one with it laying on the ground will show increased pressure as you tension the line. The one which is gently sagging will show increased pressure on the ground, approximately the same. And then the one where you have it suspended in the air will show decreased pressure, and that would be expected because it's still, you've got this arc that's happening, and it will be lifting up from the ground, whether it's globe or not. So it's not definitive at all. I'm trying to sketch it.
No, it is definitive.
Okay.
Yeah, well, okay. So I think the disconnect here is you're right in saying that when we're trying to lift it off of the ground, that we are going to get a increase in down pressure in the part of the rope that's still on the ground, because there's more weight on that rope because the other rope's off of the ground and contributing weight to it. But the weight that's on that rope in the middle that's touching still can never be more than the total weight of the rope. So therefore, if we're registering pressure anywhere on those sensors that adds up to more than the total weight of the rope after lifting some off the ground, then we know it's because it's pulling down, because the weight of the rope can never be more than the weight of the rope. Do you appreciate that?
I'm not sure. Okay, how many sensors are you doing with this sort of kind of? I mean, not like exact numbers, but
Okay, so picture across the span, there's 10 different points where we're measuring, evenly distributed, right? Now, just picture it's a flat plane, for example, just for now, and we're doing a 2 meter high pull. So from each end, the points are at 2 meters. So we're literally trying to pull this quite tight as we can, and lift as much of the sag out of the rope as we can. Now, obviously, we're never going to lift all the sag out, but the rope that's off of the ground, right, is now, in a sense, putting its force into the rope that's left on the ground, because that weight has to go somewhere.
over 5 kilometers though, that rope is gonna be laying on the ground for approximately 4 kilometers.
Yeah, sure. That's not my point. That's not my point right now. Okay, because my actual point is testing the curve, which involves apparent geometry where the center is higher than the sides. Right? The center point is 2 meters higher than points A and B at the sides. So geometrically, if it was laying completely on the ground and we pulled laterally along the ground, right, and like pretend it's a perfect sphere and we've got it perfectly along the profile of the sphere, if we pulled laterally, there would be down forces registered, because it'd be no different to putting a string right around the whole ball and then tightening it up and choking the ball. There's a lot of force going to the inside, all directed to the inside. You appreciate that?
Yeah.
Right.
All
So
right.
we're just choosing a small section. Sorry, what?
Right. I'm trying to post
Right. So
something.
we're choosing a small section of that whole circle around the ball, and instead of choking off the whole bit, we're choking off a small section to reveal that inward, downward pressure. Obviously, as soon as we come off the ground, there's going to be the slack, and that's where we're trying to look more for flat Earth. But the curvature one is the one on the ground, and it's the down forces we're registering. And if it's more than the weight of the rope, we've done it.
All right. I'm trying to figure out what your picture's showing here.
Dude, it's a
curves,
definitive,
get your rope
it's a
laying
definitive
down.
test. You're getting the litmus test right now.
Maybe.
Are you category 1, 2, or 3?
Maybe. I always give fair analysis as best I can.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm honestly I'm open to all constructive criticism. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Moyak, White's is doing what, his particular setup. And he, as far as I know, virtually is the one who kind of has invented this general concept. I've never heard it in all my years of this. I've never heard anyone else say it ever, personally. There's the only other one I've heard is the idea of having a fishing line, a light fishing line on top of water, but that's a different one. Anyways, the thing is with this setup, essentially you're using, a material to conform to the shape of the earth and pulling it taut. So just like if you have a shoestring on a basketball versus a shoestring on a flat table, and you pull it, with your thumb and index finger from both sides, you pinch it on one side, pinch it on the other. On a flat plane, as you pull it, it's going to either rise up or do nothing. It's just going to be neutral on the scales.
It's going to add pressure into the ball.
Yeah, and if you have it on a basketball, you pull it, it's going to want to conform and push into the ball, therefore measuring the curve directly and physically without any optical or belief or anything like that. It's an actual physical direct measurement of the shape of the earth.
I have a problem. I have a problem with the flat Earth depiction there, and even the curved Earth depiction there, because basically you have to have the rope laying on the ground. The rope, and this is what you got to do for your analysis and choice of where your load sensors are going to be. And I'm not sure where to put them right now, but I will tell you the way that your drawing is drawn. The second image with the rope slack on the ground is more like what the real test will be. Because what will happen when you tension that, you're going to have 4 kilometers of that rope on the ground. Over that 4 kilometers that's on the ground, every amount of tension that you add to it will actually increase the downward force on a flat Earth. Even on a flat Earth. Because as it hits each of the load sensors, the rope will start supporting itself across the load sensor until it's fully suspended on the one side. And you won't get it
to be more than the weight of the rope.
So the sum is what you're working.
Yeah, the sum over the sensors.
Look, with the downward pressure, that's the definitive part I'm looking for. You seem to be focusing on the flat Earth part, which is the bit that I know will not be definitive. Okay, so I understand your contention with the flat Earth part, but the curved Earth part is the definitive part that I'm looking for to test the stated curvature of the ball.
Right, but flat or round, we're going to have the same result. That's why I'm specifying the flat. But flat or round, we will see an increase on those load sensors.
Okay, but on a round, the increase will be greater than the total weight of the rope because we're adding force.
Okay.
Well, if there's this, 10 kilometers is what he's talking about doing. So let's
geometric.
Just say 10 kilometers. If the line is being pulled from the winches right at ground level, then there's no weight of the rope at all. You literally are right at ground level. You pull it taut. If it's a globe, you're going to get all those scales are going to increase because you're pressing that taut rope into the earth. If it's a flat planar type reading, you're not going to get any change on those scales. Now, if you're talking about lifting it up 6 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet and pulling it, yeah, at that point now you have I mean, with that type of distance, you're not going to be able to suspend it for 10 kilometers. So even if you had it 6 feet off the ground, maybe for a couple 100 feet at the most, it would be a little bit off the ground, and then the scales would continue from there. So I would say to really get the best reading is to have it as close to the ground as possible, so you eliminate that, and you're trying to just pull that taut, to get the reading.
All right,
like, basically,
what is that?
Hey, whoa. Let me talk. Let me try to explain this real quick. If it's flat, you're correct. Weight from the outside of the rope will go inward, but it won't become more than the weight of the entire rope. Whereas when you're on a round Earth, the weight on the scales will be more than the total of the rope. You can't get past that.
This is a claim that you're making.
You're never going to be able to weigh the entire rope. So I mean, as far as this goes, okay. Wait a second.
I don't really see that. I personally don't see that as a big thing, because what I would say is that you would want to be pulling the winches from as close to the ground as possible to eliminate any of that, because you're just wanting to have that line directly on the earth to measure it. I don't really see that much benefit of lifting it up 6 feet, 8 feet. I don't see any benefit to that.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. In fact, I kind of like the having it close to the ground. But I think the physics of, like, as it's laying across the grass and everything and so forth and so on, it's laying there like a fish. I don't think you're ever going to approach the total weight of the rope. Well, let me think about that. Yeah, you'd have to measure all segments of the rope to determine whether it was going to be the same or not.
Well, also there's different ways of doing this with scales, but there are scales that are very, very thin, like 1/4 of an inch. So if you were to put, like, it's not a bathroom scale, but you know what I mean, like a chemistry type scale that would be very, very thin. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is like what Whitesworth is talking about, where you have posts and you run the rope through little eyelets, and then you can measure it with like a fish scale, like a hanging scale.
I'm going to think about that one. Okay.
The pull of the rope. So if you had like posts and it's run through eyelets, there's a lot of different ways of doing this. But and then if you had like hanging scales, as you pull it taut, and all of those posts are marked off water level. I mean, he's thinking of doing it by the beach, to where you could mark water level as the tide's going out. So you can mark water level, what's water level on all of them, and you'd have pretty fresh sand, the whole run. That would be pretty even as well. Wouldn't be too much.
I think if you have the entire rope supported on scales, you might get something definitive, like the fish scale idea that you described. If the entire weight of the rope is on scales, and you can, sum them all together, then you probably, or you possibly could get a reasonable result from that.
All right, you win.
But it can't be on the ground. If it's on the ground anywhere, I think that's going to really mess your test up.
When I say you win, I'm joking, because we've been joking how this is like a litmus test for globe earthers, and you are definitely seeing it logically that this can be definitive.
Yeah, no, I think that the measurements you're going to be making are going to be real subtle. It'll be interesting. Let me think about that whole length, the sum of it, all that tension. I'm not a real good physics guy. I mean, I'm not a math physics guy. I'm a practical physics guy. And so I can't give you a number. I don't know that tension. Let's say you were able to get, it's 200-pound line, and I pull 200 pounds on it. What the sum of all that force will be downward.
Like whether it'll snap?
No. Just what the sum of it is. Just what the number is. Like if I'm suspended this thing a foot off the water on fish scales, the whole length, and every 100 feet I put a fish scale and keep it off the ground. So now I'm weighing the string, and now I pull tension on it, and I put 200 pounds on there. Well, I don't know whether that will reflect as a total of a 200-pound difference. I just don't know how you sum tensile or forces to downward forces. But it would be, I think you could get a definitive answer off the fish scales, although they have to be real sensitive.
Okay, so I think the bit that if you can picture the span of rope, and let's just say it's like daisy chaining, like it's doing like multiple little loops to different points, right? And so there's a little bit on the ground, and then it goes up a little bit to a point, and then a little bit on the ground, and then up a bit to a point. If we were to pull tension on that, obviously all of the sag would attempt to try and lift, and as any of that come off the ground, that weight would be transferred onto the scale that's between the two bits that are putting force on it. Now, what I was trying to say before was that the bit of slack that we're lifting up, that's either side of the central scale that's measuring that force, we know the distance and we know the weight of that rope because the rope has a weight per meter. And therefore we can very easily calculate how much extra pressure would be on that section given how much rope next to it's off of the ground. So it's not an unknown thing how much force is going to be exerted either side by the rope onto the point that's being measured. Because we know the weight of the rope.
Mm-hmm.
And we can measure how much comes off of the ground.
If you have it touching the ground on flat or round, putting tension on it will lift it off the ground using the multiple fish scale method. So you're going to increase by about the same amount until you get tension across. I think you're better off if you have the whole damn thing supported. If you put it on the ground, you're fucking with the test, and you'll give a false positive towards the globe.
It's like this. If it's a flat Earth, the maximum amount of pressure that we can add to the scale is equivalent to the weight of the rope. No more. It cannot be any more. But on a round Earth, it will be more than the weight of the rope because the additional pressure.
I think I agree.
Being pulled taut around the curve.
And also, like, there's also a variation of how taut you want to pull it. You know, like, do you want to pull it really taut or semi-taut? So the other thing with the globe result is that as you pull it more taut, you're going to get an equal amount of additional pressure on all those scales, like a higher reading. So like you might be able to like wind it up and go really tight and look at all your readings, and then maybe pull it back a little bit, look at your readings. You know, you'd be able to vary that. Whereas if it's a planar result, the more tight, the more loose you get, it should not be changing the scale readings very much, if at all.
Certainly not the ones closest to the outside. You know, obviously, like we were talking about with the shift of weight of the rope, the more central ones are going to go up a little bit, but as discussed, never more than the total weight of the rope.
Right.
But the outside ones are never going to pull down. Never going to pull down.
Yeah, exactly. The scales on the outers are going to be the big giveaways, because...
Right. So if the total weight on the scales goes above the weight of the rope, then we know it's a globe.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitive. Exactly. It's definitive. Provided we can set it up and do it efficiently, yep, it's definitive as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm now trying to just go through all the pieces in my head.
Just to tell you how potent
this and look, I completely acknowledge the fact that we might not, I mean, these forces may not be detectable with the equipment we use. They might be that small that we don't detect them. I'm completely open to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, like a fish scale, let's say that you are supporting the line all the way. You know, I've got these things every 100 feet or whatever the necessity is to hold it up. Then you're holding 100 feet of line, so you're going to have to have a scale that's capable of holding X amount of weight up in the air. The heavier the scale has to support, the less sensitive the scale can be, or more expensive it'll be. You would end up with $5,000 scales that can do a kilogram simultaneous as measuring micrograms.
I won't be suspending all the line off of the ground, mate. It's just going to be laying on the ground.
I'm not sure that works. I still got to see that. I can't visualize that. It sounds to me like it will still be a problem, but I have to go through and kind of demonstrate it for myself.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
And I can draw.
It's like the old wire around a fence post. And you're trying to, tighten the wire around a post, and you put the wire around, and then you get the pliers and you twist it up and you get more and more tension.
Your argument is essentially saying if the wire is touching the wood, you're not going to get any more tension, no matter how tight you pull. Whereas we both know that if I keep twisting that wire, there's more and more tension squeezing into the wood until it snaps. Does that help?
No.
Okay, what about a belt around your waist? As you tighten the belt, you
That's
get
got a lot of
inward
tension
pressure.
on it. Yeah.
Right, yeah, but now you're just talking about the amount of tension and not the forces or whether it's above the ground or not. I'm trying to get the message to you that it doesn't matter if the belt's touching my skin or hovering above it. If you put tension on it and it's touching my skin, I still feel the tension increase. Cutting cheese with a wire. You know, bit of downward pressure and you can cut through the cheese. No downward pressure, no cutting the cheese.
You know what I hate? This damn drawing package I have. I can't draw nice curves that make sinusoidal shapes. Pisses me off.
Pen and paper, mate. Pen and paper. Fucking hell.
I can't.
I'm
If
still
I
pen
can't
and
do it on the
paper.
computer, it's sloppy. It looks too sloppy if I do it on pen and paper.
The thing about this,
Yeah.
Moyak, it's like that word definitive, you know, like this. And I'm not saying just one person doing one test is absolutely definitive. I think it, you know, should be done multiple times, different materials, different environments. And we've talked about, you know, myriads of different setups that could be done, like doing it on a lake, like a frozen lake, you know, where the water should be curving on ice, doing it, you know, salt flats. I mean, there's a lot of different setups and options. But the thing is that when there's something like this that's definitive, all of these other quote unquote arguments that have been, you know, about eclipses and about all these other things, you know, those are all interesting and they all mean something, and something's true with those and something isn't true with some of those, and people can figure those out, you know, after. But when there's these types of discussions and these types of experiments that can be done, we're talking about actual definitive physical measurements to where because I mean, I'll tell you, like, Moyak, this is such a big thing that both people on I'll just use the term flat earth side and on the glober side, if you want to call it sides. Flat earth people have said, yes, if it measures curvature, I will have to, you know, consider the earth may not be flat, could be curved. Doesn't mean it's necessarily a globe spinning in outer space. It could be, you know, like anyways, there's different options as to how the earth could have curved, but nonetheless, they would not be able to deny that. And then we've heard globe earthers admit that, yes, if we don't get the globe result, then they may have to reconsider their worldview or, you know, integrate that in, whether they instantly say, yes, the earth is a planar surface, or whether, you know, there's further, you know, but I'm just saying, like, when we're getting into this kind of thing, like physical measurements, then all of these other arguments and all of these other sort of things start to a little bit go out the window when we can actually get to something definitive and then go from there.
I hear you. I just like in practical terms, you know, when we get all said and done with this, do we have a project that costs as much as why don't you just build a rocket and go to the moon? Yeah, it's
Jesus, definitely not, mate. Definitely not.
You're
It'll be under
talking about,
$10,000.
I don't know what the forces involved are. I can't calculate that kind of thing. That'd be like a George Chuck or any of the math wizards who can come and say,
Can you go to the
"Oh,
moon
yeah,
for 10 grand?
expect to see." What's that?
Can you go to the moon for 10K, for 10,000?
I don't know if you can do this for 10K. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what.
Well, that's all I'm allowing for it.
Oh, okay. You talk.
I'm just saying that's all I'm allowing for it. You've made an analogy of going to the moon, and all I'm allowing is 10K. So if you think 10K can get you to the moon, shit, maybe it's better off me doing that. I can buy a ticket to the moon and check it out for myself.
Well, if you actually were not blathering, I was actually in the process of saying something. You know, go ahead, keep talking.
You know I was blathering. You were comparing my test costs to going to the moon. Fuck.
You done yet? What I've noticed is that ballers are a lot more like sarcastic and passive aggressive, whereas flat earthers are kind of more like directly aggressive.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Why don't I just talk over you? Isn't that kind of annoying? I don't know. I mean, I thought that, you know, everybody had the same thing. They didn't like being talked to.
Are you referring to me?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm just making an observation that you're very passive aggressive, and that a lot of ballers are.
Actually, I was being completely polite initially, and now I'm getting, you know, I've been stepped on about maybe 5 times right now. It's kind of annoying.
Well, it's pretty hard to eliminate that entirely. I
Have you
know
ever been in
whiteboard.
this? Have you ever been?
There's often a delay. We have to keep,
Oh, yeah.
you know, there's a delay sometimes. There's like a lag, so that can happen too.
I'll give you that.
Yeah,
I'll give you
Moyak,
some.
but if you haven't been in this server, people, even flat versus flat, talk over each other all the time. I don't think it's it's. I don't know what to tell you. It's just something that happens on Discord constantly, and we've learned to live with it and deal with it here on this server.
Happens at the pub, for God's sake.
Yeah, frequently I get muted for it. It seems like it's one-sided the modding of it also sometimes. I mean, right now, Geo's pretty fair. You know, and I haven't heard Rakia lately, but I haven't been in here a couple months, so I don't know if Rakia's still here. But he was sort of moving towards less fair.
He's still he's still a moderator, but he doesn't. I haven't heard him talk in probably, I don't know, weeks. So
right, that's same effect.
Well, interruptions happen. We all do it at some point. Some people do it. Some people do it chronically. Some people do it like on purpose to try to like dominate someone else. Some people just do it by mistake. Sometimes it's a delay. Sometimes it's just people are excited trying to say things. So yeah, it's not always completely perfect. And even being a moderator, like it's like, you know, you can try to interrupt them and jump in and try to do something, or you can just mute people. So I mean, you know, but then not everyone loves just being muted left and right. So it's just something that, yeah, I think we can all do our best to work on, but also try to be forgiving when it happens, and then, you know, to others as well is always helpful, because I mean it can happen. And
I agree.
I mean, I try to always like let someone completely finish before I jump in, but I know sometimes I might even jump in a little bit too quick. But it works best when it's like the idea of like the talking stick, you know, like, okay, right now I have the talking stick, I'm going to talk for 12 seconds. And then when I'm done, I'm going to pass it. Whoever the next one is, you know, picks it up. If 2 people pick up at the same time, then one has to back down. It works pretty well that way, but it just depends on kind of the people in the room and if it can happen that way.
That doesn't always work. But what I was saying about the $10,000, or now about the $10,000, is like, I just don't know if it's practical to do at $10,000. Let's say it depends on what the total number of the forces are, and I cannot calculate that in any way, shape, or form. I can't even come up with a close number. Whether we're dealing with milligrams per scale, nanograms per scale, I don't know what that number will be. If it's nanograms per scale, then your test will very quickly approach that $10,000 and pass it.
Well, you were saying
well, it's calculated to be in the kilograms. Okay, at 10 kilometers, it's calculated to be in the kilograms. So it's affordable to measure. And
all right, I want you to
take cost me 5,000.
I want you to take a fishing line and stretch it out maybe 100 feet from your porch to a tree in the backyard or whatever, and pull that as tight as you can. And then I want you to put a, I don't know, a penny dangling in the middle of that string. That amount of force will make your string deflect substantially. You are dealing with minuscule upwards and downward forces, no matter how you slice it. So I'm not sure. In order to do this precisely, I'm going to be supporting this thing that's 5 kilometers. I'm going to say you're going to have a scale every at least 100 feet. over 5 kilometers. If this is a
No,
high,
I'm not supporting it. I'm not supporting it. That's not how it's going to work. Okay,
then
it's
I'm
not
missing
being
something again.
supported. Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. You must be missing something. The
So you
ground
got it touching.
is supporting, right? So the ground is supporting the rope. And just like the wire around the fence post, as the tension increases, the rope is going to try and pull into the ground. Of course, the earth is going to resist that. That's what the earth does. That's why I don't keep falling right now. It's resisting me. But we can measure that resistance with scales, can't we? Right? Now, if I'm standing on the scales, I read a certain weight. If someone pushes on my head down, the weight goes up. So that's all we're registering. Now, are you going to try and say you can't weigh me unless I'm held up above the ground? No, the scales are on the ground. I am on the ground on the scales. I'm not being held up by anything. Over.
That one I
and cost more money. But I was thinking it'd be cool to have scales, you know, however many you would have, depending on the distance you're doing. But how cool is it? Digital, and then have a graphic, you know, right on your screen there, a graphic that shows every scale reading. And it could even be a graphic that shows like a straight line or a curved line, you know. And then as you tighten it, you're going to be getting all of those readings. So literally every little crank of the winch, you're going to be able to see the scales and whether, you know, what they're doing. So it'd be cool if it was a globe in this reading, because then as you tighten it, you would see on your computer screen, you know, you're going to see the scales going up, 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 and you're going to see them all creating the parabola of this 3959 radius. So if it was a globe, it would be cool looking, because you'd see it, you'd be like, wow, there it is. You're like measuring the curve, like the bulge right there. You're actually measuring it. Whereas if it's a flat planar type reading, it probably wouldn't be as exciting looking, because the scales are all just going to not register anything, because you're just pulling a straight line over a planar surface.
Right. It'll lighten the line.
Or you would get, it would be lighter. Yeah, you would get some lessening on some of the scales. The ones near the outsides, mostly.
Exactly, and that still gives you a profile, because that can't happen on an opposing curve. So everything gives you a profile, and that's exactly what I'm doing, Geo. That's why there's the 10 points, and that's why they'll be plotted, and that's why I'm raising it up a meter and going up another bit, so we can actually get all the data to plot a profile. I'm not sure it's going to be Wi-Fi live streamed into a computer to live plot the graph, but it will certainly be able to be analyzed afterwards.
Yeah. Live
that
stream,
would be awesome.
live
You're right.
curve. Yeah. Just everyone sitting in front of their computers. Oh my god! Just being able to see that live.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
See, that probably is looking at. I might as well go to that price.
Can we stream it to other
Well,
Discords?
comparing this to going to the moon, I don't think it's really.
no, and like I said,
and that's
it
why
depends
I
on the
jumped on it.
forces involved. If you're measuring in micro, well, it really depends on how you're set up, and you got to actually flesh that out more. Show me how many scales practice, how much dangle. Yeah,
You're breaking up, mate.
Oh, I had an incoming call. I blew them off. Is it better?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, until you get it fleshed out a little bit more with the actual materials, scale, scale by size, and type of rope. And how much, how high you're going to support this and stuff. Yeah, I can't answer it. I got one image I want to show you. Oh shit.
Yep.
Discord closed.
Yo, memes incoming, Riggs.
Yeah.
She's a little twat.
I mean, Moyak, you were comparing this to going to the moon. I mean, I guess you were saying that in terms of financial, but it's not even really in the same category. I mean, we're talking about measuring the actual surface in a way that's physical and definitive. I mean, the idea of trying to travel 236,000 miles to some proposed rock in the sky and all that, I'm just saying that's not really in the same category.
No, what I was saying is that
Proposed
if it
rock
becomes
in the
so
sky.
1955. 19.
Sorry about that.
No, your mic is hot.
1955.
Yeah, I apologize about
that was a
that.
good year. Over.
Damn. Okay, it does seem like they're gonna be quiet now. The analogy of going to the moon was hyperbolic. It was essentially, if the cost of this thing is going to go up into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, you might be better off going to the moon. Was a bit of a joke, but it might as well be as complicated as that. I don't know what the cost of this will be to practically measure. 10,000 is the stated number, but I think it may be more expensive than he's thinking.
Fair enough.
So essentially, is this what we're talking about?
That's a good diagram. God damn.
Yes, but on scale, put everything much closer to the ground. Like, in terms of scale, you wouldn't even be able to see a gap between that line and the ground and the scales. So that's very exaggerated, if you know what I mean. So if you can envision that to the point where it doesn't even look like it's daisy chaining and it looks like it's literally laying on the ground and everything's on the ground, yeah, then you've matched it perfectly.
Okay,
And
see,
then
now
from
that's
there, we start increasing the height.
See, now that's where I start to think that you're going to get into the thousands of measurement points. Then you're going to have thousands of scales, because my problem with this concept, it doesn't matter how far off it is the ground as far as the concept goes. I have to support each of those sags. Ideally, I'd like to support them off the ground completely. But anything that's touching the ground, as I add tension, even in the flat depiction that I'm showing here, will increase the weight.
Yes, we're aware of that.
I don't think
But
there would be
not
any
more than the weight
Let
of
him
the
go.
rope.
Let him go. Yeah, let him go.
Sorry, I apologize.
And I don't think that I'm trying to think about your theory that it will increase inward force as a total. But let's first off go with the support that you're doing with these scales. God damn. You want to have less scales, you said, and you want to have it supported millimeters off the ground, right? Yeah, just a fraction of an inch off the ground.
No, not supported millimeters off the ground. I don't know why you keep saying supported.
I'm saying that
the rope is just going to be its own flaccid with a measuring point. It's It's not a high point, it's just measuring point. The whole curve is higher than A and B.
Any type of measurement is going to take movement. So you're going to have an elevated point, some way it's going to be lifted off the ground.
Okay,
right?
you're breaking up a bit.
Okay.
Breaking up a bit. You're roboting. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Hang on. Let's see. Am I better now?
Can anyone else hear him?
Okay, disconnecting, reconnecting. Be right back.
It might be me, guys. Might be mine.
He sounded good on the disconnecting,
Yeah.
reconnecting part.
Hello? Any better? Any better? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
We hear you, little buddy, over and out.
Good, buddy. In order to measure weight, you're going to have a motion. It's going to have to transfer a distance. You're going to have to elevate this thing up onto a scale, whatever distance. Correct?
It all depends. Like, again, I'll give you the analogy. Like, I've got the belt around my waist. Does the belt have to be off of my skin for me to feel it pressing, or does it need to be touching my skin?
If you could physically crush the earth, if you had this cable so strong that you could actually do this test, maybe. We're talking, you've got now magic materials.
No. But no matter if the earth was steel or what, it would still attempt to push into it. And that resistance is what we're measuring. The rope doesn't have to start off above it. It will just increase its pressure into it.
And that pressure is going to, along the line of that belt, how much downward pressure will that increase?
Oh, look, it doesn't matter. It needs to just be more than the total weight of the rope.
No,
Like,
it needs to be
more
measured.
than the weight it can exert. Okay?
No, it needs to be measured. What is
Yeah,
the
of course
force?
it needs to be measured.
So what is the predicted force that's involved? The measurement is going to be
kilograms more.
nanograms.
No,
No,
it's in the kilograms. That's the predicted force at 10 kilometers. Yeah, it is.
How did you predict that?
Just through calculations. So at
Can
breaking
I
the
see?
strain with the amount of tension.
And you think that a practical measurement with a scale sitting in the middle of this rope, that I will see an increase of milligrams on this rope?
Milligram.
That would be
No.
distinguishable from background noise.
No, okay, so picture your experiment where it's suspended of like an ideal one where it's all suspended and there's 1,000 sensors, right? Or 1,000,000 if you want. Let's be fucking stupid. And we start applying tension. Now, you think it's not possible to correlate the increased down pressure with the application of tension?
You have to have the scales precise enough to measure the amount of force difference at each scale. We got to know what each scale that you've got in this array of scales, what the downward force will be at each one.
I'll just put this one more thing to you. So if we could sum up the total weight of all of the scales and they covered the whole rope, they didn't miss one section. And obviously at the start, the sum total would just be the weight of the rope, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Right. And so on a curve, the minute we started putting some tension in, which scale is going to measure first? Do you think it's the center one, the outer one, or would they all evenly increase?
I'm not positive. I think that thinking about the belt example, that they will all support about the same amount, so they'll be distributing the load.
Excellent.
When I stick my finger under the belt in front of my belly, there's the same pressure as when I stick it out around my hips.
Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. Yeah. So in essence, when it starts off
starts off with no tension, and we measure just the weight of the rope, and then put some tension, and that weight that we've measured increases above the weight of the rope, we can safely, or hang on, we can definitively say that we're increasing downward pressure, yes?
Depending on the amount of force that, and this is one I cannot answer, I'm sorry, but the amount of force on each one of the scales, wherever they are, however they're distributed, I don't know how much that will be. If we're talking about 200-pound monofilament, and we're pulling it
I'm not
up
asking
to
for how
200
much.
pounds,
I'm not
how much?
asking for how much.
Well,
I'm
no,
asking
this is what I keep coming back to. This is when it becomes the difference between going to the moon and a simple $10,000 test. You have
Okay,
to.
we can just stop our discussion right there and just have the contention clearly stated that yours is you're not sure. Downward forces that exist are going to be measurable.
Right. And I think it's something that could be answered. I don't know what your formulas look like. I'm not a mathematician, but I could kind of, evaluate. Do you have the math?
Yeah, but well,
Associated
no,
with it?
because I had an engineer friend of mine do it, so I don't actually have the maths now.
Okay.
I've looked at it, but my point being is, if you think that the forces aren't going to be large enough to measure, or sorry, they're so small that the cost is going to be prohibitive,
Right.
then you must have some sort of maths already in your head that would lead you to believe that.
I'm trying to
You must
extrapolate
just
what I've seen of how lines and under tension work and the measurable quote unquote downward or resistant force to motion in the middle is so minute that I think that 5 kilometers in my mind will add weirdness that makes it very minute numbers you're looking for. I can't see past that. I know that 100 feet, I could deflect that line by a centimeter with a penny. And
Moyak, I posted.
I
Hold on,
think
Moyak.
that
Moyak, I posted something in the chat. So
I saw that.
that's.
I didn't. Let
Oh,
me
you
look
saw that?
closer.
Okay.
Yeah, let me look closer.
So it's not
And
only
then
the middle.
No, I understand, and I'm still talking about the force at each sensor.
No doubt.
Hey Moya, would you lay down on the beach and put the line over your neck in the middle?
Yes, I would.
Would you trust the fact that you're so sure that when we pull 1,200 kilograms of tension that it's not going to cut into your throat, or at least put some
Absolutely.
pressure on it?
Absolutely.
White, that is good. That's the ultimate litmus test right there.
Would you put your neck on the line, Bowler? Put your neck on the line.
I am absolutely confident that that would not put any force on me that I couldn't deflect with a ping pong ball.
Yeah, if it's only milligrams, yeah. You'd
But
be all right.
still, it's measurable. Excellent.
I
Might
know
not choke you out, but you might feel it.
I don't know if it's measurable. I really don't. Because like I said, the amount that it would take for me to deflect that cable tension to 1,200 pounds at 5 kilometers, I'd be able to move that thing 5 or 6 feet easily by just tipping a big ballpoint pen up against it, the force of a ballpoint pen. It's phenomenally little that it takes to deflect something that far. If it was floating on water, a baby could swim into it and make it move that cable.
You're assuming no tension on it. Your version of tension and my version of tension are a bit different.
I'm at 1,200 pounds.
100 kilograms.
Okay, that doesn't really matter. 1,200 kilograms.
Right,
yes, it's double. It's double. I mean, it's appreciable, but I'm saying the same still applies. It's still, I could deflect that thing with very minute forces, great distances.
Okay, well, I might have to include a plane ticket for you to come down and just lay down in the middle.
You scale the thing
goes
down.
high.
Scale the thing down. If you give me a plane ticket, sure, I'll come.
In Nazi Australia, remember? Might not be allowed out.
That's okay. I can work from home as long as I can have an internet connection.
Some way you can scale it. Hold on a second.
I'm not putting you up in quarantine. Fuck that. That's expensive.
You could do it. You could scale it down on a basketball, or you mean like scale it down on a larger, more grandiose scale? I mean, just in principle, you know.
No, I understand the principle. I just think that in practice is where this thing falls apart. And I could be wrong because, like I said, I'm not math guy. I have my intuitive things that I know from, playing with tension, and I'm trying to extrapolate out from that. And I
everyone, guys,
keep on seeing the same thing. I keep on seeing very minute forces involved.
As long as those minute forces are measurable and they're in the direction that's supposed to be, then we'll have a test.
Minute that might be beyond reasonably testing for $10,000.
All right, maybe I have to hire some cesium fucking scales or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Yeah,
and like I said, I could be completely wrong. It could be that you're going to get 100 pounds of downward force if you're measuring. Cool. Okay. With it laying on the ground, though, I think the difference between it, the inward force that you would get on a globe versus the laying on the flat ground just with scales. Do you have any did you have a picture of like any of the equipment that you want to work with? Have you like said, yeah, we could use this kind of scale?
No, that's one thing I haven't actually settled on a type of scale, but it will more than likely be a spring style scale. That can measure kilograms.
Scale in kilograms. Yeah, I think
because that's what is calculated to be measured. If I can get one that does grams up to kilos, I'll get that.
Now you say it's been measured. Are those numbers available on the internet?
No. Just calculations done on the weight of the rope and all that sort of stuff. Heights and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for, but if I saw the formulas, I might be able to spot whether it's addressing my fears.
Yeah, well, your fears are a little bit dynamic in terms of depends how many points where the scales are going to be versus the distance between them and how much rope's on either side of them. So that's a little bit unique to the setup on the day, and that can be sort of not on the day, but the setup that's decided to go with.
On those very sensitive scales, like what's his name has, Silent Zero has, that can measure 0.01 or 0.001 of a to the gram. If you were to put something dumb heavy on that, right? Like something way over his scale can only weigh like 100 grams. So say you had something that was fucking 5 kilograms and you were to set it on the scale, could you just tear it to zero and then?
No, it's essentially imagine the load sensor just has a maximum range of motion it can go through. So it either goes, it either cracks the load sensor or it will just bottom out essentially.
Because that's all you need is something that can measure down to the gram or maybe a tenth of a gram or something. I think we'll get fucking pounds of force personally.
I don't think you'll get definitive pounds out of it. I think that first.
No.
And I'm looking at the top image. Is that the absolutely proposed setup?
Yeah. And the bottom one. It's the same setup in both of them.
Let's not look at the bottom one. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same setup.
That's a completely unreal. Well, I guess it's an example. You'll
Yeah, it's
never
not
get the
to
rope off
scale
the
it.
ground. Yeah, you'll never get the rope off the ground.
What about at point B though? Would you get off the ground at B?
In
the middle, I mean, even in the
away from the 1 meter fulcrum there or pole, I don't think you'll get it off the ground.
No.
Well, 1 meter. Okay, let's even say okay. If it's more than 200, 300 meters away,
Bro, that
from it,
thing's like a kilometer out, bro.
yeah, and then that thing is laying on the ground like a dead fish. And the lifting force you'll get on it will be zero because even if as you approach 1,200 pounds, that thing will still be laying flat on the ground.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
That's according to your stat. Wow. What's the SAG calculator only does the middle, right?
Yeah, it does the SAG.
I'm not expecting to get anything definitive for the flat Earth test. This is a force of the curve, and it's either going to verify curvature or not.
Because it will be pressing down though, regardless, right, Moyak? Like, no matter
In
how
my
far.
opinion, at B at a kilometer, that will increase the weight on all load sensors. And since we don't have a flat versus round that we can test, I don't think that you'd be able to definitively say anything. But I'm still
okay,
thinking.
but again, we know the weight of the rope, and if we lighten the load potentially on an outer sensor, and the more inner sensors get heavier, but the overall weight is lighter now than the total weight of the rope, we know something's going on. And what could that something be?
Okay, let's use this image as the flat Earth one as if it is absolute gospel for how it's set up. That B is at 1 kilometer. You see where the rope comes down and touches the ground? Where do I get upward force on B if the rope is touching the ground near the 1 meter post? Where does the upward force come from?
No, I completely agree with you. What you were saying a second ago, with regards to any of it, like lightning, there's a lightning that is literally just because you've lifted some rope off of one sensor versus putting some on the other. Again, let's just say we moved scales all the way like to infinity. We had them the whole way along, right? And on the flat Earth idea, a meter high off the ground at each end, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like within the first 10 meters.
But that's if but that's kind of like if I think to do that test, you'd need to have a baseline. You'd have to have both a flat Earth and a round Earth to test it on.
Well, no, but what we've got
as you put tension on it,
water
it's
level.
going to.
We've got water level, which is supposedly curved. So we've got that as our baseline marked off.
The water level curves, yeah.
Well, that's supposedly, yeah. So if it
Well,
curves,
that's what
going
we're
to
trying
test
to
it.
definitively prove. So I mean, I don't know if the water level helps you at all.
Well, of course it does, because it's got a very specific curve to it. If it does, that's what we're testing, the geometry.
But we don't have any way of reaching agreement on how to measure that curve because you guys will say that you guys say that every form of measurement of the curve is false. So we don't have a definitive thing that we can look at.
That's what this is doing.
Yeah, that's why we have this test.
It's when I see this, I see nothing. I see flat Earth and round Earth, both of them coming up with the same answer as this drawing of the flat Earth at the bottom is shown.
Yeah, okay, but that was just a quick doodle to get people to sort of get the concept. There's more
Right,
to
but
the
I don't see
test.
where the
It'll
concept.
be done at
I don't see where the concept
different level.
deviates.
Well, it does, because the first one's at ground level, which is the killer one. Curved Earth at ground level, pulling from ground level. That is the one that is going to be definitive for curve or not. Because it has to have downward pressure. Even if you claim it's going to be in the micrograms or whatever, there has to be some downward pressure once we put tension on that line, based purely on the geometry of Earth.
All right, we'll go with the
kilogram. The cord.
All right, so let me ask this: if I have this rope laying on the ground and I tension it up, and I have one scale in the middle, let's say it only comes up like a millimeter, and I pull tight, you think that is going to? When we both agree that will increase the weight on that scale, just a single scale in the middle. Is that in agreement?
Single
Flat
scale,
or round?
Everything on the ground. No, okay. If it's flat and we're pulling truly horizontally,
can
you tell me why the scale in the middle would increase?
Because any practical setup with a scale will have the scale up from the surface. That means that as you put tension on it, more and more line will be supported by that scale, flat or round. Hence, the weight will go up.
Okay, well, if you're going to do a true horizontal test, the scale would not be 1 millimeter above, and the line would be on the ground, flat, and we'd be pulling exactly horizontal. So the rope wouldn't lift at all. It would actually just get slightly skinnier. So it wouldn't lift.
Now we're talking about the world of not practical.
Okay, but for example, if it was curved down, the slightest bit geometrically down, you have to agree that the force would go down.
Curve down and force go down. No, I don't agree. I agree, but if you had a perfect world and you could do this scale